In the bustling city of New York, a teenager named Peter Parker awakens to extraordinary abilities that diverge drastically from his previous path. The world, in its entirety, is destined to change because of him. Prologue, the beginning. Something feels amiss as Peter walks along the street. He suddenly halts, turning to survey the crowd around him. After a brief pause, he extends his left hand before his eyes, scrutinizing it closely. Everything appears as it always has. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an unsettling sensation gnaws at him. Every strand of hair on his body seems to rejoice, and the ripples in the puddle at his feet dance, as if imbued with life. Even the fallen leaves nearby, with their mottled hues of yellow and green, undulate like a flowing stream. The entire world seems to have come alive all at once. I can't take this, Peter murmurs to himself, a wave of dizziness washing over him, as if his mind cannot process so much information. He hurriedly jogs a few steps and sits on a bench by the roadside, bowing his head as he rubs his cheeks with his hands. Am I poisoned? Is this a heart attack? Am I dying? Terrifying thoughts flood his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Yet aside from this strange perception of my surroundings, my body feels perfectly fine. Peter pulls out his phone, hastily typing in heart attack symptoms and clicking on the first search result. Symptoms vary by individual. Some individuals may not even realize they have heart disease. Chest pain, difficulty breathing. Tears well up in Peter's eyes. He is only 16. After a prolonged moment, he regains his composure. Taking several deep breaths, he strives to calm himself, and the discomfort in his mind begins to dissipate slightly. Breathe, just breathe. He repeatedly tries to steady himself, stabilizing his breathing rhythm. Eventually, he feels a semblance of normalcy return. He examines himself again. The discomfort has lessened, but the initial strangeness lingers, albeit weakened. Never mind that I must go for the interview. My own well-being pales in comparison to this pressing matter, Peter thought with a hint of tragic resolve. Uncle Ben's company has denied him a raise or promotion for 2 consecutive years. Aunt May's recent medical expenses have further drained Uncle Ben's already meager savings. Though Uncle Ben and Peter have worked hard to conceal this from her, without an additional source of income, their secret may not hold for long. At this juncture, Uncle Ben's colleague provides him with news that Old Jimmy's appliance repair shop is hiring. Old Jimmy's shop is the largest in the nearby blocks. Not only are the prices reasonable, but the after-sales service is commendable. The establishment employs over 40 staff, a considerable number compared to branches of larger corporations. They are currently seeking several part-time workers for the weekends. Of course, one shouldn't expect overtime pay for weekend shifts, however. The base pay of $18 per hour is quite appealing for many college students struggling to find work. It's worth noting that many current McDonald's employees are unemployed college graduates earning a meager $7 per hour, barely scraping by the minimum wage. On the flip side, the odds of successfully securing this interview are slim, given the fierce competition, and 16-year-old Peter's competitiveness is naturally minimal. Were it not for Jimmy's acquaintance with Uncle Ben, he may not have even received this opportunity. 15 minutes later, Peter finally arrives outside Jimmy's repair shop. Upon glimpsing the interior, his dwindling hopes for the upcoming interview dim further. Inside, among a dozen customers, there's also a row of young applicants, each nervously clutching their resumes, rehearsing their interview questions. This resembles a scene from a corporate manager recruitment. Peter casually selects an empty seat. A few individuals glance at him with surprise before returning to their activities. Peter feels a sense of relief. He does not wish to draw attention to the fact that his interview opportunity is due to connections. 10 minutes swiftly pass, yet Peter's name remains uncalled. Moments later, an assistant-like young woman opens the interview room door, announcing an unfamiliar name. Peter glances at the interview list and notices 2 candidates ahead of him. A wave of dizziness washes over him again, that peculiar feeling returning. After approximately 40 minutes, as Peter contemplates whether coming here was a grave mistake, his name is finally called. Upon entering the interview room, he discovers it is empty. Mr. Weston just stepped out for a cup of coffee. He'll be back shortly, the assistant informs him. Please have a seat. He'll return soon. This indeed feels like a poor decision, a thought that resurfaces in Peter's mind once the assistant exits and closes the door. 10 minutes later, old Jimmy appears, placing a half-drunk cup of coffee on the desk and wiping cream from his mouth before sitting down. Hello, Mr. Weston, Peter says, a touch anxious. Hello, Peter. Old Jimmy gets straight to the point. Let's skip the pleasantries. I've reviewed your nearly blank resume. I have only one question. I need 4 employees, but I have 62 candidates. Convince me why I should choose you. Peter is momentarily taken aback. His near 4 hours of interview preparation had not accounted for such a scenario. That strange dizziness strikes again, leaving him feeling lethargic. I have experience. It feels as though the world has slowed down, and the words spilling from his mouth seem foreign to him. I've always handled the repairs of appliances at home, and I sometimes assist my neighbors. Damn it, Peter thinks despairingly. This answer is utterly dreadful. You do have experience, old Jimmy nods, echoing Peter's earlier statement. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of courage and confidence floods Peter's chest. He discards his prepared notes. I am exceedingly diligent. Perhaps my age and experience do not match those of other candidates, but my practical skills are certainly on par. They may be mechanical engineering students, but how many of them have actually repaired things with their own hands in their lifetime? Jimmy merely nodded once more. I have been able to disassemble a television and reassemble it since I was 13. This is not only my specialty, but also my passion. My abilities are undoubtedly competent. I only require an opportunity from you. Peter spoke his words in one breath, taking a moment to catch his breath. Deep down, he felt a flutter of anxiety. Although it was his first interview, he understood that such a distinctly one-sided interview was far from conventional. You only need one opportunity. Old Jimmy reiterated Peter's words, and Peter nodded vigorously. Very well. Next Saturday, from 3 to 9:30. Are you available then? The happiness came swiftly, akin to a hammer striking Peter's face. After a brief moment of shock, he hurriedly nodded. All right, I will have Jessica escort you. You should know each other, being from the same school. Remember to wear your uniform, provide me with your size, and come by in a couple of days to collect it. Old Jimmy began detailing a series of instructions, and Peter immediately took out his notebook to jot them down. You will have a 3-month probation period, with a wage of $16 per hour during this time. Once you become a full-time employee, this figure will increase. During your first 2 weeks, I need you to set aside 10 hours from Monday to Friday for training. You will be compensated at the minimum apprentice wage during this period. You may choose not to attend, but I can also choose not to pass you during your probation. A smirk appeared on old Jimmy's lips. Peter nodded eagerly, assuring him that he was available any time after school. Once everything was settled, Peter left the room, and the previous female assistant entered, casting a surprised glance at Peter. It was evident she had grasped the outcome of the interview. Even when there were candidates the bosses seemed keen on, he merely told them he would respond later. Yet this boy, who appeared to be merely a high school student, was directly chosen by him. Could there be some hidden agenda? She thought maliciously. Mr. Weston, shall I call on the next candidate? At that moment, old Jimmy suddenly shivered, as if awakening from a nightmare. He surveyed the interview room and picked up his half-finished coffee cup, draining the remaining contents. Give me a few minutes. Dear, I feel like I'm about to break down. He waved his hand, and she promptly exited the room. After a considerable pause, the room stirred. Damn it, he muttered, pounding the desk. Why did I agree to that kid? He stood up, pacing the room until he finally made a decision. Let the kid try, might as well do that old man a favor. After all, 3 months of internship. If it doesn't work out, I can let him go later. His mood lifted considerably, and after rubbing his forehead, he opened the door to the interview room. Looking at the remaining 11 candidates, he silently lamented. He shouldn't have scheduled the entire interview process within 2 days. From 8 in the morning until now, he was on the verge of madness. Typically, he only dealt with paperwork and accounting issues in his office, and the workload of the past 2 days had already surpassed that of an entire week. Essentially, he was still a lazy man. He forced a smile and called out the next name. Meanwhile, thousands of light years from Earth, the entrance of an extraordinarily magnificent city, Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard, rubbed his eyes, said to possess the ability to see the entirety of the universe, and looked around in confusion, as though trying to capture something that had long since vanished. What is it, Heimdall? You seem somewhat troubled. A deep, resonant voice came from behind him. Odin, grasping the staff that symbolized his supreme authority, approached his old friend, gazing into the endless starry sky that the Rainbow Bridge extended towards. Troubled is indeed a fitting description for my state, my king, Heimdall replied slowly, his eyes never leaving their post. I have not felt this way in a long time, and this time it feels different. Have you seen something? Odin pondered for a moment before asking, and oh, nothing at all. And therein lies the issue. Heimdall extended his right hand, clenching it tightly as if attempting to grasp something intangible. I believe you felt the stirring of the world's essence just a moment ago. If I recall correctly, taking a stroll on the Rainbow Bridge during the midst of a feast is not one of your habits. Haha, Odin chuckled lightly. Perhaps this habit is not so bad after thousands of years. Even the grandest of feasts can become somewhat tiresome. My king. In the past 4,000 years, I have attended exactly 0 feasts, Heimdall replied without a hint of emotion, though a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. I recall you never quite enjoyed such lively places, Odin remarked, glancing at the bronze flask at Heimdall's waist. Besides, the fine wine you drink is hardly less than that of those fellows. Indeed, if only there were some appetizers. And oh problem, I shall have the young ones bring you a few roasted oxen shortly. Odin's culinary skills have improved remarkably. I must return to the feast, although I hardly do anything there. If I disappear for too long, those fellows will become displeased. Odin waved his hand and turned to leave. Heimdall watched his retreating figure and could no longer restrain himself from speaking. What the earlier anomaly in the essence of the world? Relax, old friend. Odin halted his steps. As he said, you saw nothing. You should understand that I am not infallible. If I am mistaken this time, the consequences could be substantial. Then Asgard will address the matter, Odin replied, continuing his stride. You should trust your comrades. Watching Odin rejoin the feast, Heimdall couldn't help but smile. The infectiousness of his old friend's confidence remained as potent as ever. Let us hope it is not a significant issue. Chapter 1. The daily routine. Upon securing this job, Uncle Ben and Peter naturally felt compelled to celebrate. However, when Peter inadvertently revealed his dizziness, the intended festivities were promptly abandoned, replaced instead by a visit to the hospital. Aunt May's reactions were always rather excessive, Peter mused internally. Of course, he dare not voice such thoughts aloud. After enduring 2 hours of waiting, the doctor's examination of Peter lasted a mere 15 minutes. The final diagnosis was high stress and insufficient sleep, leading to a prescription for headache medication. Despite Peter's insistence that it was unnecessary, Aunt May and Uncle Ben procured a 2-month supply. Yet, genuine good spirits are difficult to extinguish. Peter was so exhilarated that he scarcely slept throughout the night, resulting in pronounced dark circles under his eyes the following morning. Peter harbored a disinclination for school, a peculiar sentiment for someone consistently ranked among the top 3 in his class. Nonetheless, he found himself powerless to alter this disposition. He relished learning, yet the classroom presented an entirely different dilemma. The teachers lectured on material he had mastered over a year prior, bombarding him with an incessant barrage of exercises. This was utterly intolerable for Peter. Thus, his backpack was always stocked with comic books and scientific magazines. With these, he managed to navigate through the majority of his school day, and the teachers had long since turned a blind eye to his antics, having witnessed his capabilities during examinations. More significantly, however, was his social standing. Throughout his entire freshman year, the number of peers with whom he could exchange even 2 words could be counted on one hand. He found it nearly impossible to connect with others his age. Even the most trivial small talk would lead to an awkward silence within 10 minutes. And his reputation as a bookworm began to gain notoriety throughout the grade. To exacerbate matters, Thompson's relentless provocations did nothing to alleviate the situation. The antagonism between Peter and Eugene Thompson had begun in elementary school. Despite Thompson being a year older, this did not deter their rivalry. One viewed the other as a muscle-bound brute, while the latter was almost a professional school bully. Over time, friction naturally arose. Peter had been physically assaulted by Thompson on multiple occasions, and his pocket money was frequently pilfered. Occasionally, Peter considered retaliating, but the sight of his spindly arms quashed such thoughts. The negative repercussions of Thompson's hostility swiftly manifested after the commencement of high school. Hardly anyone was willing to confront the strongest and most irascible student on behalf of an introverted bookworm. Fortunately, not everyone shared this perspective. With just over 10 minutes remaining before class, he sat at his desk, stifling a yawn as he shoved his books back into his drawer, intending to seize this moment for a brief respite. You are the first person I've encountered who, despite a lack of sleep, arrives at school half an hour early, remarked Peter's desk mate as he settled into his seat after the bell rang. From his jacket pocket, he retrieved a can of iced coffee, originally intended for his midday refreshment. However, I believe you require it more than I do. Nevertheless, Mr. Monton will surely lose his temper soon. You know he has always held a disdain for me. Besides, caffeine is not particularly beneficial for our health. After a moment of contemplation, Peter decided to push the can back. Take it, his desk mate insisted, tucking it into Peter's drawer. Trust me, you will find it useful. Did you stay up all night? I have never seen you look this exhausted in the morning. Don't mention it, replied Harry Osborne, Peter's desk mate, a striking figure and a scion of wealth. He was adorned with various charms, and notably, he was the only friend Peter could claim within the confines of the classroom, rendering Peter's social status quite dismal in comparison. Harry, however, evidently had no such concerns. He turned to greet a girl seated behind them. Laura, would you like to join us for lunch? Bring Amy along too. Once he received a positive response, he turned back with satisfaction. When did you start courting Laura? Peter whispered, stifling another yawn. I haven't yet, you know, Harry chuckled enigmatically. The Real catches Amy. She is quite attractive and has a reserved demeanor. Even better, she is in need of tutoring. What do you think, oh scholarly one? Enough with the teasing. My reputation as a bookworm has spread throughout the entire grade, Peter replied nonchalantly. I'm feeling utterly dreadful today, so please refrain from complicating matters further. Besides, your grades are unlikely to be inferior to mine. Suit yourself. Harry shot Peter a sidelong glance, making a dismissive gesture. You're just being coy. I offer you opportunities, and you turn them down. Thanks a lot, Lord Osborne, Peter retorted. One could not deny Harry's discerning eye. Upon catching sight of the girl walking alongside Laura, Peter's heart skipped a beat. She was an adorable girl with short hair, not quite his usual type, yet he internally rated her an 8 out of 10. After a moment's hesitation, he adjusted his score to a 7.5. However, it wasn't too long before he realized the situation was swiftly unfolding in a manner he had anticipated. Wow, Harry, you scored 6 in the grade for the chemistry final. Goodness, chemistry has always been my bane. I would be immensely grateful if you could assist me, Amy exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, though regrettably. It was directed at Harry. Amy, as you know, Harry is quite occupied, and Laura seems to regret bringing this friend along. After all, Harry is currently pursuing her. Amy, what are you doing here to stir the pot? In truth, Peter is our foremost scholar, having never placed outside the top 3 in any examination. Harry continues to promote his friend, yet this merely diverts the girl's attention for a fleeting few minutes. Before long, their discussions inevitably revert to Harry. The awkward lunch did not last long. After hastily finishing his chicken burger, Peter excused himself from the others. The lunch break extended for a full hour, with over 40 minutes remaining. Unlike many boys his age, Peter preferred not to sweat it out on the basketball court. For him, perusing books in the tranquil library was far more appealing. He picked up a science fiction novel he had previously begun and sought a quiet corner to delve into the pages. After several minutes, a chair beside him was pulled out, and Harry plopped down. Sorry, old chap, Harry whispered, but you must admit I tried. Regardless, thanks. Peter did not set down his book. What I seek is not your gratitude. I mean, I attempted, yet you did not. At last, Peter placed his book down and rubbed his forehead. What would you have me do? I do not engage with others, let alone girls. I merely wish for you to make an effort, Harry replied, slightly irked. And what was the result? Within mere minutes, one person departed, and in that time, your words amounted to no more than 3 sentences. I cannot help it, Peter shrugged. That is simply who I am. Besides, they're truly not my type. You too. Please keep it down. This is a library. The library was not vast, and a previous conversation had evidently disturbed others. The librarian approached, issuing them a warning. Instantly, Peter and Harry fell silent, and Peter resumed his reading. A few minutes later, Harry redirected the conversation. Brother, you ought to consider your own future. 3 years of high school without any girls is a waste of youth, he managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth. Moreover, the current situation is not yours to dictate. Understood, Peter replied, laced with resignation. However, it must be said that there are indeed girls Peter is fond of. After school, Peter first returned to the library to borrow a few books to take home. There is a trick to the school library. Borrowing books after school grants him an extra day for returns, sparing him from needing to do so the following day. By the time he reached his locker, most students had already departed, which was precisely the outcome he desired. He detested the chaos of jostling with a crowd just to access his locker, all for a few precious minutes to return home. As he opened his locker door, a waft of floral fragrance enveloped him, and he caught a glimpse of a familiar crimson hue from the corner of his eye. Murmurat, retrieving his backpack and turning around. Is there cheerleading practice tonight? Before him stood a stunning beauty with flowing deep red hair. Although her figure, enviable enough to evoke admiration from even seasoned models, did not conform to the typical physique of a 16-year-old girl. Her delicate features bestowed upon her an aura of youthful grace. Mary Jane Watson, arguably the most beautiful girl in the entire grade, had caused quite a stir upon her arrival at school. It was rumored that she had at least a dozen devoted admirers, with that Thompson fellow among them. Peter, who had been her neighbor since childhood, could be considered a quintessential example of childhood friends. They had shared a pleasant camaraderie in elementary school, but as they transitioned to different middle schools, their bond gradually faded. Now, they could barely be classified as friends, exchanging small talk whenever they crossed paths. Yet the intimacy of their childhood had long since dissipated. Occasionally, Peter found himself reflecting on how the once crybaby, who had no friends in class, had transformed into a radiant beauty adored by many, while he remained unchanged after all these years. The archetypal childhood friend scenario. And yet he was not the one to reap the rewards. Peter's lack of social prowess could hardly be blamed on anyone else. Indeed, she pouted. 6 hours of training every week makes us work harder than the athletes. Peter fell into a contemplative silence before mustering a response. Then why not just quit? The moment the words escaped his lips, he wished to chastise himself. The familiar dizziness washed over him. As anticipated, Mary S.'s expression turned awkward as she adjusted her hair. Cheerleading is so hard to get into. A little hardship is worth it. Peter found himself at a loss for words once more. He sincerely wished for a rock to bash his head against, hoping to cultivate even a modicum of social skill, or at the very least, some clarity. The atmosphere quickly grew tense, and Mary seemed to sense it as well. She waved her hand dismissively. Well, I have to meet my teammates. Peter, yearning to escape the uncomfortable situation, merely snorted in acknowledgement. Watching her retreating figure, Peter pinched himself sharply at his waist. This was his pattern, scarcely managing a few words with others and performing even worse around girls. An opportunity to be alone with the school beauty was a dream for many boys. He grimaced at the thought of how Harry would scold him if he were to share this encounter. However, heaven's gifts, when not cherished, often bring about one's own downfall. Although these 8 characters hold no meaning for Peter, who knows nothing of Chinese culture, the retribution nonetheless struck him with great severity. You bookworm, halt right there. Chapter 2. The Tyrant of the Academy. What are you doing, Thompson? Left shoulder. A sudden thought flashed through Peter's mind, and before he could fully comprehend it, a powerful hand had descended upon his left shoulder. The grip tightened abruptly, causing him to gasp in pain. You bookworm, show some respect. Thompson's voice resonated from behind, and Peter could almost feel the hot breath against the nape of his neck, causing him to shudder involuntarily. What do you want? Peter's demeanor softened instantly. It was hardly worth resisting a muscle-bound brute in this situation, he reassured himself internally. In a disorienting blur, Thompson yanked Peter around. Once Peter regained his senses, he realized Thompson had a firm grip on his collar, while his 2 lackeys stood nearby, watching the spectacle unfold. Keep your distance from Mary. She has no need for someone as worthless as you around. With you here, nobody's spirits will be lifted. Was this a threat? He still managed to muster some defiance. No, merely stating a fact. Thompson released his grip and shoved Peter forcefully. Peter stumbled back several steps before awkwardly regaining his balance. However, I have another matter to discuss. I hear you found a job. Shouldn't you share your earnings with your classmates? Thompson's lackeys exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unprepared for this turn of events. Thompson, isn't this a bit excessive? Peter gasped, the dizziness returning, making it difficult for him to breathe. Excessive? Are you unwilling to share even a little? Should I teach you some fundamental lessons about being a decent human being? What? Are you not satisfied with being a bully and now aspire to become a robber? The dizziness in Peter's mind intensified, yet he felt an odd clarity as his thoughts sharpened. Robber? You seem to exaggerate. I merely wish to persuade you. Thompson spread his hands wide, his expression comically exaggerated. He glanced back at his 2 lackeys, who momentarily froze before hastily forcing smiles. 2 fools, Thompson thought to himself. Demanding pocket money from this pitiful creature was a spur-of-the-moment decision. The audacity of Peter approaching Mary irked him, as he felt the matter deserved some compensation. Rather than risk striking him too hard, it was better to seize an opportunity for gain. What? Are you finally going to learn from your old man? From the very beginning, the mocking smile on Thompson's face vanished in an instant. He closed his eyes, exhaling deeply, and clenched his fists tightly. Kneeling down, he offered an apology, but upon opening his eyes, his tone was laced with indifference. To hell with you, Peter retorted. Thompson swung a punch, and, at that moment, the dizziness in Peter's mind transformed abruptly into a sharp pang of pain. Instinctively, he lowered his head, and that mere 3-centimeter distance allowed the punch, capable of shattering bones, to narrowly miss his nose. It dawned on Peter that he had narrowly escaped death. His face drained of color as a wave of fear washed over him. What had possessed him to provoke this muscular behemoth? Raising his hands, Peter slowly began to retreat. Listen to me, Thompson. We need not resort to violence. The sharp sensation erupted in his mind once more, prompting him to step quickly to the left, causing Thompson's attack to once again miss its mark. And his frustration visibly escalated. Do you find this amusing? Thompson's eyes were bloodshot, his nostrils flaring like an enraged bull. No one can insult me so easily, nor dishonor my father. Listen, Thompson, I didn't mean to, Peter protested, suddenly crouching to evade another of Thompson's right hooks. At that moment, he realized that something was amiss. You're quite adept at dodging, aren't you? Thompson swung again, but once more, Peter slipped past his attack like a nimble eel. Even Peter was bewildered by his own agility. Each time danger loomed, a thought would manifest in his mind, prompting his body to instinctively execute various evasive maneuvers, narrowly escaping each assault. As another punch hurtled toward Peter's face, he obeyed the thought that surfaced in his mind, sidestepping the blow. A surge of irritation suddenly welled up within him, and he finally unleashed his first punch of this absurd encounter. It landed squarely on Thompson's nose. Although Peter's frail arm lacked significant strength, the retaliation from his prey stunned Thompson momentarily. He staggered back 2 steps, touched his nose, and wiped away the trickle of blood. Enough, Thompson, enough, Peter gasped, the exertion from his recent actions leaving him breathless. This was the first time he had ever struck someone, and his voice trembled with evident apprehension. "If you ignore my existence, I shall not provoke you. Are you satisfied now?" Yet Thompson seemed utterly unfazed by his words. Gazing at the crimson stain on his finger, his expression twisted into a menacing grimace. "Clark, Timo, come here. Let's teach this bastard a lesson he will remember for a lifetime." Thompson's two lackeys paused momentarily, exchanging glances before flexing their arms and rushing forward. They had never witnessed their leader in such an embarrassing predicament, and if they did not act swiftly, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions later. Just a scrawny, malnourished monkey, emboldened by a stroke of luck to provoke the boss. Truly, it was a foolhardy endeavor, as Thompson's henchmen charged at him like a pair of bears. It would be a lie to claim that Peter felt no fear. Yet, he had become aware of the newfound abilities within his body and naturally yearned for opportunities to test them further. "I, too, am a master of Chinese martial arts," he thought with a touch of confidence. Relaxing his body, he surrendered everything to the spark of inspiration that flickered in his mind. Peter retreated 2 steps before delivering a punch that landed squarely on the shoulder of Timo, whose strength had already been depleted. A familiar pang shot through his mind, accompanied by the sound of wind rushing past Peter's side. Although his body reacted instinctively, it still lagged slightly. Thompson's fist collided with his chest, the disparity in their physical prowess becoming painfully evident at that moment. Peter's complexion turned ashen, as if all the air had been expelled from his lungs, rendering him breathless. He staggered a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. A smile finally graced Thompson's face, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, Peter sprang back to his feet, advancing 2 steps to deliver another blow to Thompson's face. "Go lick the dirt," Peter gasped between breaths. That last strike had been fierce enough to make him worry about a potential rib fracture. However, a greater trouble loomed ahead. This retaliatory strike had rekindled the fury of Thompson and his lackeys, and if luck were not on Peter's side, he risked more than just a broken bone. Once again, entering that mysterious state, Peter sidestepped into the space between the 3 assailants, landing 2 successive punches on Clark while ducking beneath an incoming attack from behind. Curiously, since deciding to fight back, his body's automatic reactions seemed to pay less heed to evasion and instead prioritized trading blows. Perhaps it was merely his perception, but the sensation in his mind felt increasingly aggressive. This was not good news for the frail Peter. In less than a minute, he was struck down multiple times, each impact resonating painfully through his bones, with even minor movements sending waves of agony coursing through him. Under normal circumstances, he would have long since collapsed, unable to rise again. Yet now he remained standing, as if an unknown energy within him sustained his resolve. Meanwhile, the trio of Thompson was not faring well either. They were all panting heavily, sporting bruises that marred their faces. Though Peter's attacks could be deemed rather inconsequential, after a flurry of punches, their appearances became utterly disheveled. However, the physical pain they endured paled in comparison to the tumultuous storm brewing within their hearts. This little monkey, whom they had always looked down upon, not only dared to retaliate, but also seemed to hold his ground remarkably well against the 3 of them. As Thompson observed the crowd that had gathered, drawn by the commotion, he clenched his teeth in frustration. Continuing to fight would only lead to further disgrace. He glared at Peter with malice. But Peter met his gaze unwaveringly. What had gotten into this kid? Had he suddenly grown a spine? After a brief standoff, Thompson finally stomped his foot and turned to leave, but not before uttering a threat. "You wait. You will pay for this sooner or later." "I'm ready whenever you are," Peter retorted defiantly, prompting Thompson to glance back at him one last time. With the spectacle concluded, the onlookers began to disperse, though a few kind souls approached Peter to inquire if he was all right and needed assistance. Yet Peter declined their offers. Eager to leave the scene and understand what had transpired, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and inhaled sharply, surveying the damage to his shoulder, where a bruise the size of his fist had already begun to spread. While it was satisfying to have dealt with Thompson and his crew, he couldn't help but worry about the explanation he would owe Aunt May. The thought of the impending scolding made Peter's head spin. Chapter 3. "Mary Jane Watson, to be honest, that was the dumbest thing I've ever seen you do," a familiar voice remarked from behind Peter. He turned to find Mary Jane, her expression a mixture of amusement and concern. Thompson's humiliating defeat would not be easily forgotten. "I suppose you're right," Peter replied with a sheepish grin. "Aren't you supposed to be at cheerleading practice?" "It was canceled," Mary Jane said, brushing her hair back. "Susan and Anya are both out sick, so we couldn't train. Want to walk home together?" Sure, sounds good." Peter hesitated briefly, unable to conjure a valid reason to refuse. "Are they bothering you about me?" "Not exactly," Peter responded, touching his nose while Mary Jane chuckled. Come on, your lying skills have always been abysmal. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, Mary Jane said, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Thompson isn't inherently a bad guy, but his behavior is truly excessive. It's fine, Peter replied casually. For you, any trouble is inconsequential. Peter suddenly became aware of his words, his face flushing with embarrassment, while Mary offered no response, causing him to exhale a sigh of relief, mixed with a hint of disappointment. However, unbeknownst to him, the surprise on Mary's face transitioned into a blush. They walked in silence for several minutes until Mary broke the quietude with an exclamation. Oh, it seems I've just recalled something thrilling. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Are you free on the 17th of next month? After dinner, around 8 to 9 o'clock. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a Saturday. I'm not entirely sure. It's about a month and a half away. Is there something going on? Heh. Mary's emerald eyes gleamed with mischief and pride. My cousin's band has finally accepted me. The 17th will be my debut performance. I just landed a job, so there might be a scheduling conflict, Peter replied, feeling slightly awkward, genuinely not intending to make excuses this time. I don't care. Mary pouted, a touch of displeasure crossing her features. This is my first time performing on stage. You must come, even if you have to take a leave. You know, joining a band has always been my dream. All right. Peter raised his hands in surrender. I'll do my best to make it. But honestly, my boss isn't the easiest person to negotiate with. I can't guarantee anything. Nevertheless, Mary's face brightened once more, and Peter exhaled in relief. Although he wasn't particularly keen on attending concerts, the prospect of seeing her perform didn't seem so daunting. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but Mary's demeanor towards him appeared to have softened considerably today. Typically, their encounters consisted merely of exchanging a few idle words. Yet, even so, as they continued their journey home, their conversation swiftly fell into a stalemate once again. Their shared topics were exceedingly limited. Discussing rock music with Peter or delving into science fiction novels with Mary felt torturous for both. The 15-minute walk home seemed to stretch into an eternity for Peter. At last, they turned the final corner. Uncle Ben and Aunt May's house required a few more steps, while Mary's abode lay just before that. Before they could approach, both Peter and Mary heard a commotion emanating from within the house. After a moment, the noise abruptly ceased. Two burly men emerged from a door, followed closely by Mary's father, who wore a sheepish smile, his face marred by a black eye. Peter could distinctly sense Mary stiffening beside him, her complexion turning pale as snow. Gentlemen, please rest assured, I will have the remaining balance paid by next month, Mary's father said, his smile seeming to amplify the absurdity of his black eye. However, the two men clearly remained unimpressed. This is not merely a matter of money. One of the large men grumbled ominously. For an entire week, you have been evading us, only to attempt to deceive our trust with those base lies. If this continues into next month, it will not be a matter easily resolved with a mere punch. Mary's father nodded in agreement, while Peter and Mary concealed themselves in the shadows of a large tree until the two burly men departed, allowing them to approach. Upon seeing Mary, her father's previously sorrowful expression transformed dramatically into one of grim fury, akin to a theatrical performance. Get inside now, he barked, spitting on the ground afterwards. Mary trembled slightly, lowering her head as she proceeded towards the door. Peter quietly bid her farewell, uncertain if she heard him, for she did not turn back. Mary's father cast a disdainful glance at him, gripping Mary's shoulder tightly as they hurried inside. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of a quarrel erupted from within the house. With the door's closure, Peter's earlier delight at having chased away the bullies dissipated, and as he reached the entrance, his mood soured further. My goodness! Aunt May rushed to him as soon as the door swung open, enveloping Peter in her embrace and pulling him inside. Which scoundrel did this to you? I must pay their parents a visit to show them what their child is truly like. No, Aunt May, Peter weakly protested, struggling to remember the excuse he had prepared, which had nearly slipped his mind. It was just a minor incident during gym class. Aunt May's expression darkened immediately. Young man, I do not recall teaching you the vile habit of lying while I raised you. As Aunt May's ire flared, none in the household dared oppose her, and within minutes, Peter recounted the events of the afternoon in their entirety, omitting only the peculiar feelings he had experienced. The strangeness of the situation felt too enigmatic. It was best that fewer people were aware until he could comprehend it himself. Before long, the various bruises on Peter's body were treated with ointment, and his mobility was restricted to his own bed. Aunt May brought his dinner to him. Do not engage in any excessive movements until you have been checked at the hospital, she instructed with a serious demeanor as she collected the plates, completely disregarding Peter's protests. If you injure yourself further, it will truly be a problem. Lying in bed, Peter found he could hardly see anything, yet he did not mind. As long as he had a book or the television, he was content. His primary concern lay with his physical condition. However, since the conclusion of the fight, that strange sensation had not resurfaced. Nevertheless, Peter still felt its faint presence within him, though he remained uncertain how to channel it. Additionally, he worried about Mary's father. Since the divorce of Mary's father and mother, he has been living a life steeped in excessive alcohol consumption, and it is rumored that he has become entangled with even more serious vices. Judging by the appearance of those two individuals earlier, it is quite possible that he owes a substantial sum to the underworld. Peter sighed. He was likely the only one in the school who was aware of the dire circumstances surrounding the Bell family. To the outside world, Mary always presented herself with an air of glamour, as if she had been destined for a flawless life from birth. However, to be frank, the state of Mary's family was not something he ought to concern himself with. The downstairs door swung open once more, indicating that Uncle Ben must be returning home from work. Before long, Peter heard the familiar sound of footsteps ascending the stairs, and soon enough, the door to his room was opened. Uncle Ben, who appeared quite fatigued, stepped inside, though his eyes sparkled with a hint of intensity. "I heard you got into a fight at school today?" he inquired. "Yes, I did," Peter replied. Uncle Ben pulled out the chair by the bedside and sat down with a serious demeanor. "Did you take on 3 opponents by yourself?" Indeed, Peter lowered his gaze slightly. Though Uncle Ben was typically amiable, there was a stubbornness about him that Peter had come to recognize, and he certainly did not wish to provoke him at this moment. "Indeed, I thought I would never witness this day," Uncle Ben exclaimed, a radiant smile breaking across his face, one of the happiest expressions Peter had ever seen. "Huh." Peter was momentarily taken aback as Uncle Ben patted him firmly on the shoulder, pulling him back to reality. "I trust you didn't instigate the fight?" Peter shook his head, and Uncle Ben's smile grew even brighter. "Peter, you are quite intelligent and more mature than your peers. However, I have always been concerned about your character, fearing that you might grow too timid to protect yourself or those you cherish. Uncle Ben chuckled lightly. It seems I need not worry about one of your shortcomings any longer." Uncle Ben, is that really appropriate?" Peter spoke softly, noticing Aunt May's furrowed brows at the door, her anger simmering just beneath the surface. Uncle Ben took a seat beside Peter, looking pleased. "What is inappropriate about it? I must tell you, when it comes to bullies, you must stand your ground. Only by resisting will they afford you the basic respect you deserve. Otherwise, those ruffians will continue to trample over you." At that moment, Aunt May could no longer contain herself and burst into the room, seizing Uncle Ben by the ear and dragging him toward the door while muttering complaints. "What kind of guidance are you giving Peter? Violence. Why would you commend such a negative behavior?" She scolded. "That boy has grown up. He must learn to defend himself. You are encouraging him to fight. What if something unfortunate occurs?" He appeared so frail, yet he had just managed to overpower 3 boys of his age who were significantly larger than him, leaving them with bruised faces. "I must encourage him to embrace his unique talents. Are you certain you believe in him? Perhaps this is merely a fabrication from that unfortunate child. I intend to visit the school tomorrow." Who, at this moment, harbors doubts about him? Throughout his life, has Peter ever deceived you about significant matters? The muffled sounds of Aunt May and Uncle Ben's quarrel drifted in from outside. Peter set his book aside and closed his eyes. Although it was not yet even 9 o'clock in the evening, he felt waves of fatigue washing over him, accompanied by a peculiar warmth coursing through his body. The pain in the areas it touched seemed to diminish considerably. Thus, Peter gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, as Peter rose to bathe, he was astonished to discover that the bruises on his body had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 4. The thief. 2 weeks slipped by in the blink of an eye, and during this time, Peter continued his quest to uncover the secrets within his own body. Yet, with each revelation, his questions multiplied. First and foremost, the most apparent and practical discovery was the peculiar state he experienced while fighting Thompson. In that state, he seemed to perceive every movement of his opponent with perfect clarity, even sensing attacks from his visual blind spots. Furthermore, his logical reasoning appeared to be significantly enhanced, allowing him to devise optimal responses in the blink of an eye. However, this state was not one he could simply will himself into. After spending several days experimenting with various methods, Peter was on the verge of abandoning his efforts until Thursday afternoon. By chance, or perhaps by design, a friend of Thompson's stumbled while serving his meal in the cafeteria, inadvertently splashing a whole bowl of scalding cream of pumpkin soup towards Peter's face. That strange sensation surged through him once again. Peter swiftly raised his left hand, colliding with the unsteady tray, redirecting the soup's trajectory just enough to ensure not a single drop landed on him. However, his nearby classmates were not as fortunate. Several of them yelped in surprise, having been doused in the falling soup. Yet Peter paid no heed to the commotion around him, focusing solely on the sensation he had just experienced. Though fleeting, he began to speculate about its nature. This state seemed to manifest only when his safety was threatened. The second remarkable effect was the extraordinary healing ability. Just one night's rest had rendered his bruises completely gone, compressing what would typically require over a week of recovery into a mere night. Aunt May marveled at the phenomenon, yet she did not perceive anything particularly extraordinary about it. "Your metabolism is remarkably swift," she remarked. From that moment onward, Peter began to deliberately inflict minor injuries upon himself, curious to observe the efficacy of his healing abilities. Naturally, he only dared to sustain minor bruises and small cuts. The thought of inflicting a serious wound was beyond his courage. The accelerated healing appeared ineffective while he remained conscious. Wounds sustained in the early hours of the day showed little improvement by nightfall. However, after a night's rest, bruises would vanish entirely, and cuts would merely leave a faint red mark by the following day. Nonetheless, there were side effects. Post-injury, Peter seemed to experience increased drowsiness and an enhanced appetite. He surmised that the healing process consumed some form of energy within him, necessitating additional sleep and sustenance for replenishment. Due to his reluctance to test the limits of his healing on severe injuries, his exploration of this ability had to be temporarily suspended. Nevertheless, it was a rather impressive little skill. At the very least, Peter would no longer be plagued by minor aches and pains. While these extraordinary abilities did not elevate him to the level of Captain America or the superheroes of comic lore, they were still commendable in their own right. Curiously, he felt a subtle sense of increased strength compared to before, although this might merely be a figment of his imagination. After finishing the lunch he had brought to school, Peter hesitated before venturing to the cafeteria for a hamburger. As he passed through, the throngs of students parted to make way for him, whispering amongst themselves. The aftermath of his confrontation with Thompson was palpable. Nearly half the school was aware of the new student who not only dared to challenge the reigning bully, but had also triumphed over Thompson and his two henchmen. This portrayal undoubtedly exaggerated the reality, yet for reasons unknown, Thompson and his cohort refrained from debunking the rumors. A glance at their menacing expressions suggested they were scheming something sinister. However, for the first time, Peter experienced the sensation of being at the center of attention. It must be acknowledged that despite the minor inconveniences, the feeling was quite exhilarating. Regrettably, this change did not yield any new friendships. The perception of him had merely shifted from that of a reclusive oddity to a somewhat dangerous enigma. Thus, the only individual with whom Peter could engage in conversation at school remained Harry. "My goodness," Harry exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. "How is it that your appetite has doubled within a week?" Peter took a hearty bite of his chicken leg burger and, after a few moments of chewing, mumbled in response, "Is it really that exaggerated?" "Absolutely," Harry retorted, rolling his eyes. "Let me tally up. 2 slices of toast, nearly a whole box of pasta, the hamburger you are currently consuming, and those cookies you sneakily nibbled on during class. Let's not forget my banana. All right, add your banana to the count." Harry slapped the table. "You used to struggle to consume even half of this, yet now you're managing to cram it all into your stomach without even a burp. Honestly, my friend, I believe you ought to visit a hospital to have your stomach examined." "Oh, come now. Harry, I've merely reached the age for growth." Peter stuffed the last bit of his chicken leg burger into his mouth and wiped his hands clean. "I've started exercising daily, so my increased appetite must be related to that, right?" Daily exercise. Harry was utterly speechless. Goodness, my friend has been possessed by a demon. The real one possessed should be old Jimmy. No, one could argue that the demon is possessed by him. It was agreed that I would merely be an assistant, yet he has thrust upon me the task of attending to guests without a salary increase. Today, he even scheduled me for the night shift, requiring me to work until 10 in the evening. Honestly, old chap Harry adopted a more serious tone. You ought to discuss your terms with him. He is treating you like a donkey, and not even a particularly valuable one. Even if I am to be a donkey, I have resigned myself to fate. Peter stretched lazily. If he were to actually fire me, I have no clue where I might find a better job. Moreover, have you heard what Mr. Krill mentioned? Do you have any leads on internships for this summer? My position with old Jimmy seems to fall short of the standard. That should not pose a problem, right? A mysterious smile spread across Harry's face. I am prepared. You need not worry about that. If all goes according to plan, I can assist you with yours too. Peter's new role under old Jimmy is hardly enjoyable. Perhaps it is merely Peter's imagination, yet he feels as though old Jimmy is intent on pushing him out. Working overtime and being summoned during his off hours are minor inconveniences, but the responsibilities he is assigned are increasingly burdensome. Initially, it was agreed with Jimmy that he would merely assist the maintenance team and occasionally attend to guests at the front desk. However, within just 2 weeks and 4 days of work, his duties have inexplicably doubled. Now, not only must he perform the same tasks as the other full-time repairmen, but he is also tasked with promoting various products to customers at the front desk during times of staff shortages. He even has to take on the role of a mover. Furthermore, after his shift ends, he is required to stay an additional half hour to help old Jimmy organize the day's accounts. Naturally, he receives no extra pay for this half hour. Now, the entire staff regards Peter with a look of pity, as if he had committed some egregious offense against old Jimmy. Peter felt quite wronged. Since the beginning of his employment, he believed he had been diligent and responsible, unable to fathom any missteps on his part. However, a nagging suspicion lingered in his mind. After all, on the day of the interview, his thoughts had been muddled, reminiscent of the confusion he experienced during the altercation that day. After school, Peter hurried to his workplace. As expected, Jimmy greeted him with his usual scowl, scribbling down a list of tasks for Peter before shooing him out of his office. The list was, of course, extensive. Should Peter manage to remain focused and error-free over the next 6 hours, there might be a sliver of hope to complete it. He dared not voice his grievances, instead commencing a new day as work amidst the sympathetic gazes of his colleagues. The day passed swiftly, and as his co-workers concluded their shifts, Peter found himself staring at the remaining quarter of his list, a bitter smile on his face. After bidding farewell to his colleagues, he locked the shop's door and turned off all the lights except for those in the office. Once he brewed himself a cup of coffee, Peter settled down to tackle the remaining tasks. Time flew by, and upon completing the final item on his list, he noticed the clock nearing 10:30. Jimmy's repair shop was approximately a 20-minute walk from his home. Yet, given the high crime rate in Hell's Kitchen, this journey at such an hour was still perilous. Although Uncle Ben offered to pick him up, Peter declined, anticipating that he would not finish on time and reluctant to keep Uncle Ben waiting. He had already arranged with Harry that if he couldn't finish his shift punctually, he would stay overnight at Harry's apartment. Harry's father appeared to be quite a successful businessman, having purchased a villa in Manhattan's bustling district solely for Harry's convenience in attending school. Setting down his pen and organizing the remaining documents, Peter stretched and took out his phone to text Uncle Ben and Aunt May to assure them of his safety. However, at that moment, he seemed to hear a sound of something shattering coming from the warehouse. Simultaneously, a sense of foreboding surged back into his mind. Chapter 5. Death Struggle. As a warehouse situated in a bustling area, old Jimmy's shop was not unfamiliar with theft. However, today's visitors appeared to be decidedly more menacing. Naturally, Peter was unaware of this. He extinguished the light in his office and stealthily made his way to the entrance of the warehouse. Before opening the door, Peter paused for a moment, the dim outline before him resembling a gaping maw, poised to engulf and crush him. Yet in the next instant he shook his head, dispelling the unfounded fantasies swirling in his mind, and stepped through the threshold. The warehouse was enveloped in silence. No footsteps echoed, no whispers floated, and no sounds of shifting goods disturbed the stillness. It was as if the noises Peter had just perceived were mere figments of his imagination. No, it was not an illusion. At the very moment Peter focused his attention, his senses seemed to amplify 1,000-fold. He could hear the wail of sirens from the street outside, the air seeping in through an open window at the far end of the warehouse, and an almost imperceptible breath. Though this heightened awareness lasted but a fleeting second, it was sufficient for Peter to grasp a crucial truth. There was indeed another person concealed within the confines of this warehouse. He instinctively reached for a wrench nearby, weighing it in his hand. Its heft and the cold, metallic surface instilled a sense of reassurance within him. If his earlier sensation was accurate, the source of that breath must be behind the second row of shelves. His heart pounded like a hammer, the sound so loud it seemed as though the hidden individual could hear his heartbeat. The rapid release of adrenaline thrust him into a state of acute exhilaration. His breaths quickened, and his palms grew slick with sweat. A gust of wind whispered from behind, and Peter's pupils dilated in alarm. The mysterious intruder had circled around him, wielding the iron rod he had just picked up, swinging it with force towards the back of Peter's head. Judging by the ferocity of the blow, if it landed, Peter would either meet his demise on the spot or suffer grievous injury, requiring weeks of recovery in a hospital. However, with his heightened reflexes and instincts honed by prior warnings, Peter was not so easily subdued. A resounding clang reverberated as metal collided. The rod was deflected, and Peter instinctively staggered back, shaking his numbed right arm. The wrench had indeed served its purpose. It was clear that his physical prowess lagged far behind that of his assailant. In a contest of brute force, he would invariably be at a disadvantage. This realization had prompted his recent commitment to physical training. At that moment, he finally had the opportunity to scrutinize his attacker. A gaunt middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s, stood before him. He wore a shirt that looked as though it hadn't seen a wash in at least 2 weeks and trousers so soiled their original color was indiscernible. The man grinned at Peter, revealing a mouthful of decayed teeth. Any seasoned New York police officer, upon observing his disheveled appearance and the madness glinting in his eyes, could easily surmise the trajectory of his life. A background steeped in poverty, a childhood marred by violence, and at most, a high school education. Perhaps it was the shattering of family bonds, or perhaps a desperate flight from home. Regardless, he soon became a member of the street urchins, surviving through petty thefts or more violent acts to satiate his hunger. Hell's Kitchen in New York annually produces hundreds of such societal outcasts who, after a few years of mingling, often find themselves languishing in the slums or behind the bars of a prison for the remainder of their lives. Of course, there are a few fortunate souls who are recognized and subsequently integrated into New York's criminal syndicates. It is indeed laughable to expect even a modicum of compassion from these individuals towards a mere adolescent. Upon seeing Peter before him, the middle-aged man's eyes gleamed momentarily, evidently pleased with his opponent. Just a child. Perhaps my luck isn't so dire after all. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he lunged forward, taking 2 steps and swinging his club once more. In their earlier skirmish, he had already discerned that this young lad was at least physically inferior. Years of street fighting had taught him to exploit every advantage he possessed. Yet, Peter too had his own strengths. As if he had foreseen the trajectory of the impending blow, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. In an instant, he advanced a step, closing the distance to a mere 20 centimeters, shorter than the length of an arm. At such proximity, even the mightiest opponent would struggle to exert their full force, let alone react effectively. Peter drove the wrench into the man's abdomen and then charged forward, colliding directly with the middle-aged man's chin. The chin is one of the most vulnerable areas of the human body. A powerful impact or excessive pressure can induce a concussion, potentially rendering even a robust adult unconscious. Even if Peter's strength was insufficient and his technique lacked finesse, this strike was enough to send the man staggering back uncontrollably. It took him a considerable moment to regain his bearings, still reeling from the dizziness. However, years of experience in street brawls did not leave him defenseless. He began to swing his iron rod wildly. Yet Peter found himself momentarily unable to capitalize on the opportunity to press the attack. "Kid, you think you're quite the fighter?" The man sneered, preparing to retrieve something from his pocket. A surge of intense danger surged through Peter's mind. He rushed forward, striking the man's hand forcefully with the wrench. The middle-aged man, caught off guard by Peter's sudden move, yelped in pain and dropped the object he had been holding. It was a handgun, and upon seeing it, Peter couldn't help but feel a jolt of fear. He was not equipped to dodge bullets. It seemed that fear had finally taken hold of the man, who let out a furious yell and swung at Peter's head twice. One of the swings was evaded, while the other was effortlessly blocked by Peter. Peter's counterattack proved to be far more effective. His wrench struck the middle-aged man's left arm with a resounding force, as if shattering something within. Yet, the man did not utter a sound. Another strike descended upon him. However, this time his speed was noticeably diminished, granting Peter an opportunity. He sidestepped a swing, hurling the wrench from his grasp, which landed squarely upon the man's chest. The sudden jolt of pain caused the middle-aged man to freeze momentarily, leaving an unguarded opening. Seizing the moment, Peter swiftly picked up a glass box from the ground and brought it crashing down upon the man's forehead, blood splattering in all directions. The middle-aged man clutched his face, letting out a pitiful wail, his head now adorned with 2 gaping wounds that made even Peter's stomach churn. Shards of glass embedded within. Despite feeling queasy, Peter was resolute. He would not hold back in this critical moment. With a fierce lunge, he ensnared the man's neck, pulling him forward. Still regaining his balance, the middle-aged man was abruptly yanked to the ground, his weapon slipping from his grasp. Peter quickly mounted his back, employing a chokehold he had learned from television. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, the man would succumb to unconsciousness within mere seconds due to asphyxiation. Yet, in this dire situation, the middle-aged man unleashed an unimaginable strength. He grasped Peter's arms tightly, his nails digging into Peter's flesh. The sudden surge of pain caused Peter to falter slightly, a potentially fatal error. With a roar, the man exerted force, violently throwing Peter off him, sending him sprawling aside, followed by a punch that struck Peter squarely in the abdomen. A wave of nausea washed over Peter from the impact. as if he might expel the remnants of his previous night's meal. He retched twice, saliva and tears streaming uncontrollably. As the wind howled around him, a warning surged within his mind, yet he had no time to reposition his body. The middle-aged man delivered a kick to Peter's chest, propelling him 2 meters away. "Damn it, kid, you're making this difficult for me. I never intended for it to come to this." The sound of sliding metal sent a shiver through Peter's body. The man had retrieved the handgun that had fallen earlier, disengaging the safety and aiming it at himself. Peter's entire body ached, nearly immobilized. The warning in his mind intensified, reaching a sharp, stinging crescendo. In that moment, an epiphany struck Peter. He suddenly knew what he must do. Drawing a deep breath, he managed to utter with difficulty, "Put down the gun." However, the middle-aged man merely pressed the barrel tighter against his temple, roaring in response, "What are you saying, you bastard?" "I said." Peter's tone grew more resolute, "Put down the gun." This time, the middle-aged man uttered not a single word. After a considerable pause, Peter sensed the object pressing against the back of his head was withdrawn. "I'll place the gun down." The man's eyes were vacant as he muttered nearly inaudible soliloquies. Peter extended his right hand, and the wrench that had previously fallen to the ground suddenly soared towards him as if drawn by a powerful magnet. He caught the wrench, momentarily stunned, then pivoted and struck the man on the head with it. Like a lifeless fish, the middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, and Peter, feeling utterly drained, knelt down, discarding the wrench carelessly beside him. He trembled, taking several deep breaths until he gradually regained his composure. After a while, Peter retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and, with trembling hands, dialed the police station. Chapter 6. The band of police arrived with remarkable swiftness. And there was a reason for this. The captain exclaimed, "It's him, no doubt about it. He must be the one who robbed the convenience store 2 hours ago." One of the officers, upon flipping the fallen man over, shouted with excitement, while 2 other officers gathered around. The last officer present, who was taking Peter's statement, raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "Wait a moment. I need to clarify something. Are you saying he drew his gun?" "Yes, he drew his gun." Peter seated himself on a randomly found chair, his body still occasionally trembling. "And then, he put it down, giving you the chance to knock him out?" The officer's tone grew increasingly sharp. I told him not to shoot." Peter faltered slightly. His unique abilities were not something he could disclose casually. However, a significant gap had suddenly emerged in his narrative. "And then he moved the gun away?" "Yes, he moved the gun away." Peter could only stubbornly continue in this vein. The officer regarded Peter with a knowing glance before jotting something down in his notebook, and the atmosphere turned somber. "Well, if I may say so, you are perhaps the luckiest, or maybe the most foolish, person I have encountered in recent years." He gestured towards the middle-aged man, who was just beginning to regain consciousness. "This fellow just robbed a convenience store 2 hours ago and shot the owner dead over a sum of less than $4,000. Yet at that critical moment, he chose to hold back. Indeed, the officer shook his notebook. "But this is not solely due to luck, is it? Mild internal bleeding, 2 fractured bones, and at least 10 stitches on his face, while you, relatively unscathed, encountered an ambush. Shouldn't such an achievement be explained, especially for a 16-year-old boy?" Peter hung his head, falling into silence. The officer shook his head, conceding, "I am not here to press charges against you. After all, the individual lying on the ground is the true criminal. You merely acted in self-defense. Just remember, no matter how capable you believe yourself to be, it is unwise to take such perilous risks alone. Leave it to us professionals. You are still young, and it is not worth risking your life over such matters." The officer closed his notebook and stowed it back in his bag, indicating that the statement had finally concluded. He then produced a small booklet and handed it to Peter. "This is the victim's consultation manual. Most of the information you require is contained within. If you need psychological counseling, there are commendable suggestions included as well. One more thing." The officer produced his business card and pressed it into Peter's hand. "Should you require assistance, feel free to give me a call. You have been a tremendous help to us. I shall not forget this favor." Peter nodded repeatedly, glancing at the postcard in his hand. "Captain George Stacy. It appears he is quite the little chief." He finally exhaled with relief, yet in the next moment, his spirits were lifted once again. The warehouse door swung open, and the disheveled old Jimmy rushed in, still clad in his pajamas. It seemed the proprietor had arrived. One could only hope that the insurance for this establishment was adequate. Officer Stacy wore an air of indifference. Peter surveyed his surroundings. Shattered glass littered the floor, with several toppled boxes scattered about. The most significant damage appeared to be the overturned cabinet, which lay atop the remnants of several valuable appliances, and he suddenly felt that his dismissal was a foregone conclusion. As he observed old Jimmy approaching, his brow furrowed, Peter lamented his recent streak of misfortune. However, contrary to his expectations, Jimmy rushed over and grasped Peter, inspecting his body for any injuries. Only after confirming that Peter was unharmed did he turn to speak with the officers, seemingly devoid of any intention to admonish him. Perhaps he simply preferred not to display his anger in front of outsiders, Peter thought pessimistically. The damage to the warehouse was surely above $5,000, and the notoriously frugal Jimmy would not let this matter rest easily. Yet, to Peter's surprise, Jimmy sent him home without uttering a single reproach. In the subsequent shifts, Peter experienced a notable change. The burdensome tasks that had previously fallen solely upon him were now shared, and the rigors of work had diminished to a considerably manageable level. Although there was little conversation between Jimmy and Peter following that night, Peter could distinctly sense a shift in Jimmy's attitude towards him. "Have I finally turned the corner?" Peter mused with a grin. However, the true extent of Peter's gains that night was yet to be revealed. In that moment of life and death, an extraordinary power within him had erupted, unveiling a secret to Peter. Although he was unaware of the name of this ability, he had already given it one of his own. The Force, its essence is remarkably simple, reminiscent of the mysterious energy wielded by the Jedi Knights in the Star Wars saga. This versatile ability is beneficial to its user in myriad ways, enhancing cognitive functions, augmenting personal strength, healing wounds, reading the thoughts of others, and even manipulating their minds. A sufficiently powerful Jedi can, with the mere application of the Force, reduce a colossal spaceship to mere debris, taking the lives of adversaries from miles away. Yet, the hallmark of the Force lies in its capacity for foresight. Jedi can foresee every move their enemies make, enabling them to deflect a hail of bullets from hundreds of foes with naught but a single blade. However, Peter's current abilities fall far short of achieving such feats. He can only delve into the thoughts of those with wavering resolve, and to manipulate an adversary requires either their complete trust or a state of mental disarray. His healing capabilities extend only to alleviating minor bruises, and as for telekinesis, he struggles even to make a piece of paper hover in midair. Nonetheless, that wondrous ability to foresee remains exceedingly useful, as evidenced in his previous 2 skirmishes. Recently, it seems Peter has transcended some enigmatic barrier, granting him the freedom to utilize a modicum of Force abilities in his daily life, thereby reducing the frequency of his tumbles each week. Moreover, enhancing his physical capabilities through the Force has rendered his workouts notably more effective. With the Force's assistance, he can now complete a 5-kilometer run in half an hour and perform over 40 push-ups in succession. While he may not rival the athletic prodigies at school, he certainly stands out among his peers. Naturally, he keeps these advancements to himself. 3.5 weeks of such progress would undoubtedly be quite startling. As time swiftly passes, the day of his prior agreement with Mary draws near. Saturday has finally arrived, and Peter rummages through his closet, finally uncovering a suitable outfit for the outing. He slips the ticket Mary had given him the previous day into his pocket. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror and noticing the crumpled state of his clothing, Peter, for the first time, feels that the meager wage he earns from Jimmy is insufficient. He has taken a day off from old Jimmy today, following the recent incident. He has become remarkably more approachable, even offering Peter the use of his paid leave. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were especially supportive upon learning that Mary was the one extending the invitation. Aunt May, in particular, is brimming with excitement, having long wished to introduce the girl next door, Mary, to Peter, blissfully ignoring the fact that they have attended the same school for the past 3.5 years. "Ah, is it that little Mary next door? Wait, I can't let you go out looking so disheveled. Let me check my room for a proper outfit that might fit you." In this regard, Aunt May is always the most enthusiastic. With a wry smile, Peter could only make an earnest attempt to convey to her the sheer folly of attending a rock concert clad in a vintage suit. Ultimately, he resorted to employing a subtle suggestion through the Force to resolve the matter. Although he had always felt a twinge of immorality in using such influence on his own kin, he could not resist in a situation beyond his control. This ability was simply too effective. The band was set to perform at 7:30 in a locally renowned bar. Upon presenting his invitation, the security guard, wearing a skeptical expression, allowed him entry while reiterating that he was not permitted to purchase any alcoholic beverages within. He even made a special trip to the bar to emphasize this point. As Peter stepped into the bar, the cacophony of laughter and raucous noise hit him like a tidal wave, causing him to stumble slightly. The venue was packed to the brim, which both surprised and unsettled him. It felt as though every pair of eyes was upon him, silently questioning, "Who let this kid in?" Peter's legs felt somewhat weak, yet he could not find a secluded corner. Just then, someone tapped him on the back. He turned to find Mary, her electric guitar slung over her shoulder. If memory served him correctly, this was her 15th birthday gift. "You're early," exclaimed Mary, her excitement palpable as she grasped Peter's hand. The smoothness of her hand, akin to jade, stirred something within him, yet he could also distinctly sense her anxiety through her clammy palm. It seemed the audience this evening would be considerable. "Of course, our band is quite well known around here." Mary gestured behind her. Peter glanced in that direction and indeed saw 3 individuals approaching from around the corner, each carrying their instruments. The crowd parted for them, with some familiar faces stepping forward to exchange high fives and share a few jovial words. The girl leading the group looked towards Peter and Mary, waving in greeting. She bore a resemblance to Mary, with her fiery red hair and clad in a leather jacket and black jeans. Yet, her androgynous attire accentuated her allure even further. It was as if Mary had grown into this young woman. Peter mused internally. "That is my cousin," Mary called out, and her cousin waved back in their direction. "The performance is about to begin. I need to head backstage to prepare." Mary adjusted the position of her guitar. Peter responded with an encouraging gesture. "Go for it." "Absolutely. Greetings to the readers. Hello, I am Maple Valley, a fresh newcomer in this realm. Your support would be greatly appreciated. First and foremost, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for opening this book. This book marks my inaugural work, and can also be regarded as a practice piece. To speak candidly, my confidence is nearly non-existent, as my language skills were imparted by a physical education teacher during elementary school. Each click, vote of recommendation, collection, and comment from you serves as the greatest encouragement to me. Should you have any suggestions or criticisms regarding this book, please feel free to express them in the review section. I shall endeavor to improve. This narrative explores the premise of what achievements might be attained by Spider-Man were he to acquire the Force from the Star Wars universe, all within the contemporary Marvel landscape. The foundation of this book predominantly adheres to the settings established in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, incorporating elements from certain television series, a smattering of comic book lore, and numerous alterations to establish narratives and timelines. Some readers may inquire about the whereabouts of the superheroes from Marvel. To clarify, the story commences in the year 2008, with Peter Parker at the tender age of 16, 2 years prior to the debut of Iron Man's original suit, and 3 years before Captain America emerges from his icy slumber. The rationale for this choice is straightforward. By the time Captain America is revived, he is already a battle-hardened super soldier, and Iron Man has long since amassed his fortune, with Stark Industries serving as his war machine. I have not elevated my protagonist's abilities excessively. Rather, I desire for Peter to stand alongside these titans rather than merely playing a peripheral role. Thus, he requires time to mature. We shall temporarily disregard the version of Spider-Man introduced in the Civil War, despite the commendable performance of the young actor. During the first Avengers film, he was not yet 12, and I find the tale of a mere child conquering the world somewhat difficult to endure. At the outset, the protagonist will be relatively weak, only marginally stronger than an ordinary individual. My aspiration is to narrate the journey of such a person as he ascends to the pinnacle of this world. For me, the process of gaining strength is far more captivating than the outcome itself. Moreover, the evolution of one's mindset is another aspect I wish to explore. Due to the nature of this practice piece, I will also endeavor to incorporate some original plots and characters. Ultimately, the crux of my message is this. I humbly beseech all of you, should you critique my work, to do so with a measure of compassion. Chapter 7. Moridi Peter watched as Mary S. figure vanished behind the wooden door and began searching for a place to sit. After a brief while, he located an available seat. He felt a twinge of nervousness, as he sensed the gaze of the 2 heavily tattooed men beside him was laden with ill intentions. The arduous wait was not prolonged. Soon, the stage lights in the center of the bar illuminated, and the 4 members of Mary S. band surged forth from backstage, making their way to their respective instruments. "Hello, everyone." The tall, slender young man at the forefront of the band spoke first. "Thank you all for being here. We're the Ghost Pepper Band." The crowd within the bar erupted in jubilant cheers, with a particularly exuberant young couple seated at a table near the stage. The young woman was nearly climbing onto the table, while her companion downed his drink in one swift motion and removed his shirt. The sight of his hairy chest was almost painful to Peter's eyes. Such fervor was remarkable. After the applause subsided somewhat, the long-haired youth spoke again. "To those who have witnessed our performance before, we express our gratitude for your return." Another round of applause erupted from the audience. To those attending for the first time, welcome. We are a band formed by individuals who grew up listening to the spicy sounds of the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Naturally, our ensemble boasts more beauties than theirs. I am a band leader and vocalist, Henry. He gestured towards Mary S. cousin, who then commenced a brief bass solo before introducing herself in her raspy voice. Susan, the bassist. An exceptionally loud cheer emanated from behind Peter. He turned to see a young man clad in an elegant suit, seated alone at the back of the bar, flanked by two burly bodyguards. For reasons unknown, that single glance ignited an inexplicable sense of aversion within Peter. Next, we introduce our beloved drummer, Robert. The slightly plump young man in the back raised both hands, deftly twirling the drumsticks between his fingers. Finally, let us welcome the newest member of our band, our new guitarist, Mary. Standing to the side, Mary began her guitar solo. Perhaps due to nerves, her head remained lowered, seemingly avoiding the audience's gaze. Once Mary concluded her solo, the long-haired youth brought the microphone back to his lips. All right, now we shall perform our first song, a cover of the Chili Peppers in R.N. The drums began to resonate, and the nimble bass and guitar swiftly joined, creating a lively yet slightly mischievous prelude. Henry S.'s voice then rose to sing. She was born in Mississippi. Her father was a cop, her mother a hippie. In Alabama, she endures punishment. Being different always comes at a cost. She knows nothing but poverty. What exactly are your friends misunderstanding? It must be said that Henry S. Lowe, resonant voice indeed imparted a unique essence to this song. The originally light and playful melody took on a mournful quality when sung by him. Coupled with the band's deliberate slowing of the tempo, it perhaps aligned more closely with the underlying sentiment of the lyrics. Even Peter, typically indifferent to music, found himself tapping along to the beat at his table, humming along with the band. At that moment, he was certainly not alone in his immersion in the song within the bar. Peter devoted the majority of his attention to Mary. The transformation she underwent, from initial nervousness to subsequent confidence and skill, took less than a minute. This left Peter quite impressed. Had he been in front of such a large audience for the first time, he might have fainted from sheer anxiety. California, rest in peace. Synchronized liberation and escape. California, be joyous. She is my nun, and I am your gospel. As the final notes of the song faded, the fervent drumming gradually subsided, and the entire bar was engulfed in applause. Mary and the other members of the band raised their instruments, their faces flushed with excitement. Thank you, everyone. After taking a few deep breaths, Henry spoke again. I am thrilled that you all enjoyed the song. Our next piece is Exile, a new creation from our band, and I hope you will find it equally appealing. The strumming of the guitar once again filled the air, and the bar fell silent. If previously only 60% of the audience had been engrossed in the performance, now they had captured the attention of 90%. Quite impressive, Peter mused internally, as he began to genuinely appreciate the unfolding performance. An hour later, the band concluded their set amidst the thunderous applause of the audience. Peter waited for a few minutes by the backstage exit until he finally saw the Ghost Pepper Band emerge. You were absolutely fantastic. Even someone like me, who knows little about music, was entranced. Peter naturally began with praise. Observing Mary S.'s look of pride, he knew his words were effective. Mary immediately enveloped Peter in a hug, and as they parted, both their faces flushed a deeper shade of red. At that moment, the long-haired youth noticed Peter and approached him, extending his right hand for a vigorous handshake. E.M. Fenrir, thank you for coming out to support us today. I presume you are Peter, the one Mary has mentioned so often? Peter nodded, but remained silent. Just then, the young man in the flamboyant suit from the back of the bar approached, patting Henry on the shoulder. How'd it go? We're all set on our end. Shall we head out now? Turning to Peter, he paused momentarily, but quickly seemed to recall something, his face breaking into a smile. You're Mary S.'s friend, correct? Would you like to join us for the after-party? Of course. Before Peter could respond, Mary had already made the decision for him. Let us go. It's going to be an absolute blast. Peter had no choice but to agree. Once they exited the bar, their group quickly swelled to 11 individuals. In addition to the 4 band members, Peter and the young man, the couple he had noticed earlier also joined the party. Henry introduced a woman, seemingly a few years his senior, as his girlfriend. After the performance concluded, 2 girls, both scoring above 7 in looks, met them at the entrance, appearing rather familiar with the bassist. Along the way, Mary held Peter's hand, guiding him at the tail end of the group while quietly introducing him to others. Well, that girl is the one Robert is pursuing, along with her friend, though it seems she exhibits significantly less interest in Robert than her companion does. As for that couple, Michael and Priscilla, longtime friends of Henry, and Cassie, she has been dating Henry for 5 years, a girlfriend he met back in high school. Oh, indeed. Cassie is his senior. What of it? When discussing the young man in the suit, a subtle change flickered across Mary's expression, hinting at envy. That fellow is Joe Moretti. I must tell you, his family is extraordinarily wealthy. Really? The kind that is fabulously rich. Their assets are worth at least several million. He personally owns 2 sports cars and even a helicopter. It is said to be a gift for his 21st birthday. The extravagance of the wealthy is simply astounding. Mary gazed on with longing. So, what brings such affluent individuals here to mingle with us? Obviously, it's for cousin Susan. He has been ardently pursuing her for 4 months. Let me tell you, the place we are heading to is actually owned by his family. The party venue is not far, merely a 5-minute walk away. Upon seeing a line of security guards at the entrance and hearing the raucous laughter and the sounds of slot machines emanating from within, even Peter grasped the nature of this establishment. The band had already reached the entrance, where Joe spoke to the guards, who promptly parted to allow the band to pass. He turned a gesture to the others and flashed a smile at Susan. Once they stepped through the door, Peter curiously surveyed his surroundings. The casino's interior is quite expansive. With nearly 1,000 square meters on this level alone, undoubtedly a staggering price in the heart of Manhattan, New York. The modern decor, while not extravagant, exude a confortable ambiance. The patrons within the casino are a diverse mix, from middle-aged women and retired elders engrossed in their slot machines to college students seeking novelty, and businessmen wagering fortunes at the card tables. However, Peter and his companions had a destination beyond the casino. A server led them to a quiet private room upstairs. Upon entering, Joe tossed his suit aside and flopped onto the sofa. Damn it, I've told my dad at least 20 times. Yet he always sets the air conditioning far too high in here. Susan, who entered afterward, settled beside him. Joe stretched and naturally draped his arm around Susan's shoulders. Susan remained unfazed, retrieving a bottle of champagne from the refrigerator beside her sofa. Well then, let the festivities commence. With a resounding pop, the cork of the champagne erupted, signaling the start of the night's revelry. Chapter 8. Bewilderment. Drink. 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 Do not misunderstand. This is neither the Shaolin Temple nor a battle cry. The moment the party was declared open, the fervor surrounding Peter doubled instantly. Joe uncorked a bottle of vodka, pouring the entire contents into a bucket filled with ice, then adding various ingredients, such as apple juice and honey. After securing the lid, he shook the bucket vigorously for several seconds before pouring a glass for each attendee, including Mary and Peter. The concoction appeared quite appealing. Under the light, it resembled a milky crystal adorned with a slice of lemon. Peter inhaled the aroma, detecting a hint of fruitiness. Before Peter could voice his concerns regarding the appropriateness of underage drinking, everyone in the room had already emptied their glasses. Staring at him and his still full cup, holding the drink in his hand, Peter took a tentative sip, only to grimace at the fiery sensation that ignited in his throat and coursed down to his stomach, prompting a couple of coughs. Robert swiftly snatched the glass away, positioning it before Peter's mouth. Hurry up, open wide. 3, 2, 1. Reluctantly, Peter obeyed, and in the next moment, he felt a chilling flame shoot down his throat. Igniting a cough, Robert chuckled, patting him gently on the back. Damn it, this is my creation. It's called Russian Orchard, not ice bucket drink. Joe protested from the side, yet laughter erupted among the crowd, indicating that the moniker ice bucket drink would persist. Peter shook his head, feeling slightly dizzy after consuming what he presumed was merely a 20-degree cocktail. The force within his mind began to stir, seemingly displeased with his current state. However, when Mary poured him a glass of champagne and handed it to him, he promptly downed it. With a beautiful woman before him, he felt compelled to drink. Regardless of his hesitation, Mary was taken aback, then burst into laughter. It took Peter a moment to realize that not all drinks were meant to be consumed in one gulp. As the alcohol coursed through his system, his cheeks flushed crimson. 2 girls nearby giggled at him, whispering amongst themselves, leaving him uncertain whether they were still discussing him. Were they Nancy and Lily, or Lucy and Emily? Peter could no longer recall their names, but the thought was quickly interrupted as Henry approached, clapping his hands twice. Bottoms up, a real man. I think Joe's ice bucket drink is working. Joe, let us have another round. This time, let us switch it up. Before long, Joe reappeared before Peter, bearing another glass of wine. This time, the liquid within was a delicate rose hue. A Bloody Mary, with a touch of my personal twist, he proclaimed, a proud smile gracing his face as he thrust the drink into Peter's hand. Give it a taste. I have confidence in my mixology skills. Meanwhile, Sophie began to mercilessly critique him from the side. Your bartending skills are entirely a product of Nick's teaching, and you've altered them beyond recognition. An artist must possess the ability to create. Joe retorted, as if a thought had struck him. He rummaged through his pockets, seemingly in search of something. Wait a moment. I have a... Susan lightly swatted his hand, casting him a disapproving glance before pulling him away. Soon, they were engaged in hushed conversation on the opposite side of the room. Just a child, but amusing, Mary commented. Even with Peter's keen perception, He could only catch a few scattered words. Nevertheless, it seemed irrelevant to him, and he dismissed it with indifference. After consuming the 2 drinks, he inexplicably felt his tolerance improve. Raising his glass, he downed its contents in one go, which elicited cheers from those around him. To be honest, aside from a slight tang, he could not discern what had been altered in this iteration. The initial chill and bitterness remained, followed by a warmth igniting within his chest. Hey everyone! At some point, Henry had taken to the couch, guitar in hand. Though he was not swaying, his speech bore a slight slur, indicating he too had succumbed to the effects of alcohol. Let me perform a song we haven't quite finished yet. Well, since it's incomplete, I can't sing it all the way through. The crowd erupted in cheers once more, with Robert and Joe leading the applause, while Henry feigned formality with a bow. Prompting laughter from all, Henry settled himself and began to strum his new tune. The style bore resemblance to most of the songs he had performed that evening, yet the lyrics remained unfinished. Each time he reached a lyrical pause, he would hum along to the melody, which sent the audience into fits of laughter. The girl Robert was pursuing collapsed with laughter, unable to rise for a considerable time. After a while, Peter noticed something amiss. Mary seemed to have vanished. However, his concern did not linger long. Moments later, she returned with Cassie. I just went to the restroom, Mary exclaimed with a cheerful grin, unabashed. She plopped down beside Peter, leaning against him. The warmth of her presence sent a flutter through his heart, prompting him to unconsciously stroke her fiery red hair before quickly withdrawing his hand. Observing Mary's current state and the bloodshot eyes, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. She must be in this condition due to intoxication. Peter retrieved an open bottle of chilled beer from the table and took several hearty swigs. Strangely enough, he found himself invigorated with each sip. Henry's guitar strumming had ceased, replaced now by pulsating electronic rock music. The table that once occupied the center of the room had been removed, creating a small clearing. Most of the guests were already quite inebriated, transforming the space into an impromptu dance floor where they reveled in abandon. At Susan's urging, Mary rose unsteadily, swaying as she joined the throng. It was nearly 10:30. Peter glanced at his watch, although it was time for him to depart. He found himself at a loss for how to excuse himself amidst the revelry. Just then, he noticed Mary approaching him, with Susan and Cassie watching her with eager curiosity. She halted before him, silent. Before Peter could utter a word, Mary settled herself in his lap, took a sip from her drink, and then pressed her lips against his, pouring the liquid from her mouth into his. Peter's eyes widened, and he nearly recoiled, but at the last moment, he suppressed his instinctive reaction, though he was powerless to quell another natural response from his body. After several seconds, they finally separated. Peter gasped for air, the taste of bitterness lingering on his tongue, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Mary, what are you doing? I thought I was supposed to teach you how to have fun. Sitting on the sidelines is no fun at all. Mary pouted, feigning displeasure. She tugged him to his feet, and, as he stood, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to topple. It was peculiar. He was unsure of what had just transpired, yet a sensation far more potent than alcohol surged from the depths of his mind, making even coherent thought a challenge. Yet, everything around him appeared crystal clear, as if the dizziness was merely an illusion. In that moment, a primal force within Peter began to stir, coursing through his body. The sharp pangs that assaulted his mind and senses momentarily overwhelmed him, eliciting a soft groan. What's wrong? Mary leaned in closer, her expression one of concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. Peter gritted his teeth, but the fleeting clarity he had gained vanished in an instant. I need to use the restroom. He pushed Mary aside. Do you want me to accompany you? Before she could finish her sentence, Peter had already fled, leaving Mary standing there. Her expression shifted from anxious delight to worry tinged with a hint of regret. Although he felt as if he might collapse at any moment, Peter encountered no further complications on his way to the restroom. Upon entering, he immediately opened one of the stalls and leaned over the toilet. His body had become exceedingly frail under the relentless onslaught of the chaotic force. Even the slightest movement induced waves of discomfort. Yet, the primary concern extended beyond mere physicality. Over the past few minutes, his body temperature had steadily escalated, now likely surpassing the threshold of a typical fever. In a moment of desperation, Peter disregarded all reservations, turning on the faucet and plunging his head into the cool water, drinking deeply. Soon after, his stomach churned violently, and he was beset by intense abdominal cramps. He hurried back to the solitary restroom, collapsing onto the toilet seat. Once he had relieved himself, he flushed the toilet twice, for the stench of his earlier expulsion was overwhelmingly pungent. At last, the tumultuous force within him began to settle, and his body temperature gradually returned to a normal range. To his astonishment, he realized that the alcohol had completely dissipated, and his mind had returned to a state of clarity. Reflecting on the recent events at the party, he began to understand the gravity of the situation. What had been expelled was undoubtedly more than mere alcohol. Chapter 9. The fracture. Only when strength returned to his limbs did Peter rise to his feet. His spirits were low, overwhelmed by feelings of regret and disappointment. It was evident that this was not Marie's first encounter with such parties, and she was certainly no stranger to the substances they had consumed. The memory of their passionate kiss ignited a flush upon his cheeks. Wait, Peter thought, regain your composure. She had just coerced herself into drug use. Good heavens. She is merely 16. Had her own descent into depravity not been sufficient? Did she wish to drag him down with her? Hold on. Peter clenched his teeth in frustration. This was all the fault of her reckless companions. They had led Marie to this path. If only he could show her the truth and lead her away from these so-called friends, everything could return to how it once was. With determination, he pushed open the restroom door. He had to return immediately and extricate her from the situation before she sank deeper into it. As Peter made his way back to the private booth, he suddenly halted after only a few steps. His ears twitched delicately, and his senses sharpened to an extreme focus. After several moments, he discerned the sound he had heard earlier. Was that a scream? Though the corridor was brightly lit. A chilling sensation washed over him as he regarded the lights. A scream? Here? In a formal casino teeming with thousands of patrons? Wait, let me gather the information I have just heard. The family fortune is worth millions, yet Peter, who reads the Wall Street Journal daily, knew almost nothing about the surname Moretti, casinos, sports cars, and an army of bodyguards. Could it be that this Joe was a member of a New York crime family? Cursed be this situation. How could Mary associate herself with such individuals? If I did not mishear, that anguished scream emanated from this direction. Should I venture forth? And if I do, what could I possibly accomplish? These two pressing questions weighed heavily upon Peter's mind. Yet, in the end, curiosity triumphed, compelling him to resolve to investigate. Relying on his innate abilities, he felt a modicum of confidence in his capacity to extricate himself should any peril arise. With his determination set, Peter awaited the opportune moment when he slipped out of the sight of the preceding attendant, then swiftly turned the corner, stealthily navigating towards the source of the scream. After traversing 2 corridors, another cry pierced the air, albeit this time considerably weaker. He was now quite close to his destination, upon rounding the final bend. He beheld a door at the end of the corridor, guarded by 2 security personnel. If Peter was not mistaken, the screams had originated from behind that very door. How could he infiltrate? It seemed that in films, characters often resorted to venturing through ventilation shafts to evade watchful guardians. Could he perhaps attempt the same? Peter cautiously retreated to avoid drawing the attention of the guards, scanning the nearby walls or ceiling for any potential entrances. However, it was not long before an unsuspecting waiter spotted him. Ah, you must be young Master Joe's friend. This is not the direction to your private room. Please follow me. Many areas on the 2nd floor are off-limits to patrons, and crossing those guards would lead to significant trouble. The waiter exhibited no surprise or skepticism regarding Peter's presence in this section of the casino. Thus, Peter's exploration had reached an abrupt conclusion. He dared not consider incapacitating the waiter to conceal himself. After all, rescuing Mary from this predicament was of utmost importance. He cast a glance towards the door. I shall return, he silently vowed. Before entering the room, Peter witnessed an absurd scene. Robert had pinned Nancy, the friend of the girl he was pursuing, against the wall, and they were lost in a passionate kiss, with Robert's hands wandering beneath Nancy's clothing. They remained oblivious to the presence of Peter and the waiter. The waiter, maintaining a professional demeanor, led the embarrassed Peter to the door of the private room and opened it for him. The thunderous sound of heavy rock music erupted from within, causing Peter's ears to ring slightly. He marveled at the exceptional soundproofing of the room before stepping inside. "Peter, you're back," exclaimed Mary, her face flushed and barely able to stand. She rushed towards him, collapsing into his embrace. "You've been gone for ages. I thought you might have drowned in the restroom." She laughed heartily, nearly choking on her own joke. Peter scanned the private room. In the center of the stage, Joe and Susan danced their ambiguous duet. While Henry embraces Emily, the girl pursued by Robert, they whisper sweet nothings to each other, occasionally bursting into laughter. The couple, whose names Peter has yet to remember, lies sprawled on the floor, and were it not for their intermittent murmurs and dreamy utterances, Peter might have assumed they were lifeless. Meanwhile, Cassie is nowhere to be seen. Noticing the lack of attention on them, Peter leans in and whispers to Mary, "Let's step outside for a moment." "Outside?" Mary, still slumped in his embrace, questions, playfully poking Peter's nose with her finger. Peter, you've gone bad. The scene he witnessed in the corridor earlier brings a wry smile to Peter's face. He gently exerts some effort, guiding Mary toward the exit. Following the path etched in his memory, he makes his way downstairs. The casino is still teeming with life. In fact, it seems even more bustling. Every card table is crowded, nearly every slot machine is occupied, and the bar is overflowing with patrons. Peter tightens his grip on Mary as they weave through the throngs of people. He feels a flicker of anxiety as they pass the doorman, but nothing untoward occurs. The chill of the outside air jolts Mary from her stupor. Peter, where are we going? She asks. I'm taking you home. No, I want to keep playing. The night has just begun. Mary struggles slightly, but Peter remains silent, supporting her as they continue onward. A moment later, however, Mary suddenly begins to resist fiercely, prompting Peter to release his hold. Peter, are you out of your mind? Where are we headed? Mary appears much more alert now, managing to stand on her own. Yet her reaction is not what Peter anticipated. I'm taking you home. You can no longer associate with such individuals. They will ruin you. Mary's response to this statement is vehement. What do you mean by such individuals? They're my friends. Those people are not your friends, nor should they be. Do you know what they're involved in? Peter endeavors to make his point more dramatic. What you're doing is illegal. Those things will destroy your body, ruin everything about you. I truly do not wish for you to. And what if I do? This is my life, my choice. You have no right to dictate my actions. Mary retorts defiantly. We just want to have a bit of fun. What's wrong with that? Why do you always want to ruin the mood? The mood? Mary, I am speaking of something far more significant. It is still early. You can still extricate yourself. I do not want you to continue down this path. I am doing this for your own good. For my own good? Do you even know me, Peter? On what grounds do you claim to act in my best interest? Just because you've been my neighbor for 7 years? Do you know me? Are you aware of my interests? Do you know who my friends are? Are you conscious of the challenges I face daily? Peter, you are oblivious. I am aware that you are unaware. Peter found himself momentarily speechless. After shaking his head, he grasped Mary's hand, attempting to lead her away. You are not in your right mind. Come, I shall escort you home. We can discuss this matter later. However, Mary broke free, stepping back and regarding Peter with an odd expression. I see. You look down upon me, do you not? Her tone suddenly calmed, laced with an undertone of indifference. Listen to me. Mary, you are intoxicated. Allow me to take you home. After a good night's rest, everything will be better. Peter continued to strive to persuade her, but Mary merely shook her head. What, do you think your good grades and intelligence elevate you above all of us? Mary's form swayed slightly as she clenched her fists. What, because I enjoy going out and associating with those you deem unsavory? My poor academic performance makes me worthless. Speak, Peter, do you consider me worthless? No, Mary, hear me out. Peter stepped forward again, attempting to seize Mary's shoulders, but she forcefully swatted his hand away. Do not touch me. Anger had overtaken her expression. After a moment's hesitation, Peter had no alternative but to summon the strength within him, attempting to persuade Mary to depart with him. However, the moment his energy met the tempestuous emotions raging within her mind, it was repelled. Peter's complexion paled, and he found himself involuntarily retreating 2 steps. Witnessing this, Mary's gaze gradually dulled to a lifeless gray. Leave me be, Peter Parker, she screamed, turning her back and returning to the casino. Go back to your books. Pursue your lofty, scholarly pursuits. Peter could only watch her retreating figure, despondently making his way home alone. Chapter 10. Disappearance throughout the ensuing weekend. Peter did not encounter Mary again. On Monday morning, he spotted her at the school gate. Hesitant, he approached to greet her. In stark contrast to their previous interactions, Mary cast him a fleeting glance before walking away without uttering a word. This left Peter somewhat taken aback, yet simultaneously, it felt entirely expected. After all, they were 2 fundamentally different individuals, he mused wryly. In the following days, there was an utter lack of communication between Mary and Peter. The frequency of their encounters dwindled to nearly 0, with only the occasional glimpse of her silhouette as Peter departed for school in the mornings. Even Harry sensed something amiss. What is the matter? Have you quarreled with my fiery lady? Perhaps she has been ignoring me entirely of late. Peter remained his usual self, resting his head on the desk during class, engrossed in his novel. It is merely a minor disagreement. It is not significant. You cannot continue like this. Harry diligently took notes, fixated on the charts drawn by the teacher on the blackboard. As a gentleman, you ought to proactively apologize to her. How can you wallow in self-pity all alone like this? I am not wallowing in self-pity, Peter retorted, lifting his head with a hint of dissatisfaction. Moreover, if an apology is in order, one must find the right opportunity. I have scarcely seen her lately. Come now. Your despondent demeanor is evident to all. Have you even visited her class? How do you expect her to suddenly appear before you if you do not seek her out? After all, they're different classes. Not to mention her classroom is on a completely different floor of the academic building. It's hardly normal for her to frequent this side. Harry cast a disdainful glance at Peter. Peter huffed in response, as if conceding. He seemed to grasp something suddenly. Yet, after much internal conflict, Peter still refrained from apologizing. On one hand, he feared that his concession might hasten her descent into despair. On the other, his pride was a formidable foe. I am right, she is wrong. Why should I apologize to her? Such thoughts lingered in his mind. Closing his eyes, Peter concentrated, raising his hand as a stone the size of a fist levitated effortlessly into the air, hovering 5 meters above the ground. A slight chuckle escaped him as he gestured downward. With that motion, the stone shot forth at an astonishing speed, crashing into a wall over 20 meters away, shattering into numerous fragments. Perhaps the quarrel from that evening had met some arcane condition, for Peter's latent power began to surge at an incredible rate. Though this only lasted a single night, he sensed that the strength within him had increased by at least 50%. Under Peter's rigorous training, he quickly adapted to this newfound power. Truth be told, if Peter were to reveal his abilities now, he would likely make headlines in national news. And acquiring a handsome sum of money would be exceedingly simple. In the United States, there would be countless research institutions willing to pay millions for him as a subject. Of course, the fate of being a guinea pig would be inescapable. Peter's enthusiasm for researching and honing his abilities grew exponentially, devoting nearly all his free time to it. Meanwhile, the awkward silence between him and Mary endured due to his inaction. Therefore, when he heard the news about Mary, he was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. What? Mary didn't come to class today? It was not merely that. She had also been absent yesterday, and the teacher had already called home. Her father was utterly unaware of her whereabouts. Is this true? Damn, what on earth happened? Why have I heard nothing? I haven't even asked you. Harry interjected, slightly impatient. You are a friend and neighbor. I learned of this news even before you did. I truly cannot comprehend the nature of your discord. Peter was momentarily rendered speechless. Following the conclusion of the first lesson, he promptly made his way to the office to request an early dismissal. Given the circumstances concerning Mary, he felt compelled to intervene. This modest request was swiftly granted by the teacher. As a top student, he possessed certain privileges. Upon exiting the school gates, Peter felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. Yet he quickly devised a plan. Lacking any tangible leads, he decided to commence his inquiries at Mary's residence. Her father should still be at home. Once a security guard at a bar, he had been shot 3 times during a violent altercation. Fortunately, all 3 shots were non-fatal. However, a subsequent surgical mishap left him permanently limping and without employment, leading him to embrace a life sustained by alcohol. Mary's mother soon abandoned the family. Yet she did not take Mary with her. Initially, the government assistance and substantial hospital compensation could have sustained this fractured household. But much of the money was squandered on gambling and alcohol. Peter was acutely aware of Mary's deep-seated resentment towards her father. Stopping at the entrance of Mary's home, Peter knocked 3 times on the door. After receiving no response, he knocked again with greater force. After a considerable pause, silence still enveloped the room. Furrowing his brow, Peter tested the doorknob. To his surprise, it was unlocked, and he stepped into the dimly lit house. A nauseating odor of mildew permeated the air, and the ceiling bore dark stains. It was evident that this dwelling had not been cleaned in quite some time. As he ventured further, just as he suspected that Mary's father might have left, he heard a noise emanating from the kitchen. Following the sound, he discovered Mary's father sprawled on the floor, groaning. It was uncertain whether he had fallen or had simply spent the night there. However, the strong scent of alcohol wafting from him suggested both possibilities were likely. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed Peter and immediately shouted, "Damn you filthy dogs, this is my house. You have no right. Oh, you're that kid from next door, aren't you?" Realizing who stood before him, Mary's father sneezed, visibly relaxing. "What is it? Is there something you need?" "Uncle, Mary has not attended school either today or yesterday. Could you please tell me what has happened to her?" Peter replied, stepping back cautiously, striving to project a more amiable demeanor. He had always held a lack of respect for this man, and the overwhelming scent of alcohol was quite unpleasant. "Mary, I'm not really sure," Mary's father remarked, scratching his head as he rose to his feet. "Wait a minute, would you like some coffee? I could brew a cup for you." Peter hastily declined. He dared not drink from anything in this house. "She has been absent from school for 2 days. Has something happened to her?" "It has indeed been 2 days." Mary's father displayed a moment of realization, which swiftly morphed into indifference. "I don't know. That reckless girl is out gallivanting all day. I can hardly manage her. She spends half of her week away from home. Aren't you the least bit concerned?" Peter felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for this man before him, Mary would not have turned out this way. Concerned? Yes, indeed, Mary's father muttered as he retrieved an apple from the refrigerator, beginning to gnaw on it. I will file a report at the police station tomorrow. It's still a bit early. It hasn't been 72 hours yet. May I first check Mary's room? Perhaps she left some information about where she intended to go. Realizing that he could glean no useful information from Mary's father, Peter shifted his focus. Oh, fine, go ahead. But be careful. If anything goes missing from that room, I will hold your parents accountable. He waved dismissively, then suddenly paused, standing up abruptly. Wait a minute. How'd you get into my house? Did you break a window? Goodness, if you broke my window, I will have your skin. No, Mr. Mary's father, Peter replied, somewhat amused. Your front door was unlocked. Oh, then please lock it on your way out, he said, settling back down. Ascending the stairs, Peter entered Mary's room. It had been over 3 years since he last set foot there. At that time, their relationship was far more amicable, akin to inseparable friends. Yet at some point, the distance between them had widened considerably. Peter sighed. The current Mary felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. The room's arrangement differed from his memories. There was a missing bookshelf and a newly added wardrobe, which contained few garments. Scattered across the floor were a jumble of books and papers, including sheet music, homework, and textbooks. Surprisingly, her desk was quite tidy, with only a small stack of books and a few scattered trinkets. Fortunately, Peter knew precisely what he sought. Otherwise, merely searching through the room could take hours. He rummaged through the desk and drawers, yielding nothing. Next, he began to search other areas of the room and finally discovered what he was looking for beside Mary's pillow. It was a phone book, its purple cover appearing almost new. Upon flipping to the page that recorded Henry and a group of others' phone numbers, Peter finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 11. Following exiting Mary's house, Peter took out his mobile phone and quickly dialed the first number he had noted. The phone rang for an extended period before a voice finally emerged. Just as Peter prepared to speak, he realized he had dialed the wrong number. Hello, I am Susan. I may be a bit busy at the moment, so I'm unable to take your call. Please leave a message after the beep, and I will respond to you as soon as possible. It is merely a voicemail. After hanging up, Peter redialed. After 2 attempts, he ultimately chose to abandon the effort and left a voice message. The subsequent number for Henry was also invalid, met with the automated response indicating the phone was either turned off or disconnected. Feeling as though his luck had utterly failed him, Peter dialed the next number. And this time, someone answered. Hey, this is Robert. Hello, I am Peter, Mary's classmate. Do you remember me? Peter? The one who performed with us over 2 weeks ago? Of course, I remember you, though I thought you had finished things with Mary. No matter. You're calling about Mary and Susan, right? Mary and Susan? Peter was taken aback. Yes, what? Are you not calling regarding this matter? Robert sounded somewhat surprised. Peter quickly regained his composure and followed along with his words. No, I do not have much information. Please, you must tell me everything. Actually, I do not know much either. We have been unable to reach them since yesterday, and I have no idea what has happened. Joe seems to know something, but that guy refuses to say anything. To be honest, if Mary had not also gone missing, I would have thought they simply ran off on vacation. Robert grumbled over the phone while Peter held the mobile away from his ear. The name Joe Murray resurfaced in Peter's mind, recalling the chilling screams he had heard that night at the casino. A heavy weight settled in his heart as a dreadful thought emerged. When dealing with the mob, the likelihood of such occurrences undoubtedly escalates. Violence, after all, is their forte, and the law is merely a triviality to them. If this situation were indeed orchestrated by Joe, Peter would not be surprised. Such plots have graced Hollywood for many years. Perhaps it was a quarrel, or maybe they stumbled upon something they should not have seen. Any minor incident could serve as the spark, while Mary might simply be an innocent victim ensnared in the chaos. Even if we were to assume this somehow did not involve Joe and his family, Susan, as his girlfriend, would undoubtedly possess more information about the two of them than anyone else. With a heavy heart, Peter acquired Joe's contact information from Robert and dialed the number, but no one answered. For this endeavor, Peter had developed a rough plan. The first step was preparation. Naturally, the first thing to prepare was a weapon. Peter's fists were quite formidable for his peers, yet they would hardly faze seasoned enforcers. He also had no desire to procure a gun. Firstly, he was not yet prepared to take a life. Secondly, the noise from firearms is indeed overwhelming, and mastering their use requires considerable practice. Peter certainly did not wish to become one of those fools featured in the news who accidentally shot themselves in the foot. The weapon he contemplated was a stun baton, which was not particularly difficult to acquire. During lunchtime, he stumbled upon an advertisement online for a second-hand stun baton, and an hour later, he received the item. After employing a subtle use of the force to mislead, Peter obtained this diminutive 20-centimeter device for $50. Do not underestimate this little gadget. Its electric discharge can effortlessly incapacitate an adult. Next, Peter purchased an anti-theft wallet, a small contraption embedded with a locator that enables the owner to track it down. Despite its limited practicality, this device cost Peter a substantial $120, almost his entire month's allowance without that part-time job. Once home, he carefully extracted the locator from the wallet using his craft knife. His initial preparations were nearing completion. He donned a gray hoodie that, when worn, perfectly concealed his face. After pondering for a moment, he rummaged through a drawer and unearthed a red mask. It had been purchased 2 years prior for Halloween, resembling a character from a Transformer. However, due to his various artistic endeavors, its original design was now obscured. After bidding farewell to Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Peter stepped outside. Once again, he resorted to his mind tricks, yet after repeated use, the guilt that weighed on him seemed to diminish slightly. What he required now was merely an opportune moment. Starting from 6 in the evening, Peter settled across from the entrance of the casino, a bottle of water in hand, occasionally shifting positions to scout other areas. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on each exit of the establishment. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, during which his body began to ache, he finally spotted his target, Joe Moridi. As Joe emerged from the casino, his previously amiable visage was now tinged with anxiety and menace, 2 bodyguards closely trailing him. Upon exiting the casino, they swiftly entered a black sedan. Peter, following discreetly, walked past the vehicle and discreetly tossed the locator from his pocket beside it. At his command, the locator levitated and adhered itself to the underside of the car. Once the sedan drove away, he hurriedly sprinted to the corner where his bicycle was parked and quickly followed suit. From the outset, he had resolved not to infiltrate the casino itself. That was the domain of others, filled with security personnel, staff, and surveillance cameras, none of which Peter felt equipped to contend with. Given the brevity of his preparation, the likelihood of successfully entering and exiting was exceedingly slim. Moreover, with the substantial flow of patrons, even a fortuitous success would leave him vulnerable to leaving traces behind. Thus, his best course of action remained a well-timed ambush. The peak hour has passed, yet the streets of downtown New York remain in utter disarray, with Peter's bicycle easily keeping pace. After crossing the Brooklyn Bridge, the speed of Joe and his companions gradually increased, and within 2 blocks, they vanished from Peter's sight. The locator proved invaluable as Peter pedaled towards the indicated direction. Fortunately, they came to a halt merely a few minutes later, seemingly having arrived at their destination, allowing Peter to exhale in relief. Had they truly ventured out of the city, he was uncertain whether his calves could endure such a journey. Peter swiftly located the vehicle, parked on the sidewalk of a narrow alley, with its owner not straying too far. Following closely behind, he finally observed them entering a rather dilapidated bar, the Lost Children's School of Sister Marguerite. Gazing at the tattered letters hanging above the bar's entrance, Peter couldn't help but read aloud. It was a peculiar name for both a bar and a school. Was Joe here merely to seek solace in such a modest establishment? This seemed rather out of character for someone he had always deemed to possess a more refined taste. Peter edged closer, but quickly retreated. The burly men loitering at the entrance appeared far from welcoming, and as their gazes fell upon him, Peter could only feign indifference, stepping out of their sight. He would have to wait for their exit. Time flowed slowly, and Peter could do little but exercise patience. The sky had darkened considerably, and the temperature had dropped significantly. Despite it still being autumn, even with 2 layers of clothing, he found himself shivering intermittently, just as he felt the onset of a cold. Joe and his 2 subordinates emerged from the bar, looking quite alert rather than inebriated. Peter scrutinized the more than 100 meters to the parking spot where Joe and his companions had gone, cursing under his breath. Though night had fallen and most shops had long closed, with people returned to their homes, a few pedestrians still lingered on the streets. If he were to act on this stretch of road, he feared it would attract undue attention. After a few moments of contemplation, an ingenious idea struck him. He donned his mask, and even the youthful visage beneath it broke into a smile, breathing in the cool air of a New York night. Joe's facade belied the turmoil within. He had yet to devise a solution to the night's predicament that was indeed utterly dreadful. Although he had just acquired a trump card at a steep price, he was completely uncertain of its true weight and potential impact. Damn it, he even felt a fleeting impulse to abandon the matter altogether. However, this thought was quickly torn asunder by his own resolve. This despicable threat is not aimed solely at him. He now embodies the younger generation of the Moretti family. Should he mishandle this matter, the streets of New York would mock his name, and the name of the Moretti family. They would deride. What do the Morettis have to fear? A bunch of weaklings who cannot even manage their own women. He pondered for a moment, retrieving his phone, yet the number eluded him. Just as he was about to return his phone, a figure rushed past him like a tempest, startling him. When he regained his composure, he discovered that his phone had vanished. His two bodyguards had already pursued the thief with fervor. "Damn it, a thief!" he instinctively shouted, though a sense of absurdity washed over him. How audacious could this thief be, to steal right from under his nose? Chapter 12. The night begins leading his pursuers. Peter veered onto a desolate alley after passing 2 intersections. Fortune favored him, as his pursuers were still closely tailing him. Due to their physical disadvantage, they were but a few meters from catching up to Peter. At that moment, a glimmer erupted in Peter's eyes. The counterattack was imminent. The force activated. A tattered rope that lay quietly on the ground writhed like a venomous serpent, ensnaring the calves of the 2 bodyguards before yanking them backward with ferocity. Taken aback by this unforeseen assault, both men were caught off guard. The one trailing stumbled, momentarily halting his pursuit, yet managed to regain his balance. However, the front runner was less fortunate, tumbling to the ground with his face meeting the unforgiving concrete. "You damn thief!" roared the man behind, while the one on the ground could only groan in pain. Turning around, Peter concentrated his spirit to the utmost, channeling his energy into his calves and feet. And as he propelled himself, he erupted forth. The Force, a leap, one of the foundational skills of a Jedi. Peter soared towards the remaining, standing bodyguard at astonishing speed, transforming that velocity into tangible power, delivering a devastating blow to the guard's chest. The impact was so tremendous that it sent the still unsteady bodyguard flying 2 meters away. A commotion arose from behind. Someone was rising. Peter took a step back, inadvertently stepping on the hand of the fallen bodyguard. The poor wretch emitted a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Peter bent down, retrieving the handgun that had dropped to the ground, and jabbed his electric baton into the waist of the bodyguard. "Now, you shall take a little nap." Sparks flew, and the bodyguard's body convulsed violently, a string of anguished howls and curses escaping his lips. Moments later, he fell into complete silence. After incapacitating one, Peter swiftly kicked the body of the bodyguard's side. Even in a state of unconsciousness, the man let out a pained groan, likely suffering a new bruise on his waist. At that moment, the bodyguard who had been thrown aside retrieved his handgun and just managed to rise to his feet. "Damn it, do you even know who you're dealing with?" As soon as Peter heard those words, he hurled his own pistol at the man, then propelled himself forward with a powerful leap. The handgun, weighing over a kilogram, struck the bridge of the bodyguard's nose with tremendous force, causing blood to gush forth as he swayed dizzily. In the next instant, Peter was already before him. According to Newton's first law, a body in motion will remain in motion unless acted upon by an external force. Peter's body, weighing over 90 kilograms, collided with the dark-clad bodyguard at high speed. With his hands gripping the man's shoulders, Peter exerted his strength, slamming the larger man, who was at least twice his size, against the wall, the immense recoil force impacting the bodyguard's back. Peter thought he heard a crisp crack, and the man in his grasp was rendered unconscious. "So, do you understand who you're provoking?" Peter delivered this parting remark, only to find, with disappointment, that his 2 sole spectators had already lost consciousness, seemingly due to his own actions. A sense of ennui washed over him. Perhaps I should deliver a finishing blow," Peter mused. Without hesitation, he followed through with a punch to the bodyguard's face, opening a large gash on his mouth. Stepping back, he stared at the blood staining his knuckles, a strange sense of exhilaration blossoming within him. This was the first scene that greeted Joe as he arrived in the alley. Despite the flurry of action that had just unfolded, from the moment Peter struck back to the fall of the 2 adversaries, no more than a few seconds had passed. His 2 capable subordinates lay on the ground, their fates uncertain, while the enigmatic figure in the red mask appeared entirely unscathed. The opponent capable of dispatching such individuals without injury was certainly beyond Joe's capability to confront. He took a step back, his expression morphing into one of fierce determination as he summoned the courage to grip the handgun at his waist. Yet, Peter was faster. The bodyguard's gun was already in his possession, its dark muzzle now aimed directly at Joe. "I suggest you drop that piece of hardware on the ground," Peter said, lowering his voice. After a moment's hesitation, Joe faltered, while Peter, with a cold smirk, unhesitatingly squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the alley. The recoil jolted Peter's right hand, sending a twinge of discomfort through it, yet he steeled himself to maintain his grip on the weapon. Joe, standing 5 meters away, was left utterly stunned. Peter had not anticipated the shot that had just been fired. He could still smell the singed hair as the bullet whizzed past him. Damned! This man was undoubtedly a lunatic, Joe seethed inwardly as his mind raced. Were these individuals affiliated with the Russian mob? It didn't seem so. Although they were currently in direct conflict, those thugs were typically more brutish in their approach, often arriving with a dozen armed henchmen to directly assault their rivals' territories. While their reckless tactics frequently escalated confrontations, complicating the aftermath and making it challenging to deal with the authorities, one had to admit that their madness was, in fact, quite effective. It must be the Collin family behind this. I've heard that those patient, old wretches have a cadre of specially trained assassins, and they are more than eager to deploy them at critical moments. The man before him was likely one of their ranks. I must clarify, I am not insane. Peter spoke in his low voice, a statement that startled Joe. Please trust me, that shot was calculated. And you do indeed require a reminder, do you not? He gestured toward Joe's right hand. Joe flinched, causing the gun in his grasp to clatter to the ground. Peter raised his chin again, and Joe, understanding the unspoken cue, kicked the handgun aside. Now we can converse. Peter lowered his weapon and took a couple of steps forward. At the moment Joe relaxed, Peter suddenly accelerated, lunging toward him and delivering a punch to his stomach. Then, drawing out a taser with diminished output, he struck Joe on the shoulder. However, to maintain the seriousness of our discussion, I believe some prior preparations are essential. Standing over the incapacitated Joe, Peter experienced an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Sir, what is your opinion? You bastard. The Moretti family will not let you go. Joe gasped, regaining his breath enough to curse. But Peter retaliated with a jolt from the taser against Joe's back, causing him to convulse uncontrollably once more. This time, Joe ceased his futile insults, merely gasping for air. Now that we can comprehend one another, matters will become considerably simpler. Peter circled around to Joe's back, pressing the taser against his neck, the button yet to be activated. I will now pose a question, and I hope you will respond truthfully. Joe trembled, attempting to articulate a response, but something lodged in his throat stifled his words. Peter smiled. I shall take your silence as acquiescence. Excellent. I am pleased we have reached such a consensus. Now, I am searching for two women, and I have heard that you possess ample information. Susan and Mary, where are they now? As Peter mentioned the two women, Joe's eyes widened in astonishment. When Peter uttered the names Susan and Mary, Joe struggled to comprehend. Are you here for them? Yet you seem utterly oblivious to this matter? You are not one of those Russians, are you? Aren't you a hired assassin from the Collin family? Joe exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. He genuinely felt aggrieved, initially believing that the individuals sent to undermine him were from rival factions in New York. However, it now appeared that he was unwittingly entangled in this affair. And, given Peter's earlier words, he was almost entirely uninformed about it. Peter fell silent for a moment, sheathing his taser back at his waist before stepping towards Joe and delivering a powerful punch to his handsome face. Joe cried out in pain, clutching the bruised area and gasping for breath. I apologize, but I posed a question to you earlier, and your response seemed rather unresponsive, Peter remarked, his expression shifting beneath the mask as he turned to glance towards the entrance of the path. Clap, clap, clap. A figure emerged from the shadows, clapping and smiling, momentarily catching Peter off guard. The young man before him exuded an air of striking handsomeness, appearing to be in his mid-20s, radiating a blend of delicate charm and undeniable vigor. What a flawlessly crafted monologue. Simply exquisite, the handsome man quipped, wiping away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. My word, how many cinematic lines must one pilfer to achieve such a classic delivery? This does not concern you, Peter replied in a threatening tone, gesturing to the handgun at his waist. Yet, you see, this matter indeed pertains to me, the handsome man retorted, casually waving his hands. He is my employer and has offered me a sum that is hard to refuse. Thus, as a person of integrity, I must ensure that the after-sales service is exemplary. Moreover, the payment has yet to reach my hands. Then you are courting your own demise. A fierce glint flashed in Peter's eyes as he charged at the handsome man. Taser at the ready. At this critical juncture, he could not afford to show mercy. However, the handsome man was equally prepared. He deflected the strike and drew a military knife concealed within his coat, thrusting it back. Yet Peter swiftly evaded the blow, pivoting and retaliating with a punch. In the very first exchange, both adversaries simultaneously harbored the thought, this opponent is formidable. Peter clenched his fists, while the handsome man's frivolous smile only grew more radiant. Chapter 13, New Objectives Kid. Your moves are quite inventive. Who is your teacher, Kung Fu Panda? The handsome man teased amidst the skirmish, while Peter remained silent, his expression darkening further. Certainly, the other party could not discern their own complexion through the mask. That mask of yours appears quite splendid. I wonder who it represents? However, judging by the paint adorning it, it cannot possibly be a character from your own narrative, can it? To boldly engage in such shameless theatrics in public, Your audacity is indeed remarkable. As the exchange unfolded, Peter's electric baton was parried, while the handsome adversary's retaliatory strike was deftly evaded by Peter. Although the handsome figure appeared significantly more at ease than Peter, both combatants understood that the balance of power remained evenly matched. Each of their strikes was either blocked or dodged, yet the intensity of the counterattacks grew increasingly fierce. While Peter certainly had the advantage of his precognitive abilities, his opponent was no novice. The pronounced superiority in technique allowed the handsome adversary to respond to Peter's assaults with fewer, less physically demanding movements, exploiting every flaw in Peter's erratic style. Even with Peter's foresight, each encounter was fraught with peril. After exchanging a flurry of blows, neither side gaining the upper hand, the handsome adversary made a critical error, momentarily slowing his pace. Seizing this opportunity, Peter launched a punch aimed at his face, compelling him to defend. Peter's electric baton struck out like a serpent, targeting the adversary's calf. The handsome figure deftly deflected the baton with a flick of his left hand. However, Peter's true intention was not merely to disarm him. In an unexpected twist, he contorted his body, yanking the adversary's military knife from his grasp. Surprised, the handsome figure momentarily withdrew from the fray, attempting to draw his handgun. Yet, Peter relentlessly pursued him, denying him the chance to retaliate. After another 3 or 4 exchanges, Peter managed to gain a slight advantage. He had absorbed a punch himself, his arm now tinged with numbness, and a shallow cut marred his forehead, burning fiercely despite its depth. Yet, his opponent's situation was hardly more favorable. Peter's electric baton had successfully struck the adversary's right hand, rendering its strength uncertain. More critically, the adversary had lost his firearm. The handsome figure's expression shifted. Damn it, he thought, I should have used the gun earlier. His momentary bravado had led him to this embarrassing predicament. Nevertheless, while this young man proved to be a formidable opponent, he believed that retreating should not pose a significant challenge. The smile that had adorned the handsome figure's face vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. His strikes became noticeably more ruthless, seemingly adopting a strategy of exchanging wounds. His combat prowess remained undiminished despite the loss of his weapon. However, it was Peter who first faltered under this renewed onslaught, succumbing to 3 punches in quick succession. Seizing an opening, Peter, nearly exhausted, feigned a strike before disengaging from the conflict. Both combatants panted heavily, their eyes locked on one another, awaiting the next misstep. Wait! Joe clumsily scrambled to his feet. Wait a moment, cease your actions. I believe we are ensnared in a considerable misunderstanding. 2 pairs of menacing gazes fixed upon him, causing him to involuntarily shudder. It was as though he beheld 2 demons, their mouths agape amidst a sea of blood, ready to devour him should he falter, even slightly. Without any weapons pointed at him, Joe raised his hands and timidly remarked, if I am not mistaken, the objective of everyone here is the same, to locate Mary and Susan. The force that clung to Joe remained unresponsive. He was either an exceptionally skilled deceiver, adept at concealing the turmoil of his emotions, or he was speaking the truth. Peter observed the handsome man standing opposite him, his lips twitching slightly. Were it not for this fellow's focus, his own force would have long since breached Joe's psychological defenses to extract the answers he sought. Continue, Peter urged in a low voice. The day before yesterday, Susan took Mary to the south of the city to meet a friend. I had 3 individuals trailing them. Get to the point, Peter bellowed, frustration evident in his voice. Joe instinctively took a step back, hastening his speech. The Russian mob discovered my people. They were ambushed, and that pack of polar bears took them to their headquarters for confinement. I am to meet with Yusef at 2 o'clock this morning for negotiations. They are undoubtedly leverage. Peter fell silent, his expression shifting continuously, yet the mask he wore concealed his emotions perfectly. Joe could only perceive the masked man's silence, while the strange yet formidable aura emanating from him intensified. The handsome man merely stood aside, arms crossed, observing the unfolding drama. Shall you continue? Pay no mind to me. I am merely a bystander, he quipped with a grin. After a prolonged pause, Peter finally spoke, his voice hoarse. I need to know where the Russian mob is holding them and how many guards are stationed there. Joe's eyes brightened. The conversation was finally veering in the direction he had hoped for, his face alight with a smile. If you could accompany me, that is not an option. Peter interrupted decisively. Tell me where they are. Joe fell silent for a moment, a fleeting glimmer of smugness crossing his features. They are confined in the Russians' branch, within a warehouse at the docks. The guards are undoubtedly stringent in their oversight. There are at least 10 men, each armed. Even if you are formidable, one cannot storm in alone. The force entwined with Joe surged momentarily. Peter paused, digesting the information relayed by the force before speaking once more. Are you attempting to provoke me? That tactic is futile for me. Moreover, your statement is likely incomplete. Young man, foreplay is indeed a crucial process. You will thank me for this piece of advice when you find a girlfriend in the future. Both men chose to selectively disregard the handsome man's remark, although Joe felt somewhat astonished at once again deciphering the thoughts of the masked man. He quickly regained his composure and continued speaking. During today's negotiations, Yusuf, with his brawn, would undoubtedly bring along a considerable entourage, thereby affecting the defensive capabilities at the warehouse. Joe articulated swiftly, and this time Peter refrained from interrupting him. My associates will launch a surprise attack once the meeting commences, and Mr. Wilson is also willing to assist in this matter. He gestured towards the handsome man. By the way, I am compromised. The handsome man raised his hands in mock surrender. Also, could you refrain from calling me Mr. Wilson? Your accent makes me feel like a villain from the Matrix. Him? Peter's tone conveyed a hint of skepticism. Him, Joe affirmed confidently. Wade Wilson, who served 5 years in one of the most elite special forces in America, with 41 successful assassinations. One of the strongest warriors that money can buy in New York. Wade's expression soured. What S with the one of? Can't you spare a few words? Are you willing to sacrifice your conscience just to fill the word count? Him? Peter's tone now carried incredulity. Him. Joe appeared somewhat exasperated. While he may have spoken excessively, it was undeniable that he was indeed a formidable ally. I do not trust him, nor do I trust you. After a moment of contemplation, Peter candidly laid bare his position. Therefore, I trust you understand that cooperation between us is impossible. But how many partnerships in this world are solely founded on trust? Joe replied with a sly grin. Our objectives align. Isn't that sufficient? Peter fell silent once again, and when he finally spoke, he had made up his mind. Your eloquence is commendable, but it changes nothing. Joe's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. I shall visit that warehouse tonight. However, do not expect any assistance from me. I am merely attending to my own affairs. With that, Peter turned to leave. He had sustained several blows during the earlier skirmish, and now one side of his body was beginning to tingle. Remaining any longer could expose him to vulnerabilities. Although Wade had merely been a bystander, his body had been in a constant state of readiness, prepared to spring into action at any moment. Frankly, Peter was not a match for him. Wait, Joe called out to halt Peter. You are still unaware of the specific details of the operation. That warehouse at 16 Avenue 80, correct? The Russians have only a few locations. Any fool should be able to deduce where they are. Peter did not slow his pace. Soon his figure vanished into the darkness. Joe stood there, momentarily stunned, a mix of uncertainty and contemplation washing over him. My little boss, although you did not succeed, you certainly gave it your all, did you not? Come now, cheer up, give a round of applause. Wade approached Joe from behind, gently patting him on the shoulder. Joe flinched, instinctively stepping back a few paces. Such behavior could be somewhat disheartening. Wade feigned a pitiful demeanor as he spoke, yet such a tone, when uttered by an adult, only elicited a sense of revulsion. Boss, see, my service is quite commendable, isn't it? You must give me a thumbs up. A 5-star rating, please. Joe nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, the Moretti family was not one to be stingy, nor would they forget any acts of kindness. You shall receive a reward that meets your satisfaction. Observing Wade depart in high spirits, Joe scrutinized his 2 still-dazed bodyguards, muttering a curse under his breath. 2 lunatics. Chapter 14. Assault in the dead of night. At 2 o'clock in the morning, outside the Felicia Meat Roll Shop, 3 vehicles parked at the entrance. A group of men clad in black surged from the cars and entered the establishment, with Joe Moretti leading the way. The barbecue roll shop, which had long since closed for business, was still operational, with the owner personally tending to the kitchen, occasionally casting anxious glances at the Russians already seated inside. As Joe walked in, a middle-aged man among the group of Russians stood up. He appeared considerably frielier than those surrounding him, yet the others subtly regarded him as their focal point. He stepped forward, extending his arms to embrace Joe. The remaining individuals remained motionless, observing the newcomers with an air of amusement. Joe Moretti, the last time I saw you, you were still in school, and now you stand capable of handling matters on your own. 5 years have passed, and the little lion of the Moretti family has grown so large. The middle-aged man remarked with a smile. Joe hesitated momentarily before responding, surveying the roomful of people before he spoke. Anatoly, I did not expect you to be here tonight. Where is Yusef? What about Vladimir? Yusef? I believe tonight's affairs do not warrant his personal attendance. Connor has also not shown up. As for my brother, he has more pressing matters to attend to this evening. Anatoly replied meaningfully. He gestured toward the empty chair across from him, making an inviting motion. "Let's take a seat. We have much business to discuss." Joe nodded and followed Anatoly to sit down. "Very well. Let us discuss the matters at hand." At the New York docks, warehouse number 14. This warehouse has nearly 80 years of history, having been a temporary addition during World War II. It had long been designated a high-risk structure as of 2003. Since then, all commercial activities within the warehouse ceased, and it quietly changed ownership. 5 years later, this warehouse, spanning over 3,000 square meters, remained standing, and the various activities taking place within had never truly halted. A multitude of abandoned shipping containers lay scattered outside the warehouse, serving as a resource for the Russians. A dozen dismantled containers, arranged with careful consideration, formed a rudimentary defensive structure. At the heart of this makeshift fortification, under the watchful eyes of several armed Russian gangsters, stood a large container transformed into a prison. Mary sat in a corner of this crude confinement, her knees drawn to her chest, while Susan, beside her, had succumbed to sleep. Further away, 2 bodyguards clad in black lay unconscious, having endured far harsher treatment than the 2 women. Their faces bore the marks of brutal beatings, swollen and bruised, while their bodies were adorned with countless fresh scars. Mary stifled a sob, quickly suppressing her tears. She closed her eyes and began to pray to the deity she had disbelieved since childhood. "Whoever you are, please save us." The Moriarty family, 10 strong, gathered 100 meters from the warehouse, preparing the equipment needed for their forthcoming operation: bulletproof vests, handguns, submachine guns, and even a few grenades. Wade Wilson sat atop a tree stump by the roadside, observing the group before him. He had donned a gray combat uniform, over which he wore what appeared to be a rather heavy bulletproof vest. "I say, don't you all think there's something amiss with your attire?" His incessant chatter seemed to grate on the nerves of the assassins, whose foreheads were taut with suppressed irritation. "Look," Wade pointed at one of the assassins. "A black suit and sunglasses. Doesn't he that just scream villainous cliché? And he just a nameless henchman, the kind whose name doesn't even need to be revealed. Your attire shapes your destiny. You must take responsibility for your lives." That's an infrared night vision goggle. The assassin he had singled out could no longer contain his frustration and retorted, "How many films have protagonists wearing night vision goggles? Would directors spend big bucks on star talent only to have them perform without showing their faces? You're all sabotaging your chances of becoming protagonists," Wade exclaimed, fixing his hair in what he deemed a striking style. "Good looks, enough mystery, and bursting onto the scene with an action sequence. You lot could learn a thing or two." "John, why engage with that lunatic?" asked the individual next to the outspoken assassin, poking him in the side. "There's no need for so much banter. He's merely here to assist us." Yet, despite his words, a hint of trepidation lingered in his gaze as he looked at Wade. See, this is the mark of a wise man. This fellow has achieved it. With lines and a name, the author would have to exert considerable effort to eliminate him. Wade clapped his hands and laughed heartily, though his expression soon shifted to one of mild concern. "I wonder if that little fellow will appear again. Such an intriguing character. It would be a pity to see him only once." Meanwhile, atop the warehouse, Peter concealed himself in the shadows, seated in a meditative posture. He had long sensed the arrival of the Moriarty family members. Before they launched their assault, he would certainly refrain from acting recklessly. Having conducted reconnaissance prior, he understood that such a heavily fortified stronghold was not a place he could infiltrate with ease. However, amidst the ensuing chaos of battle, he found that executing his plans became significantly more manageable. The hidden injuries sustained during previous skirmishes had mostly healed under the nurturing influence of the Force. What he required now was to elevate his mental state to its utmost peak in preparation for the impending conflict. His mental energy surged within his mind, oscillating between 2 solidified states, while the Force simultaneously grew ever more pure and potent. As Peter approached the zenith of his concentration, he opened his eyes, exuding an almost tangible aura of intensity. The attack commenced. 4 individuals stealthily circled towards the back door, and once they reached a suitable position to strike, the 6 others, led by Wade Wilson, launched a full-scale assault. The 2 Russian guards stationed at the entrance were swiftly taken down by a hail of bullets, allowing Wade and his team to seize control of the warehouse entrance. Peter rose to his feet, but after a brief pause, he settled back down. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to sense something. No, it was not yet the time. The gunfire startled the Russian men inside the warehouse. Yet, they exhibited no signs of panic. Within 10 seconds, they had armed themselves, loaded their weapons, and taken defensive positions, aiming their firearms at the likely points of enemy emergence. All that entered their line of sight were two bouncing grenades, and in the next instant, a blinding flash engulfed the entire warehouse, robbing them of their vision. In the very first moment of combat, nearly half of the Russians lost their fighting capability. "Happy birthday! This is my gift to you." With a triumphant shout, Wade raised his hands, brandishing two handguns, unleashing a devastating storm of bullets. The 6 Moridi assassins trailing him also lifted their weapons, took aim, and pulled the triggers. 2 Russians had their chests burst open with sprays of blood, their fates sealed. Another Russian, standing behind them, was met with a bullet to the head from Wade. Blood and brain matter splattering across the floor. The remaining fortunate souls sought cover just in time, preserving their lives amidst the carnage. There in front, the Russians guarding the back door had naturally heard the commotion emanating from the front of the warehouse and were clamoring to assist. Just then, the back door was forcefully kicked open. The lightly armed Moridi assassins stormed in, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the unsuspecting guards. "Fall back! Fall back!" shouted a Russian engaged in combat at the front door, raising his rifle to fire a volley, providing covering fire for his comrades. However, the Moriarty assassin, seizing the advantage, refrained from overreaching. Before the Russians could mount a counterattack, he found cover and began to fortify their position. The pressure on the Russians significantly diminished as they gradually retreated towards the central defenses of the warehouse amidst a hail of gunfire. In this bloody withdrawal, casualties on both sides began to escalate. Simultaneously, the group of Russians ambushed at the back door also started their retreat. "Gregory, there are still men behind us." A wounded soldier, whose arm had been shot and was losing blood at an alarming rate, weakly uttered. The commanding Russian could hardly restrain himself from delivering a slap in response. "Am I deaf? Am I blind? Can't I hear the gunfire behind me? Can't I see that we have lost several men, and those remaining are all injured?" However, Gregory had to suppress his ire for the moment. The garrison left in the warehouse had already suffered heavy losses. The morale of the remaining soldiers was sufficiently low without him adding fuel to the fire. Gregory raised his rifle and fired a shot into the air, shouting at the now hesitating men around him, "Hold back these bastards. We are surrounded. It's a matter of life and death, but we still have a glimmer of hope. If we can hold them off for a few more minutes, we will be saved." Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Wade frowned. Something felt amiss. Everything was proceeding too smoothly. At that moment, Peter, who had been patiently waiting on the rooftop for the opportune moment to intervene, finally sprang into action. Chapter 15. The trap is set within the warehouse. The Russians had been driven back, leaving a field strewn with bodies. They were now outnumbered and outmatched by the Moriarty assassin, with only the leading giant and a few of his companions still attempting to resist. Peter leaped over the railing of the walkway and landed atop a shipping container. Concealed by his powers, neither side embroiled in the chaos noticed his intrusion. It should be in this direction, in a corner of the warehouse. Away from the heart of the battle, a large man crouched with his head in his hands, trembling uncontrollably. He was a deserter, and his name was Ivan. Until today, he had considered himself quite brave. Yet, under the trial of blood and fire, he chose to flee. Just then, a devil wearing a red mask appeared before him. The assailant seized his throat, forcing him to gaze into the depths of the masked figure's eyes, as profound as the ocean. "Sleep now," came a voice from beneath the mask, sounding much younger than he had anticipated. Then he lost consciousness. In the Felicia barbecue roll shop, members of both factions occupied either side of the small establishment, the atmosphere taut and charged. Amidst them, the leaders of both parties leisurely savored their red wine, engaging in a slow conversation. Given that our opinions align on this matter concerning the East District, let us proceed to the next topic. "We must secure at least 4 establishments on 74th Street, Joe remarked, tapping on the table. "This is non-negotiable." 2 establishments, Antonino chuckled. "However, you may distribute your goods in the other 2, albeit restricted solely to those locations." "What, do you expect to claim 70% of the profits in one go?" Joe's expression darkened, nearly dripping with tension. "Have you already found alternative channels? Are you so eager to sever ties with us?" No. Antonino quickly waved his hand, though a smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth, one that Joe found quite distasteful. The supply of the entire city, of course, cannot bypass the Moretti family. However, other aspects can certainly be negotiated. "What do you mean?" Joe spat out the words rigidly, and Antonino erupted in laughter. "The supply will still rely on you. But as for the individuals who handle the logistics, I believe my boys would be quite willing, wouldn't they?" Antonino beckoned to his companions behind him, and the group of Russians began to stir. Bang! Joe's fist slammed onto the wooden table as he abruptly stood up. The burly men in black behind him instinctively grasped their weapons, mirroring the actions of the Russians across the table. The atmosphere in the small establishment was akin to a powder keg, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. Yet, Joe refrained from further escalation, slowly sitting back down. His complexion was ashen, and each word he uttered seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. "Are you attempting to incite a war? Who granted you such audacity?" Upon hearing Joe's words, Antonino only laughed. "A war? Can a Moretti family still wage one? As someone who has been through it all, I can only impart this wisdom. Circumstances outweigh individuals." Antonino tapped his temple. "Moreover, you are aware that we hold more cards, are you not?" Joe immediately adopted a dismissive demeanor. "Are you referring to that woman?" "Antonino, I expected more intelligence from you. A woman like her? I could have as many as I desire. Do you truly believe I am merely a lovesick child? Spare me. You underestimate me far too much. I certainly do not believe that the next heir of the Moretti family would be so superficial," Antonino replied with a smile, a trace of menace finally appearing on his face. "But what about the 10 elite assassins of the Moretti family? They are the result of your grandfather's significant investment and years of training. If they were to be lost, do you truly believe you could maintain your position as heir?" Joe's expression shifted. Outside the warehouse, sounds emanated from 2 abandoned containers. With a resounding crash, the door burst open, and a figure resembling Antonino emerged first. He stretched lazily before raising the rifle in his hand. It seemed those inexperienced pups were faring quite well. "Now it was time for us to lend them a hand and bring this farce to a close," he shouted, and the 30 or so individuals who had emerged from the containers responded amidst the commotion, splitting into 2 teams as they jogged towards the front and rear entrances of the warehouse. The Russians inside had been driven back, leaving a sea of corpses, while Moretti's assassins had only suffered the loss of 2 men thus far. At this point, they were outnumbered by Moretti's killers, with only the large man who had initially led the charge and a few others still attempting to resist. The rest had either fled or found hiding places. Their demise was merely a matter of time. Grigor had already ground his teeth in frustration. He had come to ally with the Russian mob in New York with over 20 of his former brothers, and now more than half were dead. Where on earth had these newcomers come from? When he took on this job, Yusuf had mentioned nothing about these individuals. Just then, the questions swirling in his mind were nearly answered. The doors at both ends of the warehouse were simultaneously blown open, and the main force of the Russian mob, grinning menacingly, joined the fray. In that moment, Moretti's assassins were horrified to witness the earlier scenario replay itself, with the only difference being that the positions of both sides had switched. John, closest to the entrance, was struck by 3 bullets and fell dead. Another man beside him was hit twice, collapsing in uncertainty of his fate. Only 7 remained. Damn it, I despise when the author alters the outline. Wade fired 2 shots from each of his dual pistols, taking down 3 of the newly arrived enemies. As a hail of return fire erupted, Wade had already taken cover, muttering to himself while reloading. "Stay professional, Wade, stay professional. Relax, think of adorable kittens, puppies are fine too. Damn it, can you not keep that mouth of yours shut?" The assassin hiding beside him finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. "My apologies." Wade raised his right hand, forming a cute expression. "That's just my character. Bear with it. You won't have to endure me for much longer." "What do you mean? There's going to be a scene change soon, and then the protagonist will appear to save the world. Get some rest, kid, your part is over." Wade replied nonchalantly. Anatoly sat back in his chair, savoring the red wine in his glass, smiling at the silent Joe across from him. "Relax, young man. Plans go awry are inevitable. What we need to do is minimize the losses. Are you trying to threaten me with the lives of those 10? No. I believe you may have misunderstood." Anatoly's smile grew even brighter. "I have no intention of allowing any of them to survive. My brother's subordinates have received the order to spare not a single survivor." "What do you mean by that?" "Joe, you graduated in economics. You understand more than I do. I presume you are also familiar with the concept of sunk costs, correct?" Anatoly remarked leisurely. "In the past 2 months of conflict, the Moretti family has lost over 20 individuals. After today's news spreads, how many will still be willing to serve the Moretti family? The Moretti family has established its roots in this city. Times are changing, Joe." Anatoly interrupted him. "How many people can the Moretti family muster now? If our Russian mafia truly goes to war against you, how long can you endure? The Collins family will not remain idle. The Collins family has decided to cease their passive observation." Anatoly's tone was resolute. "They have relinquished control over their interests in Hell's Kitchen, and we have paid an equal price for it. Of course, the Moretti family will not receive such a fair exchange. However, if you insist, the losses will only escalate. The Moretti family will not compromise. Then the Moretti family can only face annihilation." Anatoly regarded the youthful figure before him, who was a decade his junior, with a gaze tinged with pity. After the trap was triggered, within less than a minute, the Moretti family suffered devastating blows. For assassins lay lifeless in pools of blood. Now, the remaining individuals, including Wade, numbered only 5. Despite their superior training and better equipment, in the face of such overwhelming numerical disadvantage, they could only cling to survival. Damn it, Ivan. Where have you been? In the heart of the battlefield, those defending the position breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing reinforcements arrive. Only Gregor remained silently seething. It was evident that this defense mission was a trap, and he and his men were merely bait. Ivan, standing before him, appeared somewhat dazed, nearly prompting Gregor to strike him. He had clearly witnessed Ivan abandon his comrades and flee. This man had once boasted of his prowess, calling himself a bear. Yet in this critical moment, his performance was even less commendable than that of a coward. In the next moment, Gregor's attention was swiftly diverted. "Good evening, gentlemen." Peter stood atop a shipping container, casually tossing aside an unconscious man. The skirmish temporarily ceased, both sides halting their attacks, casting hostile glances at this sudden, enigmatic figure whose allegiance was unclear. Peter pressed a button in his hand. Not far behind Ivan, the generator supplying temporary power to the entire warehouse erupted in a dazzling display of electricity and sparks. In an instant, the entire warehouse was engulfed in absolute darkness. Character profile: Captain America, Steve Rogers. Attributes: Strength, 18, the pinnacle of human potential. Captain America is capable of lifting objects exceeding 3 times his own weight above his head, and can punch through a concrete wall half a meter thick. Stamina, 19. Possessing an almost supernatural vitality, Captain America is impervious to ordinary ailments and most toxins, with injuries that would be fatal to an average person merely resulting in minor wounds for him. Even in a near-death state, given sufficient time, he can autonomously recover through sheer life force. Agility, 18, the apex of human agility. Captain America can evade small-caliber bullets solely based on his reflexes. His execution of complex maneuvers in combat would leave even national gymnastics champions in awe. Intelligence, 14. While he may not be an academic prodigy, the super soldier serum has endowed him with formidable logical reasoning skills. He can swiftly discern the weaknesses in an opponent's combat style and effectively command a fighting force in large-scale operations. Insight, 15. With extraordinary perceptive abilities, Captain America can detect subtle clues that elude most individuals. Perhaps a career as a detective would suit him well post-retirement. Charisma, 19. As the quintessential embodiment of American liberalism, Captain America boasts nearly 10 million devoted fans. A mere utterance from him can sway the undecided to his cause, and even those more powerful than he often choose to heed his command. His nearly flawless visage and physique undoubtedly contribute to this allure. Character skills: melee combat, 6 firearm proficiency, 2 military command, 3 injury regeneration, 0 vibranium shield. Captain America's iconic equipment, crafted from the rarest metal on Earth, vibranium. This shield, adorned with a star, is nearly indestructible and virtually impossible to replicate. The unique properties of vibranium allow it to absorb all kinetic energy, enabling Captain America to withstand assaults from far mightier adversaries. Years of shared combat have honed his mastery over this weapon to an astonishing degree, allowing him to utilize the shield with utmost efficacy in both defense and offense. Biography. Born in 1920 in Brooklyn, New York, Stephen Rogers formed an enduring friendship with his closest companion, Bucky Barnes, during his childhood. When World War II erupted, Stephen repeatedly sought to enlist, but each time was met with rejection due to his frail constitution. However, due to his unwavering determination and noble character, he was selected by Dr. Erskine to participate in the super serum experiment, becoming the world's first true superhero. He was notably active during World War II, organizing the Howling Commandos and engaging in numerous battles against the high-tech and intelligence divisions of the Nazi regime, emerging as a folk hero of America. In the final confrontation, to thwart Hydra's plan of utilizing a super rocket to bombard major cities across the globe, Captain America plummeted with the cosmic cube into the icy glaciers of the Arctic, becoming encased in ice for nearly 70 years. Chapter 16. The struggle in the darkness. Encountering a school of sharks in the ocean may be terrifying, yet on land, sharks merely embody the detritus of impending death. Napoleon's army, once invincible across Europe, faltered upon the frozen plains of Russia. At times, a mere shift in scenery can instantaneously alter the tide of battle. Amidst this darkness, the numerical advantage of the Russian mob swiftly diminished. With visibility scarcely extending beyond 3 meters, Granted only by the scant light filtering through the warehouse's windows and crevices, they were severely hindered. For firearms, this distance coincided with their owner's effective combat range. Yet, this posed no issue for the assassins of the Moretti family. After the fleeting moments of confusion that accompanied the onset of darkness, they activated the night vision capabilities of their goggles. In an instant, they unleashed their blades upon the defenseless Russians, who resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. Wade, akin to a 5-year-old child gazing longingly at a lollipop, observed the Moretti assassin beside him with a yearning expression. Despite his considerable experience in nocturnal warfare, Wade found himself at a loss without proper equipment. If only he were provided with night vision goggles, he could instantly regain over 90% of his combat prowess. Unfortunately, he received no acknowledgement from those around him. In contrast, Peter's combat abilities remained unhampered by the limitations of darkness. The moment obscurity enveloped the scene, he executed a backflip. Within less than half a second, a flurry of bullets struck the position he had just vacated. Guided by the force, he could vaguely sense the locations of everyone within the warehouse. Should an adversary come within 10 meters of him, he could perceive their every movement with clarity, transcending most obstacles. Taking a subtle detour, he silently approached the back of a Russian. Covering the man's mouth, Peter activated his stun baton to its highest setting, pressing it against his back. Following a vigorous struggle, the giant's movements gradually subsided. This commotion was sufficient to draw the attention of other Russians, who were still reeling in the sudden encroachment of darkness. Before the imposing figure in Peter's grasp could fully succumb to unconsciousness, he was compelled to roll away, seeking refuge behind cover. The now immobilized giant could only watch helplessly as his companion was mercilessly riddled with bullets. A drop of blood spattered onto Peter's hand. The warmth and slickness of it elicited a wave of nausea, nearly overwhelming him. He gazed at the Russian sprawled in a pool of blood, his body twitching uncontrollably. I never intended to take his life. Just moments ago, he was alive. His death is a consequence of my actions. I have killed him. After a brief moment of disorientation, reason returned to remind Peter of his perilous surroundings, forcing down the revulsion and panic that threatened to engulf him. Yet, this fleeting hesitation plunged him into danger. 2 Russians had tracked the commotion to Peter's previous location, now less than 2 meters away. Damn it, that's Misha. We just shot Misha, exclaimed the taller of the two, while the shorter kicked him, eyes scanning the darkness warily. Be cautious. That guy should still be nearby. A faint sound of footsteps echoed from directly in front of them, and the 2 men, already on edge, instinctively pulled their triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the source of the noise. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind accompanied a figure that erupted from behind them. The shorter man reacted swiftly, elbowing backward, while the taller one was less composed. He screamed and turned, aiming his gun at the shadow before squeezing the trigger again. The shadow convulsed as bullets struck mere inches away, and only then did they realize what the figure was. It was Misha's lifeless body, crouching behind a corpse. Peter took a sudden leap, charging at them as they stood in panic. Children should not handle dangerous things. With ease, he snatched the taller man's rifle, causing him to stumble forward with a powerful tug. Peter swung the butt of the rifle, striking him on the head. The man fell to the ground without uttering a sound, like a sack of stones. Dispatching the taller man took less than 3 seconds. Yet the shorter one had already aimed his gun at Peter. With a swift kick, Peter struck the man's knee. The pain caused the shorter man to lose his balance, his fingers futilely squeezing the trigger twice, the bullets veering wildly off mark. Peter closed in, positioning the rifle against the back of the shorter man's head and applying downward pressure. Simultaneously, Peter's left knee shot up rapidly, delivering a brutal blow to the man's chin. A disconcerting crack echoed through the air as Peter nonchalantly cast aside the unconscious body of the diminutive man. He had not forgotten his true objective for being there, and the current chaos provided him the perfect opportunity to exploit. A series of gunshots rang out, striking one of Vladimir's men, who collapsed in response. Vladimir let out a low, furious growl before firing twice in the direction of the gunfire. The battle had escalated beyond his control. The darkness rendered his men unable to leverage their numerical advantage, while the enemy methodically diminished their ranks. These were not the inexperienced thugs under Greer's command. They were brothers who had fought alongside him through countless perils. Gather together, he commanded his disoriented men. Follow your captain, and we shall cleanse these pests step by step. Upon hearing Vladimir's order, the Russian fighters swiftly organized into 6 small groups, each comprising 3 to 5 individuals. Even Peter had to concede that the adversaries before him were far superior to the ragtag bunch that had previously held this ground. The Moridi family soon realized that the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. The opposing squads dispersed, advancing while the others provided cover. Any Moridi member daring to fire would be met with overwhelming firepower. Before long, the next casualty among the Moridi family emerged. A hitman beside Wade, after firing his weapon, lingered too long, only to have half his head blown off by a bullet. Oh, what a mindless fool, truly devoid of sense, Wade thought. Yet his eyes gleamed with excitement as he lunged for the hitman's corpse. He removed the infrared night vision goggles, hastily wiped off the blood and brain matter, and donned them, activating the night vision function. Here comes Uncle Wade. You pathetic worms better kneel. Unlike the other assassins who maintained their stealth, Wade roared and charged toward his squad with an eagerness reminiscent of a soul eager for rebirth. After such a prolonged wait, a target finally appeared. The exhilarated Russians opened fire at the approaching Wade, yet his swift movements seemed to momentarily freeze, allowing him to evade the bullets whizzing past him. He then executed a roll, disappearing from the Russians' line of sight. A foreboding sensation flickered in Vladimir's mind. Wade, having circled around with ghostly speed, materialized behind a trio of adversaries, aiming his weapon at the back of the last member's head. Bang! Happy Halloween! The opponent's head burst open like a watermelon, splattering a torrential rain of blood. The other two members, startled by the gunfire, hastily turned around, but Wade's gun was already aimed at them. Wade flashed a grin. Two shots rang out, Merry Christmas. The twin guns in his hands unleashed fiery tongues, the bullets soaring through the air and piercing the vital spots of the two men before they could even raise their weapons. There remained only the New Year's celebration. Who would come to that? Wade inhaled the scent of gunpowder in the air, beginning his search for the next target. Gligger cowered behind his cover, not daring to make a sound. The brothers around him mimicked his actions, while he could see little of the situation further away. Perhaps they were all dead. He thought sorrowfully. The events that had unfolded in the past 20 minutes were overwhelming, leaving him somewhat bewildered about what had transpired. Yet, he was quite clear about what he needed to do. After witnessing a brother he wished to assist being shot down by the indistinguishable Russian mob in the darkness, he realized that hiding was a rather prudent strategy amidst this chaotic melee. May God bless me. Let me survive this time, he whispered. If you're to live through this, it would be wise to refrain from committing further misdeeds that would warrant retribution. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Ivan, who was hiding beside him, suddenly sprang forth, delivering a punch that knocked him unconscious. Peter then launched an assault from behind, using his electric baton to incapacitate another individual. The remaining few, in a flurry of confusion, attempted to retaliate, but they were no match for Peter and Ivan, who swiftly subdued them and tossed them aside. You, bind them, Peter commanded the puppet before him, channeling the force of his mental energy. A thread of his spirit was drawn from his mind, leaving him slightly more fatigued. Peter pinched his palm, steeling himself, and approached the container holding Mary and Sophie. Taking a deep breath, Peter grasped the large door affixed to the side of the container. With a powerful tug, the rusted door creaked open. Chapter 17. Escape. As the door swung open, a metal chain swung towards Peter's face. He sighed and turned his head, effortlessly dodging the feeble strike. Reaching out, he grasped the chain and pulled gently. The weakened Mary collapsed into his arms. Having not seen her for 2 days, she appeared considerably thinner. Her sallow complexion and cracked lips indicated she had not consumed anything during her time in captivity. Bruises marred her face, and a gash on her forehead bore the mark of a sharp object. Although the scene was better than he had anticipated, a surge of fierce anger welled up from deep within Peter's heart. Please be quiet. I am here to rescue you, Peter whispered. Awaken your cousin. We must leave this place swiftly. Mary broke free, stepping back a couple of paces, her expression rife with caution and skepticism. A gunshot echoed nearby, causing Mary to gasp. Yet she swiftly stifled her mouth to avoid drawing undue attention, despite the cacophony of gunfire reverberating through the metal of the container for several minutes. This particular shot was notably louder. Hurry, our time is limited, Peter urged once more. After a moment's hesitation, Mary rushed back to rouse Susan from her slumber. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the bloodied figure adorned with a red mask evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity and trust. Awakening Susan proved to be a more arduous task. As someone closer to Joe, she had endured greater torment. Her abdomen and back bore numerous scars and bruises, and her right eye was swollen from a brutal blow. Most distressing was the neat severing of her entire left ear, crudely bandaged at best. Undoubtedly, her severed ear lay within an envelope, dispatched as a threat to Joe. Years of a debased existence had rendered her body frail and weakened. Following a brutal beating earlier that morning, She had slipped into a state oscillating between feverish delirium and consciousness, muttering incomprehensible phrases. Among the Russians, there was no physician. Their profession was one of killing, and they were uncertain how to handle captives. After dismissively muttering that women were hardly resilient, they discarded Susan, oblivious to the festering wound on her back. Without formal treatment in the coming days, she risked succumbing to her injuries. Peter stepped forward, placing his palm on her forehead. Mary was poised to push him away, but reconsidered and refrained. Force, healing. Peter closed his eyes, striving to attain a state of tranquility and relaxation. The capricious force transformed under his mental discipline, becoming gentle as it flowed through his palm into Susan's body. Like life-giving water poured into arid soil, Peter's energy was rapidly absorbed, revitalizing her waning physique. Susan opened her eyes, and the first sight she beheld was that of a blood-stained red mask. She gasped softly and instinctively recoiled, but Mary embraced her tightly. "Do not be afraid, dear cousin. He is here to rescue us," Mary whispered soothingly, as if comforting a child. After a brief moment, Susan's terror began to fade, allowing her to survey her surroundings. "Water," she murmured softly. Mary wished to express herself, yet Peter abruptly interjected. "I apologize, but we cannot afford to squander any more time here." He surveyed the surroundings and continued, "We must leave at once, or none of us will escape. You follow closely behind me, and I will signal you when it is safe to proceed." "What about the others?" Mary inquired, glancing at the two individuals still lying in the makeshift prison. "I cannot carry the burden of two more." No sooner had the words left his lips than Peter seemed to perceive something. Suddenly, he lunged into the darkness. Moments later, the sounds of muffled grunts and a struggle echoed from nearby. After a brief interval, he returned, his coat marred by a fresh scratch above his right chest. "Hurry. We are running out of time. You support her, and I will clear the path for you." Mary nodded and helped Susan to her feet. "I will reiterate. Stay behind me." A downward thumb signifies to remain still, while an upward thumb indicates to hurry. "Understood?" Peter patiently reiterated his instructions. He lacked absolute certainty regarding the subsequent actions and wished to avoid the tragic fate of the two before him due to a mere miscommunication. Mary nodded once more. A sudden explosion resonated from a distance. It was likely one of the Moridi family's assassins utilizing one of their scarce grenades. Such lethal weaponry was not easily acquired in a gun-laden America. Peter's instinctual awareness clearly indicated that two more lives had been extinguished in the night's conflict. Perhaps due to a numbing sensation, he felt little this time. As long as he could escort the two individuals behind him to safety, he could then return home and indulge in a warm bath. Peter instructed Mary to remain in place while he charged forth alone, delivering a decisive blow to a Russian hiding around the corner. A warning signal pulsed in his mind. A Moridi assassin had locked onto him with infrared night vision goggles. As Peter began to move rapidly in his direction, the assassin did not hesitate to pull the trigger. When endowed with foresight, Peter found it relatively easy to protect himself in such an environment filled with sufficient obstacles, provided that no more than 10 adversaries fired at him simultaneously. He accelerated suddenly, leaping to evade the hail of bullets that passed behind him. In midair, he forcefully pushed off a nearby pillar, narrowly avoiding several projectiles and successfully evading the assassin's line of sight. This abrupt change in direction caused the Moridi assassin to exhaust all his ammunition, and Peter materialized less than 5 meters away from him. The assassin gritted his teeth, discarding his empty submachine gun and drawing a backup pistol from his coat. "Alas, we were supposed to be on the same side." With a shake of his head and a deep sigh, Peter surged forward like lightning, snatching the handgun from his opponent's grasp and delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. He raised the firearm and fired into the darkness ahead. A cry of pain echoed from that direction. Although Peter had little fondness for firearms, he had acted out of necessity, had he not intervened at that critical moment. The assassin before him would have been fatally struck by a bullet aimed at his heart. The Russian mob possessed their share of cunning individuals, stripping the night vision equipment from the corpse of a fallen hitman to eliminate his former comrades. The brief advantage gained by the Moretti family was swiftly erased. Including the current foe, only 4 remained. Let's not forget that fellow, making it 5. Peter placed his hand beneath the chin of the man who lay before him, compelling him to meet his gaze. An intense surge of mental energy coursed through his mind, flooding into the man as consciousness. As the control solidified, Peter staggered back, gasping for breath, his remaining mental strength nearly depleted. Moments later, the fallen man rose, his eyes vacant and bewildered. "Hold this position. Retreat through the back door in 5 minutes," Peter commanded his new puppet. "Understood." The man raised his weapon and returned to his previous stance. A twinge of pity welled up within Peter. This individual would likely not survive the night. Hastily returning to Mary, Peter signaled for her to proceed. At that moment, another volley of gunfire erupted nearby, and Peter felt a sharp pain in his head as the invisible link connecting him to his puppet was severed. He cautiously removed his mask, wiping away the blood that had trickled from his nose. The distance from their position to the back door was less than 15 meters, and the path lay clear before them. Peter gestured once more to Mary, urging her to hasten her pace. She, too, sensed the urgency of their situation and pushed herself to move faster. However, her frail body soon faltered, and she slowed after only a few steps. Without hesitation, Peter lifted Susan from Mary's shoulders and carried her on his own. For reasons unknown, Mary felt a pang of loss, yet she pressed on. The front door loomed ahead, but Peter's instinctive warning bells rang frantically in his mind. A bullet was fired from a gun at the far end of the warehouse, slicing through the air with a shriek, piercing Susan's body on his back before embedding itself in his own heart. Peter's mind raced. If he could just crouch and veer to the right, he might evade it. And then the gunfire rang out again. Peter's speed was incomparable to that of a bullet already fired. All he could do was slightly shift Susan away from imminent danger. The bullet grazed Susan's armpit, taking a piece of flesh with it, and then directly penetrated Peter's right shoulder. Surprisingly, it was not as dire as he had imagined. A fiery sensation surged through his shoulder, yet the pain was not as excruciating as he had anticipated. It seemed bearable. He forcefully swung open the back door and thrust Mary outside. At that moment, the gunman pulled the trigger once more. Peter swiftly turned around, his left hand clawing toward the assailant in the shadows, compressing the last remnants of his mental energy to its utmost limit, thrusting it forth like a needle. The trajectory of the bullet, still lodged in the chamber, inexplicably paused for a heartbeat. In that fleeting moment, the pressure within the chamber skyrocketed beyond its safety threshold, causing it to erupt into a shower of debris. The gunman screamed in agony, a shard of steel over an inch long embedded deeply into his face. Carrying Susan on his back, Peter staggered out through the rear door. Waves of exhaustion, a consequence of depleting his mental strength, washed over him. Just then, the fiery sensation in his shoulder vanished, replaced by a piercing pain that seemed to bore into his very bones. Peter let out a muffled groan and collapsed. Chapter 18. A conclusion. Mary gasped in shock as Peter struggled to rise, only to find himself utterly devoid of strength. Without the enhancement of mental energy, his body proved alarmingly frail. Mary first helped Susan, who had also fallen, and upon glancing at the incapacitated Peter, she hesitated before reaching for his injured left arm, attempting to pull him up. However, her strength was insufficient, and she was forced to expend energy to also care for Susan, leaving her breathless after several attempts. "Let go of me," Peter gasped. "You must leave first." Mary appeared increasingly anxious. "But I can take care of myself," Peter insisted, pushing her away with a wave of his hand. Summoning every ounce of strength he could muster, he managed to rise from the ground. "Just make it to 82nd Street. There are patrolling officers. You'll be safe there." Yet before Mary could voice her response, her expression shifted dramatically, as if she had spotted something formidable behind Peter. Quick to react, Peter delivered a punch toward the source of his unease. "Indulgence can be enjoyable, but excess can be harmful. Why don't the youth understand this? Given your frail condition, it's time for your little friend to take a well-deserved break." A powerful hand effortlessly intercepted Peter's feeble strike, pulling him up from the ground with ease. The wounds on his body, subjected to such brutal treatment, once again throbbed with intense pain. In this moment, however, Peter displayed remarkable fortitude, suppressing any cries of agony, merely furrowing his brow. He turned to find Wade Wilson standing directly opposite him. Peter's pupils dilated slightly. Despite tapping into his force abilities, he had failed to notice how Wade had approached from behind. Though his own strength had waned considerably, Wade's abilities still took him by surprise. Had the earlier battle been forsaken? After catching his breath, Peter gestured towards the front of the warehouse, where the echoes of gunfire still lingered. Yet, it was undeniable that the remaining members of the Moretti family were nearing their breaking point. Perhaps, Peter mused, but my true task is to rescue those two lovely ladies, as entrusted to me by my client. With your prowess, you might single-handedly eliminate that entire group, Wade remarked. Peter fell silent for a moment before responding, "If you excel at something, never offer your services for free." Wade nonchalantly replied, "If my mission were merely to save those two, I wouldn't waste my efforts on anything else." "That's a line from a Batman movie," Peter said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Indeed, but it is a rather good quote, wouldn't you agree?" Peter contemplated in silence for a brief moment. "Are you planning to take them to Joe?" "Precisely." Wade chuckled. And I also expect my 70,000 in commission. What? Do you intend to stop me? No offense, but your current physical condition may be worse than the Greek economy. Are you certain? Very well, Peter sighed, as if releasing a heavy burden. Take them away. Ensure their safety. As soon as the words left his lips, it felt as though all his vitality had dissipated in that instant. Peter's head drooped, and he collapsed. Cries of alarm, gunfire, the sounds of struggle, and the roar of engines filled the air. In a sense, Peter had not completely lost consciousness. When his brain decided to initiate an emergency shutdown to protect his body, the remnants of the force within him took over, allowing him to perceive the world in a wholly different manner. Though he had previously utilized the force to sense the positions of his enemies, observing the world solely through this internal energy was a radically different experience. There was no light, no patterns, no sense, and no sounds. Within Peter's perceptual realm existed merely entities, their movements, and the spaces they occupied. These entities resembled pieces of a puzzle, forming the vast and intricately complex tapestry of existence. A leaf detached from a great tree, establishing its own existence in solitude. The internal vitality of the leaves diminished rapidly, cascading down to the ground, embarking on a journey of merging with the earth. Though devoid of color, Peter found an exquisite beauty in this scene, evoking a profound sense of surrender, compelling him to immerse himself within it. Time became an abstract concept, and at length, Peter finally regained consciousness. Brushing away the hand that reached toward his mask, he sat upright. Wade, positioned before him, wore an expression of discontent. Hey, you little rascal, I did save your life after all. Just show me your face. It won't kill you. I don't want you to feel inferior, so perhaps it's best to let it go. Peter retorted without mercy, only to realize he was seated in the back of a vehicle, with Mary and Susan slumbering to his right, utterly drained and fatigued. Wade, in the front passenger seat, was making various grimaces at him, while the driver, a stranger to Peter, remained silent. Who is he? The driver, I hailed a ride. His name is James, come. Let us get acquainted. The driver trembled slightly, but said nothing, leaving Peter puzzled. Hailed a ride? Oh yes, you're not aware. Wade exclaimed, shaking his phone. It's a ride-hailing app. Let me tell you, it's far superior to calling a taxi. It arrives on time and is cheaper than a cab. Where are we headed now? Peter interrupted Wade's enthusiastic explanation. Noticing Peter's lack of interest, Wade turned away, stretching lazily. To the Moretti family's safe house. Susan and her cousin will be quite safe there. Peter pondered for a moment before patting the driver on the shoulder. Stop, I need to get out. The driver quickly pressed the brake, halting at the roadside. Peter opened the car door and carefully climbed out, cautious not to disturb Mary. A wave of pain coursed through him again, yet was more tolerable than before. Most significantly, the gunshot wound had ceased bleeding under the nurturing force, and the other minor injuries were inconsequential. While returning on foot might prove exhausting, it was certainly feasible. Wait a moment. Wade also exited the vehicle, his demeanor unusually serious. Your injuries are quite severe. If left untreated, they could worsen. A doctor is already at the safe house. Let him examine you before you leave. Can I walk? Peter chuckled lightly. I still have this mask to protect me. If the Moretti family were to discover my identity, I would be left with no choice but to serve them. Wade was momentarily speechless, unable to refute Peter's assertion. All right. Peter waved his hand dismissively, turning to depart. I assure you, I am quite fine. There is no need for further concern. Wait, Wade called out, rummaging through his pocket for an extended moment. After rummaging through a heap of coins, his credit card, and a unicorn keychain, he finally unearthed what he had been searching for. He produced a rather shabby-looking black business card and handed it to Peter. What is this? Peter inquired, receiving the card and glancing at it with a hint of confusion. It was an admission ticket to Hell House, the establishment known as Sister Marguerite's Lost Children's School. Wade explained with gestures, as if fearing Peter might not grasp the concept. It's a gathering place for mercenaries like myself, where numerous assignments can be acquired. Most importantly, we harbor no prejudice against individuals as unfortunate in appearance as yourself. Well, perhaps a smidge, but truly just a smidge. Wade playfully tapped Peter's forehead. If you possess a skill, never offer it for free to others. With that, Wade climbed back into the vehicle. After shutting the door, he retrieved the firearm from his pocket, aiming it at the still pale driver. That guy's rather dull. Simply heading home without regard for us. Hurry up, we're going to be late. The car gradually accelerated toward their destination. Wade pulled out a chocolate bar and took a bite. Abducting a minor to serve as a child laborer, that weasel must be in for a headache. However, provoking that rabid pack of polar bears means he might need to lay low outside New York for a while. He gazed out the window, Noticing the boy still standing in place, watching the car depart, Peter carefully tucked the business card into his pocket, knowing it might prove useful in the future. 2 hours later, within the confines of Warehouse 14 at the New York docks. Are you implying we lost a full 11 men? And that Gregor S. band of miscreants managed to survive with only 5? And they fled with our cargo? Anatoly shouted, nearly venting his frustration, while his brother before him appeared increasingly impatient. We were ambushed, Vladimir retorted, his annoyance evident. Their losses far exceeded expectations. They knew we were coming and cut the power at the first opportunity. Are you suggesting they were aware it was an ambush from the outset? Anatoly sometimes felt exasperated with his brother's slow comprehension. Do you think they would have approached knowing it was a trap? Even if they sent someone, would they have sent just 11 men? Nevertheless, Vladimir felt a twinge of resentment, though he held deep admiration for his elder brother. He believed this time he had been unjustly treated. His men had encountered misfortune from the moment they entered, and he hadn't experienced such an unsatisfactory battle in quite some time. Enough, Vladimir. Anatoly raised his right hand. You mentioned the man in the red mask. He is not affiliated with the Moretti family, and he was the one who cut the power? That should be correct. Anatoly paced back and forth several times before finally arriving at a decision. He resolved to place a bounty of 150,000 on the head of the man in the red mask, with a reward of 5,000 for any information leading to him. This individual was pivotal to the unfolding of our plans this evening. Regardless, we had achieved our objective. The elite of the Moretti family had suffered significant losses, and Yusef would not hold us excessively accountable. Vladimir nodded in agreement. Clean up this place. I shall deal with the police. Later, give Grigo a bullet. As long as he lives, we cannot control his subordinates. Anatoly, with an impassive demeanor, issued several commands before donning his coat. If all else fails, we might have to engage in a conversation with the boss. Yusef was growing old. Chapter 19. On the way home, Peter could not help but shiver. The injuries he bore would likely confine an ordinary person to a hospital bed for 10 to 15 days. Yet he managed to press on despite the gunshot wound in his shoulder, which still oozed blood. With no cash or credit cards and bloodstains marring his appearance, his plan to hail a taxi home was already dashed. Fortunately, the dock area was only a little over half an hour's walk from his home, and he believed he could endure the journey. As the early hours approached, and with it the absence of weekend revelers, the streets were nearly deserted. However, to be cautious, Peter deliberately kicked up some dust to obscure his bloodstains and wounds further. In a bustling metropolis like New York, life persists even in the late hours. The windows of buildings along the main roads glimmered with light, and the sounds of conversation, television, and arguments wafted from these openings, creating a unique symphony. Moreover, nightclubs dotted every street, where countless men and women indulged in a night of revelry and debauchery. After several minutes, Peter finally encountered pedestrians, a middle-aged couple crossing the street. The woman was clad in a rather simple dress, while the man donned a suit that appeared to be poorly maintained. They seemed to have just emerged from a bar, laughing and conversing, suggesting they had enjoyed an excellent evening. However, they soon noticed Peter across the street and began to whisper to one another. Not intentionally eavesdropping, Peter caught fragments of their conversation. Have you seen him? Poor thing, what do you think? Upon realizing they were discussing him, Peter glanced back at them, and they too regarded him with concern. A wave of unease washed over Peter, prompting him to quicken his pace. Excuse me, my friend, could you wait a moment? The middle-aged man called out, breaking into a light jog to catch up with Peter. Sensing no malice, Peter slowed his pace and turned to look curiously into the shadows. A man rushed towards him, slightly out of breath. Upon seeing Peter's remarkably youthful visage, his eyes widened in astonishment. Child, do you have a place to spend the night? He endeavored to soften his tone. Peter, somewhat perplexed by the situation, gestured vaguely in the direction of his home and nodded. The man's brow furrowed even deeper, and shortly thereafter, a woman who had arrived with him whispered something into his ear, to which the man nodded in acknowledgement. Peter, attuned to their conversation, overheard her mention the homeless shelter on 68th Street. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and incredulity. Glancing at his own tattered coat and trousers, which were caked in dust, he realized he bore a striking resemblance to a vagrant. After a moment's hesitation, the man retrieved his wallet from his pocket, extracted $200 bills, and took out a pen and paper to jot something down before handing both the money and note to Peter. Take this to buy something to eat and get a change of clothes. This is my phone number. If you truly need assistance, give me a call. Peter hurriedly attempted to decline this generous offer, but the man's resolve was unwavering. Moments later, Peter could only manage a rueful smile as he tucked the money and note into his pocket, watching the middle-aged couple depart. Despite feeling a bit bewildered and amused, An inexplicable warmth enveloped his heart. After a lengthy trek, Peter finally arrived at his doorstep. The stun baton was lost somewhere along the way, and his bicycle lay abandoned not far from the warehouse. It seemed unlikely he would reclaim either item. Yet, the outcome was undeniably triumphant. Both Mary and Susan had been rescued. Although Peter was reluctant to entrust them to Joe, he had to concede that Joe was indeed the one capable of providing them the protection they needed at that moment. Once the dust settled, they would find peace, and it would not be too late to sever ties between Mary and Joe. As he pushed open the front door, the warmth of home enveloped the weary Peter. Casting aside his facade, he collapsed onto the carpet, stretching languidly. Indeed, there was no place like home. A sense of happiness and exhilaration surged through his mind. Tonight, he had single-handedly turned the tide of battle, standing his ground against 3 armed adversaries without faltering. If he could just hone his skills a bit more, might he not become invincible? Footsteps echoed from upstairs, and a door creaked open above. It seems that my entrance just now disturbed Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Shortly thereafter, Aunt May descended the stairs, her face etched with anxiety. Peter extended his left hand, channeling his power into Aunt May's mind. Her expression quickly softened, and she silently retreated upstairs. After a brief pause, Peter reluctantly rose from the floor. Damn, there was a bloodstain on the carpet. It was only upon standing that he noticed this minor issue, but he swiftly cast it aside. Struggling slightly, he picked up the mass from the ground and slowly ascended the stairs, using the rail for support. Before he had climbed halfway, the door above opened once more. Reimagined. 3 seconds later, without uttering a word, Uncle Ben returned upstairs to sleep. Hypnosis was no trivial task. It drained the remnants of energy that Peter had just regained. Utterly fatigued, he paused on the steps to catch his breath before continuing his ascent. Climbing merely 20-some stairs felt more arduous than scaling a mountain. Upon finally entering his room, Peter was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. He shed his tattered and blood-stained shirt and jacket, along with the mask, placing them into a garbage bag. He planned to dispose of this bag at the landfill in a few days. Hesitating momentarily, Peter retrieved the mask from the bag, deciding to keep it as a memento. He rummaged through his cabinet for some bandages and antiseptic, then stood before the mirror to tend to his wounds. The numerous bruises on his body were inconsequential, as his healing abilities would resolve them naturally. He had several shallow cuts on his forehead and arms, and a sizable patch of skin missing from his knee. Though they appeared rather alarming, Peter couldn't recall when he had sustained these injuries. A touch of antiseptic would suffice for these minor wounds. Amidst his winces of pain, he managed to treat them within a few minutes. However, the true severity lay in the gunshot wound on his right shoulder. Peter opened his laptop and began searching online for information on treating gunshot wounds. First, he needed to assess the injury. The bullet had been perforated, so that step could be skipped. As for the damage to the arteries and veins, given the earlier blood loss, it likely existed, but the bleeding seemed to have diminished significantly now. Therefore, that should be manageable, he presumed. As for fractures, he seemed unscathed. Unsure how to proceed, he decided to bypass that concern. Next, Peter retrieved a roll of bandages and his utility scissors. It was time to apply the bandage. He carefully removed the torn fabric near the gunshot wound with tweezers, applying a touch of antiseptic around the injury. A sharp wave of pain surged through him, causing Peter to involuntarily hiss. Subsequently, he cut 2 moderately sized gauze pads and pressed them against the vicinity of his wounds. Maintaining an even pressure with his hands, Peter snipped a length of bandage, wrapping it around his shoulder twice to secure the gauze in place, finishing with a neat little bow. After inspecting the several minor injuries on his back, this rudimentary and somewhat amateurish treatment reached its conclusion. Of course, gazing at the gauze now stained with crimson, Peter realized that his recovery was still a distant prospect. He resolutely decided to skip school the following day. Tucking the mask away in a drawer, he changed into his pajamas and nestled into his warm bed. As the excitement gradually subsided, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him like a tide, and he soon drifted into slumber. The specifics of his dreams remained known only to him. Little did he know that this night would hold significant meaning for certain individuals in the world. That evening, 2 major gangs in New York engaged in a brutal confrontation, resulting in mutual devastation. The illustrious history of the Moretti family, spanning over a century in New York, began to dim at that moment. While the previously formidable momentum of the Russian mob faltered, their cohesion further shattered. This turmoil presented an opportunity for the ambitious to insert their own machinations into the chaos of New York. For many, this marked the first step of the illustrious hero, the Red Knight, as he embarked on his legendary journey as a superhero. Chapter 20. A hobby forced into existence, Aunt May and Uncle Ben arranged for Peter to have a week's leave, which the teachers swiftly approved. With midterm examinations approaching next week, the current week was devoted largely to review and practice exercises, so Peter did not miss out on much content. However, the necessity of acquiring a doctor's note left Peter in a state of bemusement. The gunshot wound on his shoulder must remain undisclosed, prompting him to once again employ his hypnotic abilities to craft a narrative, transforming the reason on his sick leave into a severe muscle strain and dislocated joint sustained during sports. When he finally emerged from the clinic holding the doctor's note, Peter felt utterly drained, as though his strength had been completely sapped. He began to comprehend the truth that one line necessitates a multitude of others to sustain it. Harry visited Peter the following day after school, bringing his own notebook and delivering the assignments set by their teacher. What? Can't the teacher find someone on their way to my house to deliver my notes? Harry's residence was on the other side of the city. His parents resided outside of New York, renting an apartment for Harry in the northern part of the city. Peter had visited a few times and felt a twinge of envy at the wealth of Harry's family. Fortunately for Harry, he need not concern himself with cooking. This boy, overflowing with pocket money, dined on takeout for nearly every meal: hamburgers, fries, fried rice. Harry consumes such greasy food all day, yet remains remarkably slender. For those burdened with excess weight, such a physique is utterly maddening. One could certainly seek out others like him, but it appears they are reluctant to engage further. Harry picked up a notebook and playfully tapped it on Peter's head. Truly, I fail to comprehend why conversing with others seems so daunting for you. Numerous individuals have expressed that befriending someone as reclusive as you is exceedingly challenging. Harry wielded disdain with remarkable efficacy, seemingly addicted to the act. He rolled up the notebook and delivered a couple more taps to his own head. Next Tuesday, I have arranged a meeting with Ginny. She will be bringing her friends along. Shopping followed by coffee. No refusals allowed. Just as he finished speaking, Harry, still unsatisfied, delivered another tap on Peter's head. Peter instinctively shrank into his blanket, and in a flash his left hand darted out, snatching the notebook from Harry's grasp. Harry, taken aback, glanced at his own hand and then at Peter, who had retreated beneath the covers. Damn it, you little rascal, pretending to be ill. I assure you, my right hand is in excruciating pain, Peter complained, though he swiftly changed the subject. So is it now, Ginny? What about Laura? It seems you've been together for less than 2 months, correct? To be precise, it has been 1 month and 18 days. Harry remained unfazed. She is indeed a charming girl. Yet, to be candid, she is rather superficial. Moreover, there's an issue with body odor, which I simply cannot tolerate, Harry remarked, touching his nose. You, Peter, found himself at a loss for words. With his experience in dating girls nearing zero, he felt unqualified to comment. Nevertheless, he always sensed a mild distaste for Harry's approach. Finding a girl who reciprocates affection and nurturing that relationship, that is Peter's ideal of love. Even after acquiring extraordinary abilities, his thoughts on this matter remained unchanged. By the way, is there any news from school? Peter casually inquired. Has Mary returned? Harry cast a sidelong glance at Peter. I genuinely thought you had a heart of stone, only now asking about her. Peter paused, realizing that Harry was unaware of his knowledge concerning Mary's well-being. Naturally, his own legendary experiences from that night were not the sort of thing one could share casually. Mary's father has come to the school to process her leave of absence. She will not return to classes until the next semester. Harry's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. I will inform you when I have more information. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Peter's door swung open. Aunt May entered, carrying a platter of blueberry tarts and 2 double servings of milk tea, placing them on the table. No need for formality. Please indulge yourselves. If you desire more, there is some left in the oven. Aunt May, with a gentle smile, uttered a phrase before turning and exiting the room. Harry gazed at the generous spread of snacks on the table, momentarily taken aback. No need to fret. Aunt May's life ambition is to plump up everyone she knows. Peter seized a blueberry tart and, while chewing, mumbled indistinctly. Clearly, her initial attempt had faltered. Harry cast a glance at Peter and picked up a tart for himself. After exchanging a few more words, Harry rose to take his leave. His residence was a fair distance from Peter's, and if he departed now, he could return home before dusk. The treats prepared by Aunt May were undeniably delectable, and given that both Peter and Harry were at a growth stage, their appetites were substantial. They managed to consume more than half of the entire platter. As Harry descended the staircase, he felt an uncomfortable fullness in his stomach, the taste of blueberry jam lingering in his mouth. Uncle Ben shook his head disapprovingly nearby. You always do this. Indulging in so many sweets isn't good for you. Yet Aunt May seemed oblivious, wrapping the remaining snacks in foil and placing them in the refrigerator, all the while humming a cheerful tune, her spirits evidently high. By the fourth day, Peter felt as though he might go mad. It was his first realization that lying in bed could be quite torturous. He was forbidden from using the computer, prohibited from borrowing books from the library, and there was little amusement to be found on his phone. This perennial homebody suddenly craved the outside world. "I want to go to school," he declared resolutely to Aunt May. "No, I want to go to the library. No, I want to visit Mary." After much contemplation, Aunt May finally shook her head emphatically. "You can go once you're feeling better. Later." Peter overheard Aunt May excitedly discussing the matter with Uncle Ben in the kitchen, praising him for finally seeing the light. With the power of veto in her hands, Aunt May began to abuse her privilege, curtailing all of Peter's activities and confining him to the confines of his bed. With nothing to do but lie there, the only solace Peter found, aside from reading, was honing his abilities. He might now lift his backpack with the force. Yet making a small pin dance lightly on paper remained a formidable challenge. Since Peter was restricted from making much noise while lying in bed, it became the perfect opportunity to refine his control over precision. From initially puncturing the paper to later managing to manipulate a pen with the force to produce legible writing. This progress demanded over 20 hours of practice and countless sheets of paper and pencil sacrificed. Now, Peter was bold enough to wield the force to complete his assignments. As Peter observed his pen gliding effortlessly across the pages of his notebook, inscribing line after line, he couldn't help but recall a scene from the Harry Potter films, eliciting a chuckle from him. However, it soon became evident that regardless of how captivating an activity may be, subjecting a 16-year-old boy to its repetitive nature for an entire week would swiftly render it mundane. "Uncle Ben, could I please not take a day off tomorrow at old Jimmy's? I assure you, I am nearly recovered, and my duties at the shop merely require me to sit. There won't be any physically demanding tasks." Unable to sway Aunt May, Peter turned to another formidable figure within his household. He deliberately swung his right arm, feigning a semblance of complete normalcy. Of course, even though Peter's recovery was remarkably rapid, the gunshot wound he sustained was not one that healed swiftly, especially while he endeavored to conceal the true extent of his injuries. His entire arm remained weak, and the itching sensation at the healing site was intolerable, akin to thousands of ants burrowing beneath his skin. The motion he had just executed was entirely reliant on his telekinetic abilities. After days of practice, Peter had managed to perform such intricate arm movements solely through mental focus. Nevertheless, this skill was far from perfected. He had exerted himself a bit too much, and a sharp pain shot through the wound once more. It would be prudent to refrain from such actions until he had honed his abilities further. Peter stifled a pained gasp and forced a smile as Uncle Ben arrived home from work. Unfortunately, Uncle Ben was aligned with Aunt May on this matter. He retrieved a newspaper and settled at the dining table. "There's no use in asking me, Peter. The doctor advised you against any strenuous activity for 10 days. If it weren't for your midterm exams next week, I would have likely requested a 2-week leave for you. By the way, I've already spoken to old Jimmy about your absence next week. He had no objections, so you needn't worry." Overwhelmed by frustration, Peter reclined back onto his bed. The thought that this monotonous existence would persist for at least 2 more days ignited a sense of irritation within him. 3 erasers began to twirl between his fingers, transforming in his imagination into 3 fireballs, while he envisioned himself as a mysterious sorcerer. As the incantation concluded, the fireballs erupted into a torrential rain of flames, descending upon an evil army. It was unclear how long Peter had been lost in this daydream, but when he finally regained his senses, he found himself fixated on the red mask hanging on the wall. An exceedingly poor yet intriguingly entertaining idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Chapter 21. Barroom brawl. As the clock on the wall struck past 1 in the morning, the majority of the city's inhabitants had succumbed to slumber. The window of the Parker residence on the 2nd floor was pushed open from within, and mere moments later, a rather slight figure emerged from the opening. Taking a deep breath, Peter leaped down from the window. Just before he touched the ground, his body unnaturally paused in midair, approximately a meter above the earth. This sudden deceleration left him breathless, causing him to instinctively relinquish his control over the force. In the next instant, he lost his balance and plummeted downward. Fortunately, he regained his equilibrium at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have landed face first into the dirt immediately upon his exit. Grinning, Peter rose to his feet and stretched his limbs. The long-awaited breeze invigorated him, sweeping away the exhaustion from 5 days of confinement in bed. The lights in Mary S. house had long been extinguished, and visiting at this hour seemed less than prudent. However, Peter had other intentions for the night. He retrieved the black postcard Wade had given him 5 days prior, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Wade's words indeed held a measure of wisdom. After more than half an hour, Peter arrived at the entrance of the bar, mask firmly in place. He remained unfazed by the watchful eyes of the burly men at the door, directly presenting the card. Wade's flamboyant demeanor had indeed garnered attention. That fellow had a discerning eye. The leader among the men returned the card to Peter, inquiring, "I'm Pighair. Do you have a nickname of your own yet?" "Not yet," Peter replied, intrigued. "How did you come by the name Pighair?" The man chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "When I encounter those stubborn fellows, I enjoy letting them soak in a hot bath, helping to remove their fur." Peter shivered and stepped into the bar. As he pushed open the somewhat moldy door, a large man barreled toward him. Hastily, he shut the door again, only for the man to crash against it with a resounding bang that shook the entire building. Cheers erupted from within, prompting Peter to reopen the door, where he spotted a tall, disheveled young man kneeling beside the fallen giant, checking his breathing and pulse. "The buffalo is still alive," he exclaimed, and the jubilant cheers turned swiftly into frustrated shouts. Two companions of the downed man rushed over, moving him aside. The tall young man finally noticed Peter and greeted him. "Good evening. Welcome to Sister Margaret's Lost Children's School. We embrace all who have strayed from the path of life." "You appear to be a new face?" "Well, I mean if you still have a face." "Wade sent me," Peter said, handing him the card, to which the tall young man whistled. "You must be the dead pervert Wade mentioned. Welcome to our cozy little abode. I'm Jack, but you can call me Weasel." He grasped Peter's hand, giving it a symbolic shake to conclude their interaction. "You may take a seat at the bar. I will tidy up the back and join you shortly." Peter, feeling somewhat awkward, chose a random spot to sit. A few minutes later, the Weasel emerged from the storeroom. "Ah, every newcomer is entitled to a complimentary drink. What would you like? Vodka? Brandy?" "No, thank you. I do not drink." Peter declined, and the Weasel smirked dismissively, producing a cup and pouring milk before placing it in front of Peter. "Here you go, your favorite beverage. Do you need me to warm it up?" "What about Wade?" Peter refrained from continuing the conversation. He sensed the eyes of several individuals in the room scrutinizing him with ill intent. "Wade? He is off on vacation. After 6 months of operations, he is probably lounging on some island in Hawaii," the Weasel remarked casually, his tone rather flippant. "Now, little one lurking in the shadows, could you enlighten me on your purpose for being here?" "I seek to earn money." Beneath the guise of the mask, Peter found his confidence in conversation surprisingly enhanced. "Wade informed me that my skills and abilities could yield corresponding rewards here." "Well, you've certainly come to the right place," the Weasel replied as he settled down, producing 2 stacks of cards, one black and the other red. "Though your circumstances may differ slightly, let me explain. All assignments are detailed on these cards. The red cards are associated with life and death, and the price is naturally steep. More importantly, they tend to be quite direct and straightforward. Of course, if you're rather timid, there are also black cards. Clean work, relatively speaking. While the earnings may be modest, it's still a means to earn some pocket money." The Weasel paused, observing Peter. After some contemplation, Peter's first question emerged. "When you say my circumstances are somewhat different, what do you mean?" "I'm pleased you asked that question. It saves me a lengthy explanation. At this moment, I cannot assign you any tasks, and the reason is this." The Weasel drew the top card from the red stack and handed it to Peter. "Target: individual wearing a red mask. Previously involved in a conflict between the Moretti family and the Russian mafia. Name: unknown. Commission: a reward of 150,000 for killing or capturing this individual. A reward of 5,000 for providing valid information regarding this person." Clear and concise. It dawned on Peter that his head was worth quite a sum. The malevolent gazes surrounding him suddenly made much more sense. Observing the Weasel's cunning eyes, Peter's body was already on high alert, ready to spring into action. No. The Weasel immediately discerned Peter's thoughts. "I am not one to take action. As a mediator, I adhere to my own professional ethics. However, the children here are quite different. This is, after all, not a trifling sum of money. It seems that my presence here was not the wisest decision. Was it? No, indeed, it was far from prudent. If I were to offend the largest gang in New York, I might find myself vacationing in Hawaii. Nevertheless, the situation may not be as dire as you envision. I have been acquainted with Wade for 5 years, and I trust that his recommendation carries weight. Thus, I placed a wager on your behalf." With a snap of his fingers, a figure emerged from the corner of the bar. To describe him as merely a man would be an understatement. Calling him a hulking beast would be far more fitting. Standing over 6 feet tall, he was a veritable mass of muscle, with arms that could likely rival Peter's waist and girth. This formidable creature would stand in for everyone in the bar and engage you in combat. If you prevail, we shall relinquish this deal, and you will gain our allegiance. Should you falter, however, you will soon find yourself on the receiving end of a severe beating, delivered straight to Joseph. Trust me, you will not relish the aftermath of that encounter. It appears I have little choice in the matter. Peter flexed his limbs and approached the giant. With remarkable efficiency, the patrons cleared a circle of approximately 3 or 4 meters in diameter, suggesting that such spectacles were not uncommon here. The weasel lazily strolled between the two contenders, outlining the rules. No firearms, no knives. The contest concludes when one party loses consciousness. Bets are now open. Wagers on the diminutive fighter will yield 2-1, while those backing the giant will see 3-1. Place your bets quickly. Ignoring the cacophony around them, the giant let out a menacing grin, resembling a true beast, though one even larger and more ferocious. I shall rip your head from your shoulders. Against a weakling like you, I need but one hand. Peter retorted in an infuriating tone, concealing his right hand behind him. Since his right arm was currently incapacitated, he might as well feign bravado. This display evidently agitated the onlookers, who erupted in cheers. Take him down, giant. Teach this little one a lesson. This outburst seemed to further provoke the brute, who roared in fury and charged, his bulk comparable to 3 Peters. With a deft motion, Peter hooked the giant's right shoulder with his left hand. Harnessing a burst of momentum from his feet, like a butterfly, he soared behind the giant and delivered a kick to his lower back. The beast lost its balance and crashed violently into a table, shattering it to pieces. That is going to cost you, exclaimed the weasel, clearly distressed by the destruction. The gorilla rose to its feet and let out a mighty roar, swinging a fist towards Peter. However, the diminutive figure of Peter had its own advantages. He ducked just in time to evade the blow and retreated a couple steps. I have heard whispers of a new King Kong film in the making. Truth be told, one could forego special effects entirely and still make a grand debut on the big screen. Peter continued to taunt his adversary, inciting the gorilla's fury further. The beast unleashed a flurry of punches aimed at Peter's face, yet each blow was deftly dodged by him. In the wake of these failed attacks, a glaring opening presented itself to Peter. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he seized the moment, darting in to deliver a hook to the gorilla's face. Time for a nap, big guy, Peter quipped. Does he think those mosquito-like punches can actually faze a gorilla? Is he out his mind? Sneered a spectator from the back row, with others around him nodding in agreement. Yet, in a twist of fate that left jaws agape, the gorilla staggered after the moderately forceful punch. It glanced around in bewilderment, akin to a drunken stagger, before collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 22. The First Mission, Part 1. The bar fell into a hushed silence. The sound of a pin dropping would have echoed. After what felt like an eternity, the crowd finally reacted, with those who had bet on Peter's victory erupting in cheers, while the weasel stood there, ashen-faced. Damn it, everyone quiet down, he bellowed. I'll settle your accounts later. Wake the gorilla? He still owes me for a chair. The winners reveled in their fortune, while the losers wore expressions of discontent, some vocally accusing Peter of employing underhanded tactics. However, in a sense, they were not entirely wrong. Peter had indeed resorted to some dubious methods. The gorilla, a creature whose muscles seemed to have overtaken its intellect, likely could not be knocked out by Peter's strength alone, even after a day of relentless effort. Yet, with a subtle nudge from the Force, this formidable opponent succumbed to slumber. Peter's mental control abilities were not yet sufficiently potent for direct confrontation. If his adversary harbored even a shred of hostility or possessed a steadfast mind, his mental influence proved quite challenging to exert. However, in the previous skirmish, he discovered an alternative application of his power. As long as the enemy was engulfed in fear or anger, emotions that rendered them unstable, he could gradually infiltrate their consciousness. Once he reached a certain threshold of penetration, he could exert a degree of influence over their minds. When the gorilla was thoroughly provoked by Peter, its defeat was all but assured. Seeing that the spectacle had lost its allure, the onlookers begrudgingly returned to their seats. Yet, not long after, a new commotion ensued. Damn it, that was my drink. You drained it dry. Fuck your mother. That was the wine on my table. Why must you claim it as yours? Do you wish to brawl, you scoundrel? Come on. I have long found you utterly distasteful. The two individuals, amidst their heated exchange, swiftly resumed their altercation. Mere moments prior, the very scene had unfolded once again. Is this a common occurrence here? Peter inquired, having returned to the bar alongside Weasel, observing the fray through the throng of patrons. Not particularly. The fellows have been rather subdued lately. Only 4 or 5 scuffles a day, Weasel remarked, grabbing 2 glasses and beginning to rinse them. Aren't you going to place a bet this time? If Norton could best Ivory, I would gladly gift you this tavern, Weasel scoffed, setting the dried glasses upon the shelf. The sight of the yellow and black rag stirred a wave of nausea within Peter. Yet, it became evident that Weasel's assertion held merit. The mercenary, referred to as Norton, was swiftly felled by 2 blows, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Well, it appears today's activity is rather limited. What do you say? Everything seems to be in order now. Would you care for a card? Weasel waved his 2 stacks of cards enticingly before Peter. Let me see the contents of the black card. How dull, Peter commented. Yet Weasel tossed the stack of cards onto the bar before him. Unperturbed, Peter began to sift through the cards one by one. As anticipated, even with his choice of non-lethal black cards, the assignments often involved morally reprehensible tasks. Kidnapping a business rival's child? No, thank you. Recovering gambling debts. Demanding the return of a finger? Best to pass on that as well. Bodyguard? Now that one merits consideration. Wait, at the duration of 1 week, with a background check required? Never mind. Peter continued to peruse the cards, most of the missions sharing a striking resemblance, differing only in clients and targets. After flipping through 2/3 of the stack, he suddenly stumbled upon a task that piqued his interest. This one will do. Peter extracted the black card. I shall accept this task. Indeed, he shared a similar disposition with that Wade fellow. Weasel retrieved the card, glanced at it, and began to manipulate his laptop. The reward is $900, with a 10% cut for us. In theory, you'll need to pay a 12% deposit up front, but I can cover that for you initially. Weasel adjusted his glasses and continued. The employer has only prepaid 50% of the commission, so you'll need to collect the remainder directly from them. Weasel worked with remarkable speed, swiftly printing out what appeared to be a somewhat formal contract, placing it before Peter. Now, sign with your codename. All right. It seems you do not yet have one. Would you prefer to create one yourself, or allow us to assist you? Peter pondered for a moment, surveying his surroundings before finally speaking. It appears that I am the only one wearing a mask in this vicinity. Henceforth my moniker shall be Masked S. The Weasel glanced at him and then rapped the table. Thus it was settled. Your nickname shall be Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood? Why that? Wasn't I allowed to choose? Peter protested. His protest fell on deaf ears. A mischievous grin crept upon the Weasel's face. I was merely jesting. All nicknames here are assigned by me. Speak less and accomplish more tasks, and soon our pockets will be brimming with cash. Go to hell. Look at you. Adapting quite swiftly, aren't you? Give it a few weeks, and you shall seamlessly integrate into this place. From the back of the bar, the sounds of a brawl echoed. Peter felt he would never wish to fit in here. 2 days later, Peter finally received permission to go out. The midterm examination was to commence tomorrow, and he intended to visit the library to verify the answers to the exercises with his classmates. His excuse was rather conventional, leaving little room for criticism. After a brief debate, Aunt May reluctantly acquiesced. However, upon stepping outside, Peter did not head towards the library. Instead, he boarded a bus. After 4 stops, he disembarked, arriving in an area he had never visited before. This must be the right place, he thought, glancing at the map in his hand to confirm his location and the direction of his target. It was evident that all information regarding a task could not be inscribed on a mere slip of paper. After Peter signed that contract, the Weasel presented him with more pertinent details. Is it truly acceptable to sign a pseudonym on this contract? Of course, it is of no consequence. This is merely for show, devoid of any legal weight. I'm not a lawyer. Then what purpose does it serve? Peter mused, puzzled. The problem is that many fools here believe this document to be genuine. Peter instantly grasped the underlying implication. Now, time reverted to the present. Peter had followed the address outlined in the documents, arriving before an apartment building that appeared rather dilapidated from the outside. This edifice stood only 6 stories tall, surrounded by similar structures. These types of buildings proliferated in New York during the 1960s and 70s, hastily erected to accommodate the surging population. The paint on the walls had largely peeled away, and signs of erosion from rain were evident on the concrete within. While it could not be strictly classified as a dangerous building, it would be hard to argue against its status as a tenement. Despite its decrepitude, its relatively advantageous geographical location rendered it a popular choice for renting. Numerous young individuals and families of modest means were quite willing to reside in such accommodations, which, albeit lacking in aesthetic appeal, offered prime locations at affordable rents. Naturally, these upper floors also became coveted by real estate developers. As long as they acquire the entire plot of land and erect a new building upon it, they stand to gain profits exceeding hundreds of millions. This also implies that the number of occupants within the edifice will be considerable, making it exceedingly challenging for Peter to conceal his identity. At that moment, a group of elderly individuals was seated at the entrance of the apartment building, basking in the sun and engaging in conversation. It would not be an easy task for Peter, a stranger, to slip past them unnoticed. given that the main entrance was not the optimal choice. He had to explore alternative approaches. After circling the building twice, he stumbled upon a promising route for ingress. Navigating through a narrow alley behind the apartment, Peter endured the foul odor as he climbed atop a dumpster. With a powerful leap, he grasped an exposed pipe on the exterior of the structure. Applying significant force, he propelled himself upward, his hands seizing the ledge of an open window on the third floor. After a brief wait, ensuring no one was present on the other side of the wall, Peter inhaled deeply, his muscles and latent power surging forth simultaneously, allowing him to effortlessly slip through the window. Naturally, Peter possessed more straightforward means of entry. This was merely part of his daily training regimen. Moreover, traversing the walls of the building with such ease brought a unique thrill. Chapter 23. The first mission in the room was empty. Peter straightened his attire before rising to his feet. He opened the door and stepped into the corridor of the apartment building, locking the door securely behind him as he began his search for the target. Room 317 was supposed to be on this floor. As he walked down the corridor, he encountered an individual approaching him. Peter initiated a greeting, and the person, casting a puzzled glance his way, managed to smile as they passed each other. Once the individual descended the staircase, Peter continued to the end of the corridor, finally reaching his destination. The number 317 on the door was nearly obliterated, leaving only a semblance of the numeral 7, and muffled sounds of a television could be heard seeping through the gap of the door. Taking a deep breath, Peter donned his mask and placed his hand on the doorknob. A gentle twist revealed the door was locked, which was to be expected. The incident with Mary S. father had been a mere anomaly. Closing his eyes, Peter began to sense the energy on the other side of the door. After a few seconds, a button on the handle was activated by some unseen force, producing a soft metallic click as the lock disengaged. As he pushed the door open, Peter was met with the sight of an apartment in utter disarray, a two-bedroom unit that had been reduced to chaos. Clothes, undergarments, and an array of unwashed dishes littered the floor like refuse. A pungent odor assaulted Peter's senses, prompting a grimace. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the living room. Seizing a broom hanging by the door, Peter swung it and struck the approaching man on the head, sending him crashing to the ground. Peter closed the door with a swift motion and locked it, stepping over the man who lay on the ground, howling in pain. He retrieved the remote control from the sofa and turned up the volume of the television. The man, finally mustering the strength to rise, was swiftly thwarted as Peter placed his foot firmly upon the man's knee. You bastard of a whore! Who are you?" The man cried out in agony, his voice laced with fury. "If I were you, I would recommend you remain on the floor," Peter replied, not deigning to answer the question. He casually grabbed several tissues from a nearby table and handed them to the man. "You're bleeding from your forehead. Wipe it off." The man, in a panic, accepted the tissues and began to dab at his forehead, yet they remained untainted by blood. Confused, he looked up at Peter. It seems I was mistaken. Your forehead is not bleeding," Peter remarked nonchalantly, seizing a teacup from the table and bringing it down upon the man's head. The impact resulted in a gruesome scene, splattering blood as the shattered cup left a gaping 2-inch-long gash. "You see, I pride myself on my integrity and have no fondness for deceit. Naturally, I expect the same from others," Peter said in a deliberate tone. "Thus, I have a few questions I hope you will answer truthfully." The man, clutching his head, nodded fervently. "Your name?" "Bob. My name is Bob," he stammered. Peter nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. I appreciate honesty. We have made a fine start. Now, for the next question. When was the last time you saw Stephanie?" Bob's demeanor shifted, and he became agitated. "Which harlot sent you? What is your relation to her?" "You." His words were abruptly cut off by a blow from Peter's broom to his abdomen, causing him to curl up in pain, his cries tinged with desperation. "I recall stating that I would be the one asking questions, and it is not your turn to speak, is it? I shall ask once more. When was the last time you saw Stephanie?" "It was last week." "Last week?" Bob exclaimed hastily. "I went to her house. I just wanted to see my daughter. Damn it, I have the right to see my daughter." Peter sighed, bending down as a stun baton appeared in his hand. He adjusted the setting to its lowest level and offered Bob a taste of electric therapy. Bob screamed again, his entire body jolting off the ground by half a foot. "Mr. Bob, while your answer was indeed correct, it appears your memory may be somewhat faulty. If I recall correctly, you have not provided child support for your daughter in nearly a year. You have repeatedly threatened her, compelling her to obtain a restraining order against you from the court. Yet, it seems you have failed to learn your lesson, as you vandalized their warehouse last week. Am I mistaken, Mr. Scoundrel?" Peter struck Bob's face once more, and this time Bob seemed to perceive the fury in Peter's tone, managing to suppress a cry. "You are an astute individual. Therefore, during your previous act of window smashing. You left no evidence behind. Otherwise, I would likely be observing you within the confines of a prison cell, would I not? Thus, I hope you will graciously accept my forthcoming advice. Stephanie is willing to forego the child support you owe from the past year, a matter of little consequence to her, which should be favorable news for you. However, what you must do is maintain a significant distance from her. I do not wish for you to approach her home, nor do I want you to contact her by phone. You are to sever all ties with her, even if you encounter her in a supermarket. I expect you to leave immediately. Can you adhere to these stipulations? I can do it, Bob mumbled, though a hint of resentment flickered in his eyes. Excellent, Peter replied, and Bob's expression lightened somewhat. Just then, Peter lunged forward, gripping Bob by the throat. He yanked Bob upright and forcefully pinned him against the wall. Bob struggled violently, attempting to push Peter away, but each of his strikes seemed to land on something soft, and his strength waned with the dissipating air, the world around him gradually darkening. In that final moment, Peter released his grip and Bob crumpled to the ground. His consciousness blurred, driven only by the body's instinct to draw fresh air into his lungs. Peter seized Bob's hair, pulling him close. As their eyes met, Bob was instantly captivated by the gaze behind the mask. The figure before him loomed larger and more inhuman in his mind. When Peter's image finally transformed into a colossal demon made of flames, Bob succumbed to unconsciousness. Peter exhaled and lowered Bob to the ground. His force imprint had been successfully planted within Bob's mind. The force imprint is a more advanced application of mental force, capable of inducing a weakened form of hypnosis under specific circumstances. Imbuing someone with a force imprint is no simple task, yet its effects endure for an extended duration. Given Peter's current circumstances, the imprint in Bob's mind is likely to persist for at least 6 to 7 months before dissipating, for a considerable time to come. Should Bob entertain thoughts of further harassing Stephanie, he will be ensnared by an inexplicable sense of dread. It is believed that before long, this individual will permanently relinquish his troublesome habits. Even if it ultimately fails, there is no cause for concern. After granting his employer more than 6 months, he has undoubtedly demonstrated considerable professional acumen. Should circumstances permit, he might simply offer her a discount upon her next commission. However, if such a situation were to arise again, Peter's response may necessitate a more severe approach. As he pushed open the balcony door, Peter inhaled the fresh air, feeling a sudden uplift in his spirits. Seizing an opportune moment when no one was around, he vaulted over the balcony railing and leapt into the void. While the likelihood of an ordinary individual meeting their demise from a third-story jump is relatively low, a fracture is almost inevitable. Yet Peter harbored no such concerns. His descent slowed as he neared the ground, and upon landing, he found no need to bend his knees to absorb the impact, concealing the mask back in his embrace. Peter arrived at the bus station, quietly awaiting the next vehicle. Those around him, similarly anticipating their transport, would scarcely suspect that this seemingly innocuous child had, less than 20 minutes prior, forcibly invaded a residence, leaving the homeowner gravely injured, with a bounty of $150,000 on his head. Observing the crowd, Peter felt an unshakable sense of alienation from the mundanity of daily life, yet, truth be told, he had no desire to return to his former existence. An hour later, once again donning his mask, Peter reappeared before the Weasel, returning the black card he had received earlier. "Is the mission complete?" the Weasel inquired, to which Peter nodded in affirmation. "Assaulting a drunkard is hardly a formidable task for you," the Weasel remarked, tossing the card into the trash. "Of course, we cannot simply take your word for the mission's conclusion, especially since you are still too cowardly to reveal your face." Peter remained unperturbed by the Weasel's insults, patiently waiting for him to continue. Confirmation of the mission's completion should take approximately 2 days. Since you, Mr. Little Red Riding Hood, did not provide a bank card, the earnings from this task will be directly deposited into your account. The funds therein can be utilized to acquire some extraordinary items that cannot be purchased with money. However, should you wish to withdraw it in cash, an additional 3% service fee will be applied. Items that money cannot buy. Might I see a list, perhaps? Peter's interest was piqued, and the Weasel, sensing the potential for business, displayed a smug grin. "Certainly, please follow me." Chapter 24. Fitness upon viewing the list. Peter was indeed taken aback. It featured high-grade bulletproof vests, combat knives, handguns, automatic rifles, grenade launchers, and a bewildering array of ammunition. The weapons listed could nearly fill a small armory. Additionally, various auxiliary equipment was available, including satellite phones, locators, and even an assortment of modified vehicles for sale. Of course, the prices for these items were anything but modest. Peter discovered that he could scarcely afford anything extravagant with his meager reward of over $800 for his tasks. A grenade launcher commanded a staggering price of $35,000, and each grenade cost an additional $2,000, leaving Peter utterly astonished. Did anyone actually purchase such items? Accumulating enough for even a single one would require completing 20 tasks, he pondered aloud. If you wish to indulge in the red card, your salary will soon enable you to acquire some of those toys, came the reply. Are these items stored here? I see no warehouses or anything of the sort, Peter remarked. His curiosity piqued as he glanced around. The weasel, exasperated, pressed his forehead, clearly at his wits' end with Peter. Do your family members know how dim-witted you are? This is a bar. A bar. What if this place gets raided? Peter surveyed the scene, noting the brawling crowd and the firearms almost every individual possessed, alongside a few unconscious patrons slumped in the corner. Even if you didn't keep your items here, this place would still be shut down. It has nothing to do with that. I'm merely a middleman, responsible for the channels, not the goods themselves. I simply facilitate your orders as a pleasant and unobtrusive intermediary. The weasel seemed to have an epiphany and handed Peter another list. By the way, speaking of channels, here is another list of items you can redeem. Although I doubt you'll find anything of interest, I'm not your mother. Have a look. Perhaps something will pique your curiosity. This new list was noticeably shorter, detailing an array of narcotics and various contraband items. Peter's brow furrowed beneath his mask as he examined the list. After a lengthy pause, he resolutely thrust the document back into the weasel's hands. I anticipated as much. The weasel shrugged. However, the prices are quite favorable. The Moretti family supplies them, so you can trust their reliability. If you have your own sales channels, you can at least double your profits. Apologies, but I have no desire to earn money in such a manner, Peter replied. Truth be told, the money you're earning now isn't exactly pristine, the weasel scoffed. So, how about a drink to celebrate the completion of your first task? You merely wish to see what I look like beneath the mask, Peter retorted, his disdain palpable. For the following week, Peter refrained from accepting any new tasks due to his impending school examinations. After missing an entire week of classes and struggling to prepare amidst the chaos, even his usual academic prowess felt insufficient. Damn it. What was your answer? Question 15. After the exam concluded, nearly all the students had vacated the classroom. Yet Peter detained Harry, compelling him to stay and compare answers. Which one are you referring to? The one requiring the area of a triangle, Peter replied, his expression one of frustration. I arrived at the conclusion of 168, which, upon reflection, seems utterly implausible. Harry's gaze was filled with sympathy. The correct answer is 56. You overlooked the final step of the calculation. He stowed his stationery into his backpack and tugged at Peter, who was tugging at his own hair. All right. The papers have already been submitted. There's no point in fretting here. Let us head for lunch. We have a biology exam this afternoon. However, during the biology exam in the afternoon, his performance was equally subpar. For the last question, he had only managed to jot down the initial few words before the bell, signaling the end of the exam rang, compelling him to reluctantly set down his pen. For that final question, which was worth a full 9 points, he was certain he would earn nothing, and there were several previous questions from which he would undoubtedly lose points. He had already relinquished any hope for a satisfactory score in this examination. It felt as if I were straying further down the path of mediocrity. Peter appeared listless throughout the afternoon. Harry patted him on the back and tossed him a bottle of juice. If the others in class heard that, at least a third of them would be in tears. Harry took a hearty sip of the juice, the refreshing aroma of watermelon invigorating him. Others would be grateful for a score of 70. You, on the other hand, lamenting over an 80. Thankfully, you are confiding in me. Otherwise, others might think you were boasting. Peter seemed poised to say something, but ultimately sighed and remained silent. He peeled back the packaging of the juice and took a sip. For a moment, neither spoke. After a while, Peter finally voiced his discontent. You bought me watermelon juice again. You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it, Harry replied, his face brightening with a radiant smile. Once the last exam had concluded, all the students erupted in cheers. They were about to enjoy a full 4-day break, a splendid opportunity to unwind. Remarkably, Peter joined in the celebration, though he felt that despite his last-minute cramming before each exam, he had not performed well. He mused that securing a place in the top 10 of the grade was beyond his reach this time, feeling a twinge of disappointment. I wonder if Uncle Ben and Aunt May will be angry. Oh well, what is done is done. Peter opened his pencil case, and the pens on his desk floated up, swiftly and orderly diving into the case one by one. He flung the pen case into his backpack. Despite the poor angle of his throw, the case gracefully curved mid-air, landing neatly inside. With a snap of his fingers, the zipper of his backpack was swiftly sealed by an unseen force, resting tidily on the desk. Peter was quite passionate about applying his abilities to every minute detail of life, as it allowed him to consistently hone his control and spared him from many tasks he typically found tedious. Strictly speaking, the Force exists within every entity in this universe. Peter is merely a user of the Force, and utilizing it requires the expenditure of both mental and a modicum of physical energy. However, his mental fortitude remains the primary constraint upon Peter's growth. Thus far, he appears to have found no method to significantly enhance his mental capacity. Following an initial month of explosive growth, the rate of his progress has gradually dwindled to a pace that could scarcely be described as anything other than sluggish. At his current rate of advancement, Peter estimates that it would take him no less than 10 months to double his total mental reserve, assuming his rate of growth does not further diminish. Nonetheless, Peter is not without alternative means to augment his strength. After classes, he donned a tracksuit and made his way to the school's gymnasium. This facility was constructed several years prior after the principal authorized its creation following the school's baseball team winning the district championship. However, due to subsequent budget overruns, the school could only procure a selection of worn and outdated equipment, which contributed to its lack of popularity. After changing into the school's athletic attire and grabbing a towel, Peter commenced his training for the day. Upon entering the gym, he noticed two upperclassmen already perspiring as they worked on various machines. He selected a treadmill, adjusted the settings, and began to run. 15 minutes later, with sweat pouring down his brow and breath coming in gasps, he pressed the stop button. After taking a few slow steps, he stepped off the treadmill and retrieved his towel to wipe his brow. "Peter, could you come to the office for a moment?" The coach of the sports team appeared at the gym's entrance, calling out to Peter. An unease settled within him. This gym was ostensibly reserved for members of the school's athletic teams, and it was understood that only these individuals were permitted to use it. As more and more athletes opted for off-campus training, the rules here had relaxed considerably, allowing Peter to blend in. Nevertheless, if the coach sought to confront him over this, it would hardly be unjustified. However, the coach's summons was for an entirely different reason. "Peter, I have a crucial question for you. Do you have a structured training regimen?" "No," Peter replied honestly. For the past few weeks, he had simply used whichever equipment caught his eye. Besides his regular 15 minutes on the treadmill, he had not considered formulating a dedicated training plan. This lack of preparation left him unfamiliar with many of the machines in the gym, and he was disinclined to inquire with the intimidating upperclassmen. "Peter, I have observed you over the past few weeks. While your effort is commendable, your foundation is lacking. Many more intense training regimens may not be suitable for you. However, it is not too late to begin now." The coach, who held a respectable reputation within the school, was remarkably amiable. "Given the limited training time available, it is imperative that we arrange our schedule judiciously. Furthermore, the operating hours of the school's gymnasium are constrained, necessitating that this regimen can be executed at home without reliance on any equipment." The coach produced a blank sheet of paper and began to meticulously inscribe the training exercises one by one. "Initially, I recommend performing 3 sets of exercises on these machines, which will constitute your workout at the gym. However, there exists an additional routine to be accomplished at home, which in a certain sense holds greater significance." The coach's demeanor grew grave. "You must complete 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats daily, followed by a 10-kilometer run. Commit to this regimen without fail. Moreover, for optimal results, refrain from using air conditioning or heating, regardless of the season. If you persevere for 3 years, what will happen?" Peter felt a surge of excitement. "You will not be inferior to the senior athletes." The coach was utterly earnest, his bald head gleaming. "I understand that this may be challenging at first, but a robust physique is the cornerstone of a successful and fulfilling life. How can one aspire to change the world if they cannot even transform themselves?" The ancient Greek philosopher Socrates once remarked that one of life's greatest regrets is never witnessing oneself in the most powerful and perfect state of being. In that moment, the expression on the coach's face was undeniably sacred. From that day forth, Peter seemed to be imbued with an infectious zeal, never missing a single training session. Chapter 25. The Red Mask. The following afternoon, Peter encountered Mary. The midterm examinations had just concluded, and the students were relishing their holiday. Peter had come to school merely to take advantage of the gym once more. The coach had provided him with a gym card, granting him access to the facilities even after hours, a privilege typically reserved for the most promising athletes. As he opened the gym's grand doors, Peter caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure through the second-floor window of the faculty building. "Mary?" he murmured to himself. Just last week, he had attempted to visit Mary's home multiple times, yet was met with an empty abode, possibly due to her father's inebriation or simply no one being home to answer the door. Peter had even ventured inside to investigate, only to find a vast house devoid of life. Everything of value seemed to have vanished, leaving behind only the most basic furnishings. Perplexed, Peter eventually gleaned some information from Uncle Ben through subtle inquiries. Mary's house had been listed on a real estate website, as they intended to sell it. Philip had resided in that house for over a decade, and its sudden sale was indeed lamentable. Uncle Ben took a sip of his coffee, continuing to peruse his newspaper. Aunt May, who was retrieving dinner from the oven, joined the conversation. I heard they're asking for $800,000. That is no small sum. She placed the plate before Uncle Ben, arranging the knife and fork for him. The house, which had been in disrepair for so many years, could fetch a considerable price. Perhaps our own home could be valued at $900,000. If only we possessed such a sum. $96,000. Louise has already called me twice. My dear, we have resided in this house for 26 years. No matter the offer, I have no desire to part with my home. Of course, I am merely expressing my thoughts. Aunt May smiled and kissed Uncle Ben on the forehead. This was the first time in over 2 weeks that Peter had seen Mary. After securing the gymnasium door, Peter swiftly ascended to the second floor of the faculty building. Outside the vice principal's office, Mary sat on a long bench. Hearing Peter's footsteps approaching, she turned her gaze toward him. Her face initially registered surprise, which quickly blossomed into a smile. How have you been? Peter gasped as he approached Mary. It has been a while, Peter. She rose to give him a warm embrace. Once she let go, Peter felt a bit flustered. It's so good to see you. I mean, you went missing, but now you seem well. I was quite worried, he stammered, his words tumbling out in a disarray. Mary chuckled softly. I understand what you mean. It's all right now, I'm fine. She brushed her hair back from her shoulders, tidying it up. To be honest, I still don't fully grasp what happened. It feels like a dream. What exactly took place? Peter attempted to feign ignorance, yet Mary shook her head with a smile. It's a long story, and you probably wouldn't believe it. I'll tell you later. Peter hesitated, unsure if he should press further. An awkward silence ensued, during which Mary merely stared at her hands. Suddenly, Peter remembered a question. Why are you at school today? It's a holiday. My mother is helping me with some paperwork. I'm about to transfer schools. She lifted her head, and Peter was momentarily taken aback. You're transferring? Where to? He inquired twice, his surprise evident. To Boston. She raised her chin. I'll be staying with my mother for a while. We plan to return to New York early next year. Will you come back then? Of course. I intended to come by your house tomorrow to say goodbye. You startled me. I thought you wouldn't return. Peter patted his chest, while Mary found herself momentarily speechless. At that moment, the door to the vice principal's office swung open, revealing the vice principal accompanied by a middle-aged woman who bore a striking resemblance to Mary, contrasting sharply with Mary's father's disheveled appearance. The middle-aged woman before him, though somewhat advanced in years, exuded an air of sophistication and vitality in her androgynous suit. Hello, Peter. I certainly did not expect to see you at school today. The vice principal adjusted his glasses, instantly recognizing the student who had caused many teachers considerable consternation. Peter awkwardly waved his hand, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the woman clasped Peter's hand warmly. Peter Parker, the last time I saw you. You were just a little tyke, Mary's mother remarked with a smile. It has been over 3 years since we last met. Thank you for always looking after Mary. No, it's actually Mary who has been looking after me, Peter replied, feeling his face flush unexpectedly. She's a wonderful person. You've become quite the charmer. Mary's mother chuckled, taking hold of Mary's hand. All right, Mary, we must be on our way. There are many matters to attend to this afternoon. After bidding farewell to the vice principal, she turned to leave. Mary broke free from her mother's grasp and embraced Peter once more. See you in 6 months. She whispered in his ear. See you in 6 months, he replied. As he watched Mary's figure vanish at the end of the corridor, Peter felt a sense of bewilderment. After a moment, he regained his composure and descended the stairs. He had yet to complete his exercises for the day. The brief holiday slipped away, and Peter found himself once again wandering through the Lost Children Academy, only to discover that the weasel had no tasks suitable for him this time. You see, there aren't many clean jobs in this line of work. If you wish to sustain yourself, it would be far easier to get your hands dirty, the weasel advised, speaking from experience. Yet Peter remained indifferent to his words. By the way, how much do I have left from my last job? The weasel produced his ledger and began to flip through its pages. Well, after a commission of $900, deducting 10% for the agency fee, and adding your previous milk expenses, you have a total of $796. I didn't even drink that milk. Peter protested. I couldn't possibly drink that milk. Besides, what on earth is wrong with the milk here? Why is it so expensive? If you wish to converse with me, you must first purchase a drink, the weasel replied with an air of entitlement. The surplus is naturally my service fee. My services are no less than those of a 5-star hotel. which charge even more than I do. All right, enough about that topic, Peter interjected, keen to steer the conversation in another direction. Let us discuss my account. I wish to exchange something. Exchange something? With that little amount? The weasel regarded Peter with skepticism. It seems your funds are insufficient for anything of decent value. Yet beneath his mask, Peter smiled. The weasel quickly interrupted him. Don't smile. Your usual speech is bearable. But with that grin and that mask, it becomes rather eerie. Returning to the subject at hand, if my memory serves me correctly, the funds in my account should suffice to acquire this item. The weasel flipped the form over and placed it before Peter. After surveying the contents, Peter quickly identified what he sought, relying on his memory. A device specifically designed to decode police radio frequencies, accompanied by compact radio, totaling $670. This item? The weasel expressed mild astonishment. Are you planning a significant operation? A word of caution, should you find yourself apprehended. Any attempts to implicate someone here will only result in a more dire fate for you. Aren't you merely an intermediary? A smirk crept across Peter's masked visage. What I intend to do with it seems to be of no concern to you, does it? All right. The weasel raised his hands in surrender. Indeed, I have overstepped my bounds. 2 days later, at 2 o'clock in the morning, outside a closed supermarket in Manhattan, New York, 2 thieves crawled out through a shattered window, their pockets stuffed with cash and their arms cradling several mobile phone boxes. They had inadvertently triggered the alarm in the office, forcing them to halt their looting and hastily flee before the police arrived. Donning a mask and a black and red hooded sweatshirt, Peter emerged from the shadows, blocking their escape route. If you surrender all the stolen goods now, I might go a little easier on you, he stated leisurely, stretching his limbs. The 2 thieves exchanged glances, a glint of determination flashing between them. They dropped the phones in their arms, drew butterfly knives from their pockets, and charged at Peter. What ensued was a brutal, one-sided massacre that requires little elaboration. Within mere minutes, Peter's adversaries lay defeated on the ground. When the police finally arrived, the unfortunate thieves were stripped down to their undergarments, bound to a lamppost. George Stacy tore a card affixed to one of the robbers' backs. It was a square card, and on its reverse was a line of small text. Your good partner, Red Mask. This truly feels like a prank, George mused, shaking his head as he placed the card into an evidence bag and tossed it to an intern officer in the team. Chapter 26. The conclusion of the semester a little over a month later, in Peter's classroom. Snore the math teacher's forehead pulsed with a vein. Peter Parker, please pay attention to your surroundings. You are in class, not in your bed. She could no longer tolerate it. Striding to Peter's desk and slamming the textbook in front of him. Startled from his slumber, Peter rubbed his eyes and glanced at the teacher, taking a moment before finally registering her presence with an expression of dawning realization. Apologies, Professor Klaus. I assure you I shall not behave thus again. Before he could finish his sentence, he was already teetering on the verge of slumber once more. This marked the second occasion in this lesson that I have had to rouse you. If you truly find my class so tedious, perhaps you ought to stand in the corridor. The mathematics teacher, unable to endure any longer, promptly expelled Peter from the classroom. To Peter, this was a welcome outcome. He removed his jacket and draped it over himself, squatting at the classroom door, swiftly descending back into slumber. By the time of the next class, Peter had regained a modicum of vitality, appearing less like a zombie. You dozed off in her class again today, Harry whispered, suppressing his voice as he spoke to Peter. However, Peter merely grunted, resting his head on his arms, squinting as he fought to stay awake. This is a self-inflicted plight, Harry remarked. Is the departure of Ms. Firebrand truly such a profound blow to you? You seemed indifferent to her before. Is it only in loss that one learns to cherish? This had nothing to do with her sincerity, Peter lazily replied. I've simply been lacking in sleep lately. Do you require some medication to assist you? Every day, your first class is spent in slumber. Though your grades are commendable, the teachers cannot allow you to continue in this manner indefinitely. Can they? We'll see when the time comes, Peter responded with a sense of optimism. Harry couldn't help but question the extent of Peter's luck. The grade supervisor had already spoken to him twice regarding his sleeping habits in class, yet Peter continued to doze off, seemingly unfazed, while the supervisor appeared to tolerate it. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Harry shifted to another topic. Have you heard of the Red Mask? Red Mask? Peter's interest peaked. What is that? A new Academy oddity? You haven't heard of it? It's the hottest news in New York right now, Harry exclaimed with excitement. The city's latest folk hero has thwarted for crimes unarmed. The very notion of such a person existing in reality struck Peter as undeniably cool. Peter scoffed. It seems the robber I thwarted the other day hasn't made the news yet. That scoundrel stabbed an elderly woman twice, and I managed to break his limbs and 2 ribs. To me, that fell entirely just. Harry, noticing Peter's disdainful expression, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Come on, a folk hero? That's just something out of comic books. When was the last time something like that happened? Harry endeavored to exaggerate his tone while feeling somewhat perplexed. This fellow used to revel in such tales. Why the sudden lack of enthusiasm? The last time was 4 years ago, wasn't it? That guy in the green plastic suit who called himself the king of beatdowns. The name of that individual was indeed a household name back in the day. The video of his first fight garnered over 10 million views, and he remained active for a considerable period thereafter. However, his fate was rather grim. Indeed, he lost both his hands and sustained a staggering 16 gunshot wounds. Upon seeing the images from the scene online, I was unable to eat for 2 days. Harry expressed a sense of melancholy. Yes, it seems this person was merely a fleeting phenomenon, Peter remarked, his tone somewhat peculiar. In a few months, he will fade away. New York has seen its share of such cases. Harry, a bit indignant, raised his voice slightly. Peter, this individual is unlike those other charlatans. I can feel it. I hope that is the case, Peter silently thought, before dozing off once more. For the first time in his life, Peter felt a profound sense of fulfillment. His every moment of free time was meticulously scheduled. Rising at 6 in the morning, he would embark on a 10-kilometer run, and after returning home for a hot shower, he would head off to school. An hour after classes was invariably dedicated to the gym, followed by returning home to complete school assignments and review lessons. By around 9 o'clock, Peter would diligently retire to bed. Around 1 in the morning, he would stealthily rise, don his disguise, and slip out of his window, returning around 5. Most of his time was spent honing his mental acuity and control of the force on a quiet rooftop he had discovered. Whenever his decoder detected a nearby alarm, he would hasten to the scene to see if he could offer assistance. Coupled with his occasional visits to the Weasel, Peter found himself hard-pressed to squeeze in enough time. Amidst such a tight schedule, the only moments he could catch up on sleep were during classes. His academic performance began to suffer significantly, plummeting from steady position within the top 3 of his grade to merely blending in among the top 15. The teacher had already communicated with Aunt May, yet Peter's behavior remained unchanged. He was acutely aware of what he desired and understood that these aspirations could not be fulfilled within the confines of the classroom. Even though Peter considered his determination to be quite commendable, the pressures of his lifestyle were becoming nearly unbearable. Recently, he found it increasingly difficult to achieve a meditative state during his sessions. This was not a favorable sign. The silver lining, however, was that after the final exams in 2 weeks, combined with Christmas and New Year's, they would enjoy nearly 5 weeks of winter break. During that time, Peter would have ample opportunity, perhaps even to revisit some long-forgotten computer games. His computer had only been used recently for assignments and research, while a plethora of movies, television shows, and games lay untouched for an extended period. Every morning, Peter rises and glances at the calendar on his desk, meticulously calculating the time remaining until the arrival of winter break. Let's not forget, there is an internship to attend during the holiday, Harry reminded Peter. We ought to resolve our winter assignments during the Christmas period, as we will be quite occupied thereafter, perhaps with little time to spare. For some reason, Harry seems particularly invested in the matter of the winter internship. I understand, Peter mumbled discontentedly. You've interrupted my sweet dreams. At this rate, you'd better not falter during the final exams, Harry remarked with evident concern. Your spirits are notably low. If you were to fail a subject, your uncle and aunt would surely make you regret it. There is no need for concern. He never laid a hand on me thus far, Peter replied confidently. Moreover, I am certain I won't fail. You can rest assured. There is always a first time. Harry left his warning hanging in the air. Though he spoke with bravado, Peter did not allow himself to be complacent. During the subsequent week of revision, apart from the mandatory daily exercise, he devoted all his available time to studying, significantly reducing his late-night escapades. Within 5 days, he completed a remarkable 12 mock exams, a level of enthusiasm that startled both Uncle and Aunt May. Peter, relentless studying is not the answer. You need to balance work and rest, Aunt May advised, placing a bowl of pumpkin soup beside him. Peter felt slightly exasperated. We just had lunch 2 hours ago, he said helplessly, his pen continuing to glide across the paper. You are still growing, and with how fatigued you are every day, you must replenish your energy, Aunt May insisted, arranging a napkin for him. Understand that we are not upset about your last midterm results. Your academic performance is commendable. There is no need to worry excessively. I am not worried, Peter replied casually, turning to another new exam paper. Aunt May could only sigh, closing the door as she exited. However, the fruits of Peter's intensive preparation were indeed remarkable. He navigated the week of examinations with ease, and when his report card was released, his classmates gasped in astonishment. Out of 7 subjects, he achieved perfect scores in 6. with only 2 symbolic points deducted from his English essay. His final exam results secured him the top position in his grade, leaving the second place trailing by a staggering 17 points. Yet, as he was presented with his results, Peter remained fast asleep at his desk, appearing utterly indifferent to it all. This scene left his less fortunate peers in tears. The realm of the scholar, indeed, seems exceedingly distant from us. Chapter 27. The Osborne Group. The Osborne Building, a striking edifice with 108 stories, stands at the heart of Manhattan, New York, less than a kilometer away from the recently completed Stark Tower. Its unique design resembles a book rolled up or a sword sheath piercing the clouds. It serves as the paramount symbol of the Osborne Group's formidable strength and embodies the very heart of the organization. This skyscraper not only houses the offices of the Osborne Group, but also fulfills the role of a research facility, containing over 50% of the group's biological laboratories and product development areas. At the entrance of this towering structure, 2 young gentlemen clad in suits are standing across the street. Peter's gaze flits back and forth between the Osborne building and Harry's face, finally escaping his lips in a gasp of astonishment. Osborne? That Osborne? He murmurs unconsciously, his eyes fixed on the edifice before him, while Harry beside him beams with pride. Indeed, the Osborne Group. You mean the Osborne? Peter turns to Harry, his mind racing with a myriad of questions, yet he ultimately blurts out this rather nonsensical inquiry. Harry Osborne, the first heir of the Osborne Group, at your service, Harry replies with a slight bow, though he quickly finds humor in his own gesture. His laughter pulls Peter back to reality, prompting him to scrutinize Harry anew. Yes, indeed, he is still the same Harry. To be honest, I feel like you're the only one in our grade who didn't know this, Harry remarks, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Wealthy family, surname Osborne. Most people figure out this simple puzzle in less than a month. Honestly, I knew of the Osborne Group, but good heavens, I never imagined my desk mate was a billionaire, Peter stammers, still grappling with the revelation. Damn it, if your family is so affluent, why do you still attend our shabby school? That's a good question, Harry responds. I actually never attended middle school or elementary. I was tutored at home by a private instructor. A year ago, I expressed my dissent to my father regarding this arrangement. And then, Peter inquires, to which Harry wears a blend of amusement and annoyance. Can't you figure that out yourself? Now that we're classmates, what do you think happened next? Peter shrinks slightly, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Did your father agree so easily? He didn't raise any objections? Not at all. My father has always respected my opinions, Harry states, adjusting his tie and hair with a touch of pride. After discussing it with me, he supported my decision and dismissed the bodyguards and drivers, allowing me to experience a normal high school life. Living alone in a villa with a starting price of $1 million is hardly a lifestyle befitting a high school student. Peter remarked, by the way, wealthy brother, why not extend some charity to us less fortunate souls? Charity is hardly your prerogative, Harry retorted with a hint of disdain. You have a job, and your pocket money is quite ample compared to others in our class. Besides, you have your own house. Many of us are renting, you know. Hey, I was merely attempting to lighten the mood, Peter said unabashedly, giving Harry a gentle pat on the shoulder. Good fortune is meant to be shared. Given that you possess more money than I could earn in a lifetime, why not spread the wealth? That's my father's money, not mine, Harry replied, but a cunning smile crept onto his face. You could simply work for me when the time comes. Don't worry. I'll ensure you receive a salary sufficient to keep you well fed. Goodness, being a brother isn't enough. You want to be my boss as well? As the two bantered and jested, the pedestrian signal turned green, prompting Harry and Peter to hurriedly adjust their backpacks and suits before dashing off. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I secured this position through the HR manager, and my father is still unaware. So, please refrain from boasting about having connections. Otherwise, I might face some repercussions at home, Harry warned Peter, adopting a serious tone. Peter nodded in acknowledgement, but then a thought struck him. By the way, what do you eat at home? Are your sausages made from Kobe beef? Do you add truffles to your pasta? Do you spread foie gras and caviar on toast? Peter bombarded Harry with questions, his curiosity evident. Initially, Harry chose to ignore him, but within half a minute, he could no longer contain himself. Get lost. Harry managed to muster a look of disdain, yet he ultimately burst into laughter. Once inside the Osborne building, Harry and Peter quickly parted ways. As the future heir to Osborne Enterprises, Harry had no intention of wasting time on this internship. In his own words, he needed to be trained by his father for a month, and he appeared somewhat despondent, though it was unclear if it was an act. Shortly after Peter entered, he was subjected to a security check. The security was quite strict. After a thorough search of his belongings, they even required him to take a sip from his water bottle before allowing him to proceed. Despite arriving relatively early, Peter noticed several other peers present, likely fellow interns. Osborne Group offers internship opportunities for college and high school students annually, and for many, this chance is irresistibly enticing. The Osborne Group has made available only 40 positions, each fiercely contested by countless students. Ultimately, those who succeed are undoubtedly the creme de la creme, the top scholars among their peers, including prodigies who have already published papers in scientific journals during their high school years. If Peter's academic performance were lacking, Harry would hardly have so readily secured his entry. After a brief wait at the front desk, Peter presented his internship invitation letter and swiftly received his intern badge, adorned with a photograph of his own beaming face. Each glance at the badge stirred an urge to remove it, given his goofy expression. "Welcome to Osborne Tower. Please ensure that you wear this badge at all times within the building. Our security personnel are not particularly amicable towards those lacking identification." The front desk staff cheerfully informed him and the other two interns, though Peter could discern the mechanical nature of her smile, suggesting this was not her first time delivering the message. The schedules for each internship group vary significantly, so please be vigilant with your timetable to avoid confusion. Many areas of this building are restricted to authorized personnel only, and trespassing can lead to serious consequences. We kindly ask everyone not to stray from their groups during the internship. Should you require assistance, please seek out the nearest staff member. Once her lengthy discourse concluded, Peter exhaled in relief. He retrieved the materials he had just received and headed towards the elevator, perusing them as he walked. "I'm in Group 3. I'm supposed to gather in front of Lab 13 on the 14th floor in 25 minutes. It seems a bit early to head over now. Should I just wait idly?" He muttered to himself, oblivious to his surroundings. As he turned a corner, someone suddenly emerged from the opposite direction and collided forcefully with him. One foot slid back, and as a gentle force appeared behind him, supporting him, Peter instinctively grasped the person's hand and pulled them towards him. Perhaps he exerted too much force, as the individual's frame was surprisingly light. Instead of regaining their balance, they were pulled in the opposite direction and collided with Peter before he could react. Having canceled the supportive force at his back, Peter could not withstand the impact. Amidst startled cries and flying papers, he was toppled to the ground, the other person landing atop him, their head crashing against his chest. A sudden pressure enveloped Peter's torso, nearly taking his breath away. A delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils as he glanced down, only to be met by a pair of misty blue eyes that mirrored his own gaze. After a brief moment, a sharp scream pierced the air. "She is rather charming," was Peter's first thought upon regaining his composure. Chapter 28. The internship begins. The girl hurriedly scrambled off Peter and took 2 steps back. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, and I truly apologize. Are you all right?" It was only then that Peter could clearly see the girl's appearance. She had a dazzling mane of light golden hair, which, when tied into a ponytail, appeared remarkably neat. This impression was further accentuated by her attire. She wore a deep blue crop top paired with a pristine white long skirt, which lent her a touch of a white-collar elegance despite her youthful countenance. She seemed slightly slender, certainly not possessing a devilishly alluring figure. Her features were quite exquisite. Peter would rate her an 8 in terms of looks. Compared to Mary, she was a tad less striking in appearance and figure, lacking that innate allure that Mary exuded effortlessly. Yet, she possessed a unique, ethereal quality, combined with a subtle air of confidence that held an unusual allure for Peter. He too got to his feet and began to gather the scattered papers. After picking up a few sheets, he stumbled upon some amusing content that made him chuckle quietly. He returned her documents to her. "Thank you." She accepted the papers, tidied them up, and placed them in her bag. "I was a bit embarrassed earlier. Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine. Most of the blame should actually fall on me. I wasn't watching where I was going either." Peter smiled and extended his right hand. "If I'm not mistaken, you're also one of the interns." "I'm Peter Parker. It's a pleasure to meet you." He was surprised by his own boldness. The girl responded graciously, shaking his hand. "Glenn Stacy, though I believe you already know that." She smiled, gesturing to her badge, where the girl in the photo was grinning widely at Peter. "How about a cup of coffee to make up for it?" Peter blurted out, struggling to find words, immediately regretting his suggestion as it left his lips. He anxiously glanced at Glenn, uncertain of her reaction. "Sorry," she replied, as expected, declining the offer, though she seemed unfazed by his proposal. "I'm starting to wonder if your earlier stumble was intentional." It was quite the charming pickup line. She joked lightly. "However, our internship begins in just over 20 minutes, so it seems a bit late to go for coffee now." "Then perhaps another time." Peter feigned nonchalance, uttering the only response he could muster. He tightened his grip, palms already damp with sweat. "Next time, you might want to adopt a different approach to initiate a conversation." Gowen winked playfully as she spoke. Peter felt his cheeks flush. Well, see you later. A tad perplexed, Gowen quickly regained her composure. See you soon, Peter. After exchanging pleasantries, she headed towards the reception, her belongings in hand. Watching her retreating figure, Peter found himself somewhat entranced. It took him a few moments to realize that staring at a girl's back might be considered impolite, prompting him to swiftly turn away and resume his previous path. Hey, not too shabby, he mused, rubbing the slightly sore spot on his back, recalling the two slick sensations that had pressed against his abdomen moments earlier, causing him to break into a silly grin. That fall was truly worth it, Peter thought joyfully. With still some time before the assembly, he decided to explore the exhibition hall on the second floor. When they encountered each other again, Gowen appeared somewhat astonished. You're also in Group 3? I told you. See you later. Peter responded, his tone laced with a hint of mischief. He took a seat beside her, hesitated briefly, then distanced himself slightly, maintaining a respectful space. As long as you're not a stalker, I'll be at ease. I already have enough issues to deal with. Do you have many stalkers? Peter blurted out without a moment's thought. The atmosphere froze in that instant. Gowen awkwardly opened her mouth, but struggled to conjure an appropriate reply. Perhaps Peter's silent prayers were finally heard by a passing deity. Just 5 minutes before the assembly, the laboratory door swung open. A young man clad in a long white lab coat emerged, drawing the attention of both Peter and Gowen. He glanced at the interns waiting outside, counted them, and nodded, confirming that all were present. Hello everyone, my name is Chris Hanley, a biomedical engineer from the 4th Experimental Division, and also the assistant to Dr. Connors. I will be your group supervisor for the next 3 weeks. First, let me reiterate, welcome to the Osborne Group. 8 years ago, I stood in your position as an intern here at Osborne. It proved to be one of the best decisions I have ever made. Those 3 weeks of internship were among the most unforgettable of my life. I hope you will have a similar experience. Over the next 3 weeks, you will interact with some of the most eminent scientists in your respective fields. You will witness the world's most advanced biotechnologies and even have the opportunity to participate directly in the development of new technologies. You will learn how to scientifically and rationally deduce brilliant ideas and then discover how to transform them into reality. However, we have only 3 weeks, and every moment is precious, so I shall not delay your time any further. Please proceed to the entrance to don the laboratory attire and safety goggles. Afterward, I will guide you on a tour of this laboratory. The 8 members of the 3rd group followed Chris into the lab. They first placed their backpacks in the lockers, taking only 2 pens and a notebook. Peter exerted considerable effort to find a fitting white coat. He had been accustomed to wearing loose-fitting t-shirts and had not realized that his clothing size had rendered his usual fit quite snug. It appeared that the series of exercises he undertook had been quite effective, as he had noticeably gained muscle. Once he donned his safety goggles, Peter felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found it was Gwen. Her face was slightly flushed, and she pursed her lips while gesturing towards her hair. Upon inspection, Peter couldn't help but chuckle. A strand of her hair had become caught in her goggles. Noticing her eyes glistening with tears, it seemed the situation was rather painful for her. Peter leaned closer and carefully untangled the strand. Despite his caution, he inadvertently tugged on her hair, eliciting a small yelp from Gwen. I'm so sorry. Peter quickly apologized, chiding himself a bit. Such a simple task, and he had managed to botch it. He wished he had employed the force for assistance. It's all right. Gwen finally adjusted her goggles and regarded Peter with an odd expression. After a moment of hesitation, she shyly remarked, "Your pants, be careful." With that statement, she turned and walked towards Instructor Hanley. Peter glanced down and indeed discovered that his zipper was wide open. His face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly turned to zip up, checking other areas of his attire before rejoining the rest of his group. Everyone, this is Dr. Kurt Connors, my mentor and one of the most authoritative figures in the field of herpetology worldwide. After Chris concluded the introduction, Dr. Connors stepped forward. He appeared rather disheveled, with hair that seemed to have gone days without washing, and his lab coat was wrinkled. Yet, there was a peculiar spark in his eyes. What drew the most attention, however, was his right arm, or rather, the absence of it. Below his right elbow, where one would typically find a forearm, there was nothing but a bare elbow. He seemed unfazed by the gazes of the interns, raising his amputated right arm. I am, in fact, quite an optimistic person. As you can see, I am left-handed, though that is a skill acquired post-injury. A few interns chuckled lightly, only to realize that it might be perceived as impolite, and they quickly ceased their laughter. In truth, I have discovered that losing an arm comes with its own set of advantages. When I board a vehicle, there are often individuals who graciously offer me their seat, and on occasion, I find myself upgraded to first class on flights at no additional cost. More importantly, This experience has ignited within me a profound motivation. Dr. Connors paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping across the faces of all the students, lingering just a moment longer on Peter's countenance. Knowledge is power, and I believe I possess ample knowledge and sufficient strength. Unlike many patients who passively accept their fate, I prefer to seize my destiny with my remaining hand and rewrite it. I am confident that with my abilities, I can rectify any imperfections in others. Dr. Connors gestured towards the entire laboratory. I believe I am remarkably close to achieving my goal, and you will witness the progress I have made over the past 12 years. Of course, that is the role of Hanley. He smiled and waved farewell to the interns before turning to enter his private laboratory, while Supervisor Hanley took over the conversation. All right, everyone, please follow me closely. Be mindful not to wander off and do not lag behind. Chapter 29. Norman Osborn, their group ambled through most of the laboratory, taking in its grandeur. The sheer size of this facility left Peter, who had grown accustomed to the small school laboratory, utterly astonished. This laboratory spanned half of 3 floors, with hundreds of technicians in white coats diligently operating various instruments and security personnel patrolling the premises. Based on Peter's observations, the caliber of these security guards far surpassed that of the small-time thugs he had previously encountered. The entire laboratory was divided into numerous sections, including a visitor-friendly exhibition area, a designated formal office space, and a biocontainment zone specifically for hazardous experiments. Among these, the sample storage area piqued Peter's interest the most. In this modest 600-square-meter warehouse, thousands of different species of flora and fauna were housed, predominantly reptiles. A few girls in the group paled at the sight of the lizards. Yet Peter and several other boys approached with keen curiosity to examine them. After introducing a few more unique specimens, Hanley allowed them some time to explore before leading them to the next experimental site. It was only after they had completed a circuit of the entire laboratory that Peter realized the morning had flown by. It is now lunchtime. Please accompany me to the employee cafeteria on the 26th floor, where lunch has been prepared for you. You will have 2 hours of free time, and we shall regroup at the entrance of this laboratory at 1:30. Hand Eli announced the lunchtime break, and the interns, who had diligently navigated the morning, eagerly anticipated this respite. Upon ascending to the 26th floor via the elevator, the students were greeted by a space reminiscent of a classic European restaurant, grand enough to accommodate 500 to 600 patrons without a hint of overcrowding. This was our employee dining hall. The Osborn building also houses additional cafeterias on the 25th and 35th floors, which we would explore in the coming weeks. As for the more upscale managerial dining area, that was beyond our current reach, as Hand Eli explained to the students. The menu primarily featured American, French, and Italian cuisines, each offering dozens of delectable options. However, our complimentary lunch came with certain restrictions, allowing us to select from 5 fixed meal sets. Should any of you fancy other dishes, they could be ordered at a cost. I personally highly recommend the mango pudding and seafood chowder. Their flavors are truly exceptional. Around the same time, other groups of interns began to enter, and the remaining seats in the Osborn building gradually filled. To procure their meals, they first needed to collect their meal vouchers from a temporary table set up in the corner of the dining area, and naturally, all the interns rushed to the front. Peter, who remained steadfastly at the back of the line, waiting patiently without cutting in, finally secured his voucher after a couple of minutes, only to realize that his group had already vanished, including Gwen. With a sigh, Peter made his way to the food counter to claim his meal. 1 chicken wrap combo, please. Oh, and I'll have a mango pudding as well. Remembering his bank account had reached 4 digits, Peter decided to indulge himself for once. After receiving his meal, he glanced around, but found no familiar faces, which left him feeling slightly disheartened. After a moment of hesitation, he settled at an empty table in the corner. Before long, as Peter was voraciously consuming his meal, someone took a seat across from him. Looking up, he was surprised to see Harry. What's wrong? Didn't you have lunch plans with your father? Peter mumbled through a mouthful of food, unable to swallow quickly enough. And weren't you trying to keep him from knowing I was brought in by you? Harry frowned at Peter's unsightly eating manner. Bad luck, he already knew. Harry sighed. I did get a bit of a lecture, but it wasn't as bad as I had anticipated. That is good to hear. I feel a bit guilty for putting you through that trouble, Peter admitted, feeling an inexplicable sense of remorse, knowing that had it not been for Harry, he would not have endured such a reprimand. What does that even mean? Such trivial matters are mere trifles. Harry appeared somewhat preoccupied as he picked up the hamburger from his plate. Be prepared for later. Dad wishes to invite you for afternoon tea. Peter nearly choked on his food, almost spraying it onto Harry's face. What does my father want to see me for? Goodness, what am I supposed to say? He is a person whose worth fluctuates by hundreds of thousands every minute. Panic began to rise within Peter. However, Harry seemed to find some comfort in Peter's frantic demeanor. "By your expression, one might think my father is a velociraptor," he remarked, wearing a blend of amusement and exasperation. "Just think of him as my dad. Rather than the CEO of Oscorp, it will be much simpler." Yet, this sentiment had no effect on Peter. "But he is indeed the CEO of Oscorp," Peter protested. As Peter stepped into Norman Osborn's office alongside Harry, his hands trembled slightly, and his mind felt foggy. But upon seeing the man seated in the office, he couldn't help but gasp. At that moment, Harry looked at Peter with a wry smile. The Norman Osborn before him bore little resemblance to the charismatic middle-aged man he had seen on television and in magazines, although his features closely mirrored those in the publications. His skin possessed a pallor that suggested extreme unhealthiness, dotted with a grayish hue. This did not resemble the skin of a man in his prime. Rather, it appeared akin to that of a nonagenarian. Yet, despite this, Norman's mere presence instilled in Peter a sense of breathlessness. Years of holding power had granted him an intangible aura that required no grand gestures. "I sincerely apologize for presenting this side of myself to you. When I am not required to appear before the public eye, I seldom bother with makeup," Norman Osborn stated flatly, his voice sounding far older than his years. "Please sit down. Harry often speaks highly of you." Peter adjusted his suit, smoothing out the wrinkles before taking a seat. Old suits tend to have such flaws. An assistant entered, placing a cup of red tea and a small cake before Norman, Harry, and Peter before exiting. "Lancashire red tea. Ever since my doctor recommended I drink more tea, I've been indulging in it," Norman said, lifting the teacup and taking a delicate sip. "To be honest, once you become accustomed to it, the flavor is rather pleasant." Although he knew it was quite rude, Peter couldn't help but steal glances at Norman's pale skin. His scrutiny did not go unnoticed by Norman. "It is a rather rare hereditary condition within the Osborn family," he remarked, his smile fading slightly. "The capillaries in my body rapidly weaken and become blocked. It is not a pleasant affliction. Without any forewarning, it is said that among the Osborns, 1 in every 20 suffers from this cursed affliction. At the very least, I consider myself fortunate compared to those who manifested symptoms in their youth. Fate has granted me ample time. My apologies, Mr. Osborn." Peter, taken aback by this significant revelation, hastily offered his apologies, yet Norman merely gestured dismissively. "It is of no consequence," he replied. "Let us first satisfy your curiosity so that we may converse freely. Peter, allow me to express my gratitude for everything you have done for Harry. Frankly, I have long harbored concerns regarding whether, in light of Harry's circumstances, he could lead a normal high school life, and whether he might find a truly considerate friend." Norman's words instilled a sense of trepidation in Peter. He lowered his gaze, hesitant to meet Norman's hawk-like eyes. "However, my invitation to you extends beyond your friendship with my son. It is also because you are the son of my friend." Rising to his feet, Norman ambled over to his summer reading, retrieving a book and placing it before Peter. The Puzzle of Life, by Richard Parker. Observing Peter's astonishment, Norman could not help but chuckle softly. "Peter, how well do you truly know your father?" It seemed that Norman's inquiry held a deeper significance. Chapter 30. A chance encounter. Upon hearing this question, Peter momentarily lost his bearings. His father was a distant memory. Since the tragic plane crash when he was 5, he had been raised by Uncle Ben and Aunt May, who had collectively decided to shield Peter from any mention of his past, silently assuming the role of his parents. Having lost his parents at such a tender age, Peter had never felt abandoned. Uncle Ben and Aunt May had gradually become his true family. What kind of man was his father? Cheerful? Intelligent? Determined? All of this had slipped from Peter's memory. The sole fragment of recollection he possessed was a scene that unfolded in a small park. He could not recall when he had forgotten, nor how he had arrived there. Even the park's name and appearance eluded him. He merely remembered swinging, with his father pushing him from behind, while his mother captured their joy in photographs. He recalled the happiness he felt, simply because his father had not played with him in such a manner for a long time. Peter was uncertain of what his parents looked like. He had only seen them in photographs, and their likenesses in those images had gradually supplanted the hazy figures in his mind. However, Norman unveiled another facet of his father before Peter's eyes. Richard was the most intelligent man I have ever known. Perhaps he was a bit stubborn, perhaps overly perfectionistic. Yet, without a doubt, fate endowed him with a remarkable intellect. Norman gently caressed the cuff of his suit, a wistful expression crossing his face. At merely 32 years of age, if fate were to grant him an additional 20 years, there is no doubt he could transform the world. In the realm of biological sciences, he foresaw advancements far beyond our comprehension, perpetually 2 steps ahead of the rest of us. While we were still in the throes of inventing the wheel, he had already brought forth the first steam locomotive. Lost in his own reminiscence, A faint smile graced Norman's lips. Without him, it is likely that the Osborne industries of today would never have come to fruition. Regrettably, divergent ideals ultimately led him away from all that he had created. I had been utterly unaware of these matters. Peter was somewhat taken aback, his mind grappling with this newfound information. He had never spoken of it, nor had Aunt May or Uncle Ben. I felt no surprise whatsoever. A profound smile flickered across Norman Osborn's face. Richard, despite his grand aspirations, still preferred to shroud himself in secrecy. As Peter stepped out of Norman's office, he sensed that the entire world had transformed in the brief moment he had been inside, while Harry beside him scrutinized Peter with an enigmatic gaze. "Your dad was actually friends with mine?" Harry exclaimed, having scarcely uttered a word in the office. "I can't believe a casual friend from school is so deeply connected to our families." "Hey, what do you mean by casual friend?" Peter feigned annoyance, while Harry, undeterred, leaned against Peter's back with a playful persistence. "We are truly fated to be partners. What should our nicknames be? Parker Ben or Oscar?" "Wait, the latter might sound a bit odd. We could get sued." Before he could finish, Peter, exasperated, pushed him away. "Get lost. What fate? I'm not gay," Peter retorted, his face wrinkled in distaste. The encounter with Norman had lasted longer than he had anticipated. As Peter bid farewell to Harry, he realized that his lunch break was nearly over. Upon arriving at the meeting spot, he found that the rest of the group had already gathered and appeared to have been there for some time. Gwen seemed to have struck up a delightful friendship with an Asian girl, engrossed in animated conversation. Peter shyly waved at Gwen, but she failed to notice him. Feeling somewhat deflated, Peter found himself back in his usual circumstances. Everyone else seemed to have found their respective groups, leaving him alone without a single companion to converse with. Quietly, he retreated to a corner, retrieving the materials he had received that morning, and began to read. At precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the laboratory door swung open, and all the interns entered in an orderly fashion. The afternoon's agenda involved conducting an extraction and separation experiment. The experiment, both in principle and in practical steps, is not particularly challenging. Instructor Hanley quickly elucidated the entire procedure. "Now that we have covered the fundamental principles and steps of this experiment, do you have any questions?" Hanley glanced at the 8 interns before him, and upon receiving no responses, nodded affirmatively. "You will pair up into groups of 2 for the upcoming separation experiment. Let me announce your groupings. Xiao Zhang and Oliver Wood, you will be utilizing Test Station 1. Simon Pett and Avador Levy, you will operate at Test Station 2. John Reese, you and Sarah Connor will be at Test Station 3. Finally, Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy, you will take Test Station 4. Gwen regarded the boy in front of her, who wore a silly grin, with a somewhat complex expression inside, while she harbored no animosity towards him. The uncanny coincidences made her feel rather peculiar. "Very well, let's not squander any more time. Traditionally, this experiment would require over 10 hours to complete. Although our instruments can expedite this process to under 2 hours, we must still act promptly." As each in turn approached their respective workstations, Hanley clapped his hands and swiftly reiterated the experimental procedures. Following the final briefing, each group began to engage busily at their respective desks. "What a coincidence, ISNT it." A slightly nervous Peter once again blurted out an awkward pickup line, which inexplicably amused Gwen. Indeed, quite a serendipitous encounter. After a brief silence, Peter, filled with hope, ventured, "How about we grab a cup of coffee together after our internship this afternoon? One must lay some groundwork and be a bit creative when asking a girl out, right? Where did you learn such a cliché approach?" Gwen skillfully sidestepped a direct answer, countering Peter's question. This tactic seems to work well in films. Once those words escaped his lips, Peter began to second-guess himself, attempting to laugh off the awkwardness of the moment. However, Gwen appeared to find amusement in teasing Peter and was not inclined to let him off the hook easily. "Well, let me pose a question to you. What benefit do I gain from accompanying you for coffee?" Momentarily stumped, Peter's mind raced, yet he struggled to conjure a suitable response. "I'll pick up the tab for the coffee," he tentatively suggested. "Right?" Peter seemed to recall something, his face lighting up with a hint of excitement. "There's a cafe nearby renowned for its delectable cheesecake. I assure you, you won't regret it." Gwen looked at the boy before her, who seemed to have emotionally matured a couple of years late and could hardly muster a flattering compliment. Feeling slightly exasperated, she felt a wave of amusement, even developing a mischievous inclination to tease him further. "Then why don't you tell me the name of this coffee shop? I could go there by myself," she suggested. Peter was momentarily speechless before he bowed his head, a touch of dejection creeping into his response. "Then I want to be able to enjoy it." After a brief pause, Gwen erupted into laughter, repeatedly slapping the laboratory table in front of her, nearly gasping for breath. Within moments, Hand Eli approached Gowon, his expression one of clear dissatisfaction. Miss Stacy, perhaps you do not value this internship opportunity, which may be inconsequential to us. However, I kindly ask you to show some respect for others, would you? Gowon, forcibly stifling her laughter, repeatedly apologized, assuring him she would not repeat her mistake. Only then did Hand Eli leave, looking somewhat satisfied. Peter, who had been watching Gowon receive a reprimand from the sidelines, felt a twinge of embarrassment. I'm sorry, he whispered apologetically, while Gowon waved her hand dismissively. Her mood evidently lifted. It's fine. I haven't tea laughed like that in ages. Consider it even. After that, while having coffee together, Peter felt a flicker of hope and tentatively broached the subject again. How about no? Gowon interjected firmly, though her expression revealed no anger. How could a lady so frivolously agree to such a thing? We've only just met today. Yet Peter remained undeterred. How about next week? He proposed. Well, that's certainly a discussion for another time, Gowon replied with a sly smile, before turning her attention back to preparing the steps for the experiment. No more dawdling. Come help me. I do not wish to be reprimanded by Hand Eli again. All right, Peter responded, stepping forward, though a sense of disappointment lingered in his heart. He felt he had once again botched the conversation. You're right, Harry. I need to practice more in this area. Chapter 31. Commission. The remainder of the afternoon passed uneventfully. After the experiments concluded, they finished their workday, planning to return the following day to retrieve the results. Once Peter had organized his backpack, Gowon had already taken her leave. After stopping by a convenience store to buy a sandwich to stave off hunger, he slowly made his way home. Having engaged in regular exercise, his appetite had noticeably increased, and his previous portion sizes were now inadequate. Peter often prepared extra food to indulge himself when hunger struck. His physique had also undergone significant changes. The once gaunt form had developed numerous subtle, yet remarkably firm muscles. Upon returning home, Peter first completed his daily workout routine before diving back into his winter holiday assignments. Apart from a few essays he had yet to touch, he had accomplished the majority of his tasks. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he anticipated finishing by Thursday or Friday of the following week. As the clock struck 9, Peter dutifully lay down on his bed, swiftly drifting into a deep slumber. This evening, a plethora of activities await. At 2 a.m, Sister Marguerite's Lost Children's School beckons. The security guard at the entrance promptly allowed the masked Peter to pass, his gaze tinged with an unusual curiosity. Upon entering the Weasel's bar, Peter was met with a chorus of cheers, juxtaposed with an equally resounding tide of jeers directed at him. Undeterred, he took a seat at the bar, facing the Weasel directly. It had been a while since their last encounter. Did he have any missions to recommend? Peter casually grabbed a glass of water and slipped a $5 bill into the Weasel's tip jar. Yet, the Weasel regarded him with an expression of exasperation. It has been a week and a half since we last saw you. We thought you might not return. Little Red Riding Hood. Your actions last week truly put me in a difficult position. After all, Avit is one of ours. First and foremost, let me clarify that I was unaware he was one of yours. Secondly, that scoundrel violated the daughter of his target. Merely incapacitating one of his family jewels was a show of restraint on my part, Peter replied nonchalantly. Besides, I recall that the only place for such matters is within this bar. Right? There have been numerous occasions of personal vendettas played out here without your interference. The issue is that there was no personal grudge between you two. Simply because his actions did not align with your tastes, you rendered him less than a man. Not many here are entirely innocent. Hence, they naturally feel uneasy. However, when I entered, the cheers seemed to outweigh the jeers, Peter remarked leisurely. That is because Avit is a despicable creature. The Weasel chuckled. He has few friends here. Moreover, if you were to have a superhero as a colleague, would you not feel a thrill? It certainly adds a touch of prestige when boasting to others. Peter shrugged, while the Weasel continued. I merely wish to remind you that the world is not so clearly delineated between black and white. If you cannot tolerate the shades of gray, you will find yourself with an abundance of adversaries. The Weasel chuckled lightly. I suppose I am one of them. Rest assured. I know my limits, Peter replied calmly. Given your tone, I take it there are no new tasks suitable for me? If there were no acceptable missions forthcoming, he would soon take his leave. He frequented the Weasel's establishment once or twice a week, often returning empty-handed. Over the past 2 months, only 5 suitable tasks had crossed his path, with modest rewards that had accumulated to just over $4,000. This also implied that the Weasel's commission was meager. Yet Peter felt no urgency regarding this matter. At that time, I shall grant you a taste of true sweetness, and you will cast aside the superfluous rules that clutter your mind. In this world, wealth is the ultimate power. The Weasel once proclaimed this belief. certain that Peter would evolve in the direction he anticipated. However, this time, the weasel's response bore a different tone. The genuine task at hand is non-existent. Such pristine assignments are seldom presented here, as you well know. Yet, I do possess certain matters that require your assistance. Consider this a private commission. Rest assured, the remuneration will be substantial. A private commission? What do you require of me? What is the compensation? And why entrust this to me? Peter pondered for a moment, posing 3 inquiries in quick succession. Although still a tender novice, he had already gained a fair understanding of various aspects of this industry. The weasel's meticulous choice to entrust this private commission to him hinted at underlying complexities. I must concede that fulfilling this task necessitates a particular talent. Unfortunately, my seasoned colleagues, while proficient in their daily endeavors, lack the capability to accomplish this assignment. The weasel sighed slightly, casting his gaze across the bar, where a gorilla, having recently knocked out his opponent, stood triumphantly on a table, beating his chest like a true beast. Perhaps in his exuberance, he lost his balance, causing the entire table to topple, spilling drinks across the floor. Regrettably, the gorilla collided with a nearby pillar and succumbed to unconsciousness. Damn it, you rascals. You'll have to compensate for that. The weasel shouted in a symbolic manner towards the commotion, waving his hand, then deftly deducted the damages from the accounts of those involved in the brawl. Yet, Peter remained undistracted, his gaze fixed intently on the weasel. Talent? What talent? You still haven't answered my question. What are the specifics of this task? The weasel finally adopted a serious demeanor. After scanning the bar to ensure no one was eavesdropping, he lowered his voice to explain to Peter. I must begin from the very beginning. Perhaps it is merely my overthinking, but establishing these matters in advance is certainly prudent. Speak of the important details. Peter interrupted the weasel's lengthy discourse, now intrigued by the unfolding narrative. The tale commenced 5 months prior. The weasel, unfazed by the interruption, continued. 5 unfamiliar faces had arrived, placing an order for a shipment of high-quality weaponry and ammunition, assault rifles, light sniper rifles, submachine guns, essentially military-grade equipment. The quantity was modest, yet both the deposit and the subsequent payment were made in cash, all at once. While somewhat peculiar, I did not give it much thought at the time. However, a month and a half later, they placed another order for arms, this time accompanied by some explosives. I remained vigilant and inquired among several colleagues in New York. It appeared that a group of unfamiliar faces was also procuring a batch of weapons, all military-grade equipment, and all paid for in cash. I'm not a fool. It was evident that these individuals were part of the same faction. Spare me the pretense. This is merely a routine transaction, and I refuse to believe that after spending over a decade here, you have never dealt in arms of such magnitude. Peter, concealed behind a mask, allowed a derisive laugh. Moreover, intermediaries should know little. Is that not your mantra? Indeed, I have handled a considerable volume of goods over the years, including orders far larger than these. However, few organizations possess the capability to purchase such a quantity of weapons without incident, and those that do are typically prominent figures in New York. This situation is different. The buyers are complete strangers, and their dispersed purchases clearly indicate a desire to avoid drawing attention. What concerns me further is that these weapons have yet to be deployed. They have acquired over 100 firearms, a plethora of auxiliary equipment, and enough ammunition to wage a small war. 5 months have passed, and not a single bullet has been fired. They cannot possibly have purchased such a substantial cache of arms in New York at a premium, only to risk exposure by shipping it elsewhere for sale. This group is exceedingly patient and undoubtedly has a plan. Then you wish to uncover the nature of this plan? Peter interjected, taking over the conversation. The weasel nodded. While Peter fell into contemplation, he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, and after a considerable pause, he spoke again. Thus far, I cannot discern how I might involve myself in this affair unless you can provide me with more information about them. However, judging by your current demeanor, it seems you possess little of substance. The weasel nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the case. I currently hold scant information regarding them. I only became aware of them after our last transaction. Their numbers, identities, and capabilities remain a complete mystery. Therefore, if you decline this commission, I would fully understand. At this juncture, the weasel glanced at Peter, but the mask obscured all of his inquisitive gazes. Nonetheless, we indeed have an opportunity to probe their activities. They placed another order with Martin the day before yesterday, scheduled for pickup next Monday evening. Given your abilities, following them and gathering some information should not be overly challenging. Correct? Peter fell into contemplation once more, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Just then, the weasel dropped his own bombshell. If you are willing to accept this task, I can offer a preliminary payment of $10,000, with an additional $25,000 upon successful completion. If the information you bring back proves to be significantly valuable, I may even consider providing you with a bonus." Upon hearing these words, Peter's eyes, concealed behind his mask, gleamed with excitement. $35,000? This amount equated to half a year's salary for his uncle. It was indeed a small fortune. It is worth noting that many high-difficulty red label tasks offer rewards that are roughly in the same ballpark. An advance of $12,000, followed by a payment of $30,000 afterward. This price struck him as quite fair. Nonetheless, Peter quickly suppressed his exhilaration and began to negotiate. To his surprise, the usually stingy weasel displayed an unexpected generosity. The deal was sealed. He readily accepted Peter's offer, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Chapter 32. Fire. Good morning. "Oh, you seem a bit weary today," Gwen greeted him, noticing the dark circles under Peter's eyes. "I didn't sleep well," Peter admitted candidly. Last night, apart from the initial 3.5 hours of slumber, he scarcely closed his eyes again, although he had now acquired the ability to enter deep sleep at will, allowing him to rejuvenate in a shorter span of time. That amount of rest was still insufficient for him. Considering the mental energy expended during subsequent training, Peter felt fortunate to have remained upright rather than collapsing into slumber. He drained his coffee cup and casually tossed it, perfectly landing it in a trash bin several meters away. A shiver ran through him, an unnatural excitement bubbling up from the depths of his mind, momentarily dispelling his fatigue. "I finally understand why Harry is so fond of coffee," Peter mused. "Harry, your friend?" Gwen inquired with mild curiosity. "Yes, my best friend," he replied. The laboratory door swung open once more, revealing Instructor Handley, who awaited their arrival. Peter stretched languidly, summoning his energy as he stepped into the laboratory. Another day of internship had commenced. Damn, if only internships allowed for naps like in class. On that note, he mused that perhaps his nocturnal activities should be curtailed. The sensation of sleep deprivation was utterly dreadful. The morning's agenda involved a visit to the Second Research Institute on the 30th floor. Since Handley was not a member of this institute, they were accompanied by another instructor. Unlike the laboratory they visited yesterday, this one focused more on artificial organs and chip implantation. While the human body is undoubtedly one of the most marvelous entities in existence, we must acknowledge its limitations. Our objective is to rectify its flaws, enabling it to surpass its inherent boundaries. The instructor, whose name Peter had long forgotten, was engrossed in a lengthy exposition, while Peter found himself lost in thought, absorbing none of the discourse. Reflecting on it, he realized that he had indeed acted a bit hastily in agreeing with the weasel last night. However, the thought of the $10,000 already secured ignited a warmth within him. Peter was merely tracking a group of individuals. It was not as if he was expected to confront them directly. Regardless of the circumstances, he believed he could at least extricate himself from the situation. His confidence in himself was unwavering. Suddenly, a loud cough broke through his reverie, and he returned to reality, realizing that Instructor Handley was casting a disapproving glance in his direction. At that moment, Peter recognized that the group was preparing to move on to the next location. While he remained rooted in place, he hurriedly caught up, discreetly pinching himself in the process. "Are you certain you're all right?" Gwen inquired softly, her concern evident, albeit directed elsewhere. "With your current state, will you be able to complete this afternoon's experiment? We're still in the same group, and if something goes awry, I'll be in trouble too." Peter rolled his eyes in response. "Don't worry, I can manage." As it turned out, Peter barely made it through the morning. Handley had already issued him a warning for his frequent lapses in focus, but once he learned about Peter's insomnia, he displayed a semblance of understanding. "I comprehend your excitement regarding this internship," Handley began, as if he had come to a realization. "However, a mentally fatigued individual cannot absorb any knowledge. It may even leave a negative impression on others. Please be more mindful in the future." By lunchtime, Peter had not even finished his complimentary meal. He sought out a relatively quiet corner, set an alarm on his phone, and promptly rested his head on the table, drifting into a deep slumber. He was awakened by the blaring alarm. As he opened his bleary eyes, the first thing he noticed was the flashing fire alarm on the ceiling. Forcing himself to his feet, he was met with utter chaos. Unlike regular fire drills, when untrained individuals faced real danger, all semblance of order was swiftly abandoned, undoubtedly prolonging the time required for evacuation. From the kitchen, Peter glimpsed flames erupting. A thick cloud of smoke filled the air, and the sprinkler system within the kitchen had activated, yet the water did little to quell the intensifying blaze. Instead, it seemed to fuel the flames further. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from within, and a fireball over a meter high shot out from the window, sending a wave of heat crashing over Peter, who was more than 20 meters away. Panic erupted among the crowd, and the disarray escalated. Peter took a couple of steps forward, still somewhat dazed. At that moment, a figure hunched over, scrambling from the now raging kitchen. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be the chef. He gasped for air, turning back towards the kitchen. Upon seeing the inferno that had engulfed the space, terror filled his eyes. "Lisa is still inside," he shouted frantically. "She hasn't come out yet." This statement seemed to sink into the abyss, eliciting no response from the surrounding crowd. They were too preoccupied with their own survival to consider the perilous task of rescuing anyone from the inferno that blazed so fiercely. At that moment, a second explosion reverberated from within the kitchen, sending scalding fragments flying. A fresh wave of screams erupted, and the chef, seemingly realizing his precarious situation, scrambled to his feet and fled, appearing to abandon those still trapped in the kitchen. Suddenly, a hand grasped Peter's arm, pulling him away. He turned to see Gwen, who tugged insistently at him, yet found she could not budge him. "What are you standing around for?" she shouted in a panic. "Hurry up. Goodness. Why are you such a fool?" Peter finally regained his senses, his gaze sharpening as he pushed Gwen's hand away. "You go on ahead. I'll follow shortly," he replied calmly. In the next instant, Gwen watched in disbelief as this usually awkward boy pressed a damp tissue to his mouth and nose before plunging into the roaring flames. As he stepped into the kitchen, the thick smoke assaulted his eyes, forcing him to squint. The damp tissue provided him with a fleeting reprieve, allowing him to breathe. But he knew it wouldn't last long. The marble floor beneath him was searing hot, and he could smell the burning rubber of his shoes. In that brief moment of heightened awareness, Peter had discerned the general location of the remaining individual within the kitchen, undoubtedly saving him precious time in this smoke-choked environment where visibility was severely compromised. "Damn, this kitchen is massive," he cursed under his breath. Designed to accommodate the simultaneous dining of hundreds, it was hardly small. Including the cold storage room at the back, this kitchen surpassed the size of many restaurants. Having been inside for just over a minute, Peter felt his skin begin to crack from the heat, and each breath ignited a sharp pain in his lungs. Though he could still sense the faint pulse of life, he knew his time was running out. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Peter halted and took a step back. A section of the ceiling ahead collapsed, crashing to the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. Had he continued forward, it would have struck him directly on the head. Without further delay, Peter pressed on, taking 2 detours to avoid the most intense flames. The oppressive heat radiating from within made it impossible to discern the true state of affairs. This must be where the fire initially ignited. He circumvented through a side door, and after a brief interval, he finally arrived outside the room where the other party was located. A collapsed shelf obstructed the doorway, impeding Peter's passage. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged towards the blazing structure. At the moment of impact, he summoned his mental strength to its utmost capacity. A surge of energy erupted, and a fierce gust of wind manifested without warning, significantly diminishing the flames that engulfed the shelf. Grasping a section of the structure that remained unscorched, a piercing pain radiated from his hand. Peter furrowed his brow but did not relent. With a mighty shout, he exerted all his strength, pushing the nearly 2-meter-high shelf aside. "Clear the way." With a thunderous crash, the shelf collapsed to the ground, igniting a flurry of sparks. Peter had to retreat 2 steps, and, as the dust settled, he finally beheld the scene inside the room. It was far better than he had anticipated. The flammable materials within were sparse, and the fire had yet to spread extensively. Through the haze, he could barely make out a figure at the far end of the room, completely still. Peter leaped over the rekindled shelf and approached. A girl in her 20s, clad in a server's uniform, was hiding behind an iron cabinet. She had succumbed to unconsciousness, yet her chest still exhibited faint rises and falls. She must have been trapped here by the fallen shelf at the onset of the fire, ultimately losing consciousness due to asphyxiation. Peter draped her arm over his neck. Securing her waist with his own, he steadied her and rose to his feet, scanning the surroundings to identify the quickest route to safety. Feeling the substantial weight in his arms, he silently expressed gratitude for his regular training. Had it been 6 months ago, his physical condition would have rendered him incapable of escaping with an unconscious person. Moments later, Peter pinpointed the safest escape route, tightened his hold on the girl, and dashed forward. Chapter 33. A date minutes later, Peter finally emerged from the inferno, supporting the unconscious girl. A burn the size of a coin marred his face, and his clothing bore numerous tears. Carrying someone had significantly diminished his agility and responsiveness, leaving him to endure various dangers head-on. Now that he had burst through to safety, he allowed himself a moment of respite, the exhaustion that had been suppressed now washing over him. The internal fire suppression system had contained the blaze to the restaurant level, and the sound of fire alarms echoed from below. The Osborne Tower's 108th floor housed over a third of its space as high-risk biochemical laboratories, equipped with the most advanced security and isolation systems in existence. A minor fire would hardly stir a significant uproar. Weary and fatigued, Peter half-dragged, half-carried the still unconscious girl to a safe area. As Gwen, who had remained anxiously on the sidelines, finally exhaled in relief, she realized that she required medical assistance. Peter, utterly oblivious to Gwen's presence, frantically called out after placing the girl in a corner. She had inhaled far too much smoke. Urgent medical help was imperative. Calm down, young man. At least 1/5 of the people here possess medical licenses. An elderly gentleman in a white coat approached Peter. He knelt down to examine the girl closely. Fortunately, she had only suffered mild burns on her back and arms. The cause of her unconsciousness was hypoxia, but she was still breathing. After a brief examination, the elder expressed his assessment. She should be fine. Medical personnel will arrive shortly. All we need to do is keep her body upright and ensure her breathing remains unobstructed. Peter finally breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back against the wall, while the elder began to scrutinize his injuries. You should wait for the medical team. Although your burns are not severe, they could easily become infected if left untreated. The elder stood up. You were quite brave, but also rather foolish. If luck had not been on your side. He shook his head, leaving the thought unspoken. At that moment, however, Peter had heard none of it and had already succumbed to slumber. According to the firefighters' investigation, the cause of the fire was arson. Someone had detonated a highly flammable explosive in the kitchen's grease storage area. Although the identity of the perpetrator remained unknown, several competitors of the Osborne Group were implicated in the incident. The afternoon activities for interns were canceled, effectively granting them a day off. Peter lingered in the medical room a while longer, allowing the doctor to provide some basic treatment for his wounds before departing. As he stepped out of the ward, Harry rushed over and enveloped him in a hug. You truly scared me. Risking your life is not your style. Relieved to see Peter unharmed, Harry's tension dissipated, and he playfully punched Peter lightly. Next time, you must ensure your own safety first. I couldn't abandon her. That girl might not have survived otherwise. Peter remained steadfast in his belief that he had acted rightly. I never realized you had the makings of a hero, Harry jested, but then his tone grew slightly more serious. Peter, you should only do what is within your capacity. We need not endanger ourselves for the sake of heroism. But this was indeed within my capabilities. The thought flickered through Peter's mind, yet he chose not to voice it. He outwardly accepted Harry's counsel. Understood, Harry, thank you. But at least the outcome was favorable, was it not? Indeed, it was the best possible outcome. Harry nodded, though his expression soon turned somewhat grim. If I uncover the identity of the scoundrel who orchestrated this attack, I shall skin him alive. I will assist when the time comes. Peter, with a cheerful demeanor, unwittingly became Harry's verbal accomplice. Suddenly, Harry's smile morphed into something more lascivious as a thought crossed his mind. Hey, Harry nudged Peter twice. Now you have the audacity to boast. Let me tell you, the girls really dig this kind of bravado. Damn it, you don't even need to exaggerate. Just recount today's events truthfully, and a throng of girls will flock to you. Faced with the transformation of his friend from a scion of privilege to a streetwise hustler in an instant, Peter could only helplessly cover his forehead. After exchanging a few more words, Harry quickly bid farewell, for he had matters of his own to attend to. Given the significant incident at the company, Harry, as the primary heir of the Osborne Group, naturally had to be involved in the aftermath. It was quite commendable that he could spare time to check on Peter. Peter then took the elevator back to the storage area where their intern group kept their bags. Others had likely left half an hour prior when the announcement of dismissal was made. However, to his surprise, one person remained waiting for him, outside the storage room. Gwen sat quietly on a chair, engrossed in a scientific magazine. Upon hearing Peter's footsteps, she looked up. Hello, still here so late? Peter greeted her, feeling a bit awkward afterward. His face was adorned with a large bandage, and his trousers bore several burn holes, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Well, I stayed back to ask a few questions, which delayed me a bit. Upon finishing her sentence, Gwen's cheeks flushed. Peter remained oblivious to her embarrassment. He approached his locker, used his badge to unlock the combination, and retrieve his backpack. You truly are a diligent learner, Peter remarked casually while organizing his bag. Before I arrived here, I thought my studies were quite commendable. Yet compared to you all, I realize I fall short in terms of effort. Gwen fell silent, and Peter paid no heed. His foremost desire was to hasten home, change into fresh attire, and indulge in a soothing hot bath. He had grown weary of the grime covering him, and the draft from his torn pants was particularly bothersome. After slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he bid her farewell and prepared to depart. Just as he took a few steps, he was called back. Wait. Peter turned in surprise. Gwen's blush deepened. After a moment, she gathered enough courage to speak. About that cafe you mentioned yesterday, the one with the delightful cheesecake. I would like to go there. Peter was momentarily taken aback. Oh, the address of that cafe? I forgot to tell you yesterday. It's on. However, his words were swiftly interrupted by Gwen. Are you not coming with me? Gwen's face had flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe persimmon, and her words stumbled out in a somewhat disjointed manner. Let us go have afternoon tea, right now. Upon finally grasping the situation, Peter's countenance brightened with what he considered his most radiant smile, and he nodded. However, as he glanced at his tattered coat, a frown creased his brow once more. But my attire. Peter hesitated, eyeing himself, and then Gwen. Yet Gwen took the initiative, seizing his hand. What is the problem? I don't mind at all. Why are you feeling shy? Ah! Gwen burst into laughter, nearly spilling the coffee on the table. Francis Bacon. Ha ha. Later, I sought out my physics teacher, with whom I had a rather pleasant rapport. Peter, with a wry smile, sipped his coffee and continued. I asked him to elucidate the phrase knowledge is power, and he patiently explained it for quite some time. For instance, he mentioned that humanity's strength derives from utilizing the resources around us. I understood all of this, yet the most crucial part remained unexplained. At that moment, Gwen had already leaned over the table, desperately stifling her laughter to avoid drawing too much attention. Her body quivered with suppressed giggles, her abdominal muscles aching from laughter. Once he concluded, I tentatively inquired, is France Bacon? He merely gazed at me, nodded, and confirmed yes. You cannot possibly imagine how bewildered I felt at that moment. Gwen wiped away the tears of laughter from her face, and, after taking a few deep breaths, asked, so, how did you discover that? Peter shrugged his shoulders. After our family acquired our first computer, I directly searched for the question on a search engine. When I finally grasped the answer, I spent an entire afternoon banging my head against the wall. Just then, the cafe attendant approached their table. I apologize, sir and miss, but our establishment will be closing in 15 minutes. If you wish to order any additional drinks or snacks, now is your last chance. Is it closing so soon? Peter exclaimed, glancing at the clock on the wall, only to realize it was nearly 6 o'clock. Damn! The first to rise was Gwen, hurriedly donning her coat. I'll be late getting home. My father won tea let me off easily. Peter also stood, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry. I didn't realize 3.5 hours had passed so quickly. I should have been more mindful. Gwen, however, offered him a brilliant smile. It's all right. This afternoon was quite enjoyable, wasn't it? At least I had a splendid time. I also had a great time. Peter, who had been so eloquent moments ago, suddenly found himself stuttering. Well, I'll see you tomorrow during the internship. He hoped that he had left a favorable impression on this charming girl during their conversation, but truth be told, he felt utterly devoid of confidence. Farewell until tomorrow. Je viens plead. By the way, thank you for treating me today. Are you free after our internship ends tomorrow afternoon? I know a restaurant that serves rather exquisite pizza. Shall we go and sample it together? This time, it will be my treat. Of course. Not a problem at all. Peter responded with unexpected enthusiasm. His resolute attitude startling Gwen a little. Chapter 34. Battle attire in the days that followed. Peter spent his lunch breaks in the company of Gwen. They would invariably sit together after collecting their meals, seemingly able to conjure an endless array of topics to discuss. Peter found himself utterly captivated by Gwen. She was intelligent, beautiful, and most importantly, shared an almost identical sense of humor with him. His clumsy jokes that elicited groans from others could bring her to fits of laughter, and her occasional retorts would invariably strike a chord with him. Peter mused that this might be what they refer to as love at first sight in novels. He thought to himself that if he could have a girlfriend like Gwen, his life would be worth living. However, he remained uncertain about her feelings. While it was clear she didn't dislike him, he felt there was still a considerable distance from her liking him. He found himself grappling with whether to muster the courage to pursue her directly. Yet, the truth was, as a novice in matters of the heart, he had no clue where to begin. Whenever such thoughts crossed his mind, Mary S. face would invariably intrude upon his consciousness. Damn it, what am I thinking? Peter would often rub his face vigorously, attempting to expel her from his mind. She is merely a friend. She doesn't harbor feelings for me. She merely enjoys teasing me for her amusement. She's just a bad girl. Peter was experiencing the first pangs of anxiety brought on by a girl, with a cacophony of chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind throughout the day. Although it did not rob him of sleep at night, it manifested quite evidently in his control over his innate powers. When mired in such distress, his ability seemed fundamentally altered. It became more volatile and far harder to manage. Yet paradoxically, it appeared to grow stronger. Harry soon discerned the budding connection between Peter and his crush. as Peter's steadfast friend. Harry felt it was his duty to fulfill the role of a loyal companion. On Monday morning, he arrived early at Peter's usual route, joined him for a cup of coffee, and then they went to their internship together. You usually keep a low profile at school, appearing somewhat reserved. Yet when you finally make a move, it's quite the spectacle. Harry chuckled, eager to delve into Peter's gossip. A true romantic, you are. You're the real deal. We're merely good friends for now. Peter discovered that the frequency of his exasperated sighs increased significantly whenever his friend entered gossip mode. Indeed, yes, it is you. My dearest friend, poised to usurp my position. Harry's expression was nearly emblazoned with the words, I do not believe this. Confess, how far have you progressed with her? Holding hands, kissing, or perhaps more? Nothing at all, but we did discuss our favorite brand of chips. Does that count? Peter replied candidly, observing his demeanor. Harry could only sigh in resignation. Suddenly, Harry had a revelation. So now you're involved with this girl. What will happen to the fiery-haired lady? The fiery-haired lady? Peter feigned ignorance, yet Harry mercilessly pierced through his facade. Oh, keep pretending, Harry scoffed. I've called her that more than once. Now tell me, what are you planning to do when Mary Jane returns? She has always had an interest in you. Interest in me? Peter chuckled in disbelief. You must be mistaken. She merely finds me amusing. Those gestures are simply her game. Harry scoffed. This a game? Have you seen her exhibit the same attitude towards others? Peter fell silent. In front of the Osborne building, he spotted Gwen waiting at the entrance. A peculiar smile spread across Harry's face. He patted Peter on the back and departed without uttering a word. Good morning, she greeted with a smile. At 4 p.m, the internship concluded. Uncharacteristically, Peter declined Gwen's invitation to go shopping. Gwen appeared somewhat surprised, but said nothing further. Though reluctant, Peter had more pressing matters to attend to that evening. The thought of the $30,000 yet to be acquired ignited a fervor within him. The mysterious individuals were scheduled to make their exchange late at night. The darkness would facilitate their activities, while simultaneously allowing Peter to obscure his tracks more easily. The transaction site was situated outside a private garage in Hell's Kitchen, a territory controlled by the Hellhounds, one of the few legitimate establishments under their dominion. The Hellhounds were a long-standing criminal force in Hell's Kitchen, an organization both peculiar and formidable. Comprising motorcycle enthusiasts, their primary activities included brawls, robberies, and various forms of violence, while they also excelled in smuggling illicit goods. In summary, they were a small but powerful faction, devoid of significant profits. A characteristic that allowed them to endure through the tumultuous reshuffling of New York's criminal landscape over the past 2 decades. After all, few were inclined to contend with such a prickly adversary. Peter returned home to change into a new set of gear, and as dusk approached, he slipped out into the night. The Weasel had previously informed him that he should meet him before taking any action, as there were matters to discuss. Upon seeing the items the Weasel had prepared for Peter, he found himself both amused and bewildered. A tight-fitting suit of black and red, accompanied by a red helmet adorned with a windscreen that obscured most of his face, featuring a rather cartoonish skull design. What on earth is this? Peter questioned, bemused. A superhero must embody the essence of a superhero. Even a tattered garment must exude a certain elegance. The Weasel declared emphatically, as the emblematic superhero of our bar. You cannot tarnish our reputation. And you expect me to wear this skin-tight suit? By the way, how did you know my size? Peter picked up the outfit from the table, weighed it in his hands, and then set it down again. It was considerably heavier than he had anticipated. A skin-tight suit? This is no ordinary attire. The Weasel retorted, slightly disgruntled. This was crafted by a master artisan, albeit one somewhat dim-witted. Nonetheless, his craftsmanship is unparalleled. This suit is made from top-grade ballistic materials, capable of withstanding small-caliber bullets from a distance. Its protective capabilities against blades are also impressive. The Weasel, resembling a salesman, extolled the numerous virtues of the outfit, ultimately tossing it into Peter's hands. Moreover, it is far lighter and more flexible than conventional bulletproof vests, allowing for unimpeded movement. The cost of this garment exceeds $6,000, and it is truly priceless. The Weasel concluded his lengthy discourse, regarding Peter with an expression akin to that of a country bumpkin. All right, I shall accept it. But you have yet to answer my other question. How did you know my size? The Weasel's expression shifted subtly. You know Purple Eye, right? He asked in a low voice. Yes, of course, Peter nodded. Purple Eye was one of the few female mercenaries within the bar, renowned for her exceptional skills. She was relatively young, perhaps in her 20s, and only slightly older than Peter. A horrific scar ran from her forehead down to the left side of her chin, marring what would otherwise have been an attractive visage. Her background was shrouded in mystery, and she seldom interacted with others in the bar. Occasionally, some oblivious newcomers would make advances towards her. only to find themselves promptly dealt with, often resulting in broken limbs and ejection from the establishment. Peter could not fathom why the weasel had suddenly brought her up, as their interactions had been minimal. At that moment, the weasel chuckled slyly. She could see your physique at a glance. It seems she has taken a liking to you. Little gentleman, this suit was funded by her, with but one condition: you must provide her with your phone number. I certainly do not possess the benevolence to cover such an expense on your behalf. Peter was momentarily captivated by this unexpected revelation. As he examined the tight-fitting suit, he indeed discovered a note affixed to the rear, inscribed with a single line of numbers. Young man, your romantic encounter awaits. Do not be deceived by the visage of those violet eyes. Her physique, by my assessment, is undoubtedly first-rate. Thus far, it seems no one has managed to tame this formidable tigress. What immense honor it is. Embarrassed, Peter tucked away the note bearing her phone number, crumpling it into a ball before depositing it into his pocket. He resolved in his mind to dispose of this searing reminder the moment he returned home. Chapter 35. Pursuit and Uncertainty. Upon exiting the bar, Peter inhaled deeply. After meandering for several minutes, he arrived at the rooftop where he typically trained. He retrieved his new gear, but refrained from donning it immediately, keeping the mask that concealed his identity in place. After spending over half an hour meticulously inspecting the suit, he finally ascertained that it harbored no concealed listening devices or miniature cameras, allowing him to exhale in relief. Although the weasel had begun to engage with him as a comrade, maintaining a modicum of vigilance remained prudent. Once he cast aside his lingering doubts, Peter began to explore his new acquisition. The suit, though heavier than his usual attire, was composed of two distinct materials, characterized by a striking black and red pattern. The red fabric dominated the suit's surface, thick and robust, approximately 3 to 4 millimeters in depth. It appeared remarkably durable, resistant to bending, yet retained some textile qualities. In contrast, the black material at the joints was notably supple and highly breathable. When he exerted force against it, its resilience surpassed that of ordinary fabric. After a brief period, Peter changed into the top and pants, discovering that the suit fit unexpectedly well and was remarkably comfortable. He executed several challenging maneuvers without encountering any hindrance, finding it considerably more liberating than his usual everyday clothing. Damn it, how does that woman know my measurements? He muttered, a shiver coursing through him. He then donned the gloves and boots, completing his ensemble with a helmet. According to the weasel, this helmet constituted the most expensive component of the gear, capable of withstanding close-range attacks from small-caliber weapons and providing commendable defense against larger-caliber firearms. More importantly, it was not only functional but also strikingly stylish, with its aerodynamic design and the splendid fusion of crimson and black. The helmet appeared as if it had been plucked directly from a film or anime, harmonizing perfectly with the entirety of his outfit. Once donned, Peter truly exuded a semblance of superhero. He lamented the absence of a cape, feeling a twinge of regret. After capturing a few selfies on his phone, he cheerfully stowed away alongside the clothes he had changed out of. It was time to test the capabilities of this equipment. At 11:30 on a moonless night, at the rear entrance of the Hellhounds garage, this establishment served as the principal gathering place for the Hellhounds gang. During daylight, they engaged in various illicit modifications of cars and motorcycles, while at night, the venue transformed into a hub of revelry. Excessive drinking and drug use rendered the scene chaotic most evenings, often culminating in trouble. Yet, the gang members took pride in this, viewing it as a testament to their formidable nature. A chilling breeze swept through, causing the two burly sentinels at the door to shiver, cursing the wretched weather. Damn it, where are they? One grumbled, the other nodding in agreement. If it were not for the business at hand that night, they would have long been lost in a drunken stupor with their brethren. Suddenly, a light appeared at the end of the dark alley. A large van slowly approached, its horn sounding lightly before coming to a halt before them. The door swung open, revealing 4 men clad in trench coats, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s. Their eyes bore an unsettling sharpness that sent a shiver down the spines of the 2 guards. The pockets on their chests bulged ominously, as if concealing something significant. The guards' gaze lingered momentarily before swiftly averting. As important clients, they were afforded this small privilege. After all, these 4 men were unlikely to stir up any considerable trouble. The leader, carrying a weighty briefcase, engaged in a brief negotiation before they were permitted entry. The guards wiped the sweat from their brows, feeling as though they had encountered something uncanny. After a brief interval, the quartet in trench coats emerged once more. The briefcase was conspicuously absent, and a hint of relief washed over their faces. Entering the territory of an ambiguous faction was hardly a pleasant endeavor, should the other party turn hostile. all for might find themselves in dire straits. Fortunately, luck was on their side, as the transaction had proven remarkably successful. The goods were accounted for, and the other side astutely refrained from probing too deeply. With the assistance of the two guards, they loaded 3 sizable crates into the back of the van. A cordial handshake sealed the deal, and the 4 men climbed into the vehicle, while the guards returned through the rear door of the garage, locking it behind them. The headlights flickered on, and the engine roared to life. The van maneuvered through the narrow alleyway, and after navigating 2 sharp turns, it vanished into the night, laden with a valuable cargo. Unbeknownst to the 4 individuals inside, a tracker had been discreetly affixed beneath the vehicle, rendering their attempts to conceal their whereabouts futile. Peter toyed with the tracking device in his hand, a gadget he had procured from Weasel for over $300. Although somewhat pricey, its efficacy was undeniable. The tracker was not only diminutive and hard to detect, but its signals were also difficult to intercept yet easily received. For a task of such lucrative potential, Peter had no qualms about investing in superior equipment, casually cycling a few hundred meters behind them. He found that their constant directional changes made it easier for him to keep pace. After several minutes, the van finally halted in front of a garage door of a 3-story building. "Hey, Weasel, check the corner of Street 132 and Brook Lane for Maine. What is there?" Peter inquired, pressing the communicator at his waist. Moments later, Weasel's voice crackled clearly through the earpiece. "A moving service called Little John S. What's the connection to your task?" The occupants of the van had disembarked and begun unloading their cargo. The garage door swung open from within, and several more individuals emerged to assist in the transportation of the goods. "The van is parked right outside this moving company, so I believe the connection is quite significant," Peter murmured, deliberately distancing himself to ensure his voice remained unheard. A flurry of keystrokes echoed through the earpiece. After a brief pause, Weasel's voice returned, laced with uncertainty. "This company was established in 2001 as a family business. It was acquired last year, and its history appears quite clean. How could it be linked to arms dealings?" "Find out who acquired it," Peter calmly instructed. The sound of typing resumed, and this time, Weasel's response came much quicker. "The acquirer is United Construction Company. It's a burgeoning firm, but it has received substantial funding. They have several major development projects in Hell's Kitchen, and their background seems rather unblemished." "It may not be as pristine as we think," Peter replied after a moment of contemplation, a nagging sense of foreboding creeping in. "Do they have any ties to organized crime in New York?" "That's unclear," Weasel hesitated. "I can dig deeper. Perhaps there are some vested interests involved. However, these are shadowy dealings, and probing too deeply could create a multitude of enemies for me in New York. Do as you wish. After all, it's your need for this information, not mine." The Weasel was momentarily taken aback by Peter's tone. Just as he was about to express his frustration and speak again, Peter had already anticipated his thoughts. "Rest assured, I understand that this information is not worth the price you demand. I know that your earnings are hard-won. I intend to investigate further. I shall see you shortly." Without waiting for the Weasel's reply, Peter disconnected the communication. The Weasel, still in the bar, managed a wry smile before his expression turned serious. The depths of this matter might be more profound than he had initially imagined. Chapter 36. The hideout. Infiltrating a facility equipped with guards and stringent security measures is an arduous task for the vast majority of individuals. Skills such as lockpicking, stealth, evasion of guards, and dealing with emergencies require years of training. However, for Peter, who possessed the ability to manipulate the Force, these challenges were virtually trivial. Peter swiftly identified an entry point, a window on the 2nd floor, which, based on his observations, appeared to be operable. That was sufficient for him. Taking a deep breath, he stepped back a couple of paces and then sprinted towards the wall. At the moment of impact, he leaped, driving one foot forcefully against the wall, using the rebound to gain an additional meter in height. Nevertheless, there remained nearly a meter to the window. Yet, in a sudden burst of energy, Peter kicked again in midair, the propulsion from the Force exploding beneath his foot. With this newfound momentum, he soared upward once more, effortlessly grasping the window ledge. Achievement unlocked. Triple jump. With a powerful pull, Peter hoisted his entire body onto the window ledge. He activated his phone's flashlight and began to examine the window's mechanism. It didn't take long for him to locate the handle on the opposite side. Under the influence of his telekinesis, the window soon yielded an opening sufficient for him to slip through. Peter entered the building, employing a clever technique to ensure his descent was utterly silent. After closing the window behind him, he commenced his exploration. He found himself at the end of a corridor on the 2nd floor. Although the building spanned 3 stories, Each floor was relatively expansive, covering approximately 300 to 400 square meters, and this level contained 4 rooms. Conducting a rapid mental scan of his surroundings, Peter discovered that this floor was devoid of any personnel, while several life signs were detected moving below. They seemed preoccupied with the recent arrival of goods. Their conversations, audible even through the floor. "Wow, what have I stumbled upon? Those fellows might go wild over this," boomed a deep voice. "You're mistaken, Carl," came a noticeably gentler reply. "These items are intended for those 2 brothers. Our personnel will likely have to continue utilizing their current equipment, at least for the time being." "Those 2 lunatics? Why should we bestow such fine goods upon those traitors? Damn it, I must consult Wesley. We cannot frivolously offer these valuable items to outsiders. Do not hastily question the boss's decisions. This is merely a part of a prior transaction, and they can now be considered one of us." The gentle voice, however, carried a hint of authority. "One of us?" Peter heard a sound of disdain. "I shall not indulge those weaklings in brotherly camaraderie." If it weren't for our shortage of manpower, that gruff voice, though somewhat dissatisfied, obediently fell silent. Peter had searched 3 rooms, finding little of worth. 2 appeared to be mere storage rooms, filled with cleaning supplies and various tools. The third was an office, but it was cluttered with an overwhelming number of documents. After rummaging for quite some time, the only item of interest he unearthed was a stack of insurance claim forms for damaged furniture. Clearly, the company's legitimate business was not thriving. Just as he was about to enter the final room, the previously gentle voice spoke again. "All is in order. Makati, you and Robert are to place our goods in the storage room. Callie, file this document in the office folder. Once you've completed this, you may return home to rest. Michael, Carl, and I will deliver the goods Anthony requested. After tomorrow, we shall no longer engage in such labor." A cheer erupted from downstairs, followed by the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. Peter quickly retreated into the storage room adjacent to the office, concealing himself behind a rack of tools. Outside the door, he held his breath, striving to remain utterly silent. The initial sounds were a cacophony of hurried footsteps and heavy objects being dragged across the floor. If he was not mistaken, they were heading towards the staircase leading to the attic. After a while, another pair of footsteps ascended and entered the office next door. With a loud clatter, a filing cabinet was yanked open rather roughly, followed by the sound of papers being shuffled. The individual seemed unable to locate what they sought and began muttering in frustration. Purple folder. Where's the purple folder? Everything here is green." "I found it." There was a moment of quiet from the adjacent office before the footsteps resumed. The office door swung open just as the 2 individuals who had gone to the attic returned. "Is it done?" inquired the voice from the office. "It's done." "Damn it. Why do we store everything on the 3rd floor? This wretched place has no elevator." Another voice remarked, for reasons unknown. Peter had always found this person's accent rather peculiar. After all, today was the last occasion. "What do you say? Shall we indulge in a drink together?" "I shall pass, for I have duty tomorrow. I hope being half an hour late wouldn't be an issue." "How dull." "Very well. Robert and I shall proceed to our usual haunt. Should you change your mind in the next hour and a half, we shall still be there." The 3 of them chattered as they descended the stairs, turning off all the power supplies along the way. After several minutes, Peter heard the sound of the door closing and locking. After waiting a few moments to ensure they had indeed departed, Peter emerged from his hiding place. In this tranquil darkness, Peter felt that everything was unfolding remarkably well. The entire building was now his alone. It felt like a divine opportunity. Peter first ascended the stairs, eager to discover what they had transported upstairs. However, upon reaching the upper floor, he was momentarily bewildered. The entire 3rd floor was less than half the area of the 2nd, containing merely 2 rooms filled with old furniture, all coated in a layer of dust. Aside from this debris, there was nothing of value. Peter circled around twice, but found no trace of the items they had previously carried up. Suppressing his rising frustration, he closed his eyes and meticulously recalled the sounds made by the 2 individuals as they ascended the stairs. Suddenly, a light flickered in his mind. They must have been carrying their goods while ascending, yet once on the same floor, they seemed to drag them. If this was their habitual method, perhaps Peter could uncover some clues. Peter searched once more and finally discovered quite evident signs of wear on the floor in one of the rooms. After a thorough examination in the vicinity, he noticed that a metal rack against the wall appeared somewhat unusual. Grasping the rack, Peter pressed a protruding button above and pulled it aside with relative ease, revealing a small door concealed behind it. He squeezed through and switched on his flashlight. Inside was a rather diminutive room, possibly less than 10 square meters. Yet within this small chamber lay 6 large boxes, neatly arranged. The boxes bore no locks. Perhaps they deemed this secret room sufficiently secure. Peter lifted the lid of the first box and gasped in astonishment. Inside were 2 submachine guns and 4 handguns, all meticulously arranged, accompanied by their respective ammunition. As Peter's hand brushed against one of the handguns, its mirror-like black metallic exterior and sleek design imparted an appealing aesthetic. He picked it up, toyed with it in his hand momentarily, then placed it back down. Peter meticulously inspected the remaining boxes, among which 3 contained an assortment of firearms, along with their corresponding ammunition. The armaments were sufficient to equip more than 20 individuals. However, these seemed insignificant compared to the contents of the last 2 boxes. The first box held an object resembling a lengthy tube over a meter in length, equipped merely with a pair of sights and 2 handles. Peter had encountered this item on the Weasel's exchange list, a grenade launcher. Beneath it, 4 grenades were neatly secured to the bottom of the box. The last box differed slightly from the others. It was considerably smaller. Faintly inscribed upon its surface was a line of text that had been obscured. After some effort, Peter deciphered the original content. January 14th, Cavendish Manor. January 14th. Wasn't he that the day after tomorrow? A hint of confusion flickered within him as he lifted the lid of the box. Inside were 2 metal boxes, each the size of a radio, interwoven with numerous electrical wires. Peter picked one up. Surprisingly, it was quite heavy, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Inscribed on the box was a simple phrase, and after weighing it in his hands, he brought it under the light of his flashlight for a closer inspection. The phrase read, "This side facing the enemy." Startled, Peter nearly dropped the object, but he quickly suppressed the impulse. If he had not misjudged, this device was an anti-personnel mine, and he could not guarantee that any sudden movement would not trigger it. Should it detonate at this proximity, Peter would likely not survive, or, at the very least, he would pay a significant price. Taking several deep breaths, he retrieved his communicator and accessed the Weasel's secret channel. "Buddy, I might have stumbled upon something," he said, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "From your description, it appears to be an 181 anti-tank mine, although the weight seems inconsistent." The Weasel promptly replied after hearing Peter's report. "It must have been modified with some additional materials. Don't worry, it's quite safe. As long as you don't activate it, you'll be fine." "That doesn't instill much comfort," Peter replied wryly. "Without a manual, how can I be sure I accidentally activate it?" "Rest assured, the process is somewhat complex. If you do accidentally activate it, consider yourself lucky," the Weasel chuckled. "By the way, check if there's a wire connecting the top and the lower right corner of the back of the metal box to something that resembles a chip." Peter quickly re-examined it and confirmed the connection. The Weasel grinned triumphantly. "Just as I suspected, they replaced the detonation trigger with a remote activation mechanism. It seems they're not done with their madness yet, but their intentions are certainly grand." Listening to the Weasel's words, Peter scoffed lightly. "This was something I could discern without your input. I am no fool. However, the crux of the matter lies in their specific plans." "Hey. The Weasel suddenly broke into a sly grin before slowly responding. "This is precisely what I paid you to investigate. Yet, the information you possess seems somewhat insufficient. Given your capabilities, capturing an individual and extracting information from him should not pose a significant challenge, should it?" "I have yet to encounter an opportunity," Peter replied solemnly. "Faced with so many armed individuals, I lack confidence." "Hey, we have invested in such a flashy outfit for you. Now you dare to claim you are not even a superhero? While we may be familiar with each other, deceiving me in this manner could very well lead to accusations of fraud. Did you invest anything? How much did you contribute?" Peter felt speechless, while the Weasel blatantly ignored his query. TSK. "I have always said you are rather pretentious. If you were willing to use a gun, wouldn't everything become considerably easier?" The Weasel resumed his incessant lecture, which he had delivered countless times before. "Your pretense of innocence and harmlessness feels akin to a courtesan seeking to uphold a facade of virtue. It strikes me as rather peculiar. I believe you ought to return to school and learn how to employ metaphors effectively. Oh, by the way, do you know the location of the Covender estate?" Peter suddenly recalled this matter. "Covender? That name rings a bell, but I will need to investigate further. Is it the only information you have?" "No specific address or related details." "None. The box bore that name and also indicated a date 2 days hence. Perhaps it is either the final destination for the box or the site of their impending assault. Damn, I will need to look into this. With only a name, the difficulty increases significantly. Why is it that I am the one working when I am the one paying you?" Before he could finish his thought, the Weasel realized that the other party had already hung up. Beep, beep, beep. On the other end, Peter felt no hint of remorse for such a brusque termination of the call. The Weasel's incessant chatter could be rather irksome, especially when he was engaged in serious matters. More importantly, every time he imagined the Weasel's constipated expression after he had cut off the call. A sense of secret delight filled him. Moreover, although the Weasel was indeed his employer, and he still needed to collect his paycheck, this time Peter's motivation was not solely financial. An organization that amasses such a substantial arsenal is undoubtedly not pursuing peace. Closing the hidden door of the dark room once more, Peter descended the staircase, returning to the second floor. He had yet to devise a plan regarding the handling of these arms. Furthermore, he had another matter to attend to. Back in the office on the second floor, his objective was the list that the man had stored there earlier. Intuition whispered to Peter that he would likely unearth a wealth of information from that list. Among the 11 file cabinets, locating a single piece of paper was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, thanks to the earlier musings of the man he encountered, Peter could significantly narrow his search. The list resided within a purple folder, while the cabinet likely housed a plethora of green folders. Peter methodically opened each drawer, systematically eliminating those that did not meet his criteria. He quickly honed in on his objective. Aside from 2 drawers, the remaining cabinets predominantly contained folders of assorted colors. After a thorough exploration, Peter extracted all the purple folders from the 2 drawers and began to examine them one by one. Ah, this one contains receipts. This is an order form from last year. Upon opening the 4th folder, a spark ignited in Peter's eyes. The top sheet bore distinct creases, indicating it had not been thoroughly flattened. He swiftly seized the document and read it with care. Yet, it merely presented a series of numbers and addresses, devoid of any annotations. To Peter, it was akin to an ancient script. He perused the remaining contents of the folder, discovering only a few more similar sheets, their contents leaving him utterly perplexed. This find was far less fruitful than he had hoped. Gritting his teeth, Peter activated his communicator once more. Before the Weasel could launch into his customary sarcastic remarks, Peter hurriedly relayed his findings. "All right, take a few photos of those documents and send them to me." The Weasel responded, sounding less disappointed than expected. "I'll search through them. Perhaps I can uncover some clues. By the way, do you recall the license plate number of the car you were tracking? It starts with a 3, but I've forgotten the rest," Peter admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. "Wait, I did take photos earlier. I'll send them to you shortly." "Fine," the Weasel conceded, though a tinge of reluctance seeped into his voice. "Continue your search, and if you find anything more, report back to me. You'd better put in some extra effort. I've invested quite a bit in this." Suddenly, Peter recalled something. "They mentioned a few names. Let me relay them to you. Perhaps they might prove useful." The Weasel acknowledged with a murmur, and after a moment of careful recollection, Peter recited the names he had heard. The Weasel fell silent for a time, then hesitantly responded. "I'm not too clear on the others, but the name Makati rings a bell. If it's the same person, he should still be incarcerated for manslaughter and resisting arrest. If memory serves, he has another 6 or 7 years left to serve." Regardless, this constituted a lead, and Peter picked up on his thread of thought. "Very well, we shall reconnect later." After spending nearly an hour, Peter once again meandered through the entirety of the building, yet he found himself empty-handed. It appeared that aside from the concealed chamber in the attic and the suspicious activities that transpired at night, this place was indeed nothing more than an ordinary moving company. However, this revelation only led to further inquiries. How could a mere moving company be entangled with individuals who seemed to be outlaws? Were the employees aware of the nocturnal occurrences? For the moment, Peter had no answers. Nonetheless, the smoothness of his operation tonight was sufficient for him to exhale in relief. There had been no fighting, no bloodshed. Everything unfolded with ease. After meticulously erasing his traces, Peter once again slipped through the window on the second floor. The night's mission had reached a conclusion. Initially, Peter had contemplated reporting the situation under the guise of his crimson mask, urging the police to confiscate everything within. However, at the suggestion of Weasel, he abandoned this notion. "I understand your desire to be a hero, but heroes do not indulge in side quests as you do." Weasel imparted his worldview to Peter. For them, it was merely a minor loss. Such actions would only serve to alarm the culprits, leading to genuine troubles. Firearms and explosives serve but one purpose: to kill, Peter asserted. If these items are not in their possession, at least fewer lives will be lost. Weasel scoffed dismissively. That meager stock could be repurchased for a mere few tens of thousands of dollars. Those destined to die will inevitably meet their fate. Besides, with an organization so deeply entrenched in the shadows fixated on you, how could your life possibly be any easier? Even if Peter did not fully agree with his perspective, he had to concede that there was some merit in Weasel's words. Yet, upon deciding to temporarily disregard the situation at hand, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart. Chapter 38, Undercurrents, Part 1. Meanwhile, at a certain outpost of the Russian mob, Anatoly bid farewell to several individuals as they departed, exchanging a few words before they boarded their vehicle. Anatoly stood at the door, watching them leave. Had Peter been present, he might have recognized the familiar tones of their voices. Once they had distanced themselves, Anatoly's smile gradually faded. Behind him, his brother's face was ashen. Are we truly going to acquiesce to their demands? Vladimir's words were spat out between clenched teeth. After toiling for years, are we to remain mere puppets for others? What does that make us now? Anatoly hissed in response. And what do we become in the eyes of Yusef? He slammed his fist against the wall and turned to face his brother. Are we not also Yusef's lackeys now? Yet at least we still possess our dignity. That old man has grown frail and has no heirs. All of this shall belong to us. Vladimir truly struggles to comprehend his brother's perspective. Why must we be the ones to dismantle everything with our own hands? Do you genuinely believe that? Anatoly remarked with a tone laced with mockery. Do you truly think that stingy old miser would relinquish all that he holds simply because of this? Do you believe that what we desire can be obtained merely through patience? But why should we collaborate with that man? Vladimir stepped forward defiantly. At least Yusef is powerful. His subordinates, no, our subordinates, are the fiercest fighters in all of New York. What does that man possess? His followers likely number fewer than ours. Why should we bow to him? My brother, you must understand. Anatoly sighed in resignation, shaking his head as he turned back toward the door. In New York, wealth invariably outweighs brute force, especially when your wealth reaches such staggering heights. Even if the Russian mob were to double its strength, if that man truly sought to confront us, we could withstand no more than 2 months at most. Yet without us, how could his plans unfold? Why can't we demand greater power? We are perfectly entitled to seek more. However, before Vladimir could finish his thought, Anatoly suddenly whirled around. Enough! Anatoly shouted, his eyes bloodshot with intensity. Vladimir recoiled, having never witnessed his usually gentle brother in such a fervor. After taking a couple of deep breaths to regain his composure, Anatoly resumed speaking. Do you truly believe our position is irreplaceable? Vladimir, think. Anatoly's expression was one of exasperation tinged with a hint of affection for his brother. If he wished, he could triple the number of those under his control within a week. Not to mention, at least a quarter of New York's police salaries are funded by him. Vladimir shook his head, seemingly wanting to voice more, but was interrupted by Anatoly. Do not be obstinate. If he were to cast us aside, he would still succeed, albeit at a greater cost of time and resources. By that point, our fate would likely be dire. We shall take what we can acquire. The remainder, we shall strive for gradually. The remainder? Vladimir inquired, perplexed. Once this is resolved, what more do we, the fence-sitters, have to contend for? As long as he does not burn the bridge behind us, we should be grateful. There will be no further opportunities. Anatoly pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. That man desires something different from us. He cannot afford to become too entangled in the underworld, nor too deeply enmeshed. Yet he requires sufficient control over it. We merely need to demonstrate our worth. And perhaps we can achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. Anton's tone took on an air of significance. When we departed from Russia, we vowed to live like kings. I have not forgotten our oath from that time. Vladimir finally chuckled. It is reassuring that his elder brother has not changed. Like himself, the fervor within him still boils. Only such a person is worthy of his allegiance. When shall we act? Vladimir grinned. Since Anton has devised the plan, all that remains is its execution, a phase he relishes the most. Tonight, Anton declared, having already set the course. Vladimir was momentarily taken aback. Anton typically favored a conservative and steady approach in his undertakings, preferring to secure lesser gains while minimizing risks. Such a hasty action clearly diverged from his usual style. Are we to act so swiftly? Vladimir pondered, becoming the more cautious of the brothers in that moment. Many of their companions had not donned the new gear. Their preparations were not yet exhaustive, and the plan had numerous aspects that required refinement. Moreover, would it not be wiser to wait for the Moretti family to yield a result first? Do not forget, the longer we wait, the greater the risk becomes, Anton said gravely, carefully elucidating to his brother the rationale behind his decision. In these perilous times, he required someone to assist with the broader picture. That fellow Yusef is no fool, although his control over the gang has waned recently. It is merely a matter of time before he discovers our actions. Anton then withdrew a cigar from his pocket, clipped the end, ignited it, and took a deep drag. Regardless, this matter serves as our declaration of loyalty. A declaration of loyalty Vladimir finally grasped. Indeed, such acts of allegiance must be executed before the opposition. Once the affairs on their end conclude, it may be too late for us. Anton inhaled from the cigar once more and patted his brother's shoulder. Now, Let's cease our musings and proceed with our duties. Understood, Vladimir grinned, nodding. I shall gather our people immediately. At 5 in the morning, within a mansion in Brooklyn, New York, a room remained illuminated. To call it a mansion is perhaps an exaggeration. This 3-story edifice spans just over 400 square meters, lacking the tranquil gardens and expansive lawns of multi-million-dollar estates, as well as the requisite swimming pools common to such homes. Yusuf is not a man particularly concerned with luxury and indulgence. In fact, this is evident from the demeanor of his wife. She was once merely a modest singer who sought the wealth and power of Joseph. Her appearance was hardly extraordinary, and her character left much to be desired. Yet he chose her as his wife solely for her compliance. At this moment, the man whose mere sneeze could shake the foundations of the New York underworld found himself awake, ensnared in contemplation. Approaching 60, the strain of an all-nighter weighed heavily on his aging body, and few matters warranted his sleeplessness. However, in recent nights, a tumult of thoughts and worries plagued his mind, rendering slumber elusive. The Russian mob's recent endeavors had been remarkably successful. The Collin family had relinquished most of their interests in downtown New York, opting for a passive avoidance of conflict. Although the Moretti family had inexplicably triumphed in around months prior, they suffered considerable losses in subsequent confrontations. The Russian gang, unafraid of reciprocal harm, remained undeterred. Yet, internal strife began to intensify. Accepting those 2 Russian brothers had indeed been a wise decision. Their followers remained among the most formidable fighters in New York, and their inclusion had empowered the then modest Russian mob to negotiate with major forces on equal footing. Absent their influence, it would have taken the Russian mob at least another decade to reach their current standing. Yet this success came at a cost. With each victory, the brothers' authority within the gang grew, even to a point where they could threaten his own dominance. A small faction within the gang began to disregard his existence, heeding only their commands. This was intolerable to him. However, it was now somewhat late to eliminate the brothers. Their influence had permeated every corner of the organization. A forceful removal might plunge the Russian mob in a civil war, potentially leading to its collapse overnight. A better strategy must be conceived, Joseph pondered. He grasped a glass from the table and took a swig of vodka. This had become his long-standing habit. Whenever he encountered a mental impasse, he would sip strong liquor to invigorate himself until he resolved the issue or succumbed to intoxication. Bang, bang, bang. A vigorous knocking echoed from the front door below. Joseph furrowed his brow. Few would dare to knock at his door at this hour, and he could not fathom any reason one of them would choose to visit now. As one of the most powerful figures in the New York underworld, the number of people wishing him dead certainly exceeded 100. Thus, Joseph never took his security lightly. Every member of the security detail responsible for his safety had been handpicked by him. The 23 individuals, regardless of their loyalty or capability, are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Although their individual combat skills may pale in comparison to the elite assassins of the Moretti family, it is essential to acknowledge that such expertise is the result of over 4 decades of gradual accumulation. Throughout the 24 hours of each day, at least 8 of them vigilantly monitor every passerby outside his residence. Should any display of hostility arise, these deadly warriors would unhesitatingly deliver a bullet to the assailant's head. Just a moment, Yusuf's wife called from the kitchen, hurriedly donning a jacket over her attire before descending the stairs. Her sleep was even more restless than Yusuf's. She often rose before 5 o'clock to peruse magazines and newspapers on the sofa, or to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for him in advance. Over the years, she had also grown accustomed to welcoming guests in his stead. This was not Yusuf's idea, yet he had never voiced any objections. "They're here." Her enthusiastic voice echoed from downstairs, and moments later, the front door was flung open. Bang! Yusuf's entire body stiffened. After over 30 years in the underworld, he was all too familiar with that sound. He quickly rose and approached the window of his study. However, the footsteps ascending the stairs grew increasingly closer, and it was evident that more than one person was involved. There would be no time for him to escape through the window, and it was highly likely that more adversaries awaited outside. He bit his lip and retrieved his backup handgun from the drawer of his desk, a look of resolute despair flashing across his face. The door to his study was suddenly thrust open, and without hesitation, Yusuf fired his weapon. The leading assailant let out a scream before collapsing, only for Yusuf to realize, to his horror, that the wounded individual was a young man from his own security team. If memory served, his name was Moni. The person behind Moni pushed his body aside and aimed 2 shots at Yusuf. The first bullet pierced Yusuf's knee, causing him to crumple to the ground, while the second shattered 2 fingers on his right hand, sending his gun flying from his grasp. Vladimir Yusuf gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "You and your brother are nothing but ungrateful wretches. I am equally delighted to see you, Yusuf, Vladimir replied as he stepped before Yusuf, looking down upon his former employer with a mocking grin. It seems you have entirely forgotten your manners in just 2 days. Yusuf inhaled sharply, struggling to articulate his next words. Hill and Brad. Which of them are your accomplices? Yusuf had come to the realization that there was a traitor within his own security team. Without such an insider, his external guards could not have been so silently and effortlessly neutralized. Both of them, Vladimir sneered. Alex and Morlov are in on it as well. In order to secure their cooperation, we expended a considerable sum of money. You wretched cur. Joseph struggled to rise, but Vladimir merely responded with a derisive smile. He pressed his boot down upon Joseph's bleeding right hand, grinding it with force. Joseph let out a cry of agony, yet Vladimir remained utterly unmoved. He lifted his foot and delivered a brutal kick to Joseph's left cheek. Joseph sprawled on the ground, rolled twice, groaning in pain. At that moment, a familiar metallic sound slid through the air above him. Joseph wiped the blood, obscuring his vision, only to behold the dark muzzle of a gun aimed squarely at his face. I would be more than happy to continue our conversation, truly. Vladimir wore a maniacal grin as he pressed his handgun against Joseph's temple. I am genuinely curious to hear what a man like you would utter in the final moments of your life. Would it be a pitiful plea for mercy, or a vehement curse condemning us to hell? If I recall correctly, you're quite the devout Catholic, aren't you? What a bitter irony. Joseph, feebly parting his lips to speak, found himself silenced before any sound could escape. Vladimir seized his chin and forcefully thrust the gun into his mouth. It is unfortunate that neither my brother nor our new boss has any intention of allowing you to live. Vladimir shook his head. Joseph's eyes widened in terror, and he began to thrash desperately, incoherent sounds rising from his throat. Without a flicker of hesitation, Vladimir pulled the trigger. A dull roar echoed through the room, and those who witnessed the scene trembled, a glimmer of fear now in their gazes directed at Vladimir. He withdrew his gun, casually wiping the blood upon Joseph's garments. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the other individuals in the room. All averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze. Well, that settles it. Far easier than we initially imagined. He holstered his firearm and spoke casually to the crowd. What are you all lingering for? Hurry up and clean this up. Little Luo's dogs will be feasting well tonight. The surrounding individuals shuddered and promptly began their grim task, as if Joseph's mutilated corpse were somehow more comforting than Vladimir himself. Vladimir found this quite satisfying. After exchanging a few words with the others, he exited the room and retrieved his phone, dialing a number. This is Wesley, good day. The call was answered instantly. A voice, polite, cultured, yet imbued with authority, greeted him from the other end. Vladimir hesitated momentarily, and the other party waited patiently. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. I am Vladimir. The task has been completed. Excellent. After Wesley hung up the phone, he retrieved his notebook. He meticulously organized the information, highlighting several key points before dialing his boss's number. It's me, Wesley. Before the other party could respond, Wesley seized the initiative to speak. A brief silence lingered on the line before the response came. Good morning. Any new developments? The voice on the other end was hoarse, tinged with a sharpness that, coupled with an unusual accent, evoked the disconcerting image of a distressed infant, leaving an uncomfortable impression. Indeed, the Russian brothers have accomplished their task. The Russian mafia is now but a relic of the past. Wesley maintained a stoic expression as he crossed out the first line in his notebook after delivering this statement. They possess greater resolve than we anticipated. The other voice hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Wesley, however, completed the thought for him. Courage, is it? Yes, they exhibit more courage than we imagined. The man exhaled, sounding considerably relieved. Given their history, I had assumed persuading them would prove more challenging. Of course, this indicates some misjudgment in our assessment of them. As long as they fulfill their intended role, that suffices. Conversely, persuading Farage is proving to be far more arduous. Even now, he has yet to provide us with a definitive answer. Wesley marked through the second line in his notebook. Farage is merely a minor player. Should the Russian mafia ally with the Moretti family, we might have reason to fear. But at present, he is merely digging his own grave. Wesley contemplated for a moment, then swiftly jotted down a few additional words in his notebook before striking them out. Should we initiate Plan B? It may prove to be more cost-effective, Wesley suggested tentatively. Although he had followed this man for most of his life and could discern his thoughts without them being explicitly stated, he still felt it inappropriate to make such a significant decision unilaterally. Begin preparations, the man decisively replied. We shall give Farage 12 hours. After that, the matter shall be out of his hands. Understood, sir, Wesley affirmed. He prepared to speak, but found himself momentarily at a loss, staring at the last entry in his notebook. Is there something else? Sensing Wesley's hesitation, the voice on the other end inquired. Wesley twirled his pen between his fingers, contemplating how best to articulate his thoughts. Indeed, there is one final matter, and it pertains to the mercenary organization we discussed previously. Are you referring to the branch of Hell House? The man's tone was laced with surprise. Had we not resolved to avoid contact with them? Once the task is completed, they are unlikely to care who provided it. In fact, it was they who reached out to us, Wesley remarked as he casually flipped through a file on the table. The head of this division, Jack Hammer, nicknamed Weasel, had recently enlisted the notorious Red Mask to investigate us. The specifics elude me. Yet I fear the worst. They have likely uncovered a portion of our plans. It is merely the survival instinct of a rat. The man spoke with a tone of disdain. They will not obstruct our path. That wretched little spawn, cast aside by Hammer Industries, lacks the audacity to defy us. However, I must admit, the words of Red Mask have left me somewhat disillusioned. You see, my dream has always been to transform this city. A hint of self-mockery laced his voice. Though I continue to pursue this dream, I have contemplated whether there might be alternative routes. I once believed this individual represented an opportunity, a chance to ascertain whether the path I tread is indeed the right one. Yet in the end, he turned out to be nothing more than a puppet susceptible to monetary influence. He sighed, reflecting on the matter. What do you mean? Wesley inquired cautiously. Since he can be bought, we shall purchase him. As long as he proves obedient, I can demonstrate my generosity. Naturally, should he be foolish enough, let his body sink within the harbor. Understood. And the weasel? The man pondered for a moment before arriving at a decision. Give me his number. We ought to converse. Chapter 40. Officer George Stacy felt he might have chosen the wrong profession 2 decades ago. Despite the badge on his chest still earning him respect in nearly every circumstance, a recent series of events had imbued him with a sense of unworthiness regarding that respect. He grasped some of the changes that had transpired within the precinct over the past few months. While he had made his position clear, turning away many who sought to test him, he had turned a blind eye to the actions of others. The young men in this line of work had wagered their lives. What harm was there in seeking additional means to earn? Although their intentions remained ambiguous, they were nonetheless prominent businessmen, and he believed they would not engage in anything excessively reckless. Yet, even so, some perceived him as obstructing their opportunities, while others deemed him unappreciative. He could distinctly feel several colleagues beginning to ostracize him, and even his superior subtly leaned toward them. Recognizing this, he felt disheartened and voluntarily requested a patrol assignment. This way, he would avoid the petty frustrations of the office, and they would be quite pleased without the meddlesome presence of someone like him. Reflecting on this, he glanced out the window. His partner was approaching their vehicle, carrying their snacks. Here you go, boss, your strawberry milkshake and your Mexican burrito. His partner plopped down into the passenger seat, shoving a bag of warm food into his hands. I had them add extra avocado and chili, your favorites. George uttered a quick thanks before diving into his meal. Such indulgent fare was strictly off limits at home, where Helen would never permit him to indulge, thus he could only relish it while out. Yet, whenever he left remnants on his plate, Helen would cast him a reproachful glance that sent shivers down his spine. In no time, he had devoured most of the food in his hands. Noticing his partner leisurely savoring each bite, he frowned. Eat faster. We have 15 minutes left before we need to head to 4th Street for the shift change. Understood, came the verbal acknowledgement. Yet his partner showed no sign of hastening his pace. Besides, is punctuality really necessary? It seems only our little squad adheres to this rule. Other teams may disregard the regulations, but that does not grant us the liberty to do so, George replied calmly, while his partner, Anthony, merely grumbled and fell silent. Anthony, that was his partner's name. It was said he had studied graphic design in college and earned a degree. However, a year after graduation, he inexplicably decided to re-enroll in the police academy for a year, ultimately earning the badge that now adorned his chest. Initially, upon learning he would be paired with George, he had been despondent for several days, exercising considerable caution at work, fearful of making any minor mistakes. George's reputation for being stern and methodical was well known within the precinct. Yet, once Anthony discovered that George was, in fact, quite amicable, his true nature began to emerge unabashedly. With a sigh, George discarded his refuse into a trash bag in the car and retrieved the keys, igniting the engine. Boss, Anthony suddenly exclaimed. Isn't that your daughter? George raised an eyebrow and glanced in the direction Anthony was pointing. Sure enough, she was unmistakable, dressed in the same outfit she had worn that morning. The ponytail that Helen had styled for her had been let down, but no matter how she transformed, George was confident he could identify her amidst the crowd. However, There appeared to be a somewhat familiar young man conversing with her. Ha. Anthony nudged George's shoulder. Your daughter has grown up, and soon she'll be whisked away by some handsome young man. Though I must say, this guy isn't exactly striking. George felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The scene shifted back half an hour earlier to the entrance of the Osborne building, where 40 interns were gradually emerging from the front doors. At this moment, there remains an hour until the official employees conclude their workday. However, for the interns, this signifies their cherished free time. Following the conclusion of that fateful night exploration, the Weasel expressed his dissatisfaction upon receiving the materials he had gathered, indicating that Peter must complete additional tasks to secure the remaining $30,000, and insisted that Peter retain the communicator. Yet, since that night, the Weasel had ceased all communication with him. Moreover, Peter had not visited the bar for several days. He decided to set this matter aside, for as per usual, after his internship, he would accompany Gwen to their favorite dessert shop or cafe, where they would engage in conversation for over 2 hours. It was unclear when this ritual had become an integral part of his daily life. The thought caused Peter to blush slightly. Was this akin to a date? Unbeknownst to him, Gwen, walking ahead, remained oblivious to his musings and continued to chatter away. Although today's dessert shop was somewhat distant, she assured him it was undoubtedly worth the trek. Inside, there were shelves filled with an entire 3 bookcases of comics. One could read to their heart's content with the purchase of merely a drink or a dessert. He had once adored visiting this place, yet his father had always been reluctant to accompany him. Oh, really? Is it because he disapproves of your comic reading? Peter asked, scratching his head. It was indeed true that parents often preferred their children not to be overly engrossed in such pursuits. Not at all. Gwen protested loudly, making a face. My dad is quite open-minded. He supports whatever I enjoy. The reason he doesn't take me is that he finds it too dull. Sitting alone in a dessert shop while I giggle beside him, he simply lacks the patience for that. Ah, your father seems quite kind to you, Peter remarked. A hint of curiosity piqued, as Gwen had not previously mentioned her father, and he had not inquired. Well, how should I put it? He is probably a workaholic. He is exceedingly dedicated to his job, leaving early and returning late, often spending his weekends working as well. However, when he does take time off, he dotes on me. It's just that such moments are quite rare. As Gwen slowly shared her thoughts, Peter's mind conjured an image of a white-collar worker wholly devoted to his career. Perhaps his own father had once been similar. Suddenly, a loud horn jolted Peter back to reality. When he regained his senses, he noticed a police car parked directly in front of him and Gwen. The window rolled down, revealing a rather handsome middle-aged officer in his 40s, casting a stern gaze in their direction. For some reason, Peter felt an unsettling familiarity about him. Behind this officer stood a younger, slightly portly policeman, who waved amicably to Peter and Gwen. They discover my identity. Peter instinctively took a step back, his mind conjuring the worst possible scenarios. However, Gwen, standing beside him, waved her hand with a smile. Dad, she greeted the middle-aged policeman, whose previously tense expression softened slightly. Haven't you finished your internship? Why are you still out and about? The policeman inquired, causing Gwen to feel a bit awkward. Well, yes, I have indeed completed it. I'm actually just about to head out for dessert with my friends. By the way, I haven't introduced you. Peter, this is my dad. Dad, this is Peter Parker, one of the brightest students at Midtown High. Gwen pulled Peter forward to facilitate their introductions. And one of the strongest as well, she added. George Stacy, we've met before, the policeman said, shaking Peter's hand through the window. In that moment, Peter suddenly recalled the identity of this officer, if his memory served him correctly. This was indeed the same man who had spoken with him at old Jimmy's. Peter couldn't help but marvel at how small the world seemed. Come on in. You must be heading to that dessert place with the comics, right? It's on my way, so let me give you a ride, George suggested. Peter hesitated for a moment, but Gwen had already climbed inside, leaving him no choice but to follow suit. Peter had never imagined he would find himself seated in a police car. He felt somewhat self-conscious, hands resting on his thighs, his gaze fixed on the floor, resembling a schoolboy caught in wrongdoing. Meanwhile, George drove silently, the atmosphere inside the vehicle ominously quiet. Gwen curiously glanced back and forth between the two, seemingly intrigued by how they knew each other. It was then that Anthony broke the silence in the car. Would you like some donuts? He asked, pulling out 2 chocolate donuts from his paper bag and handing one to both Gwen and Peter. Peter softly expressed his gratitude and began to nibble on the treat. At that moment, George spoke up. Remember about 5 months ago, I mentioned a young man who took down a robber single-handedly? That's him. No way. Peter? Gwen exclaimed incredulously, pinching Peter's arm. Wow, you really are muscular, she remarked, having never been informed of this before. Peter could only manage a wry smile, while George's expression darkened further upon witnessing his daughter's reaction in the rearview mirror. You should come home early tonight. You can only stay at the dessert place until 5:30, he stated sternly, prompting a hint of dissatisfaction on Gwen's face. Why? She protested in a whiny tone. It's almost 5 already. Why can we only stay for a little over half an hour? There's something unsettling tonight, George replied, his face serious. We have received some alarming news regarding a potential large-scale gang confrontation. Although the specifics remain unclear, it is estimated that the entirety of Manhattan will not be safe. It would be prudent for you to return home early. The further away you are from such occurrences, the better. Upon hearing this, Gwen was momentarily startled, soon succumbing to a sense of worry. Aren't you supposed to be working the night shift? Are you planning to partake in any operations tonight? She inquired. That shouldn't be the case. This matter is no longer my concern. So, in a sense, your father is now free from any burdens, George replied with a self-deprecating smile, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memory. However, I will undoubtedly be home late tonight, likely past 11. Kindly inform my mother that dinner need not be saved for me. Mother will surely be upset, Gwen murmured discontentedly. Meanwhile, Peter, having caught wind of the term gang confrontation, suddenly became intrigued. A confrontation? Here? In New York? Of all places? This isn't Detroit. Could a large-scale gang clash really occur here? New York has a share of violence and bloodshed, George casually remarked. Just over 3 months ago, there was a significant brawl at the port, resulting in over 20 fatalities. The New York Times reported on it, though it was only a brief mention. Anthony chimed in. Indeed, while I wasn't among the first responders, I did arrive at the scene. It was truly horrifying. The warehouse was practically a river of blood. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. Perhaps the gangs in New York aren't as chaotic as those in Detroit, but these scoundrels can be quite ruthless when the situation demands it. Will it be that severe tonight? Peter continued to inquire, and Anthony appeared more than willing to elaborate. To be honest, we do not know. This information supposedly stems from insiders. The details are uncertain, but the potential for escalation is indeed significant. Holding a family meeting at a time like this, those at the Covendro residence are bound to be in trouble. Covendro? The words he had seen on that crate flashed in Peter's mind, prompting him to press further, eager to extract more intelligence from Anthony. An Italian gang stronghold. I have no idea what has driven those Italian lunatics to convene at such a time. If our intel isn't completely erroneous, the Russians are likely looking to capitalize on the chaos as well. Anthony seemed to relish the discussion, but George interjected. Enough, this is classified. Classified? What nonsense? Gwen scoffed from the back seat, muttering under her breath, likely still vexed by George's late return home. However, Peter did not catch her remark, as he found himself lost in contemplation. On January 14th, today the Covendro estate hosted a family meeting. Even a fool could discern the connections within, and could surmise the implications of it all. A chill ran down Peter's spine as he grasped the situation, leaving him with but one lingering question. If this was information even an ordinary officer could casually articulate, why did the weasel, as an informed intermediary, appear utterly oblivious to it all? Chapter 41. The meeting, young master, we have arrived. The driver's voice roused Joe from his reverie. Glancing out the window, he saw the car coming to a gentle halt before the grand entrance of the Covendro estate. This residence, boasting 4 stories, 11 bedrooms, a private kitchen, and a small cinema, was valued at a staggering $70 million. Even among the Moretti family, it stood as a remarkably precious asset. Yet, this property did not belong to any current power holder within the family. The previous patriarch of the Moretti clan would spend his twilight years here alongside retired elders, while the younger generations would visit to seek counsel and wisdom. In light of the recent series of setbacks faced by the Moretti family, several individuals proposed hosting this year's family meeting at the estate. While this did not contravene family tradition, Joe was still astonished by the number of supporters for this suggestion. After all, such circumstances had only occurred twice in history, each time for rather extraordinary reasons. After exchanging a few words with the driver, Joe emerged from the vehicle. 2 attendants clad in black suits approached, smiling as they accepted the briefcase from his hand, silently flanking him on either side. Joe stepped through the grand entrance, navigating the labyrinthine corridors with ease. As the heir to the family, he had resided here for a year at the age of 12, subjected daily to the training of the idly retired elders. Although that period was indeed tedious and arduous in retrospect, it seemed far less daunting than the current intrigues and rivalries. Upon entering the conference hall, Joe noted that most attendees had already gathered, engaging in chatter with those seated beside them, resembling a familial gathering. A sardonic smile crossed Joe's face. He suspected it would not be long before these individuals turned on one another like rabid dogs over trivial interests. At the far end of the table, his father waved him over, Joe circumnavigated the table, greeting those on either side before taking a seat next to his father. "How are the demands from those yellow-skinned monkeys?" his father inquired. Joe's demeanor shifted to seriousness. This question, posed by the current patriarch of the Moretti family, demanded utmost gravity. Due to his previous misstep, the authority over conflicts with the Russian mafia had been relegated to the more seasoned elders. Joe's responsibilities have now shifted to the family's logistics sector. Although he feels somewhat relieved, he knows that he cannot achieve commendable feats in this domain. The Yamaguchi-gumi has agreed to our offer, 14 boxes of regular goods, for which they are willing to pay an additional 10% to secure priority access for collection. Joe respectfully replied, "What is your response?" I rejected their proposal, but assured them that their goods would not be delayed. Furthermore, I've already disclosed the general details of this shipment to Madame Gao. Joe's expression remained serious, yet a flicker of pride danced in his eyes. At that moment, his father also smiled approvingly and patted his shoulder. "Well done. Although the Yamaguchi-gumi has yet to establish firm roots here, we must not allow them to develop too easily. You have done well. From now on, the dealings with that group of Easterners will be your responsibility." "At your command," Joe replied with a satisfied smile. Since the last mishap, he indeed requires some accomplishments to solidify his position. Recently, there has been much gossip within the family, although the higher-ups understand that these are mere rumors. Silencing those individuals would be beneficial. Just then, the last person entered the hall and took their seat. The family meeting officially commenced at that moment. Under the cover of night, Peter, now clad in his combat attire, stood atop the adjacent building. The cold night breeze sent a shiver down his spine, heightening his excitement. His current residence was about a meter taller than the Covendro mansion, yet the gap between the two buildings spanned over 6 meters. Even a parkour expert might hesitate to attempt such a leap at this height. Taking a deep breath, Peter stepped back 2 paces. After a brief run-up, he leaped forward. As the height began to diminish, Peter forcefully pushed off again in midair, propelling himself several meters further. His landing was not gentle. His knees jolted painfully, and he was carried forward a few steps by inertia, creating a considerable noise that caught the attention of a patrolling guard on the roof. The guard turned on his flashlight and raised his handgun, cautiously investigating the source of the sound. He advanced a few steps to the spot where the noise had originated, but found it empty. Frowning, he pressed the intercom button, preparing to report his findings. At that moment, Peter suddenly emerged from the shadows behind him. He struck the guard on the back of the head before drawing his stun baton and delivering a jolt to his side. Immediately, Peter seized the guard's limp body, silencing the intercom on his ear before he fell. Peter retrieved a rope and tightly bound the guard's hands and feet, then used his own tie to gag him. Once he had completed this task, Peter finally took a breath, wiping the sweat from his brow, and began to contemplate his next course of action. Immediately after his date with Gwen, he had rushed here without pause. Although he was uncertain of the weasel-less intentions, the shipment of arms was undoubtedly linked to the Moretti family. Coincidentally, the Moretti family was convening a family meeting at this very moment, suggesting that something was amiss. While it may seem unwise to invade the enemy's lair during such a time of heightened vigilance, Peter's confidence had soared after several successful escapades. Moreover, he felt a sense of guilt would overwhelm him if his negligence led to a tragic outcome in the future. However, he remained oblivious to the fundamental error he was making in this undertaking. Why not simply sell the 4 establishments in Hell's Kitchen to them? If money could resolve the issue, why exert such effort? Besides, their offer was not unreasonable. The one speaking authoritatively at the table was Carlos, Joe's uncle, the most influential voice among the family's appeasement faction. He had devoted much of his life to cleansing the family's reputation. Yet there were many within the family who opposed his views. Are you suggesting that the Moretti family should capitulate without a fight? To be intimidated by a gang that has scarcely existed for 5 years? Do you comprehend the damage this would inflict on our honor? If those mad dogs desire war, then we shall engage. The Moretti family has established itself in New York for over a century, with roots embedded throughout the city. They cannot be shaken by these nouveaux riches. The rebuttal came from Lyle, a peripheral member of the family, whose fervor for family honor surpassed that of most core members. His stance had garnered him a significant following, elevating his reputation within the family to rival that of some primary power holders. Utterly foolish, Carlos scoffed. Are you willing to let family members spill blood in this senseless war for the sake of your fragile pride? And what of you? Lyle retorted defiantly. Have you been a coward for too long? Do you wish for the entire Moretti family to be like you, a dog scurrying away with its tail between its legs? Lyle's words undoubtedly triggered a tidal wave at the table. The long-standing discord between the pro-war and pro-peace factions erupted in that instant. What had previously been a restrained discussion devolved into a cacophony of insults. Joe's expression soured, while his father watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. "I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom," Joe whispered to his father before leaving the hall. In the midst of the heated chaos, not a single person noticed his departure. A bunch of fools, Joe thought bitterly. Though they now presented themselves with grandiose airs, their true motive was singular: to evade responsibility. The Moretti family has suffered tremendous losses amidst the recent conflicts, leaving their factions struggling to maintain command. If a truce could be brokered directly with the Russian mafia, it is likely that everyone would agree to it. However, it is understood that at this juncture of warfare, the price the Moretti family must pay to cease hostilities will be far more than mere physical injuries. Joe sighed. Their best course of action now was to reach out to the Collin family for assistance against their foes. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Moretti family's overtures seemed to be met with indifference, as if the Collin family had resolved to remain mere observers throughout this ordeal. At this moment, Joe sensed something was amiss in his surroundings. Given the significance of the family meeting, they had ensured an adequate number of personnel for defense, with at least 20 attendants stationed around the building, ready for action. However, after traversing 2 corridors, he had yet to encounter a single soul. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated from behind him. The force of the sound knocked Joe off balance, sending him sprawling to the ground, his vision momentarily clouded. After what felt like an eternity, he regained his composure, wiping away the blood that had inexplicably trickled from his nostrils. Enduring the agonizing ringing in his ears, he hastened towards the conference hall. Chapter 42. Carnage in flight. The conference room had transformed into a nightmarish hellscape. 2 explosive devices detonated at either end of the hall, sending shockwaves that hurled several nearby individuals across the room. The most devastating blow followed moments later as 1,400 steel pellets, traveling at over 3 times the speed of sound, obliterated everything within the modest confines of the hall. The shattered remnants of the door swung open to reveal a scene drenched in blood. The walls were splattered with gore and entrails, while mangled bodies and severed limbs lay strewn across the floor. Most had perished instantaneously in the initial blast, though a few fortunate souls still clung to life, groaning in agony. Due to the nature of the family meeting, nearly all the high-ranking members of the Moretti family were present. Regardless of the circumstances, the Moretti family was irrevocably finished. Joe's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, the turmoil in his stomach rising violently. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase. The commotion had likely alerted the entire neighborhood, and the bodyguard stationed below would surely have heard the chaos. As they ascended the stairs, guns drawn in vigilance at its peak, an unexpected explosion erupted from a painting on the wall behind them, showering the unprepared guards with a deluge of steel, reminiscent of the earlier carnage within the conference room. The bodies of several individuals standing at the rear were mercilessly riddled with bullets, while a couple of unfortunate souls at the forefront were struck in vital areas by steel pellets. Although many others survived this deadly trap, they sustained injuries severe enough to incapacitate them. The combat effectiveness of the entire security team was abruptly diminished by more than half, and the fallen wounded began to wail in agony. "Damn it, who the hell is responsible for this?" the captain of the bodyguards finally exclaimed, sensing the gravity of the situation. To have orchestrated such a trap within the heavily fortified Cavendish residence, there must be an insider, and undoubtedly one of considerable rank. The explosion had originated from the direction of the conference room, and a foreboding premonition began to settle in his mind. At that moment, 2 doors along the corridor suddenly swung open, and 6 waiters emerged, armed with submachine guns, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the remaining standing bodyguards. The ferocity of the submachine guns was perfectly manifested in this assault. The bodyguards, caught off guard, were overwhelmed by the hail of gunfire. Aside from a few who managed to drop to the ground in time, the rest met a grim fate. The captain was particularly unfortunate. Despite his quick reflexes, he was struck by bullets in both the chest and abdomen. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he crouched down and drew his handgun, swiftly executing one of the assailants with a precise shot to the head. His marksmanship was unparalleled among the bodyguards, capable of hitting a coin from 40 meters away. Yet, this skill only allowed him to take one more down before his own demise. In the next moment, a bullet pierced through his skull. The few surviving bodyguards began their counterattack, forcing the remaining 5 assailants disguised as waiters to seek cover, creating a brief gap in their suppressive fire. Seizing this opportunity, the bodyguards took refuge behind any available cover. "Who are these bastards?" one of the bodyguards shouted almost deliriously, his brother having been silenced by a steel pellet just moments prior. "I recognize one of them. He mixed me a drink just yesterday. Who knows?" Another bodyguard beside him yelled in frustration. He reloaded his handgun and, taking advantage of a lull in the enemy's fire. Popped up to fire 2 shots before quickly ducking back down. Within half a second, a dozen bullets struck the wall behind them. The last remaining bodyguard spoke up. Staying here is tantamount to seeking death. We need to create some distance and head to the conference room. Are you insane? The bodyguard who had just attempted to retaliate exclaimed incredulously. You want to go there now? Isn't survival our top priority? Damn it, perhaps we could surrender. That's your choice. The man tried to wipe the blood from his face, but found that it only smeared further. If I die, at least my family will receive a compensation. If surrendering were an option, even if one were to survive, what fate could one possibly expect? The Moretti family would not easily relent. Upon hearing these words, the other 2 hesitated. However, unbeknownst to them, the core members they were tasked with protecting from the Moretti family had dwindled to a mere few, a number that continued to diminish rapidly. On the opposite side of the same floor, Joe had swiftly fled the conference room. The sounds of the mine's explosion followed by gunfire made it clear that this assault was far from over. His escape was remarkably timely. Within less than a minute, 2 assassins disguised as chefs entered the now chaotic conference room, executing a bullet into the head of every surviving individual. The primary and secondary targets had been confirmed deceased. One of them produced a walkie-talkie, beginning to report back. The target had fled the scene and was currently being pursued. Meanwhile, Joe had reached the stairway of the fire escape. A bitter taste lingered in his mouth, his mind still clouded with confusion. Who were these attackers? How could so many insiders be embedded within the Moretti family? Could the Russian mafia orchestrate such a grand scheme? Everything felt unreal. His life had been turned upside down in mere minutes, as if he remained a step behind, still trapped in the world of moments past, struggling to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Father, uncle, cousin, they were all gone. A tear slipped from the corner of Joe's eye, yet he remained oblivious to it. After spending several seconds racing down the stairs, Joe yanked open the door at the bottom of the fire escape, only to find a woman clad in a maid's uniform standing less than 2 meters away, staring at him in shock. A flash of fierce intent crossed her eyes as she reached for a diminutive handgun from her waist. But Joe was quicker. He lunged at the maid, pinning her against the wall and wresting the gun from her grasp. Unfazed, the woman retaliated by biting at Joe's neck. Without a shred of hesitation, he delivered a punch to her face, seizing her throat. The sound of safety catch being released echoed behind him. Joe swiftly turned, using the woman's body as a shield, aiming the gun at her temple. Before him stood a man in the attire of a bodyguard. Joe recognized him vaguely as a newcomer who had been at his uncle's side. Put the gun down, or I will execute her, Joe shouted, retreating a step with the woman in tow. The bodyguard merely scoffed, pulling the trigger. At the last moment, Joe shifted, the bullet piercing through the chest of the woman in his grip before embedding itself in his left shoulder. Joe cried out in pain, yet his resolve did not waver. Before the bodyguard could fire his next shot, he had already discharged 2 bullets, piercing the right arm and chest of the bodyguard. Joe winced in pain as a searing ache radiated from his left shoulder. After swiftly retrieving another magazine from the woman, he made his hasty exit. He could hear footsteps approaching, drawn by the commotion, yet he could no longer discern how many were allies and how many were foes. The back door was not far from his location, but Joe had yet to contemplate what his next move would be after escaping. As he rounded the corner of a corridor, he encountered 2 individuals approaching from the opposite side. They momentarily froze before their faces lit up with surprise, and they raised their weapons to fire at Joe. Reacting instinctively, Joe dashed into a nearby room. It took him a couple of seconds to realize he had entered a staff changing room, which also had a door leading to the kitchen. A wave of relief washed over him. Once he reached the kitchen, he would be close to the back door. Joe fired 2 shots towards the door, prompting a return volley from the 2 assailants, who hesitated to advance. Seizing this precious moment, Joe sprinted away. However, he nearly tripped over something on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a corpse. A quick survey of the surroundings revealed several more bodies in the kitchen, all having fallen victim to gunfire. It appeared these individuals were those who had failed to be bribed by the enemy. A chill ran down Joe's spine. If they could mercilessly eliminate those uninvolved, he could not afford to entertain any false hopes. The sound of footsteps multiplied around him. Joe estimated at least 7 or 8 individuals were closing in. Time was of the essence. Taking a deep breath, he raced toward the back door. The enemy's numbers seemed limited, and after a tense few seconds, Joe finally reached the back door. This entrance was typically used for deliveries and by employees coming to work. To enter from the outside, one needed to swipe a magnetic card, while exiting from the inside required pressing a button next to the door. However, before Joe's hand could reach the button, 2 individuals appeared behind him, their guns aimed squarely at his head. Joe's body stiffened as he slowly raised his hands in surrender. The last direct descendant of the Moretti family, one of them said slowly, with no intention of sparing him. Such a pity. At that moment, a crimson figure surged from the shadows behind them. Peter delivered a punch to the temple of the man on the left, who collapsed without uttering a sound. The man on the right turned to face Peter, only to be met with a powerful elbow strike to his chest. As the saying goes, better to take 10 punches than 1 elbow. The impact created a sickening sound as the man's chest crumpled, likely breaking at least 2 ribs. Peter followed up with another punch, thoroughly incapacitating the man. When he turned to face Joe, he discovered that the pistol in Joe's hand was aimed directly at him. Yet Joe appeared to harbor no intention of firing. It's been a long time. Joe greeted him with his hoarse voice. Are you here to kill me as well? Chapter 43, A Way Out, Part 1. Peter hesitated for a moment, struggling to find his voice, but Joe had already lowered his weapon. If you wanted me dead, you could have acted earlier. A bittersweet smile graced Joe's face as he tucked his gun back into his waistband. It's been a while. It seems you've adopted a new look this time. Peter stepped forward, and just as Joe anticipated him to speak, Peter suddenly lunged at him, gripping his shoulders. Joe was taken aback, and the forceful grip on his shoulders sent him spinning. As he regained his bearings, he could only watch helplessly as the ground rushed towards his face, a wave of panic surging within him. Had he misjudged the situation? Was this enigmatic man in the helmet truly intent on ending his life? His mind filled with despairing thoughts. However, in the next moment he felt his descent slow, cushioning the impact with the ground. Simultaneously, the back door was flung open, and a muscular behemoth alongside a tall, lean middle-aged man burst into the room. Their eyes had yet to adjust to the interior's brightness, but the submachine guns they wielded discharged with alarming rapidity. Fortunately, the bullets merely sliced through the air. At that crucial moment, both Peter and Joe had already dropped to the ground, the bullets whistling past their heads. Had they hesitated for even half a second longer, their fates would have been utterly different. At that instant, Peter seized Joe's right arm and forcefully pushed off the adjacent wall with his legs. Using this momentum, they rolled into the doorway from which Joe had just emerged, returning to the kitchen. Before Peter could fully rise, he kicked the door shut. With a flick of his telekinetic power, one of the components in his hand twisted, locking the door securely. Moments later, the 2 assailants reached the door, twisting the handle repeatedly without success. Joe gasped for breath, barely having time to feel relieved when a dull thud resonated from the door, startling him. Mere seconds later, a second impact followed. This time, the door was directly struck, creating a small hole and causing considerable deformation around it. The entire door emitted a distressing creak of splintering wood. Peter gestured for Joe to hide in the shadowy corner of the kitchen while he stood up. As the third impact reverberated, the door trembled and the size of the hole expanded several times over. The hinges above were on the verge of giving way. This fragile defense could scarcely withstand another blow. Peter seized a stainless steel soup ladle, measuring over a foot in length, and approached the door. Just 1 second before the next impact, he suddenly unlocked the door and extended his right foot outward. The muscular man, who had been relentlessly battering the door, lost control and lunged forward, only to be tripped by Peter's foot. He adhered perfectly to the laws of physics, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc through the air before crashing face-first onto the ground, splattering blood in the process. His nose, without the aid of cosmetic surgery, was irreparably ruined. Behind him, a tall, lean companion reacted swiftly, raising his submachine gun and aiming it at Peter, pulling the trigger. However, Peter's ladle struck first, landing forcefully on a man's hand and causing his aim to falter, resulting in bullets ricocheting harmlessly off the wall. Peter delivered a powerful left hook to the lean man's abdomen, followed by a swift strike of the ladle to his temple. The man's head spun in dizziness, but his aggression surged, prompting him to mindlessly swing the empty submachine gun at Peter. Faced with such unpredictable ferocity, Peter was compelled to momentarily retreat. Yet, he did not squander this brief opportunity. He delivered a forceful kick to the back of the muscular man, who was attempting to rise, sending him crashing back down with his already bloodied face hitting the ground once more. Empowered by this momentum, Peter lunged towards the now-revived lean man, ducking to evade a reflexive punch. He struck the man's chest with 2 successive punches, then abruptly lifted his head, crashing his sturdy helmet against the man's chin. Enduring such a barrage of blows in such a short span, the lean man finally buckled, collapsing to the ground. Now, only his companion remained. The muscular man finally regained his footing and let out a furious roar before charging at Peter. However, this chaotic assault was easily sidestepped by Peter. Seizing the opportunity, Peter grasped the man's right arm, leveraging his momentum to leap behind him, drawing forth his stun baton and pressing it against the man's neck. Despite the muscular man's considerable strength, he succumbed to the 60,000 volts of electricity, losing consciousness within 3 to 4 seconds. Peter released him, casting his body aside. Turning around, he noticed Joe still half-seated on the ground. Peter frowned, striding over to grasp Joe by the collar and yanking him upright. "Stop dawdling," Peter said in a low voice. "They already know our location. We must hasten our actions." Joe nodded, regaining his composure, and prepared to dash towards the back door. However, Peter seized him once more. Joe turned back, puzzled. "Do you think they want to be waiting outside?" There were at least 4 individuals lying in wait behind that corner. "The moment you step into the alley, several ounces of lead will be lodged within your body," Peter coldly elucidated. "What should we do then? What is your plan?" Joe nodded, recognizing that this enigmatic figure possessed far more knowledge than he himself did. Currently, both exits leading to the outside have been sealed. Whether attempting to break through the front or escape through any window, our chances of survival are exceedingly slim. Peter candidly acknowledged their precarious situation. "So what should we do?" Joe inquired, a hint of urgency in his tone. "If you're looking for a place to hide, you may be mistaken. The police will not arrive. They have ample time to search for us. The Covendro estate indeed has many inadequate hiding spots. However, if they send a dozen individuals to thoroughly search, it won't take them long to find us." "I am well aware of this," Peter nodded. Half an hour prior, the police in the vicinity had conspicuously retreated from the area. They must have been forewarned of some impending threat. The image of Gwen's father flashed through his mind. Are they intending to let us kill each other, only to come in afterward to clean up? Joe spat onto the ground. "All right, what is your plan? Speak up. Follow me. I will explain shortly." "We have little time to waste," Peter instructed. Joe nodded. Although this individual appeared somewhat peculiar, he might be his sole hope for survival. He soon discovered with astonishment that this man seemed remarkably familiar with the layout of the house. They maneuvered through the kitchen, traversing 2 doors, and emerged into a more secluded corridor. Peter opened the penultimate door at the end of the corridor, revealing a room that resembled a dressing area. Upon passing through, Joe realized they were not far from the staircase at the opposite end of the floor. He found it rather absurd that this stranger seemed to know the environment better than he, who had lived here for some time. Had he followed his usual route, it would have taken him about 20 seconds longer. Just a few steps away from the staircase, they suddenly halted. The sound of footsteps descending from above echoed ominously. It seemed there were quite a few, certainly not a number that Peter and Joe could handle. In a swift motion, Peter yanked open a nearby storage cabinet, shoved Joe inside, and followed suit, promptly shutting the cabinet door behind them. Joe held his breath in tense anticipation, glancing at the helmeted man beside him, bewildered by his calm demeanor. In truth, beneath the helmet, Peter's forehead was also slick with cold sweat. He closed his eyes, striving to elevate his concentration to the utmost in order to perceive the circumstances beyond the cabinet. Their fortune was not entirely adverse. The hurried footsteps outside the storage cabinet passed without a moment's pause, heading towards the direction they had just come from. Once they confirmed that the coast was clear, Peter and Joe exhaled in relief and emerged from the confines of the cabinet. Wasting no further time, they descended the staircase to the basement level. Peter pushed open the door. At that moment, however, Joe, who had been trailing closely behind Peter, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Peter reacted swiftly, turning to catch him just in time. Supporting him, Peter helped Joe lean against the wall as he sank down to sit. Joe struggled momentarily, attempting to rise on his own, but his frailty rendered him incapable, and Peter firmly pressed him back down. With a grave expression, Peter tore open the fabric near Joe's left shoulder wound, beginning to assess his condition. Chapter 44. The Escape. Part 2. Joe's condition was far from optimistic. Although the gunshot wound on his left shoulder was not particularly deep, it had likely damaged a major blood vessel. Given the urgency of their situation, they had only performed the most rudimentary of bandaging, and matters had now grown somewhat dire. In the past few minutes, the wound had been incessantly seeping blood, staining Joe's shirt a deep crimson. The human body contains approximately 5 liters of blood. When a person loses more than 15 of their blood volume, symptoms such as dizziness, pallor, and weakness in the limbs begin to manifest. When blood loss exceeds 30, more severe symptoms arise that can even pose a life-threatening risk. Without a doubt, Joe had entered this perilous zone. If this situation was not addressed promptly, he would likely succumb to excessive blood loss before long. Peter removed Joe's suit, tearing it into strips, and began to rebandage the gunshot wound on his shoulder. This would somewhat slow the loss of blood, but it was evidently insufficient. Peter was not a trained medical professional, and sweat poured from him. Yet his helmet concealed all traces of his anxiety. The bullet remained lodged within the wound. "I cannot address that for now. You must hold on." There's a hidden passage in this basement that leads to the outside. Once we reach a populated area, we will be safe. Ah, that old passage. How do you know about this? Joe's expression shifted from realization to curiosity, though the weakness in his voice became increasingly apparent. Were you once a member of the Moretti family? Regrettably, I have no ties to your family. I interrogated several individuals here, and this intriguing information surfaced. Peter replied while continuing to bandage Joe's wound, striving to maintain a calm demeanor despite the growing urgency within him. Although the location of those enigmatic assailants remains unknown for the moment, it is merely a matter of time before they discover this place. At present, Joe has become almost a burden in terms of mobility. For a fleeting moment, Peter even entertained the thought of abandoning him here. However, Joe articulated that very notion aloud. "Leave me behind. You go on." Joe sighed and closed his eyes. "To be frank, even if you manage to rescue me, I fear I shall be unable to offer any substantial reward." "I'm not saving you for money," Peter replied in a calm tone, tearing a strip of cloth to wrap around Joe's shoulder. "Oh," Joe responded, slightly taken aback. "Your brand of heroism extends to altruistically rescuing a scoundrel like me? It is worth noting that the number of individuals who may have perished indirectly in my hands tonight is likely not less than those who have died this evening. If you aspire to be a great hero, then surely I ought not to be your adversary, am I not? You're not my friend. Once I lead you out, you will be handed over to the police." "The police?" Joe nearly laughed. "You would be better off putting me out of my misery with a bullet. That would be simpler. Have you not witnessed the situation tonight? An explosion of this magnitude in downtown Manhattan, and there has yet to be a siren. In their custody, I am as good as dead. I will take you to the New York Police Headquarters. There are many people there, and it is unlikely that the other side can bribe them all. You can apply for witness protection. You are a high-ranking member of the Moretti family. If you are willing to divulge what is in your mind, I believe you could secure the highest level of protection." Peter tightened the cloth strip in his hand and tied a small bow, completing the bandage. He then closed his eyes, pressing his hand against Joe's wound. The mental energy within him began to deplete rapidly as the force was transformed into its gentlest form, slowly flowing from his palm into Joe's injury, converting into Joe's own vitality. After sustaining the connection for 7 or 8 seconds, Peter severed it, stepping back to take several deep breaths. Healing oneself with the force is not particularly challenging, but applying it to another is quite cumbersome. Not only is the healing effect diminished during transmission, but maintaining such a delicate operation also consumes significantly more mental energy. In that brief span, Peter had expended nearly half of his mental strength, leaving him fatigued. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase, causing both of their hearts to skip a beat. Peter signaled for the still recovering Joe to remain in place and rose to his feet. Fortunately, there were only 2 individuals. Peter retrieved the stainless steel spoon he had not yet discarded and launched an ambush the moment they entered the basement. The spoon struck the first man's head with force. To ensure a swift victory, Peter had deliberately enhanced his arm with the force for this strike. The effect was strikingly evident. The man was rendered unconscious by the blow, collapsing to the ground. It was only then that the second individual reacted, raising his firearm. Clearly, they had not anticipated that their target would actually be hiding in this basement. With a swift motion, Peter Spoon disarmed the assailant, sending the gun flying, while his left hand tightened around the man's throat. A slight exertion of force left the man gasping for breath, his hands flailing in a futile attempt to escape. Yet, within mere seconds, he succumbed to asphyxiation and lost consciousness. Let's hasten. After neutralizing the 2 men, Peter quickly helped Joe to his feet. Color had returned to his face, and his vitality had noticeably improved. Following a brief search, they uncovered the so-called secret passage. Contrary to Peter's cinematic expectations of a grand escape route typical of a villain's lair, upon opening the door, they were greeted only by a dirt tunnel approximately 1.5 meters in height. The interior was devoid of any light, a pitch-black void. In such an environment, Peter could barely navigate using his force sensitivity, while Joe was left entirely blind despite his open eyes. Peter retrieved his flashlight and handed it to Joe. "This once served as a maintenance passage," Joe explained as he led the way. "It connects to an abandoned subway track. We discovered this during the renovation of the Covendro residence over 40 years ago. We spent some money to extend this passage all the way to the basement. Behold, we have arrived." The surroundings suddenly expanded, finally resembling an artificial underground corridor. When Peter glanced back, he realized that the passage they had descended was merely a large hole in the wall. Joe appeared far more acquainted with this place than Peter, quickly assessing their next direction. "I often found myself in trouble when I played down here. At the time, we probably never imagined we would actually use this," Joe remarked with a wry smile. Not long after, a door came into view. Peter approached, feeling around until he managed to open it. Beyond this door, they hoped for safety. Peter could even hear the distant vibrations of a train on the tracks. Both men shared a moment of relief. Their pursuers discovered their escape route 2 minutes later. Gazing at the dark void, the leader's expression turned grim as he kicked one of the still unconscious men on the ground. We deployed so many personnel tonight and lost 4 brothers. You now tell me that our second, most crucial target has successfully escaped? He articulated each word with deliberate weight, while those surrounding him lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. Observing that no one dared to confront him at that moment, the man displayed a hint of dissatisfaction and disappointment, snorting before turning to leave. He ordered 2 small teams to continue tracking their targets while the others tidied up the scene. I need to make a call to the boss. On the opposite end of downtown Manhattan, within the presidential suite of a hotel, Wesley, dressed sharply in formal attire, hung up the phone and turned to report to his superior. We have lost the second target. He has escaped our initial encirclement, he stated in a notably nonchalant tone, showing no intention of concealing the grim news. It is now confirmed that our previously discussed acquaintance, the one fond of donning a red mask, is aiding the second target. This time, it seems he has altered his appearance. Are you suggesting that the weasel has breached our agreement? That should not be the case. Wesley adjusted his glasses. This time, the individual should be acting alone. He does not even know who we are. Is it possible to negotiate through the weasel? I prefer not to create more adversaries unnecessarily. Wesley nodded. That should be feasible. I will arrange it immediately. However, may I be so bold as to inquire what we should do if they refuse our terms? Then, after concluding this call, you'll need to make another. His boss replied, inform those in the second encirclement. Having taken so much of my money, they ought to earn their keep. Wesley nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 45. Ambush. After spending several minutes traversing the quiet, dark railway, they finally glimpsed a passage leading to the surface, just as they believed they would never see an exit again. This door bore a resemblance to the one through which they had entered the abandoned tunnel, yet it was locked and required a key for access. Peter's telekinesis was ineffective here. However, after examining it, Peter and Joe were pleasantly surprised to discover that it was not particularly sturdy. After several attempts of ramming against it, they finally broke through. As the door fell with a mournful creak, Peter wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating that perhaps he should seek alternative methods for breaching doors like this, as his abilities were not particularly advantageous in such situations. Climbing several flights of stairs and passing through another door, Peter and Joe found themselves in a rather spacious parking lot. Under the dim lighting, the entire area emanated a sinister ambience, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film, with dangers lurking in the shadows. Do you recognize where we are? Peter scanned the surroundings. As a parking lot situated in downtown Manhattan, it appeared remarkably sparse, with only a few scattered cars parked, which was undeniably unusual. I am uncertain. Joe hesitated slightly, uncertain of their current whereabouts. Yet upon spotting the vehicles, his spirits lifted. There were quite a number of cars here. We could borrow one and swiftly leave those ruffians behind. Peter rolled his eyes beneath his helmet. There are 2 questions regarding this matter, he said slowly. First, our actions could certainly be classified as theft, couldn't they? Upon hearing this, Joe displayed a knowing expression, muttering in discontent, I knew you would say that. However, this is a matter of life and death for us. Surely, you can accept that, right? That is indeed true. Peter nodded, indicating his agreement. Yet the next question holds greater significance. Are you capable of stealing a car? Joe paused momentarily, then quickly shook his head. His subordinates were more than capable of thievery, and some were even experts in the field. However, as a wealthy heir, he was utterly clueless in this regard. Well, that settles it. I cannot either. Peter shrugged helplessly. Joe hesitated again before finally speaking. I suppose we must reconsider our means of transportation. I am covered in blood, and your attire is rather conspicuous as well. We cannot blend into the crowd like this. It won't be long before they track us down. How shall we proceed? Peter scratched the back of his neck before producing a mobile phone. Have you heard the app BR? At that moment, Joe froze, his gaze darting between Peter and the phone, hoping this was merely a jest. When he finally grasped that Peter was serious, his expression remained unchanged. Yet internally, he lamented in despair. This is ridiculous. Without wasting further time, Peter activated the phone, utilizing satellite positioning to ascertain their current location. This phone was not one he typically used, but rather one he had acquired from Weasel. Its features were limited, inferior to the phone Peter usually carried. Yet it possessed 2 unparalleled attributes. Firstly, it could receive signals in the most remote locations. Secondly, it could seamlessly switch between over 20 anonymous numbers. Naturally, Weasel had extorted a hefty sum from Peter for this device. We are at Rundemall, approximately 2.5 blocks from the Covendro estate. Peter quickly identified their location, and Joe nodded in acknowledgement, his expression revealing that he understood. This used to be a small shopping center, but in 2 months, a Walmart will open here, and many small shops have already closed. Only a few restaurants on the 4th and 5th floors remain operational, Joe explained, to which Peter nodded in agreement. Is there not much foot traffic around here? Peter inquired, and upon receiving a positive response from Joe, he continued. We need to find a place where we won't be disturbed by others. We can wait for our vehicle there. Do you have any good suggestions? How about the intersection of Wood Street and White River Street? Joe contemplated after a moment. That area primarily serves as a loading zone for large vehicles, so there are hardly any pedestrians, and vehicle traffic is minimal. After a brief pause, noticing Peter's silence, Joe finally voiced his concern. What if the driver we managed to find refuses to take us? Given our appearance, it's unlikely many would be willing to offer us a ride. I have my methods. You need not worry excessively, Peter replied calmly. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Joe, displaying his cleverness, refrained from pressing further and chuckled resignedly. Next, you'll likely escort me to the police station. One TU? What is wrong with that? Peter countered. After all, the charges that could potentially be pressed against you are likely few. You should still be able to negotiate favorable terms. Escaping all of this might at least preserve your life. Isn't that a good thing? You know I cannot abandon everything. Joe sighed, yet his eyes shone with determination. As the last direct descendant of my family, I bear the responsibility to avenge my kin. Are you planning to incite chaos in New York once again? Peter cautioned. Your quest for vengeance will only result in further harm to the innocent. Moreover, the opposing force is formidable. Your chances are slim. Shouldn't I at least attempt it? I refuse to live my life as a coward. Joe laughed, and after a prolonged silence, Peter finally spoke. If that day truly arrives, I may very well find myself standing against you. If memory serves, just a few months ago, you assaulted me quite thoroughly. Joe cast a scornful glance at Peter before shifting the topic, and a brief silence enveloped them. They did not squander much time. Although they had distanced themselves from their pursuers, given enough time, those relentless hounds would resume their chase. Peter estimated they had about 15 minutes before their enemies would pick up their trail, with the damaged door to the mall's basement serving as a glaring clue. Before long, they emerged outside the mall, where a gentle evening breeze greeted them, not too cold. Peter inhaled the long-missed fresh air eagerly, and Joe, standing nearby, mirrored the action as the lingering scent of blood from the night began to dissipate. Their destination was not far, just a few steps away. Joe was right. The area was indeed tranquil, with not a single passerby in sight. He retrieved his phone and opened the ride-hailing app, while Joe lingered in the shadows of the wall, his gaze flickering. He had found a moment of peace, despite the formidable power of his adversaries, who remained shrouded in darkness. Joe firmly believes that within the sprawling metropolis of New York, home to over 15 million inhabitants, locating an individual deliberately concealing themselves is a Herculean task, particularly when that individual possesses the remnants of the Moriarty family's influence. Presently, Peter is no longer the ally who can extricate Joe from his dire predicament. Peter has made his intentions abundantly clear. He is prepared to surrender himself to the authorities. After such an act, whether he desires to reclaim his freedom or seek vengeance would prove exceedingly arduous. Not to mention, should he fall into their clutches, the information residing within his mind would undoubtedly be extracted without a trace. By that juncture, Joe, who has likely offended nearly every faction in New York, would find it nearly impossible to maintain his footing in this city. A drowning man may cling desperately to a straw. Yet once he is freed from the peril of drowning, would he continue to hold on to that very straw? Especially when that straw binds him tightly, completely robbing him of his liberty. He quietly stepped back 2 paces. However, Peter had already sensed his subtle movement and turned to regard him. Just as Joe grappled with the decision to flee, Peter's attention was momentarily diverted by something else. The long-dormant instinct surged forth like a volcano at that instant. Peter, in a state of terror, realized that regardless of his next move, he could not entirely evade the source of this harbinger of death. In the following moment, a bullet, fired from over 300 meters away, whistled through the air, piercing Peter's right chest. Chapter 46. The Mouse and the Cat. The scene rewinds to 120 seconds prior. The target and accompanying personnel have emerged, located at coordinates 57-16. A new message crackles through the radio. McCarty inhaled deeply the crisp night air. He extinguished his cigarette beneath his foot and began to adjust his scope. The target lay nearly 800 meters away from his position, far exceeding his designated 200 meters of responsibility. Yet perhaps fortune favored him. There were fortuitously no obstacles along the straight line from his vantage point to the target, presenting an ideal scenario for a sniper. On the radio channel, 3 snipers had confirmed that the target had entered their designated range. However, for various reasons, they lacked the confidence to take the shot. Makati, lacking the patience to chastise these novices, contemplated that true sniper prodigies are not easily nurtured. With that thought, he commenced the adjustment of his rifle. Unlike many of his peers, Makati did not relish the gruesome scenes of carnage. He harbored an aversion to excessively sanguine scenes, disliking the anguished cries emitted by those facing death, as well as the sight of their mangled bodies gradually succumbing to lifelessness, turning cold and rigid. He firmly believed that distance breeds beauty. A mere 500 meters could obliterate the guilt associated with taking a life. In such moments, his sole focus remained on his duty. He meticulously calculated the wind direction, gravitational forces, and time discrepancies before pulling the trigger. As long as he could resolve this mathematical equation within a brief interval, his task would be complete. It was as simple as that. Magadi contemplated this while adjusting his sniper rifle. After several moments, the target finally came into view. Upon seeing the individual, he momentarily experienced a mental lapse. A bemused smile crept onto his face as he realized that previous reports had not been exaggerated. The conspicuous red bodysuit transformed him into a living target, drawing fire on the actual battlefield. Was tonight's operation compromised by this individual? It was utterly ludicrous. The target halted at the street corner, conveniently oblivious to the presence of another individual due to the angle of view. At that moment, Magadi entirely disregarded the fact that the person concealed in the shadows was his primary target, instead directing his focus onto the individual who made him feel distinctly uncomfortable. The formulas he had rehearsed 1,000 times flashed through his mind. With a glimmer of intensity in his eyes, he squeezed the trigger. For seconds. This man's head would explode like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere, he mused. Magadi averted his gaze from the scope. He despised witnessing such scenes. The struck Peter convulsed briefly before collapsing to the ground. In the fraction of a second that followed, Peter managed to accomplish 2 things. First, he evaded the bullet's lethal trajectory. Second, he desperately employed his innate strength to shield his internal organs, preventing the bullet from wreaking further havoc within him. However, despite his utmost efforts, the bullet still inflicted severe penetrating damage to his lungs. A torrent of blood gushed forth. An air surged through the 2 wounds on his chest and back, beginning to compress his already overburdened lungs, rendering his breathing increasingly labored. Another bullet whizzed overhead, embedding itself in the concrete less than 2 meters from him, sending up a cloud of dust and shards of cement. This time, the bullet originated from a different direction. Peter exerted himself to rise from the ground. Remaining stationary would undoubtedly spell his demise. Yet, he felt his body weighed down, his limbs utterly devoid of strength. Simple movements that were once effortless have now become insurmountable challenges for him. After merely propping up his upper body, he collapsed once more, only to be caught by a pair of hands. Joe grasped his shoulders, hoisted him up, and, clutching his abdomen, urgently dragged him toward cover. Ahead of them, a bullet struck the concrete path, leaving a gaping crater. Joe shuddered, his feet moving with even greater urgency. At last, they reached the wall, where Joe leaned Peter against it, panting heavily. Carrying a weight of 60 kilograms while sprinting was far from a trivial endeavor for him. Peter coughed, spitting out a small pool of blood. Damn it! Damn it! Joe hastily rushed to him, beginning to tend to Peter's wounds. Initially flustered, he soon regained his composure, executing his tasks with remarkable proficiency, indicating he had experience in such matters. After some time, once the bleeding from Peter's back was staunched, the pressure in his lungs finally normalized, allowing him to draw in a few labored breaths. He lifted his head and weakly raised his right hand. "Help me up," he said, his voice frail, yet his gaze resolute. Joe hesitated for a moment before grasping his hand. Finally standing, Peter suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body swaying precariously. Gritting his teeth, he fought through a brief moment of clarity and steadied himself against the adjacent wall to avoid collapsing. Joe quickly supported him, his expression grim. "I'm sorry, I should have listened to you." Relying on rideshare was indeed unreliable. Peter forced a strained smile. Yet Joe was in no mood for levity. Damn it! Damn it! On the verge of a breakdown, Joe's eyes were bloodshot. The path to survival that had seemed so close now lay shattered before him. After enduring 2 blows in one night, he felt he could hardly bear it. "We can't escape. We can't escape." Peter extended his right hand, resting it upon Joe's head. He closed his eyes, channeling a force that calmed the turmoil within Joe's mind. After a few moments, clarity gradually returned to Joe's gaze. "Where do we go now?" Joe exhaled, turning to Peter, who stood nearby. Peter pointed upwards, then downwards before weakly uttering, "We need to go upstairs." It was a struggle for him to say even that, and he stifled a cough before continuing. "There are enemies below." "Enemies below?" Joe looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Peter nodded, taking a few labored breaths. "There are people following us." Meanwhile, in the basement below, the door that Peter and Joe had forced open was kicked in once more, and over 20 armed assassins surged into the nearly abandoned mall. Michael reported that the assault team had infiltrated the target building. The leader addressed his radio, and shortly thereafter, a response crackled through. The team commenced their search of the premises. An additional target had lost its mobility. Capturing it without endangering themselves was paramount. The target remained incapacitated. The control team would be tasked with confining the target's movements within the building. "You have 50 minutes. The leader, Michael, cast a glance over his comrades before pressing the button on his radio. "The search area is too expansive. Under the condition of ensuring the target's life, we may struggle to accomplish our mission." A moment of silence followed on the other end before a hesitant denial was issued. "Request denied. We can only ensure the police arrive within 50 minutes. Just then, the voice on the other end was abruptly cut off. As the assassins exchanged puzzled looks, a steady and familiar voice spoke up. "I am Wesley. Your request has been approved. You now have 80 minutes. Do not disappoint me or the higher-ups." "Understood," Michael proclaimed, thumping his chest with a fierce grin. He turned to his companions and gestured. "Form into teams of 4, Ross and Corbin. Follow my lead. Let us flush out those 2 sneaky little pests." With a resolute acknowledgement, the assassins swiftly and orderly divided into 6 small groups and commenced their search. Outside an office on the 3rd floor, Peter used telekinesis to open the door, while Joe supported him as they both collapsed onto the sofa. "Damn, what bad luck," Joe lamented, closing his eyes. "I say, if you have any useful tricks left, now will be the perfect time to unveil them." The soundproofing of the office was quite effective, at least muffling the usual clamor of the marketplace outside. They could speak a bit louder without excessive concern. Peter opened his eyes. Through the sensitivity of his force abilities, he sensed that the newcomers downstairs had begun a meticulous and cautious search. It seemed these individuals were somewhat wary of Peter's earlier display of combat prowess. This provided Peter and Joe with a bit more breathing room and time to formulate a new plan, although it also significantly reduced the number of exploitable weaknesses. "We should have some time left. It will take them at least 20 to 30 minutes to reach us," Peter stated slowly. His lung injury, under the protection and nurturing of the Force, had not worsened during the recent actions. Rather, it showed signs of beginning to heal. At least the bleeding and air leakage had started to stabilize. "I truly do not understand how you possess this information," Joe sighed, his tone tinged with curiosity. "Speaking of which, at this juncture, would you mind revealing just who you truly are?" "Apologies," Peter decisively declined. "However, should we survive the night, I might reconsider this matter. Perhaps by then, I may not even have the inclination to watch." Joe replied with a wry smile, and Peter shook his head. Both parties suddenly fell into silence, seemingly disinclined to speak further. At that moment, Peter's phone in his pocket abruptly rang, its monotonous tone sounding oddly eerie in the stillness. Chapter 47. Fisk. Both individuals stiffened momentarily, yet Peter ultimately answered the call, placing it on speaker mode. The familiar voice of the Weasel immediately resonated from the speaker. "Little Red Riding Hood, you've stirred quite a bit of trouble tonight." At that moment, the Weasel's tone conveyed considerable unease, almost tinged with a hint of panic. For reasons unknown, Peter sensed a twinge of guilt emanating from him. "It seems you're already aware of my current predicament," Peter replied, his tone laced with hostility. "So tell me, are you my ally or my adversary? If I were truly your enemy, I wouldn't be making this call," the Weasel responded hastily. "Now, let's not linger. We must resolve this before it becomes too late. You will soon be speaking with someone, and for the sake of your life, I advise you to acquiesce to all his demands." Before Peter could extract any further information from the Weasel, the call was abruptly terminated. In the next moment, another unfamiliar voice emerged upon reconnection. "Red Mask, permit me to address you as such. After all, the name Little Red Riding Hood carries a hint of insult." The voice was sharp and hoarse, imbued with an unsettling youthful timbre. Despite the politeness embedded in every word, the peculiar accent and tone rendered his speech ominously disquieting. "Allow me to guess, you are the mastermind behind tonight's events." Peter did not comply with the Weasel's earlier request, his tone laced with animosity. Surprisingly, the other party did not display any signs of anger. "You could say that, but allow me to clarify. This is not merely about tonight. 30 hours ago, the Russian mob fell under my control." The unexpected honesty from the other party momentarily astonished Peter. "My name is Wilson Fisk. Of course, some prefer to call me by another name. Kingpin. Kingpin. Peter snorted disdainfully. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this ostentatious moniker, a wave of revulsion surged within him. Mr. Fisk, I have a question. Why would someone like you seek a conversation with me? Because I believe we share a common objective. Fisk continued in his voice, which rasped like metal scraping against rust. I believe we can become excellent partners. Partners? Peter echoed incredulously. You mean I, alongside a man who has murdered dozens, share a common goal? He coughed softly, a dull ache radiating from the wound on his chest. Clenching his teeth, he suppressed any sounds of pain. Indeed. Have you forgotten the identity of the person you are currently protecting? Fisk pressed on, and at this, Joe involuntarily shuddered. The Moretti family is the largest narcotic supplier and loan shark in all of New York City. Over the past century, countless families have been shattered due to their actions. This malignant entity has existed within New York for far too long. I merely provide the city with the surgical intervention it requires. Peter fell silent. While on the other end of the line, Fisk seemed quite pleased with the direction of their conversation. After a brief pause, allowing Peter a moment to contemplate, he spoke again. Tonight, the members of the Moretti family who met their demise were steeped in sin. They must pay for their deeds. And I merely acted as a judge in this matter. Joe felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that the individual on the phone was reluctant to take on the masked figure before him as an adversary. Should this person choose to remain neutral, or even become an enemy, the last flicker of hope for him would be extinguished. However, Peter's subsequent response eased his tension somewhat. Really? Peter scoffed. Are you genuinely certain that those who perish tonight deserve their fate? The bodyguards you slaughtered were merely doing their jobs. Setting them aside, what of 5 waitstaff and chefs you killed? What sin did they commit? Did they forget to season the pasta? Fisk's tone wavered, revealing a hint of hesitation and agitation, as though he struggled to articulate his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he gradually regained his composure and replied. Although they were not participants, they were not entirely innocent either. As individuals privy to the inner workings, they turned a blind eye to the evils surrounding them. Willfully deaf to the horrors, they readily accepted the blood-stained money. So their ignorance warrants a death sentence? Peter pressed relentlessly, to which Fisk merely chuckled lightly in response. Red Hood, I'm unsure how grave your perspective is on this world. However, with societal progress comes the necessity for certain sacrifices, Fisk stated languidly. Look at the end result. The 2 most powerful criminal factions in this city have been obliterated, and the number of those affected has been minimized. You now have the opportunity to ensure that this outcome remains unblemished. Submit Jormore to me. Do not afford the Morey family any chance for resurgence. You need to pause for a moment. You have been proclaiming your elimination of 2 gangs in New York, but it was merely to eradicate your competitors. To boast about it as your achievement is rather audacious. Apart from your remarkable audacity, how do you differ from them? Peter retorted mercilessly, feeling a wave of disdain for their self-aggrandizing behavior. I am certainly not like them, Fisk replied, his tone brimming with confidence. Perhaps our methods may seem too similar at present, but they are merely mad dogs driven by their own impulses. I possess my own ambitions. I aim to restore greatness to this city, to cleanse every corner of its filth. For this purpose, I am willing to undertake actions I would rather avoid. Having a lofty reason does not grant one the license to employ unscrupulous means. Moreover, while your words may sound grandiose, who knows what truly lies within your heart? I am willing to take time to prove this point, Fisk responded succinctly. Indeed, the current sequence of events may not align with your moral standards. But reality is what it is. I do not require much from you. Simply depart and become a neutral observer. As long as you do not obstruct my path, I shall demonstrate my tolerance and generosity towards you. Peter fell silent, glancing at the phone in his hand, and then at Joe sitting beside him. Feeling a conflict arise within. There was some merit to what the other party had said. This was not his concern. More crucially, the developments of the night had transcended his control. Refusing this man's proposal might lead to dire consequences for him. Fisk, satisfied with the silence, chuckled softly before continuing. Rest assured, you have ample time to contemplate. My men have received orders. They will not attack unless you initiate an assault or impede their mission. All you need to do now is withdraw. Just then, Peter's brow twitched as he abruptly ended the call, opening the office drawer to stow away the phone. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he stood up and pulled Joe up from the sofa as well. Damn it, they have been using this phone to track our location. Peter's expression darkened. This person is merely stalling for time. The pursuers have already reached the 3rd floor. Michael arrived on the 3rd floor, raising his weapon as he slowly advanced towards Peter and Joe. 2 teammates followed closely behind, providing cover. At that moment, fresh orders crackled through their earpieces. They are already alert. Advance immediately and do not grant them any more time. Chapter 48. The Intruders 2 minutes later. Michael and his subordinates forcefully kicked open the door previously occupied by Peter and Joe. The room lay vacant, and Michael's face contorted in frustration as he delivered a powerful kick to a nearby sofa. "Scatter and find them," he bellowed, prompting his companions to nod silently before dispersing into small groups. One group was assigned to guard the stairwell, ensuring their targets could not escape, while the remaining members fanned out, commencing a thorough search of the mall's various nooks and crannies. As an abandoned shopping center, hiding here posed significant challenges. Although much of the floor was divided by lengthy rows of towering shelves, these structures, exceeding 2 meters in height, provided ample hiding spots. However, standing at the ends of these aisles afforded a clear view of everything along the line. In essence, while numerous places to conceal oneself existed, none offered a truly secure refuge. To evade detection for an extended period, Peter and Joe needed to continuously adjust their hiding spots in response to the enemy's movements. In this regard, they executed their plan remarkably well. Guided by their instincts, the duo skillfully maneuvered in a small circle, eluding the two leading groups undetected. Yet, as they attempted to navigate past the third group, they encountered a minor complication. The proximity of the 4 groups positioned behind them rendered their escape perilously risky. Faced with this predicament, Joe and Peter decided to strike while they still held the advantage of surprise. The third group was the first to suffer their assault. The 2 members trailing behind heard a faint sound of collision from the rear. Momentarily bewildered, they halted, turning towards the source of the noise, while their 2 companions remained oblivious and continued onward. In that fleeting moment, the distance between them had widened to over 4 meters. Like a diving hawk, Peter leaped down from the top of the shelves to the left, landing on the back of the nearest individual and sending him stumbling several steps forward. Utilizing the momentum, Peter tackled the other person to the ground, pressing an electric baton against his neck, the intense current swiftly rendering him unconscious. The individual who had been kicked attempted to raise his weapon, but Peter was already 1 step ahead. He sprinted forward, closing the gap before retrieving his pepper spray from his pocket and aiming it directly at the assailant's eyes, unleashing a furious spray. The caustic substance ignited a burning sensation upon contact with the man's skin and eyes. He immediately fell to his knees, one hand clutching his seemingly ablaze eyes in agony, while the other wildly waved his firearm in a desperate, erratic flurry. The other 2 members of the third squad finally became aware of the situation. However, due to the indiscriminate and frenzied retaliation of their comrade, they hesitated to approach, fearing they might be mistakenly harmed. They could only watch helplessly as Peter, after incapacitating their 2 companions, vanished once more into the shadows, heading northwest. One of them took cover to report the situation to the other teams, while the radio relayed confirmations from other squads. The individual who had succumbed to madness due to the earlier visual stimuli had exhausted the ammunition in his weapon. Yet he continued to swing wildly around him, as if invisible foes lurked nearby. The remaining member stealthily approached from behind and incapacitated him with a swift strike. It was best for this irrational ally to rest for a while. At that moment, Peter had rendezvoused with Joe. Seizing the opportunity, as the enemy formation had become somewhat disordered, they charged forward without hesitation. However, the noise they generated was slightly excessive, alerting the 2 assailants. Upon hearing the commotion, the adversaries swiftly turned and unleashed a barrage of bullets in their direction. Most of the projectiles were intercepted by the metal shelving between them, while the remaining rounds harmlessly struck the floor and walls. Nevertheless, Peter and Joe's intentions had been thwarted. They were compelled to retreat 2 steps and take cover. When a lull in fire finally occurred, the fleeting opportunity they had created had dissipated. The remaining assassins had also closed in, encircling them in a tight formation. "Retreat." Peter grasped Joe's shoulder, pulling him backward. After firing 2 shots, Joe followed suit. "What's the plan now?" he gasped, nearly grazing his head with a stray bullet moments prior. Peter remained silent, merely signaling for Joe to follow him. Peter's chest wound had worsened after the series of movements, making each breath increasingly laborious. The rising and falling of his chest accompanied sharp pangs of pain. And due to insufficient oxygen to his brain, his vision occasionally blurred into darkness. He was deeply concerned that if he spoke, he might lose his strength entirely. Navigating through 2 doors, they arrived in the storage room of their current floor, their pursuers hot on their heels. After locking the door behind them, Peter paused to catch his breath, waiting for his respiration to normalize before he spoke. "We need to find an escape route." "An escape route? Here?" Joe felt incredulous. This was merely a larger room, and being trapped here was an utterly dire situation. If the enemy occupied the entrance, They would become easy targets in such a confined space. At that moment, a thunderous banging resounded from behind them. Peter tugged at Joe and gestured toward the ceiling. "Hurry! I need your assistance." The strength of the door surpassed their expectations significantly. After a dozen relentless strikes, there were no signs of it yielding. "Step aside." Michael seized the collar of the fool, still battering the door, and yanked him aside. He advanced, drawing his handgun, and fired 4 shots at the lock. With a powerful kick, he effortlessly breached the door. "Use your brain." Michael glared fiercely at the man who had been pounding on the door, causing him to lower his gaze in fear, unable to meet his eyes. However, at that moment, Michael's attention had shifted away from him. Under his guidance, the 6 cautiously entered the dimly lit room. Yet, they encountered no resistance. They dispersed to search, but the storage room held no presence of life. "Where are they?" Michael shouted, his frustration mounting after 2 fruitless attempts. He scanned the illuminated room with his flashlight, finding no hiding places. Just then, he heard a noise from above. Michael raised his head, directing his flashlight toward the source. All he saw was a dust-covered ceiling, devoid of anything unusual. Suddenly struck by an idea, he instructed his subordinates to shine their flashlights on the ceiling. Before long, he discovered what he sought. A section of a ceiling had been removed, revealing an entrance to the ventilation ducts. Michael roared in anger, snatching a rifle from a nearby comrade, and unleashed a barrage of bullets in the general direction of the noise. A muffled groan seemed to emanate from the vent, and a sinister grin spread across Michael's face. "Second team," he commanded, issuing new orders. "You two, crawl into the ventilation ducts and follow them." The 4 nodded in agreement, stowing their weapons behind them, armed only with handguns as they sequentially squeezed into the ducts. "The rest, follow me." Michael waved his hand. "Let us go corner those damned slippery eels." Meanwhile, less than 200 meters away, on the balcony of a residential building, a sniper meticulously observed the movements within the Rundum Mall through the scope of his rifle. The reports of personnel activities crackling in his earpiece. Damn it, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Tonight's task was proving far more troublesome than he had anticipated, despite the initial assurances from the other party that there would be minimal issues. Perhaps this would be his last job of such nature. He mused silently. The money was tempting, but it was not easily obtained. Just then, a gust of wind surged from behind him. At the final moment, the man barely evaded the attack. Yet his shoulder was still struck by the opponent's swift hand chop. Rising to his feet, he discovered that half of his body was numb and aching, rendering him nearly immobile. He raised his head in horror, only to find a masked figure clad in black standing before him, silently observing. "Who are you?" He barked at the stranger, his voice laced with feigned bravado. "Do you have any idea who you are provoking? Have you grown tired of your life?" "It matters not who I am, nor who I have provoked," the masked man replied coldly. The sniper gritted his teeth, reaching for the military knife at his waist. However, the masked figure moved instantaneously at the very moment he stirred. With a speed almost inhuman, he transformed into a shadow in the darkness, appearing before the sniper in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to his head. The sniper grunted and collapsed to the ground. The masked man then approached the sniper's firearm, which lay on the ground, and crushed it underfoot before carelessly tossing it aside. He retrieved a length of rope and securely bound the sniper's limbs. "The police in New York have truly fallen to such depths," he scoffed, casting the unconscious sniper into a dim corner. He stood up and gazed in the direction of the mall, as if he could perceive every movement of the people within. "Hold on for just a bit longer. There are still 2 of you," he silently urged himself. He suddenly sprinted forward, leaping onto the railing of the rooftop before vaulting over. Chapter 49. The ventilation duct in the Rundum Mall was remarkably spacious, nearly 1.5 meters wide. As long as one did not stand up, it could barely accommodate 2 individuals crawling side by side. Peter and Joe effortlessly squeezed inside and began to crawl forward. The duct was devoid of any light. Joe could barely discern the faint outline of Peter, less than half a meter ahead, which inevitably stirred various fears within him. Yet, witnessing Peter's ease in navigating the passage, Joe momentarily set aside his unease. Barely 20 seconds after they entered the duct, for resounding gunshots echoed from below, followed by the sound of the storage room door being kicked open. Chaotic footsteps ensued, and it seemed that only a few had entered the storage room, indicating their vigilance. The intruders began to scatter, meticulously searching the area. However, they had yet to uncover the secrets concealed within the ceiling. At that moment, Peter and Joe had crawled over 10 meters into the duct. However, as they turned a corner, a steel grill obstructed their path. Through the grill, Peter could faintly discern a glimmer of light ahead. The subsequent section of the duct was considerably narrower, although it could still accommodate an adult. The space for movement had undeniably diminished. "Wait for me." Peter placed his hand upon the grill, closed his eyes, and began to carefully channel his mental energy. After a thorough examination, the screws securing the metal grill began to rotate swiftly under Peter's precise telekinetic control. In mere moments, the unsupported steel grill was easily pried away by Peter. However, perhaps due to prolonged disuse, a layer of rust lingered at the junction of the grill and the ventilation duct, producing a loud and jarring screech as it was pulled. Peter momentarily froze, his heart sinking. Such a cacophony could not have gone unnoticed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly urged Joe to go ahead, following closely behind and retrieving the metal grill he had set aside. At that precise moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted beneath them. Before they could react, over a dozen bullets pierced through the ceiling, ricocheting within the ventilation duct. The assailant's aim was slightly off, and fortuitously, Peter was spared from harm. Yet, a stray bullet grazed past Peter's right shoulder, striking Joe in the right leg. He let out a muffled groan, his face paling as he collapsed. "Damn it," Peter cursed inwardly. His passive precognitive ability seemed effective only regarding his own circumstances. In the wake of that miscalculation, Joe had effectively lost his mobility. Though he could still crawl with his left leg and arm within the duct, moving forward would soon prove difficult. The enemy's reaction was equally daunting. "Second squad, enter the ventilation duct and follow them." A voice filled with irritation echoed from the room below, causing Peter's heart to race. "The rest of you follow. Let us corner those damned slippery ones." Curse it. If they were caught in this duct, a few bullets would easily eliminate them trapped in this confined space. "I know you must be in agony, but if you wish to survive, crawl forward," Peter hissed, his voice low yet fierce. Joe understood their dire predicament. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, pushing through the pain to continue crawling ahead. At that moment, the section of the duct they had just traversed made a considerable noise. The assassins had entered. With a swift motion, Peter summoned several screws that had fallen to the ground back into his hand. He lowered his head and, with a determined effort, pulled the steel grill back into place. However, his exertion was excessive, and a sharp pain pierced his chest, making breathing difficult within a matter of seconds. Peter pressed his hand against the wound, feeling a dampness between his fingers. However, his focus remained unwavering. The screws slowly levitated from his palm, meticulously reattaching the steel barrier under the influence of his telekinetic prowess. At that moment, the first assassin rounded the corner, the flashlight clenched in his mouth, illuminating Peter's helmet. The assassin hesitated, seemingly surprised to have located his target so swiftly. Yet Peter did not make the same error. Upon confirming that the steel barrier had been restored, he swiftly turned and began to crawl forward. Only then did the assassin react, drawing his handgun and firing several shots in Peter's direction. However, each bullet was effortlessly thwarted by the steel barrier. The assassin hastily crawled a few steps forward, grasping the barrier with urgency. He shook it vigorously, only to find it immovable and remarkably sturdy. This was truly perplexing. The assassin's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. He had just witnessed the individual attempting to install the barrier, without any apparent use of special means. Yet the barrier was indeed locked tight, and no matter how he pulled, it would not budge, leaving him helplessly watching as his target vanished into the darkness of the passage. Second team reporting. "The enemy's trap has obstructed us. We are currently unable to pursue. Based on the route taken, the destination appears to be a storage room on the 4th floor," he said, a hint of reluctance in his voice, but suddenly his eyes brightened. The image of Michael blasting the door open with his gun flashed in his mind. After a brief moment of hesitation, he aimed his gun at the corner of the steel barrier and pulled the trigger. "Ah!" the assassin screamed, cradling his head. The bullet shattered upon striking the iron frame, scattering fragments in all directions. One shard grazed his eyelid, tearing away a significant portion of flesh before embedding itself deeply into his eye. Meanwhile, a figure was leaping between the rooftops of the buildings 100 meters to the northwest. After a brief run-up, the masked man leapt from the rooftop of a 10-story building. With a swift motion of his right hand, he released a grappling hook that shot forth like an arrow, catching onto the railing of a balcony on the opposite residential building. As the rope tightened, the masked man's body traced an arc in midair, grasping a bare water pipe protruding from the wall. He inhaled deeply, and with a sudden surge of strength, propelled himself upward by 4 to 5 feet. He kicked off the wall twice, reaching for the edge of the balcony on the next floor. Without a moment's pause, he launched the grappling hook once more, snagging the edge of a window on the upper level. His climbing movements were so agile, it appeared as effortless as walking on flat ground. Even with the aid of his powers, what Peter was attempting remained exceedingly challenging. The individual before him, relying solely on his own strength. Effortlessly accomplished what seemed to be a feat akin to the ethereal powers described in Chinese folklore. Within mere breaths, he ascended to the rooftop of the building. If he had not misheard, his second target should be located here. However, circumstances had shifted. Someone had arrived before him. On the opposite side of the expansive open space, the sniper lay lifeless in a pool of blood. His throat was slit, and a long blade pierced through his chest, anchoring him firmly to the ground. Beside the corpse stood a striking young woman with hair dyed a brilliant shade of violet. She was extraordinarily beautiful, her black, form-fitting attire accentuating her devilish figure. Yet a grotesque scar twisted its way from her brow to the left side of her chin. The enigmatic female mercenary from the bar, known as Violet Eyes. She kicked the lifeless body aside and casually drew the long knife from its resting place. With a gentle flick, she cast off the blood clinging to the blade and directed its edge toward the masked man, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Chapter 50. The Battle on the Rooftop. Who are you? The masked man inquired, his voice laced with caution. Years of training had honed his instincts, and he sensed a hint of threat emanating from the woman before him. It struck him as somewhat absurd. He took a step forward, his movements appearing casual. Yet his body was finely tuned, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. That question should be directed at you, Violet Eyes replied, maintaining her knife's aim at the masked man. Her voice was as frigid as an unmelting block of ice. The pieces have long been set for tonight's game, and each player is in position. What brings you, an outsider, to intrude upon this spectacle? Pieces? Players? The masked man initially expressed confusion, which soon deepened into contemplation, ultimately morphing into indignation. 36 people have perished tonight, and you dare to suggest this is merely a game for you? A game? Indeed, in a certain sense, it is merely that. Yet this game is not so easily meddled with, Violet Eyes replied, her form subtly shifting toward the left front. With just one more step, she would reach her optimal striking distance and position. As she made this motion, the masked man slightly shifted his body, drawing her trajectory into his own range of attack. She instinctively froze, halting her advance. This offensive maneuver was abruptly nullified, and had she proceeded further, she would have been met with a tempest of retaliatory strikes. What astonishing speed! What remarkable reflexes! Observing her failed test of will, Violet Eyes bit her lip, a trace of apprehension flickering in her gaze. I care not for your plans, the masked man declared in a low, resolute tone. However, tonight should not claim more lives. Do not obstruct my path. I have much to accomplish. How grandiloquent your words are. The initially composed countenance of the violet-eyed woman swiftly darkened, as if the masked man had uttered something that displeased her. I do not wish to engage you. I lack the confidence to defeat you and no justification to slay you. Moreover, judging by your demeanor, a confrontation is not your desire either. Speak, what is your objective? What do you truly wish to achieve? Nothing of significance, the masked man replied, spreading his hands. I merely wish to enter, rescue that impudent little wretch, and subsequently turn the remaining individuals over to the authorities. With over 30 lives at stake, someone must bear the responsibility. Just you unarmed? The violet-eyed woman could not help but scoff. Indeed, the masked man nodded, and such audacity seemed entirely justified within his words. Just me, unarmed. Thus, I must be somewhat expedient. Then there is nothing left to discuss. The violet-eyed woman nodded and charged towards the masked man before her words had fully dissipated. Her blade lunged towards his chest like a longsword. However, despite being the assailant, it was the masked man who struck first. He deftly deflected her thrust and sidestepped, delivering a punch toward her face. The violet-eyed woman evaded, her right leg shooting out like a bolt of lightning, only to be effortlessly blocked by the masked man's arm. To her astonishment, the strength behind her kick, capable of shattering an adult's innards, felt as if it had struck solid rock. His power evidently surpassed her own. She swiftly attempted to leverage the recoil to spring away, yet the masked man was once again quicker. He seized her ankle and, with a forceful tug, hurled her towards the ground. The violet-eyed woman reacted with remarkable speed, striking the ground with her palm before landing, allowing her body to spin with the momentum. Her legs whipped around like a tempest, aimed at the masked man's face. He was compelled to release her momentarily, retreating a step. However, before she could touch the ground, 2 shurikens materialized in her hand, as if conjured, flying towards his throat and visage in succession. The first shuriken was narrowly evaded by the masked man, while he caught the second. Yet at that moment, her third strike commenced. She bent low and lunged forward, her blade slicing towards his calf. Both combatants comprehended that their adversary's prowess was far from ordinary, compelling them to exert their utmost strength in battle. Nevertheless, for various reasons, both maintained a degree of restraint, refraining from inflicting grievous harm. After exchanging 4 or 5 blows, the violet-eyed woman was the first to withdraw from the fray. The opponent's strength subtly overshadowed her own, and the almost uncanny speed of their reactions effortlessly neutralized nearly every one of her lethal moves. She was acutely aware that the other party had yet to harbor any murderous intent towards her. This could not continue. She might truly find herself defeated by this peculiar individual. Perhaps this enigmatic figure before her was even more suitable than that young man. This somewhat reckless thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Within a storage room on the 4th floor of the Rundar shopping mall, a section of the ceiling grating was removed. Peter was the first to leap down, only to be met with a sharp pain in his chest upon landing. He gasped for breath, shifting a shelf beneath the opening. He carefully climbed up and gingerly retrieved the already gravely injured Joe. Damn! Upon landing, Peter inadvertently struck his wounded leg against a nearby shelf, prompting an instinctive expletive. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he laid Joe down and began to assess his injuries. His brow furrowed. Joe's condition was dire. A bullet had struck his right leg, the wound near the knee continuously oozing blood, clearly damaging vital blood vessels. Each exertion on that leg sent waves of sharp pain coursing through him. A fracture was certain. The severity was yet to be determined. Even when Peter utilized his psychic energy for healing, Joe's condition merely stabilized, averting further deterioration. Had Peter been in peak condition with ample time spare, perhaps he could have improved Joe's injuries. However, his mental reserves were dwindling. To push himself further would risk depleting his very life force. At present, Joe had lost nearly all combat and mobility capabilities. Given Peter's current state, he could scarcely manage to ensure his own safety, let alone muster the energy to protect Joe. If this continued, Joe would likely struggle to survive the impending wave of pursuers. If Peter's senses were accurate, the assassins had already arrived on this floor. Regardless of his intentions, time was of the essence. Peter hoisted Joe onto his back, using his telekinetic abilities to open a maintenance room for the water pipes in the corridor. Placing Joe inside and shoving the handgun that had fallen earlier into his hands. "You finally made a somewhat wise decision," Joe remarked weakly, glancing at Peter's helmet with a faint smile. "For someone who is already half dead, it seems rather unworthy. But before you leave, let me see who you are." "After you survive tonight, I will consider it," Peter replied, quickening his pace. His time was running short. "Stay here and try not to be discovered." "Are you joking, mate?" A wave of fatigue washed over him. Joe's blood loss had surpassed the critical threshold, and the functions of his body began to shut down involuntarily. As for the healing energy that Peter had left within his body, it continued to nourish him, barely sustaining his life. "They would likely find me within 10 minutes. Do you refuse even my dying wish? Rest assured, I shall not divulge your identity to my enemies. Consider it a mere indulgence of my curiosity. Fear not, I will not abandon you here." Peter lowered his voice, aware that the nearest squad would reach this spot after just 2 turns. "Stay here. I shall create some chaos to divert their attention. If fortune favors us, I might lead them to the rooftop, allowing you to escape through the passage from the basement. Avoid the main road, as their snipers are still lurking nearby. Is it not somewhat unreasonable to expect a cripple to traverse such a distance?" A helpless smile appeared on Joe's face, while Peter merely snorted, seemingly oblivious to his dark humor. "I too have been shot in the lung, yet you do not hear me complaining." Peter patted Joe's head. "If you wish, we could switch roles. I will lie here while you entertain them. Then we might both meet a grim fate." Joe sighed and looked at Peter. "Shall I wish you luck now?" "Very well, do send me your blessings." Peter nodded. "Although I do not believe in any deities, I feel an earnest need for a stroke of luck at this moment." Chapter 51. The Struggle of a Cornered Beast, Part 1. The assassins who had just entered the 4th floor were pleasantly surprised to find that their opponents had no intention of playing hide and seek, thus saving them considerable time. However, what filled them with dread was that the enemy's combat capabilities far exceeded their expectations. Just as they began to disperse and search, one squad was already under attack. Peter burst forth from the shadows, seizing the last man in the line and brutally smashing his head against the wall across the corridor. Before his comrades could react, Peter vanished back into the darkness. They fired a few desperate shots into the gloom and rushed to check on their fallen companion. Yet, such carelessness would come at a cost. Peter had not strayed far. Silently, he appeared behind another, locking his throat and dragging him backwards. The remaining 2, realizing the danger, hastily pursued, only to find their comrades' unconscious form. The second assault occurred in less than 4 minutes. The 6th squad, searching the southeast, fell victim to Peter's attack in a cluttered storage room. Just seconds after they entered, Peter descended from the ceiling, striking down the unfortunate soul beneath him with a steel rod. The few survivors had already heightened their vigilance following the earlier ambush, responding with remarkable swiftness. In less than a second, Peter's position was engulfed by a hail of bullets, and he had already vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the unfortunate individual he had incapacitated lay on the ground, having suffered 2 gunshot wounds to his rear. In this pitch-black darkness, Peter adeptly harnessed his sensory acuity to its fullest potential. His form flickered between shadows and light, resembling a specter capable of manifesting in multiple locations simultaneously. Each appearance seemed devoid of any discernible pattern, causing his adversaries, who endeavored to ascertain his whereabouts, to misfire into the void, their bullets merely slicing through the air. Amid their frantic counterattacks, Peter seized an opportunity, materializing beside one of them like a wraith. In the next moment, an onslaught of strikes erupted from him like a tempest. Headbutt, right hook, elbow strike, left hook, knee thrust, knife hand strike, culminating in a rapid succession of jabs to the opponent's face. By the time Peter's barrage reached its midpoint, the adversary had already succumbed to unconsciousness. When Peter delivered the final blow, the man crumpled to the ground like a sack of potatoes. His bones likely fractured in multiple places, and he would undoubtedly require extensive reconstructive surgery on his face. Before Peter could execute further maneuvers, he suddenly retreated a few steps. In the next instant, the room was illuminated by bright lights. The remaining personnel, responding to their distress signals, surged into the storage room from both entrances. A dozen flashlights, transforming the space into a daylight replica. Yet, they found no trace of the assailant within the modest confines. Peter had once again vanished. The window. He escaped through the window, one of the assassins shouted after a brief search of around 10 seconds. Indeed, he was correct. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the seemingly securely locked window was merely ajar, and a small patch of dust had been wiped away from the ledge. Without a doubt, the fugitive had exited through that very opening. 2 members of the team instinctively bolted towards the corridor connected to the window, a reflex honed over their lengthy careers. "Get back here," Michael bellowed in frustration behind them, but it was too late. Their figures had already slipped outside. Simultaneously, 2 jarring collisions resonated just a few meters from the door. What transpired next was chaos. Cries of anguish melded with gunfire. When Michael burst forth from the storage room, only one person remained in the corridor outside, seated on the ground with an empty handgun in hand, his expression one of bewilderment. The other individual had vanished without a trace. What happened? Michael crouched before the seated man, suppressing his anger as he inquired with deliberate emphasis. He trembled a few times, but could not articulate a single comprehensible word. Michael rubbed his forehead and then delivered a resounding slap to the man's face. The man finally regained his senses, and upon seeing Michael's ashen visage, cold sweat began to cascade down his brow. He had emerged from behind us like a specter. Sid had been taken by him, and despite my repeated gunfire, I failed to hit him. That fellow is certainly peculiar. The man's words began to dissolve into incoherence again. Appearing genuinely shaken, Michael remained silent for a few moments before striking him down with a swift blow. Such a morale-destroying individual was fortunate to escape with his life. For reasons unknown, Michael suddenly found himself reminiscing about his days as a mercenary. Although the enemy's strength seemed somewhat greater than he had anticipated, Michael perceived that they were firmly in the advantageous position in this cat-and-mouse game. Their target appeared to be cornered, resorting to a desperate struggle. Yet all of this would ultimately prove futile. Their side possessed a nearly decisive advantage. Inexplicably, the enemy seemed reluctant to take lives. Despite their heavy-handedness, the injuries inflicted by the helmeted man were not fatal. Of the 7 individuals knocked down, 3 had now regained consciousness, restoring a modicum of combat capability. And it was merely a matter of time before the remaining 2 awoke. Such mercy on the battlefield was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. It seemed prudent to exercise caution. As you can see, the enemy is not to be trifled with. Michael glanced at the others. We are now divided into 4 squads, each comprising 5 men. Everyone must prioritize their own safety and avoid acting alone. Now let us proceed. A few corridors away, Peter lay atop a cabinet, gasping for breath. His injured lungs were on the verge of collapse. If he were to take a deep breath now, the blood-stained froth in his lungs would accumulate, exacerbating his injuries. Yet, the minuscule amount of air he could draw from shallow breaths was insufficient for his body to function normally. His vision began to be obscured by a multitude of dark spots, a phenomenon induced by oxygen deprivation. He sat down, channeling his last vestige of mental energy into treating his wounds. Once that was depleted, Peter felt an overwhelming fatigue engulf his mind. as if he had gone 2 days and nights without sleep. At that moment, he could hardly rely on his precognitive abilities. Even his physical reflexes had diminished by nearly half, significantly impairing his combat effectiveness. However, this was a necessary course of action. After roughly repairing his lungs, he temporarily regained some mobility. His force sensitivity expanded once more, enveloping a substantial portion of the floor. However, this time, the things he perceived were indistinct, akin to a person with perfect vision donning a pair of high-power glasses. A peculiar headache assailed him, and Peter could only endure for a brief moment before he had to withdraw from this state of perception. He rubbed his throbbing temples. The previous 2 assaults had proven remarkably effective, and now the personnel in the vicinity had been drawn to this side of the floor by Peter's actions. If Joe could seize this opportunity, he might indeed manage to escape. The pain in Peter's head intensified, and he despondently grasped the back of his skull, inexplicably reminded of a familiar sensation. At that moment, a revelation struck him, like a lazy donkey rolling towards the ground. 3 bullet holes appeared in the cabinet where Peter had just taken cover, prompting him to quickly roll aside several times to evade a hail of bullets. On the opposite end of the corridor, Michael sneered as he unleashed another burst of 3 shots. "I was right. You haven't run far at all." Michael unhesitatingly discharged the remaining bullets from his magazine. Peter's precognitive abilities had significantly diminished due to his mental exertion, yet in this dimly lit environment filled with obstacles, the opponent's accuracy was not particularly high. Peter's counterattack arrived in the next instant. His form shifted oddly as he deftly evaded the beam of his flashlight's illumination. Just a breath later, Peter materialized before Michael, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his face. The technique was rather lacking, yet the timing was impeccable. Michael silently assessed this in his mind before executing the optimal response, abandoning the futile notion of shooting an enemy who was already upon him with a rifle. He instead used the weapon to block Peter's blow, then swung it like a club toward Peter's head. Peter, having lost much of his foresight, struggled to adapt to this style of combat, narrowly dodging the strike. However, Michael's assault was far from over. He hurled the now cumbersome rifle at Peter and swiftly drew his backup pistol. The moment Peter caught the rifle, Michael fired 4 shots in quick succession. The first bullet grazed Peter's throat, hitting nothing but air, yet the subsequent 3 struck their mark. The first 2 bullets impacted his arm, inflicting 2 new wounds upon Peter's body, while the last bullet penetrated the visor of his helmet. Peter staggered back, letting out a cry of pain. Chapter 52. The Struggle of a Cornered Beast, Part 2. Under normal circumstances, these 3 shots would have claimed nearly anyone's life, yet fortunate Peter had merely sustained minor injuries. The protective gear provided by the Weasel proved to be extraordinarily formidable, offering considerable defense even against large-caliber handgun bullets. The 3 bullets that struck it had their lethal force significantly mitigated. The round that impacted his helmet shattered upon penetrating the bulletproof visor, sending fragments of glass and the exploded bullet tearing into Peter's left face, leaving a gruesome wound. His eye was narrowly spared. Had the injury been slightly more off-center, he might have lost it. As for the 2 bullets that struck his right arm, they merely embedded themselves half an inch into his muscle, inflicting no severe damage to muscle, nerves, or blood vessels. While such injuries are indeed alarming in ordinary circumstances, they were far from life-threatening. However, at that moment, Peter was oblivious to this reality, engulfed in a profound terror. To him, his left arm had nearly lost all sensation, and his left cheek burned with pain. His vision was obscured by blood, rendering him unable to open his eyes, and he could see nothing clearly. What intensified his panic further was the complete severance of his connection to the Force. His last vestige of calm shattered. "I am blind." This was the sole thought racing through his mind. Deprived of the Force's guidance, Peter experienced vulnerability for the first time in a long while. He was no longer the audacious Red Mask who dared to confront over 20 armed assassins. Instead, he felt like a child who, after being struck by someone his age, dared not retaliate. He hurled the steel pipe in his hand at Michael and chose to flee. Rolling to the ground, he supported himself with his hands and concealed himself behind the shattered cabinet. Michael, having caught the pipe, fired 2 shots at Peter's hiding place, but neither found its mark. In the next moment, Peter burst forth from his hiding spot, desperately attempting to distance himself from Michael. Michael raised his handgun, aimed, and pulled the trigger twice at Peter's retreating figure. Yet, the triggers failed to engage, and the handgun only emitted 2 clicks of a jammed mechanism. In those fleeting seconds, the bullets had been expended. Damn it! As he watched Peter's silhouette vanish around the corridor's corner, Michael cursed under his breath. He holstered his pistol and retrieved the rifle that had fallen to the ground, pursuing after him. although it was rendered inoperative during the earlier skirmish. Recovering it was still essential. If the cleanup crew were to overlook it, it could pose significant trouble. As for the fleeing individual, he felt little concern. His subordinates had already assembled. Though the adversary exhibited considerable strength during the recent confrontation, it was evident that they had sustained significant injuries, likely inflicted by their own actions in the ventilation ducts. Regardless, it was clear that their endurance was waning. As Michael contemplated the primary objective of this operation, he noted the absence of the target throughout the skirmish. Perhaps they were too fearful to engage, or perhaps they were incapacitated at present. Nonetheless, other possibilities could not be disregarded. Michael intercepted two individuals who brushed past him, whispering a few words. After listening, they nodded and departed in the opposite direction of the main group. At that moment, the unmistakable sound of gunfire echoed from a distance. It was likely that the fleeing individual had encountered his subordinates. Michael's intuition proved correct. Peter, after sprinting down scarcely 2 corridors, found himself at an intersection, where he unexpectedly encountered an approaching squad. Both parties reacted simultaneously. However, Peter had no inclination to fight and swiftly veered down a side corridor. Almost concurrently, the 6 assassins unleashed a barrage from their weapons. Dozens of bullets whizzed past the spot where Peter had just stood, yet one stray bullet struck him in the left side. Although his tight-fitting attire mitigated the bullet's impact, the sudden pain caused him to falter momentarily. Regaining his balance, Peter continued to sprint forward. Just ahead, a figure burst around the corner, and before he could react, Peter collided forcefully with them, toppling them both to the ground. The individuals struggled fiercely, managing to dislodge Peter. Drawing a knife, they swiftly aimed for Peter's throat. Peter instinctively seized their wrist and pushed with all his might. Yet he was unable to dislodge them. The assailant's strength gradually overpowered him, pressing the blade closer to his throat. Despite summoning all his strength, Peter felt a wave of weakness and numbness coursing through his limbs. After 2 futile attempts to push the attacker away, a sense of despair welled up within him. The knife's edge was now less than a centimeter from his skin, and he sensed his grip faltering. Just then, gunfire erupted from behind them. The squad Peter had encountered earlier finally caught up, raining bullets upon the 2 shadowy figures grappling on the ground, oblivious to the fact that one was their own comrade. 2 crimson holes suddenly appeared in the chest of the assailant atop Peter. The malevolent grin on their face morphed into confusion and finally terror. They opened their mouth as if to utter something, but only coughed up blood, splattering it across Peter's face. The metallic scent of blood flooded Peter's nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea. The adversary's limbs rapidly succumbed to weakness as Peter exerted himself to push the body aside, clumsily rising to his feet. Utilizing the lifeless form as a shield, Peter bent low and dashed towards the fire escape amidst a hail of gunfire, his pursuers closely trailing him. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Peter quickened his pace and forcefully slammed open the door to the staircase. Leaning against the railing, he inhaled deeply several times, and only when the dizziness in his mind subsided slightly did he turn to close the door. He retrieved his incapacitated stun baton and wedged it across the doorknob, effectively locking the door. However, Peter was acutely aware that this fragile plastic rod would not withstand the might of the burly assailants for long. Just then, footsteps echoed from below, ascending the stairs. Although the numbers sounded limited, the already jittery Peter was startled, prompting him to hastily flee upwards. Before he could take more than a few steps, the door behind him was met with a violent impact. After sprinting down 2 or 3 dozen steps, the door was finally breached, and the stun baton that had accompanied Peter for months shattered into fragments. At this juncture, Peter reached the door leading to the rooftop. Pushing it open, a chilling evening breeze rushed towards him, causing the perspiring man to shiver involuntarily. Observing the desolate expanse around him, with only a scant few hiding spots, a pang of regret welled within him. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air from a distance. In the next instant, a small crater, 3 to 4 centimeters in diameter, appeared in the concrete wall beside him, as fragments of the shattered cement rained down upon his helmet. One piece even penetrated the bullet hole in his visor, striking his face with a dull ache. Meanwhile, 800 meters away, Magadi wore a satisfied smile. Having lost the protection of the rooftop, Peter once again found himself within the sniper's line of fire. The target has reached the rooftop. Repeat. The target has reached the rooftop. Acknowledged. Team 3, hold the 4th floor. The rest follow me upstairs. Michael's new orders crackled through the earpiece. But the 2 individuals who had separated from the main group on the 4th floor paid no heed. As they meticulously searched the previously overlooked corners, they bore an even more crucial mission: to locate Joe. Their quarry was merely a few steps away, huddled within the confines of a cabinet. Joe listened as the footsteps drew nearer, closing his eyes in trepidation. The footsteps halted at the cabinet door. In the next instant, the door was yanked open forcefully, leaving the two men momentarily stunned, unprepared for the revelation of a living person concealed within, and even less so for the gun that was now aimed at their heads. They hastily raised their weapons, but it was far too late. 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 men collapsed, each sporting a gory hole in their foreheads. The cost of that momentary blunder was their lives. Joe wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cast aside the spent handgun. Grasping the edge of the cabinet, he struggled to pull himself up. In the process of rising, he inadvertently pressed against his wound, letting out a muffled groan. He bent down to search the bodies of the 2 men, collecting their weapons and ammunition into his embrace. Those 2 scoundrels dared to attempt to kill me. He cursed silently. After spitting on their corpses, he turned and, leaning against the wall, limped away. Chapter 53. Retreat. Peter found himself in a dire situation. Although he was unsure why the number of snipers seemed to have decreased significantly in such an open area with scant cover, stepping out from his refuge would instantly make him the prime target for the remaining marksmen. At present, he was hiding behind a water tank, desperately attempting to re-establish his connection with the Force. Lacking a deep understanding of his abilities, Peter could only rely on his instincts to navigate this challenge, resulting in a painfully inefficient process. His plan was rather straightforward. He merely needed to stall until his powers were restored, allowing him to leap from the rooftop and escape, evading his pursuers. Even if the adversary had further schemes, given the current situation, time was not on their side. The containment circle had persisted long enough. No matter how formidable the opposition, they could not suppress this situation indefinitely. However, Peter felt a twinge of unease regarding the feasibility of this plan. He had not practiced falling from great heights extensively, having only attempted a limit of 14 meters, which is a full floor lower than the current height. While he was confident he would not meet his demise from the fall, a slight miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. He had long since cast aside the thought of keeping his abilities concealed from others. At this moment, all he desired was to return home, bury his head beneath the covers, and erase all memories of this place. Yet, even this simple wish proved elusive. The first step in connecting with the Force always began with inner tranquility, but his mind was now a tempest of chaos. Without achieving the most fundamental piece, the Force slipped through the user's fingers like sand. After several unsuccessful attempts, Peter's frustration mounted, creating a vicious cycle of despair. Unbeknownst to him, he had not yet recognized this pattern. Following the loss of his precognitive abilities, Peter became increasingly irritable and struck the water tank behind him in frustration. The noise he made quickly attracted the attention of nearby assassins. Not far away, another fierce battle raged on the rooftop. With violet eyes, she retreated 2 steps, drawing her blade to strike at the masked man lunging towards her. He effortlessly evaded, his left hand tracing a peculiar arc in the air, employing a deft force to deflect her hand, while his right delivered a rapid punch aimed at her face. Though she managed to raise her arm to block the blow, the area struck began to tingle ominously. Damn it, who is this guy? She cursed inwardly. Since the age of 6, she had undergone the most rigorous training and considered herself a master in close combat. Under normal circumstances, she could easily triumph even against more than 10 burly men. However, in today's confrontation, she felt a disheartening sense of powerlessness. She was already at a disadvantage. In terms of strength, her opponent surpassed her by a considerable margin, and thus far, she had not dared to engage him in a true contest of might. While she possessed a slight edge in agility, that advantage was utterly subdued by the masked man's seemingly sixth sense-like reflexes. No matter how swift she was, he always managed to keep pace with her rhythm. What astonished her further was his combat technique. It exhibited an extraordinarily peculiar fighting style, blending elements of boxing, judo, Wing Chun, and even faint traces of ninjutsu. The technique he employed was undoubtedly reminiscent of the acupoint striking abilities often seen in martial arts films. This eclectic combat approach wielded incredible power in his hands. Each transition of technique was imperceptible, and countless distinct styles coalesced into lethal strikes, rendering her increasingly unable to defend herself. Yet the most terrifying realization was that he seemed to be holding back his true strength. For reasons unknown, despite his penchant for reckless exchanges of injury, he still reserved a portion of his power when it truly mattered, a fact she could not overlook. However, she was not without opportunities. After executing 3 successive strikes, the masked man was compelled to retreat a step. A glimmer of hope ignited in her eyes as she recognized her best chance since the battle commenced. Taking a deep breath, she leaned slightly forward, gripping the hilt of her blade tightly. In the next moment, her weapon transformed into a streak of lightning, arcing towards the masked man's neck. He was somewhat perplexed. While the move appeared sharp, the signs of her intent were far too evident, posing little threat to him. Had this woman, after such a prolonged skirmish, lost her wits? Despite his confusion, the masked man instinctively ducked to evade the strike. Yet, this was merely the beginning of her counterattack. The mist-long blade suddenly accelerated, tracing a semicircle in the air before emitting a sharp whistle, once again cleaving towards the top of the masked man's head. He was startled. How swift! A fleeting thought crossed the mind of the masked man. The speed of this strike would likely exceed the previous one by more than 20%, and for individuals who have honed their bodies to such extremes, even a mere 1% improvement is considered revolutionary, let alone a full 20. However, this blow, like its predecessor, bore the same fatal flaw. The signs of its execution were far too conspicuous for someone capable of predicting an opponent's attack before it materializes. Evading this strike was not an arduous task. Yet, akin to a spell, the third attack was executed almost simultaneously as the second blade was unleashed. As the violet-eyed warrior delivered this cut, the longsword slipped from her grasp. In the next moment, as if performing a sleight of hand, she produced a short sword measuring 2 feet in length, thrusting it toward the masked man's abdomen. This time, he could not evade. The blade grazed his right flank, leaving a deep gash. The man merely grunted, forcefully striking the sword's blade with his palm. The violet-eyed warrior felt an immense force surge through her, nearly causing her to relinquish her grip on the short sword. She tightened her hold slightly, only to hear a sharp crack. The exquisite blade, crafted by the finest blacksmith, shattered before her eyes. Seizing the opportunity, the masked man charged at her, engaging in unarmed combat with the now weaponless violet-eyed warrior. Given that she had struggled even with a weapon moments ago, her performance was naturally diminished. After exchanging only a few moves, she was struck in the abdomen and right leg. In those impacted areas, she was horrified to feel the return of the previous numbing sensation, which showed signs of spreading to other parts of her body. Surely a brief moment of silence won't kill you, the masked man remarked coldly. With my internal energy coursing through you, your physical strength is likely reduced to a mere 30%. The harder you exert yourself, the more pain you will endure later. Surrender now, and we can save both our time. Surrender? A secretive smile crept across the lips of the violet-eyed warrior as she knelt on one knee. You seem to be mistaken. I have already achieved my objective for tonight, while yours appears to require considerable effort. 2 round, jet-black spheres, roughly the size of ping-pong balls, tumbled from her sleeve, landing just over a meter away. She swiftly turned her head, covering her ears. In the next instant, the 2 spheres detonated, emitting a blinding brilliance akin to the emergence of 2 miniature suns. The masked man was caught off guard. However, his reaction diverged remarkably from that of an ordinary person. He did not instinctively shield his eyes, nor did he emit a cry of agony from the searing light. Instead, he appeared momentarily stunned by the explosion's relatively modest sound. His pace significantly slowed, and his sense of balance became peculiar, resembling that of an intoxicated individual. By the time he regained his composure, the troublesome woman had vanished. Evidently, she had managed to escape, a wise decision indeed. However, the meridian in her right leg had been sealed by his own doing, suggesting that her flight would not carry her far. He closed his eyes and swiftly discerned the direction of her escape through his senses. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to let her be for the time being, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Rubbing his nose, he began to grimace while tending to the wound at his waist, simultaneously organizing the small tools he had brought along. The rebellious teenage girl was truly unlikable, he thought, shaking his head, blissfully unaware that he was scarcely older than she. Chapter 54. Eruption. For the moment, tranquility had returned. Peter exhaled deeply and settled into a corner, hugging his knees. This was a newly discovered hiding spot. In the preceding minutes, he had scurried like a stray dog, dodging the gaze of his pursuers while seeking the next suitable refuge. In his current state, he would likely find it troublesome even to confront a single adversary. And now the number of searchers on the rooftop had exceeded 10. Given the caution exhibited by his pursuers, evading their search temporarily was not overly challenging. Nevertheless, Peter remained at a loss regarding his possible escape routes. Presently, he could not harness even a fraction of his original power, nor did he possess any viable alternatives. Amidst this prolonged uncertainty, a terrifying thought emerged from the depths of his mind. What if he were to disappear entirely? A wave of dread gripped Peter's heart. Could he accept the loss of this marvelous ability, the very force that had elevated him from mediocrity onto the golden path of greatness? After losing his powers, would he easily reconcile with the fact that he was merely Peter Parker, an utterly ordinary high school student? The mere contemplation of this notion sparked a flicker of resentment within him. Having tasted power, Peter found it inconceivable to envision how he would feel without it. Yet, as time passed, and his relentless efforts yielded no response from his powers, despair began to loom over him. Just then, a shout echoed from 30 to 40 meters behind him, a familiar voice tinged with joy. Hiding his futile red mask. "While I must concede that you appear quite adept at this," Michael called out, his face distinctly displaying an expression of triumph. To him, the farcical ordeal of the night was drawing to a close, far more troublesome than anyone had anticipated. "We were never meant to be enemies, were we?" Peter remained unmoved, still seated in his concealed refuge, striving to re-enter a state of meditation. He would not be swayed by mere words from his adversary. Had you accepted your employer's goodwill earlier, things might not have deteriorated to this extent, would they? Michael chuckled lightly, continuing his discourse. He did not expect that a few phrases alone would compel the other party to reveal themselves. Nonetheless, the current situation was not entirely bleak. Fortunately, you have maintained your composure and refrained from resorting to lethal measures. This offers us a chance to mend our relationship. Naturally, given the circumstances, we cannot negotiate under the previous terms. Regrettably, the option of remaining an outsider is no longer available to you. However, you are presented with two alternatives. The first option is to continue this game. Michael spread his hands, his tone swiftly turning ominous. Perhaps you may vanquish 2, 3, or even 4 of my men. You have demonstrated your capabilities. Yet, the ultimate outcome remains unchanged. We will locate you and deliver a bullet to your head. The second option is to accept our goodwill and join our ranks. With your extraordinary abilities, you would naturally attain commensurate wealth and status under the boss's aegis. Should you agree, I can write you a check for $300,000 immediately. Beyond that, the rewards you could accrue would only multiply. Peter remained silent. Yet his heart skipped a beat. $300,000? What does that amount signify? Uncle Ben and Aunt May could effortlessly settle their mortgage, and the remaining funds would allow them to prepare for retirement a decade hence. Should Peter selfishly retain this sum for himself, he would surpass the wealth of many of his peers' parents. This amount would suffice to ensure his comfort for the next 10 years without the need for employment. Not to mention the additional benefits he would receive upon joining them. In modern society, is not wealth and status the quintessential measure of a person's success? A wealthy individual not only resides in finer homes, enjoys superior wines, and drives better cars, but is also more readily perceived as a virtuous person. A poor yet noble individual may strive to assist others, garnering little more than a few words of gratitude, whereas a wealthy person can earn boundless acclaim simply by parting with a fraction of their fortune. Is it not, therefore, only natural to exchange one's abilities for such advantages? Peter's resolve visibly wavered. Yet, another voice within his mind cautioned him that this was a profoundly misguided choice. The scenarios painted by those extending an olive branch were indeed enticing, yet their hands were stained with irrevocable blood. If one's wealth and status dictate such actions, Peter could never reconcile his conscience. His gaze gradually hardened, yet it still bore a hint of internal conflict. Michael stood still for a moment, awaiting a response that did not come. His expression darkened, preparing to issue orders to continue the search. At that moment, one of his subordinates approached, whispering something in his ear. Michael's demeanor swiftly brightened. The large door atop the building swung open, and Joe limped into view, escorted by an entire squad. His eyes were bloodshot, his complexion pallid, and a new bullet wound marred his right arm. His hair was disheveled, and the once opulent suit was now tattered and reduced to rags, leaving him looking no better than a beggar on the street. The suave young gentleman Peter had once encountered was now a mere shadow of his former self. "Welcome, welcome, heir of the Moretti family," Michael exclaimed with a boisterous laugh, stepping forward to face Joe while nodding at the 2 men who had been supporting him. They abruptly released him, causing Joe to collapse to the ground. At that moment, Peter cautiously peered from his hiding place, observing the unfolding scene. Dusting himself off, Joe struggled to rise. Michael crouched down, seized his hair, and yanked his head upward. "This is rather embarrassing," Michael taunted, mockingly patting Joe's face. Joe glared at him, his lips moving in silence, too intimidated to speak. Michael scoffed, appearing quite bored by Joe's lack of reaction. "Never mind, your time is up. Toying with you has lost its appeal. When you reach the other side, do extend my regards to your family." Michael brandished his handgun, aiming it at Joe's forehead. "Joe Moretti, do you have any last words?" "Wait," The words did not come from Joe, but from Peter, who stepped forth from his concealment, interrupting Michael. Instantly, guns were drawn, aimed at him. Michael, however, gestured for them to lower their weapons. I accept your invitation and your demands. Let him go. The Moretti family poses no further threat to you, does it? Peter said through clenched teeth, though his tone carried a measure of sincerity. Isn't this a mutually beneficial arrangement? This is not your game to dictate. After a brief silence, Michael shook his head. He retrieved his gun from a nearby subordinate and tossed it onto the ground a few meters in front of Joe. I have a new proposal. A sinister smile crept across his face. In our line of work, we have the concept of a blood oath. Pick up that gun, eliminate this doomed fellow, and you'll be one of us. Peter was momentarily taken aback, left uncertain as to how to proceed. His gaze fell upon the gun lying on the ground, then returned to Joe's face, a moment of indecision passing between them. After a few seconds of eerie silence, Michael finally spoke again. You've had ample time to make your choice. So what is it? Wait, let's discuss this further. Peter interjected hastily, but Michael shook his head, seemingly uninterested in hearing the rest of his words. He raised the gun and pulled the trigger. Joe's head exploded, brain matter and crimson blood splattering across the concrete floor, his lifeless body collapsing thereafter. You all witnessed that, right? He addressed his subordinates behind him. I genuinely made an effort. Make sure to mention that to the boss when you report. Michael turned around, intending to eliminate this oblivious fool before him as well. However, at that moment, he felt a cold, hard hand gripping his throat, the pressure increasing gradually. A suffocating sense of helplessness surged through his mind, and he instinctively struggled to pry the hand away. Yet when his fingers touched his own neck, he found nothing there. Not far away, Peter's right hand was claw-like, pointed directly at his throat. But he is still so far away. A thought flickered through Michael's mind. In the next instant, Peter's palm clenched into a fist, and a chilling sound of cracking and twisting emanated from Michael's neck. His throat convulsed a few times, expelling a mouthful of blood mixed with flesh and bone fragments before he succumbed to death, collapsing to the ground, his head landing with his eyes fixed on Joe's mangled face. Chapter 56. Ruthlessness. The remaining assassins quickly reacted, raising their weapons. Before they could fire, Peter lifted his hands and pressed down. An invisible shockwave erupted outward from his center. The nearest individual was flung aside, while those slightly further away erupted into chaos. Most were knocked to the ground, and the few who maintained their balance found their grip on their weapons faltering, let alone aiming to shoot. Peter inhaled sharply, raising his hands, a hint of astonishment crossing his features as he examined them. Just moments ago, at the peak of his fury and fear, he had suddenly sensed the presence of the Force once more. This time, for reasons unknown, the once tranquil yet vibrant essence of the Force had transformed entirely. Now, he could still perceive its exquisite existence, but the other side of the Force was fully revealed to him. This aspect was tempestuous, unpredictable. It resembled a flame, transforming everything it touched into chaotic energy. Yet, for reasons unknown, amidst this ocean of power that resembled fire, Peter felt no warmth. Although he could not comprehend the changes occurring within him, he undeniably sensed an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through his body. The energy that previously required immense effort to manipulate could now be summoned effortlessly at the mere thought, and with a flick of his finger, he could claim another's life. Indeed, he acted upon this newfound power. In an instant, consumed by rage, he instinctively directed his attack towards the individual who had slain Joe. Uncertain of why he chose this previously untried method of assault, he only realized the gravity of his actions after executing it. He had ultimately killed a living human, much like himself. Strangely, he felt neither disgust nor remorse. Perhaps this was acceptable. A sly smile crept upon Peter's face as he propelled himself forward, charging towards the remaining disoriented assassins. His first priority was to eliminate those still capable of fighting. He confronted one assassin directly, channeling his telekinetic force into his fist, sending the man flying several meters away with a single punch. Wasting no time, Peter swiftly turned and executed a spinning kick to the chest of another who had just risen, knocking him back to the ground. With his right hand outstretched, a firearm lying at his feet soared upwards, as if drawn by an invisible magnet, landing firmly in his grip. Without a moment's hesitation, Peter aimed at an assailant lunging toward him and pulled the trigger twice. Two bloody holes appeared in the assailant's right chest and throat, his eyes wide with shock in his final moments. Just moments prior, their leader had confidently asserted that this man would never kill indiscriminately. Peter shook his slightly numb arm. Despite his enhanced predictive abilities ensuring accuracy, the recoil of the firearm exceeded his expectations, likely due to his grip. Meanwhile, most of the remaining individuals were regaining their footing, a few quick ones already advancing towards Peter. The force beneath him surged once more, propelling him atop a water tank towering over 3 meters high. With another burst of power, Peter leapt off the tank, vanishing once again into the shadows. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Michael's earlier assertion that the enemy would never resort to killing had been indisputably shattered. His own lifeless body lay on the concrete floor, unable to find peace. If they charged in again, they would likely suffer even greater losses. Now that their sole leader has met his demise, naturally, no one would dare to volunteer as the forerunner. However, this time, there was no need for them to embark on a search. Peter himself proactively initiated his vengeance. He silently emerged from the shadows, striking down a hapless assassin with a brick he had casually picked up, delivering a merciless blow to the man's head. The assailant let out a muffled groan before collapsing, blood streaming from his wound. Peter swiftly seized the unconscious man's neck, using him as a shield to absorb the initial barrage of retaliatory fire from the group of assassins. The unfortunate soul was riddled with bullets, and a few drops of blood splattered onto Peter's visor, yet he paid it no mind. With a surge of telekinetic force, the metal ring of a grenade attached to the man's waist was deftly pulled free. Simultaneously, Peter lunged forward, hurling the lifeless body into the thickest cluster of adversaries. And in the moment of losing this protective cover, he executed a swift roll to evade incoming fire. One individual was struck down by the thrown corpse, and another assassin reached out to assist his fallen comrade. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the grenade exploded, showering the area with a deluge of blood and body parts. The would-be helper was violently propelled away, collapsing to the ground with a wretched scream. His left forearm was obliterated, half of his right hand vanished, and his face and chest were left a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, embedded with shards of steel. By God, I shall have your mother. One distant assassin, succumbing to the mounting pressure, raised his rifle and began firing at Peter. With a mere wave of his hand, a tremendous force collided with the assailant's body, causing him to lose his balance and stagger backward. Tragically, he stumbled right to the edge of the rooftop, where no railing existed. With a misstep, he plummeted off the ledge. A prolonged scream echoed, followed by a sickening sound of something being crushed below. One assassin attempted to flee, but without so much as a glance from Peter, he inexplicably tripped and fell, smashing his face against the ground, his nose breaking and blood gushing forth. Before he could rise, Peter had already placed a foot on his back. "Would you care for a back massage, good sir?" Peter quipped, eliciting shivers from those who heard him. He pressed down with force, and the man's spine cracked ominously. He let out a final cry before falling silent. Now, only 5 combat-capable assassins remained standing, yet they had completely lost their will to fight, trembling in fear. The performance of the 2 individuals was utterly disgraceful. They cast aside their weapons and knelt on the ground, surrendering. Surrender, is it? Peter strolled towards them, murmuring, "I'm afraid it's rather too late for that." One of them could no longer contain himself and fired a shot, which Peter narrowly evaded with a swift sidestep. Their gazes locked, and a sudden spark ignited in Peter's eyes. The man froze momentarily, blood trickling from his nostrils. Struggling, he raised his handgun to his chin and pulled the trigger. Sorcery! This fellow wields sorcery. The other cried in terror, yet he hesitated to raise his own weapon, fearful that his fate would mirror that of his companion. Sorcery? One could say that. Peter advanced a step, his blood-stained bodysuit and shattered helmet casting an eerie aura beneath the moonlight. The remaining 2 trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground. "Extend your hands where I can see them, then lie down." Peter's cold voice resonated, and one by one, they complied. Ordinarily, these 4 rugged men, seasoned in combat, would never have obeyed so readily. However, at that moment, they felt an icy grip on their bodies, their inner terror magnified 1,000-fold. "Oh!" Peter chuckled softly. He raised his firearm, aiming at the head of the foremost man, his eyes devoid of warmth. "Yet, it appears I have not said that this would spare your lives." "Enough!" A furious voice erupted from a shadowy corner of the rooftop, less than 20 meters away. A man, masked and clad in dark attire, emerged. He appeared somewhat disheveled. His sleeves and pants flecked with dirt, and his clothing bore several gashes from sharp objects. With a swift motion of his right hand, a rope shot forth from his sleeve like a venomous serpent, lunging towards Peter's wrist. Peter's brow furrowed as he instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, but the rope veered slightly as he dodged, ensnaring the handgun he held. The masked man yanked, pulling the weapon from Peter's grasp. Chapter 56. The finale. A cold sweat broke out on Peter's back, his mind once consumed by vengeance, momentarily cleared. In that brief exchange, though he had anticipated the opponent's actions, the other had disarmed him with swifter reflexes and speed. In terms of sheer prowess, this man was undoubtedly the strongest Peter had encountered thus far, even surpassing Wade. "Cease your actions," the masked man intoned gravely. "Do you truly wish to strike down those incapable of resistance? Mind your own business. It would be best for outsiders to keep their distance," Peter retorted disdainfully, casting a glance at him before turning back to the four who dared not rise. In the next instant, the masked figure was already standing before Peter. "Listen to me. Your vengeance has been fulfilled. The remaining individuals may deserve their fate, but the one to enact their punishment should not be you." The masked man spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing these words, an inexplicable fury surged within Peter's heart, and in the next instant, he struck out with fervor. "Mind your own business." His right hand clenched into a fist propelled towards the masked man. However, the latter effortlessly intercepted the blow, capturing Peter's fist in his grasp. Just as Peter believed he had the situation under control, a surge of telekinetic energy erupted from his fist, forcing the masked man's hand away. In that very moment, Peter's left hook soared towards the man's face. The masked man appeared somewhat taken aback by Peter's earlier strike, yet his response was swift and unyielding. With a graceful arc of his left hand, he employed a deft maneuver at the precise moment of contact with Peter's fist. Instantly, Peter felt his force become uncontrollable, as his punch was deflected several centimeters off course, striking nothing but air. Having failed twice in quick succession, Peter found himself wide open, and the masked man seized the opportunity to sidestep and slam his shoulder into Peter's chest. The impact was not powerful. Indeed, it could be described as rather gentle. Peter hardly felt any pain in his chest. It felt akin to colliding with a cushion. Yet from such a light blow, he felt as though he had been struck by a tidal wave, his body uncontrollably stumbling backward several steps before he regained his balance. "Cease your actions and take a moment to reflect," the masked man urged, refraining from pursuing Peter at that moment, instead striving to awaken his reason. "You're not yourself. Consider who you are, what you did tonight, and what you were about to do. This is not your nature. Your current physical state is highly irregular. You should not continue to act." "This is not my nature," Peter murmured, staring despondently at his hands. Yet in the next moment, his expression twisted into a grotesque snarl, a glint of malice sparking in his eyes. "Do you think you know me, you bastard?" Empowered by the force, Peter charged towards the masked man with astonishing speed. Just before their collision, the masked man clasped his arms together to block Peter's assault. However, Peter smiled oddly. A pull emanated from the masked man's front, causing his body to momentarily lose control and lean forward. Seizing the moment, Peter aimed a kick at the man's lower leg. But the masked man swiftly raised his leg to evade the strike, then decisively stomped down, targeting Peter's leg that had yet to retract. In this critical moment, a telekinetic force was once again directed at Peter's calf, transforming what had been a feeble attempt into a sweeping strike aimed at the masked man's other leg. If the opponent were to leap and evade, Peter was confident in his ability to deliver a fatal blow to an enemy who could not leverage their strength midair. However, the masked man performed an unexpected maneuver that completely astonished Peter. Instead of descending, the man deftly redirected his foot, lightly tapping Peter's knee, while his other leg pushed against Peter's right shoulder. With this series of movements, the masked man executed a graceful somersault in the air, retreating several meters. Peter, propelled backward by the force of the man's leg, stumbled a step. Before the masked man could land, Peter let out a ferocious roar. He extended his right hand towards the man, fingers curling into a claw-like shape. Force choke. This technique, which had claimed a life mere moments before, was unleashed once again by Peter. The masked man immediately felt as if his throat were gripped by an unseen force, a wave of asphyxiation washing over him. Peter's expression darkened, his fingers gradually closing together, eliciting excruciating pain in the man's neck. A shadowy tendril shot forth from the man's sleeve, accompanied by the sound of slicing air darting towards Peter. In the midst of channeling his power, Peter found himself unable to evade in time. The tendril ensnared his calf. With a swift tug, the masked man pulled Peter down to the ground. As Peter's concentration faltered, the invisible hand constricting his throat released its grip. Gaining his freedom, the masked man collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, having been on the brink of unconsciousness, with several dark bruises forming around his neck. "I'm not your enemy," he panted, but Peter paid no heed to his words. Rising to his feet, Peter let out a beastly roar, casting aside the surrendered assassins and shifting his focus entirely onto this unknown adversary before him. This is no longer amusing, the masked man sighed, witnessing Peter's complete loss of rationality. His gaze grew resolute as he took a couple of deep breaths, adjusting his body to its optimal state. It seemed he could not afford to relent now. In the next moment, Peter charged at him once more, and they clashed again. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the speed and strength of the young man in the tight-fitting suit appeared to have intensified, nearly matching his own level. Peter's assault came like a tempest, each punch and kick delivered with absolute force, while the potential repercussions of his actions were mitigated by his extraordinary abilities. The masked man grit his teeth. Whether it was due to the exhaustion of his techniques, an inability to withdraw, or inadequate defenses, Peter's telekinesis effortlessly rectified any shortcomings. It seemed the man possessed a degree of precognition, rendering many of his advantages ineffective. Moreover, the situation grew increasingly dire, ever since the onset of the battle. His concentration had been persistently disrupted by some enigmatic, external force in his mind. He was compelled to divide his attention to maintain a semblance of mental clarity. Yet, despite this grim reality, the masked adversary continued to maintain a formidable advantage. No matter how ferocious Peter's assaults were, the masked figure stood resolute, absorbing all attacks like an unyielding fortress. When the foe invested every ounce of energy into offense, perhaps defense became the most astute form of counterattack. Before long, Peter, still bearing grievous wounds, found his stamina waning, his speed diminishing slightly. Seizing this opportunity, the masked man deftly evaded two of Peter's punches before delivering a fierce elbow strike to Peter's left chest. The injury, which had begun to worsen, caused Peter to spit blood, yet the flames of rage in his eyes blazed anew. With a powerful thrust of his left foot, Peter unleashed a surge of telekinetic energy that propelled the masked man sideways. However, the masked figure abruptly halted mid-air, pivoting on his right leg, utilizing the burst of telekinetic force to execute a 270-degree turn, landing a spinning kick that sent Peter sprawling over 2 meters away, stirring up a cloud of debris and dust. As Peter lay on the ground, he felt every bone in his body ache, while his chest seemingly burned with each breath, scorching his throat and lungs. He spat a mouthful of blood and extended his right hand once more. Under the influence of the force, the handgun that had fallen to the ground raced towards him. Yet, before it could land in his grasp, the masked man delivered a swift kick, sending it flying again. Peter struggled to rise, but in the next moment, a dull pain struck his back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The masked man who had rendered Peter unconscious caught his body and lifted it effortlessly. He glanced at the incapacitated assassins from earlier and noted that 2 had vanished, likely having fled during their confrontation. The masked man contemplated the possibility of pursuing them, but quickly dismissed the idea upon hearing the wail of police sirens from below. He hoisted Peter onto his shoulder and secured the rope in his hand to the railing at the edge of the rooftop. Taking a deep breath, he surged forward, leaping from the roof. Chapter 57. Awakening. Peter felt as though he had drifted into a splendid dream. In this reverie, all his desires were fulfilled, and every fantasy became a reality. Remarkably, none of this required any sacrifice on his part. All he needed was to yearn for more, and he could revel in it all. In this dream, he existed like an emperor, indulging his whims without restraint. There was an endless bounty of wealth, the most luxurious sports cars, unparalleled power, and the admiration and envy of others. Among the scenes, there was even one that made him blush and brought to mind the image of his childhood sweetheart alongside a girl he had only recently met, evoking an inexplicable sense of shame within him. However, just as he became increasingly immersed in this beautiful reverie, a thunderous sound erupted like a clap of thunder. Peter, in a state of terror, discovered that countless fissures began to emerge within this dreamscape, and the fragmented shards of his dreams commenced an unsettling disintegration, transforming into a dark, uncomfortable mist that infiltrated his being. Desperately, Peter pressed himself against the ground, clutching at the earth as if that could prevent its collapse and disappearance. Yet, all of this proved futile. Not long after, another thunderous roar resounded, causing Peter to convulse in agony. It felt as though the very sources of his happiness were being relentlessly extracted from his body. Unable to contain himself, he finally let out a cry. Abruptly, Peter opened his eyes, only to find himself gazing at an unfamiliar ceiling. As he glanced around, he realized he was lying on a sofa in a dimly lit room. He struggled to rise, but soon surrendered, overwhelmed by an indescribable discomfort radiating from his mind, prompting a muffled groan to escape his lips. He sensed a pulsating ache at his temples, synchronized with the rhythm of his heart, while a chilling sensation coursed through his body, making him shiver uncontrollably. An inexplicable wave of sorrow washed over him, nearly bringing him to tears, only to dissipate in the next moment. Most distressing of all was a profound sense of emptiness. It felt as though something had been forcibly excavated from his chest, leaving him with a hollow sensation, while the joy and beauty within him were relentlessly drawn into an ever-expanding void. For reasons unknown, Peter suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Enduring the discomfort throughout his body, he made a feeble attempt to sit up. However, a large hand quickly pressed down on his shoulder, gently forcing him back down. Awake now? TSK. At least you're quieting down. Best to lie back and rest. Your condition is quite dire. A somewhat familiar voice resonated from behind Peter. He turned to see a young man with short black hair. He was strikingly handsome, his youthful vigor tempered by an air of refinement. Upon seeing him, Peter felt an odd sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place it. The man appeared only a few years older than Peter, probably in his early 20s. Peter felt a sense of recognition, yet the memories of the previous night remained a muddled haze in his mind, allowing only fragmented recollections to surface. Take a moment to rest. You're not fit for activity just yet. Even after lying still for over 4 hours, your heart rate remains above 110 beats per minute. The individual placed a glass of water beside Peter. All you need to do now is to drink water and rest. Peter glanced at his face, took a sip from the glass, and then returned his gaze to the ceiling. His troubled mind was incapable of much contemplation. Noticing his silence, the young man initiated the conversation himself. When I examined your wounds, I was truly frightened. I thought I would have to carry a corpse out of here. The young man shrugged and took a sip of his coffee. However, your talent is indeed enviable. The injuries you sustained could have claimed the lives of most. Yet you have navigated this perilous phase solely relying on your recovery abilities. Truly admirable, he remarked in a mundane tone. At that moment, Peter noticed a bruise on the young man's neck. Yet despite this, everything you did last night was rather unwise. You were untrained, unprepared. You accomplished nothing but hastening your own demise. At this point, Peter regained his focus, observing the young man's face as memories of the previous night gradually resurfaced in his mind. You are the masked figure who thwarted me? Peter inquired, to which the young man nodded. It was then that Peter noticed the vacant look in his eyes and the disarray of his focus, suddenly comprehending what had previously seemed peculiar. Can you not see? The moment Peter uttered the question, he regretted it. However, the young man appeared unconcerned and nodded naturally. Damn it, I nearly made a grave mistake. Peter shut his eyes, and, as memories returned, the throbbing pain in his head intensified. I almost struck a blind man. As soon as he spoke, Peter found himself laughing at his own words. The young man, however, did not share in the laughter or respond. He merely sat quietly, observing Peter. After a while, Peter's laughter subsided. He raised his hand to cover his eyes and forehead. The young man sighed, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately remained silent. I killed a few people? A tremor laced Peter's voice as he hesitated to know the answer. The young man, without hesitation, answered his question. 7. One succumbed to his injuries before the ambulance arrived. The others, who sustained non-fatal wounds, should survive. Upon hearing this, Peter exhaled deeply, his hands still covering his eyes, speechless. The room fell into a profound silence. The young man, seeing Peter's state, said nothing, simply sipping his coffee, seemingly indifferent to the quiet. After several minutes, Peter finally spoke again. Where am I? Who are you? Why have you brought me here? Peter asked, posing 3 questions in quick succession. The young man took a moment to reflect before responding in a leisurely manner. My name is Matt. You may consider me a friend. As for this place, it is merely a small apartment currently uninhabited. We are only borrowing it temporarily, so please refrain from making a mess, as we will need to tidy up later. And what about the original owner? I would prefer not to encounter them and risk being reported. They're likely away on a trip. This place has been unoccupied for over 2 weeks, Matt replied with a casual shrug. The chances of their return today are slim. However, should such a situation arise, I can escort you out. My initial plan was not to be here, but your injuries appeared severe, necessitating a nearby refuge. You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge, Peter remarked, clearing his throat as a wave of dizziness washed over him, forcing him to pause. Yet you have yet to answer my final question, he added. Matt fell silent for a moment, seemingly gathering his thoughts, before he slowly began to speak. What is your purpose in this? What do you mean? Peter found himself momentarily perplexed. I mean, as a minor, why are you dressed like this at night? Risking everything for individuals you do not even know? Matt inquired calmly, though the slight tremor in his hand betrayed his inner turmoil. If you gain nothing from this endeavor, what is your true motivation? Your question is rather challenging, Peter chuckled, closing his eyes to ponder for a while before arriving at an answer. In truth, it is nothing extraordinary. Ever since I acquired this ability, I have felt a sense of guilt. Such formidable power in the hands of someone like me feels like a waste. However, now that I possess this capability, is it not only natural to use it to assist those who require it more than I? That is a noble thought, yet you have mismanaged it, Matt remarked meaningfully. In your attempt to save a criminal, you have ended up harming many others. Indeed, Peter conceded, nodding in silence. Matt returned the gesture and, after a moment of contemplation, smiled at Peter before speaking again. Well, at least in this regard, you surpass me, he said with a smile. I have a request. You currently lack training and real-world experience, and there are many fundamental skills and abilities you need to learn. I am willing to share everything I know with you. Are you willing to learn? Character card. Daredevil. Matt Murdock. Attributes. Strength. 15. Daredevil possesses strength that surpasses that of ordinary individuals, enabling him to compete with world-class athletes. He can lift adults of similar weight with one hand and bend steel bars using only his own strength. Constitution. 16. He inherited his father's constitution. Despite the seemingly slender physique of Daredevil, he possesses astonishing strength and an exceptional capacity to endure harm. He can maintain a considerable degree of mobility and combat effectiveness even after sustaining multiple gunshot wounds. Naturally, his ordinary recuperative abilities necessitate extended periods of rest for complete recovery following severe injuries. Agility. 18. The pinnacle of human physical potential. Daredevil exhibits near-perfect control over his body. Coupled with his lightning-fast neural reflexes, he can evade bullets that have just been discharged in most ranged weapons. Intellect. 14. Possessing above-average intelligence. Matt's exceptional logical reasoning allows him to excel as a lawyer. When operating under the guise of Daredevil, he can discern most traps and weaknesses set by adversaries, formulating the most advantageous courses of action. Insight. 21. The radioactive substance that robbed him of his sight significantly enhanced Daredevil's remaining senses. Through years of rigorous training, his senses have been amplified to superhuman levels. He can ascertain whether someone is lying merely by perceiving their physiological responses and can hear a heartbeat from several meters away in a bustling crowd. Charisma. 14. Despite his blindness, Matt continues to attract a diverse array of beautiful women with his handsome appearance and witty conversation. Character skills. Hand-to-hand combat. 6. Melee weapon proficiency. 5. Blind fighting. 8. Ninjutsu. 3. Martial arts. 2. Biography. Matt was born into an ordinary yet somewhat extraordinary family in Hell's Kitchen. His mother departed the family during his childhood to become a nun, while his father was a moderately renowned underground boxer in the area. Before turning 10, Matt permanently lost his sight while attempting to save a man from being struck by a truck. Perhaps as a form of compensation from fate, his other senses, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, were dramatically enhanced to near superhuman levels. Matt's father, Jack Murdock, had to return to the underground boxing scene to support the family. Tragically, during a match, Jack refused to throw a fight for the mob, leading to his murder by vengeful gangsters in the audience. Orphaned, Matt was taken under the wing of Stick, the enigmatic leader of the Chaste. Under Stick's tutelage, Matt mastered various combat styles, becoming an exceptionally skilled warrior. However, ideological differences ultimately led to a rift between him and his mentor. Currently, Matt Murdock is pursuing a law degree at Columbia University, aspiring to protect the vulnerable and combat crime through legal means. Chapter 58. Summary. The explosion that occurred last night at the historically rich Covendro residence has been confirmed as a result of a gas explosion. The tragic incident, which resulted in as many as 17 casualties, is regarded as one of the most significant cases in the annals of New York City. Commissioner Paddington has declared that the event bears no relation to terrorism. However, due to the background of the building's owner, they cannot entirely dismiss the potential connection between this explosion and the mass shooting that occurred on the same night. This shooting, which left 5 dead and 2 injured, transpired less than a mile from the Coventoro residence at the Runda Mall. Wesley pressed the button on the television remote, causing the moderately attractive news anchor on the screen to vanish. The room fell into a profound silence. He turned to Fisk, who was observing nearby. The bald, muscular man, weighing in at 200 kilograms, rested his hands on his chin. Though silent, he emanated an inexplicable sense of intimidation. Even the morning news reported on this. Half of New York was already aware of the incident. Is this the discreet operation we desired? Wilson Fisk spoke slowly, noting that the cleanup crew had too little time, and their progress was merely 3/4 complete when they were forced to withdraw. Nonetheless, achieving this much was commendable. We will place several scapegoats in the limelight and spend some money to appease those legislators. Within 6 months at most, the people of New York will have forgotten all about it. Wesley endeavored to maintain a casual tone while recounting the events, though he understood that last night's operation had been utterly disastrous. In the grand scheme of things, it was merely a minor inconvenience. The police arrived over 20 minutes earlier than scheduled. They took my money and breached the agreement. From his words, it was evident that he was concerned with another matter. According to our internal intelligence, the individuals who came to investigate were not our people. Wesley replied softly. They belong to another jurisdiction. If memory serves, his name is George Stacy. He is, after all, an official captain, although he had no orders to intervene. Our personnel could not refuse his request to pass through the perimeter. Fisk unconsciously tapped his fingers on the table. Prior to executing this plan, we had invested considerable resources to ensure the police turned a blind eye, and all necessary parties have been sufficiently bribed. Had we never noticed this individual before? We have had multiple interactions with him through our police informants. Wesley answered respectfully. Each of our probes was thwarted before it could even commence. He seemed to be aware of our influence within the police force. Officer Stacy, though unwilling to join us, had shown no signs of obstructing our plans until last night. He appeared indifferent to our activities within the department, even voluntarily relinquishing his previous position to distance himself from us. Based on prior assessments, he was merely a prudent individual seeking to preserve his own safety, even if he could not be won over. There was no need to expend further effort to suppress him. Yet, it was this very prudent individual who nearly ruined last night's operation. Without warning, Fisk erupted in anger, striking the table before him with great force. The exquisite piece of art, meticulously carved from a single block of marble and valued at nearly $5,000, suffered a spiderweb-like crack from his furious blow. Wisely, Wesley refrained from speaking, allowing Fisk's rage to gradually subside. He was well aware of his boss's temperament and character. Having known him for many years, a sense of lamentation stirred within Wesley. If it weren't for such flaws, Fisk's achievements would likely surpass those he had attained thus far. Indeed, God is fair. After endowing him with a perfect physique and an exceptional intellect, he has also bestowed upon him this burden. Fisk took several deep breaths, massaging his forehead and temples in an effort to calm his emotions. I cannot allow such behavior to manifest again, Wesley. That is only natural, Wesley replied, maintaining his composure. Strengthening our control over the police is indeed a crucial aspect of our next steps. We must increase the total resources devoted to courting the police by 14%. We cannot allow this to affect other facets of our operation. Once he had regained his composure, Fisk swiftly made his decision. We need more loyal allies, not mere opportunists who offer us convenience for profit. We must expedite our strategies regarding the remaining senior personnel. They need to become our instruments, our pawns. Only then can our investments begin to yield returns. Understood. I will promptly convey the new plan. Wesley nodded, though he hesitated slightly. And what about Officer Stacy? Who has disrupted our plans? Should I find someone to eliminate him once and for all? An accident, a mishap. He is merely one man, and we can handle it discreetly. Fisk fell silent for a moment, battling conflicting thoughts before arriving at a resolution. No, we cannot proceed in that manner just yet. Oh, Wesley appeared somewhat surprised. Yet Fisk quickly provided his rationale. Our recent activities have already left too many bodies in our wake. We can exert our utmost efforts, but ultimately, some individuals will uncover the connections. We must remain discreet and allow those with ill intent to forget us. Only then can we more easily execute our forthcoming plans. Fisk's lips curled into a sardonic smile. There are many astute minds among the police. If Officer Stacy were to meet with an accident following such events, it would undoubtedly be pinned on us. Associations need no evidence, Wesley. It is not worth inciting resistance over such a minor figure. Understood. Shall we temporarily disregard him, then? No, necessary actions must still be taken. Fisk shook his head. If this clever individual were to commit another folly, I fear I might be compelled to sever his head myself. We must find an opportunity to ensure he is entirely extricated from this circle, rendering him incapable of meddling in our affairs again. Now, let us deliberate on our new acquaintance. You mean the Red Mask? Precisely, Fisk nodded. Compared to Officer Stacy, he is the primary architect behind last night's near catastrophe. How much do we currently know about this individual? Not much. Wesley adjusted his glasses. The information we procured from Mr. Hammer is rather scant. While the Red Mask is a frequent patron of their enterprise, he is exceedingly cautious in safeguarding his identity. Perhaps excessively so. So, what information do we possess at this juncture? It is quite limited. The individual is relatively short and slender. Based on his voice, he is likely not over 25 years of age. Prior to this, he had some association with the young Moridi whom he rescued, even intervening on his behalf once. You should recall the incident at Warehouse 14 a few months back, correct? That was his doing, which clarifies why he took action this time. Fisk nodded in realization, yet furrowed his brow. Is this truly the extent of our information? Given this description, one could easily find thousands of individuals on the streets of New York fitting the profile. There is more, Wesley revealed with a subtle expression. There is no doubt he is a metahuman. According to those present during last night's confrontation, he merely gestured and severed Michael's neck from a distance of 5 meters. He also possesses an unidentified accomplice, as all our snipers were dealt with by him. The information is increasing, yet few are of substance. Fisk sighed, unconsciously tracing the cracks on the table. A metahuman. Are they a mutant or an inhuman? The intelligence is unclear. However, if they are a mutant, it should not pose a significant threat. After a moment of contemplation, Wesley slowly articulated his thoughts. If they are inhuman, we may need to ascertain which faction they belong to. In that case, we require our own equivalent power. You are responsible for this and must expedite the establishment of a connection with that weasel. To gain control over New York City, we will need their assistance. Understood. Wesley nodded and proceeded to report on the next phase. Aside from other finishing tasks, the first step of the plan has been successfully accomplished. The Moridi family's assets and enterprises within Hell's Kitchen have been assimilated. After deducting expenses, our total gains remain quite substantial, but it will take some time to digest them. Excellent. I have faith in your judgment regarding this matter. If there were no other matters at hand, Fisk nodded, preparing to dismiss Wesley. However, as his gaze fell upon the battered surface of the table he had damaged, he hesitated momentarily. Wesley, he began, the robust man, capable of shattering stone with his bare hands, suddenly appearing somewhat bashful, struggling to articulate his thoughts. I might need a new table. What was the name of that one you recommended last time? Wesley paused briefly before quickly responding. Are you referring to the Wong Wally table handcrafted by Master Ollivander? The 7'4" antique-style table, inspired by the French 15th century, is indeed a masterpiece. However, to be frank, it may not complement the rest of your furnishings. Wesley recounted the intricate details of the item he had seen over 4 months ago and offered his suggestions. Fisk nodded in agreement. Then let us replace the rest as well. I could use a fresh arrangement to uplift my spirits. Your taste in these matters far surpasses mine. I'll leave it to you. Wesley nodded and exited the room, while Fisk remained fixated on the cracks he had inflicted upon the table, momentarily lost in thought. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm clock rang, and almost simultaneously, a delicate arm emerged from beneath the covers, its skin as smooth as cream. The slender fingers, resembling soft petals, bore calluses on their palms. After a few exploratory movements, the hand silenced the alarm. Moments later, soft snores emanated from beneath the blankets once more. After several minutes, the phone on the bedside illuminated, vibrating insistently. The hand reappeared, pressing the speakerphone button. Mindy, you lazy cat, get out of bed. A lively voice chimed from the other end of the line. Hurry up and get ready. The movie starts at 2 o'clock this afternoon. You mustn't be late. Oh, Jasmine. Good morning. The golden-haired girl nestled in her cocoon of blankets rolled over, bringing the phone to her ear, stifling a yawn. Her original beauty was evident, yet a prominent scar, nearly bisecting her face, marred her features. Well, it's not even noon yet. There is still plenty of time. Exactly. Which is why I'm waking you up now. The girl on the phone responded with unwavering confidence. If I waited any longer, you might decide it's too much trouble to go out. Why does it feel so disheartening to hear you say that? Mindy pushed her hair aside, responding lazily, her tone devoid of any hint of frustration. All right, I'll be there on time. Probably. Don't give me probably. Jasmine remained imperious. Be punctual. And before you leave, tidy up the house. You might just end up bringing a handsome guy home. Hey there, what excuse did you use this time? Mindy asked, wedging her phone between her shoulder as she stretched languidly before finally sitting up. The sudden onset of aches throughout her body urged her to recline once more. She grimaced for a moment, gently caressing the bruises adorning her skin. That wretched fellow had no regard for tenderness. Her thoughts drifted to the masked stranger she had encountered the previous night. This time I had him assist me with my computer. I had already preloaded a virus onto my backup device. Jasmine's voice brimmed with pride. An image flickered in Mindy's mind, vivid and somewhat whimsical. Jasmine, clad in a witch's robe, waved a long wand, herding a flock of little sheep into her lair. Well, I trust you didn't install anything too complex this time? The last guy to tackle it spent over 4 hours and nearly cried. Mindy tossed her quilt aside, channeling strength through her legs and left arm. Her body spun gracefully in midair before landing deftly on her feet, the phone never leaving her ear. This acrobatic feat seemed merely a casual gesture to her, reminiscent of a professional gymnast. This should be relatively straightforward, But honestly, Mindy, you ought to be prepared. I've invited a friend of his along, another handsome lad. How about that? Roommate perks, right? Please, you just want to avoid my being a third wheel, Mindy retorted, drawing back the curtains of her room. The blinding sunlight overwhelmed her, forcing her to shut the curtains once more. Meanwhile, a voice on the other end of the line echoed in agreement. It seemed Mindy had hit the nail on the head. Slipping into her slippers, Mindy glanced at the time, resolving to conclude the conversation. Having not eaten since the previous afternoon, her stomach rumbled in protest. She yearned to whip up a quick pasta dish before stepping out. All right, I'll see you at the mall entrance at 1:50. Sound good? That works perfectly, Jasmine replied. After hanging up, Mindy prioritized appeasing her hunger. She gathered the necessary ingredients and ignited the stove, placing a pot of salted water atop it. As she awaited the water to boil, she decided to tidy her room first. She began by collecting the purple wig and bodysuit she had carelessly discarded upon returning home the night before. Frowning at the clutter strewn across the floor, she found the disarray overwhelming and lacked the motivation to fold each item neatly back into her wardrobe. Just as she pondered where to place her current load, a roll of garbage bags caught her eye. Her eyes brightened. 10 minutes later, she had stuffed 3 bulging garbage bags beneath her bed. After a moment's reflection, she wrapped her 2 clean knives in old newspapers and cast them into the same hiding spot. Gazing at her now spacious room, which no longer resembled a landfill, a faint smile of relief graced Mindy's face. Yet, when she suddenly recalled Jasmine's impeccably tidy room, a sense of frustration washed over her. The pot of water on the stove had long since reached a rolling boil, prompting Mindy to hastily return to the kitchen, adding a splash more water to the pot. She had already ruined 2 pots before, and she had no desire to endure another one of Jasmine's scolding lectures. After introducing the pasta into the boiling water, she would retrieve it in a few minutes. Mindy added 3 generous spoonfuls of tomato sauce and a sprinkle of cheese, thus completing the quintessential college student's quick meal. Undeterred by the heat, she devoured several mouthfuls, her face contorting into a pitiable expression. Indeed, her culinary skills were rather lacking. She had forgotten to add salt and pepper. Having completed most of her preparations for leaving, Mindy slipped into her usual long-sleeve sweater. Her fondness for this garment stemmed not from its aesthetic appeal, but rather from its comfort and its ability to conceal the myriad scars that adorned her skin. As she grasped her keys, she hesitated briefly, almost instinctively making her way to the bathroom mirror, retrieving her makeup from the cabinet. Although Mindy would not be classified as a makeup expert, she had become quite adept at camouflaging her scars through years of practice. First, she applied a thin layer of foundation to her face, then used a sponge to heavily cover her scars with foundation. Next, she dusted away the excess powder with a brush, completing that phase of her routine. The once grotesque scars now resembled little more than faint marks, akin to an unusual birthmark. Rather than detracting from her overall appearance, they lent her an air of enchanting allure. Just as Mindy was contemplating whether to apply eyeshadow as well, a different ringtone echoed from her room. Her expression shifted immediately. Retrieving the buzzing satellite phone from above her closet, she pressed it to her ear, hitting the answer button. In that instant, her entire demeanor transformed, projecting an aura as sharp as a blade. "Weasel, is there anything that can't wait until tomorrow? Today is my day off." Her previously lively tone morphed into one that was cold and unfamiliar. It was clear that the person on the other end sensed her discontent. "I certainly wouldn't disturb you without cause. I have no means to gain from your Iron Maiden." The weasel's characteristic flippant tone resonated from the other end of the line. "I have 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which would you like to hear first?" "Ah, this routine again. Let's hear the bad news first." Has anyone ever chosen to hear the good news first? Mindy retook her seat at her desk, extracting pen and paper. The weasel would not seek her out at such an hour without a significant reason. His news undoubtedly carried weight. Wade, that fellow, always relied on dice to make decisions, so he counted as half a person at best. "The unfortunate news is that your actions last night were discovered. I have attributed this to your personal conduct. You are now officially disconnected from Hell House. Before those individuals forget you, I advise you not to reach out to me directly." "Damn it." Mindy exhaled, closing her eyes. "How'd they find out?" "A sniper observed your activities on the rooftop terrace." "Purple eyes. Though I cannot fathom why you insisted on meddling in this matter, you have indeed landed yourself in significant trouble. Our new boss has numerous inquiries for you. And of course, whether you can preserve your life after these questions is a considerable uncertainty. It appears it is time for me to vanish. Can I still utilize the previous hidden trading spots?" The sound of pages rustling came from the other end of the line, and after a brief pause, the weasel spoke again. "Locations 2 through 6 have been sealed off, and I have already misled with 8 and 10. I advise you against using them. The remaining options are yours to assess." In truth, if it comes to the worst, you could learn from Wade and disappear for a few months before returning. It is a pity I do not have that luxury of time. Thank you for your assistance. Mindy promptly declined the Weasel's suggestion. This bad news is indeed dire. So what is the good news? Actually, I'm unsure if this qualifies as good news. The Weasel sighed before continuing. The person you're seeking has been located. Our new boss reached out to him shortly after taking office. While his current situation and whereabouts are unknown, he should make an appearance in a few days. The phone slipped from her hand, as Mindy's attention was entirely captured by this new information. A wave of fear washed over her face, quickly transforming into joy. Father, David, we have finally taken the first step toward our revenge. Chapter 2, The First Training, Part 2. Peter first sat still for a moment, allowing his muscles to ease before he grasped the cable and climbed onto the platform, positioning himself across from Matt. Observing Matt, who stood before him like a rock, Peter felt a flicker of trepidation. There is no need for concern. Sensing the accelerated rhythm of Peter's heartbeat, Matt spoke reassuringly. This is merely a practice session, a chance to ascertain your capabilities in combat. Both parties should refrain from going too far. Peter nodded, raising his fist to his chest. He paced back and forth twice, still hesitant to launch an attack. He sensed a certain enigmatic quality in Matt's stance, yet his limited perspective prevented him from articulating any definitive reasoning. Noticing Peter's indecision, Matt initially furrowed his brow, then transformed it into a slight smile. Since you prefer not to strike first, allow me the opportunity. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Matt lunged forward, delivering a straight punch aimed at Peter's chin. This seemingly ordinary punch was, in fact, executed with remarkable speed, even producing a slight sound of air being sliced. Yet, no matter how swift it was, it could not escape Peter's force perception. Focusing his attention entirely on Matt, Peter sidestepped, gently pushing against Matt's already extended right arm with his left hand, while his right elbow aimed to strike at Matt's chest. Matt effortlessly caught the blow with his unoccupied left hand, and Peter immediately felt an inexplicable force radiate from his right elbow. At that moment, he could not withdraw in time and found himself compelled to take a step sideways by this strange power. Simultaneously, Matt completed a full 360-degree turn, his right hand transforming into a blade-like strike, propelled by momentum with astonishing speed towards the back of Peter's neck. It was too late to evade, and Peter instinctively closed his eyes. Just before the strike could land, it abruptly halted mere inches from his neck. He could even feel the wind generated by the blade-like hand brushing against his nape, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Matt took a step back, allowing Peter to regain his composure, and observed him with a contemplative expression. Although you possess a certain ability to anticipate your opponent's movements, you must not disregard that advantage. Always leave yourself room for defense and counterattack, Matt remarked calmly. Now, let us continue. This time, Peter opted for an aggressive approach. Empowered by the force, he dashed towards Matt at an exhilarating speed, launching a punch aimed at his opponent's face. Matt, resembling a seasoned boxer, raised his hands to shield himself, deflecting Peter's punch with ease, while swiftly retaliating with a straight punch aimed at Peter. Peter managed to block this attack, but Matt followed up with another straight punch, which was again intercepted by Peter. However, having mastered the rhythm of the exchange, Matt's relentless onslaught of varied straight punches soon overwhelmed Peter's defenses. After struggling to parry several blows, Peter found himself forced to retreat 2 steps. Yet, Matt did not pursue him. Instead, he resumed his explanation. Before each attack, determine the effect you wish to achieve. While defending, contemplate how to disrupt your opponent's rhythm and identify opportunities for counterattacks. Peter took a few deep breaths and charged forward once more. This time, his assault was markedly more cautious. His initial 2 strikes were primarily exploratory, focusing most of his energy on countering Matt's attacks. By employing this strategy, he managed to endure a little longer, engaging in a somewhat respectable exchange with Matt. Ultimately, however, Matt seized Peter's arm and decisively brought him down to the ground. Though it appeared that Peter had made some progress, he was acutely aware that the reality was quite the opposite. He had scarcely executed any significant attacks, and even with his defensive, turtle-like tactics, he was still directly overpowered by Matt. An unyielding defense may grant you a fleeting extension of time, yet it only diminishes your chances of victory. Matt's silhouette loomed over Peter, exuding an unwavering calm, devoid of even a hint of accelerated breathing. Peter felt a tinge of frustration. He rose once more, stretching his limbs that had begun to feel somewhat numb. Matt stood silently beside him, waiting until Peter was nearly prepared before he spoke again. Shall we continue? Naturally, a glimmer of determination flashed in Peter's eyes. Matt's presence ignited a renewed hope within him to grow stronger, beyond the formidable perceptual abilities. His opponent managed to exert pressure on him with nothing more than an ordinary human physique. The mere thought of achieving such prowess filled Peter with exhilaration, transforming the soreness in his body into a fiery sensation, granting him the illusion of boundless strength. Excellent. It seems you have finally found your rhythm. Matt nodded approvingly. Peter smiled and charged at Matt once more. He unleashed a flurry of rapid jabs, both of which Matt effortlessly intercepted, just as Matt prepared to counterattack. A surge of telekinetic energy erupted from his left shoulder, slightly diverting the trajectory of his strike. A mischievous grin crept across Peter's lips as he seized the opportunity to close the distance, launching his most ferocious assault. A punch aimed at Matt's head was deflected by Matt's left hand. Another strike targeted Matt's chin, which was skillfully redirected by Matt's right. Peter then lifted his knee, driving it toward Matt's abdomen, only for Matt's left hand to press down and block the blow. Undeterred, Peter relentlessly pursued his advantage, using his shorter stature to deliver a headbutt to Matt's chin. Matt leaned back, attempting to evade the strike, yet Peter subtly gestured with his left hand, unleashing another wave of telekinetic force that propelled Matt's head toward Peter's onslaught. Matt's eyes ignited with intensity as he altered his footing. His left arm shifted aside, and his body leaned slightly, before he charged at Peter with tremendous force. The 8 Extremes Iron Mountain technique, a hallmark of Chinese bagwazang, was executed by Matt with ferocity, his shoulder colliding against Peter like an impenetrable wall, sending him staggering back several steps before regaining his balance. At that moment, Peter was clearly incensed, and in the next instant, he launched himself at Matt with a forceful leap, aiming a flying kick. Such a reckless maneuver was bound to attract retribution. Matt seized Peter's foot, spinning him in the air like a flail before hurling him downwards. Just before he was about to hit the ground, Peter's form momentarily paused, aided by the telekinetic force. He extended his hands and forcefully pushed off the ground, his legs aimed at Matt's lower abdomen. Caught off guard, Matt was compelled to take a step back. All right, that's enough. Just as Peter was poised to continue his assault, Matt's stern command halted him. You cannot proceed any further. You have once again slipped into that state from that night. Matt's calm voice resonated, and it was only then that Peter recognized the disquiet within himself. Amidst the fierce skirmish, his connection to the dark ocean of the Force had been magnifying, and by the final exchange, he had unwittingly begun to draw upon its power. Strangely, as he delved into the dark side once more, Peter felt an inexplicable sense of elation, which sent a chill down his spine. He had been striving to forget the events of that night. After succumbing to the dark side, he felt as though he had transformed into a different person. It was not that his character had wholly shifted, but rather that the negative emotions within him had been endlessly amplified. Hatred, jealousy, greed, these dark sentiments, usually hidden in the shadows, surged forth and occupied his mind. In such a state, he had taken lives, 7 in total. The sensation of extinguishing another's existence was far from pleasurable. Peter had repeatedly attempted to convince himself that those individuals were heinous murderers, and that it was only natural for a killer to pay with their life. Yet, deep down, he understood that regardless of their transgressions, he should not be the one to enact such judgment. As his negative emotions swelled, so too did feelings of guilt and fear. Peter sat on the boxing ring, trembling as he hugged his knees. Matt sighed and took a seat beside him, gently patting his back. After a while, the connection between the dark side and Peter began to wane under his resistance. Yet it remained, lurking in the deepest recesses of his mind, ready to resurface at a mere thought. All right, let's conclude the practical test here. Noticing Peter's recovery, Matt spoke. You can no longer continue. I have a clear understanding of what I need. Peter remained huddled, merely mumbling in acknowledgement. Before we find a way to control your abilities, it would be wise to refrain from using them excessively in your daily life. With that, he patted Peter's shoulder and stood up. Let's first seek breakthroughs in your combat skills and physical conditioning, for, to be frank, you are quite lacking in both areas. Chapter 1. The First Training, Part 1. As dusk approached, a solitary figure traversed the streets of Hell's Kitchen, feeling a slight chill. At least 2 groups had cast suspicious glances in his direction, seemingly puzzled as to why a child would be wandering the streets of Hell's Kitchen at such an hour. Hell's Kitchen, though technically a part of Manhattan, stands in stark contrast to the bustling steel forest that characterizes the greater area. The buildings here predominantly date back to the 1960s and 1970s, and the residents are primarily impoverished workers and the unemployed. In comparison to the soaring property prices that have nearly reached the heavens in other parts of Manhattan, the real estate market in Hell's Kitchen has seen a sluggish increase, which is quite perplexing given its prime geographical location. This phenomenon is intricately linked to its historical context. During the Prohibition era of the 1920s in America, illicit brewing and trafficking became one of the most lucrative industries. Despite the government's vigorous crackdown, countless individuals took risks for the sake of profit, leading to the rise of numerous organized crime groups. In New York, Hell's Kitchen, with its abundance of warehouses, became a stronghold for these gangs. And the significant unemployment in the area provided ample manpower for their operations. Following a wave of redevelopment in the 1970s, many middle-class families moved into Hell's Kitchen, transforming the image of this once impoverished neighborhood. However, the influx of capital also created a breeding ground for crime, as various gangs firmly established their grip on what should be one of New York's most vibrant districts, continuously extracting vitality and resources from it. Peter, who found himself in direct confrontation with what might be New York's most formidable criminal enterprise, was undeterred by the thugs roaming the streets. Following the information on a scrap of paper, he arrived at the entrance of an old gym. The building, reminiscent of the slums, bore peeling paint, with exposed concrete showing tiny cracks. Beside the weathered red door, a well-maintained sign read Fogwell's Gym. Peter pushed the door open, despite the gym's closing time having passed. The entrance was unlocked. Inside, darkness enveloped the space, the lights unlit. Yet from the depths of the gym, the muffled sounds of fists striking heavy bags echoed. As Peter stepped inside, his light footsteps were immediately met with silence. The people within had sensed his presence. A somewhat familiar voice emerged from the shadows. "Sorry, but this gym is closed." "It's me, Peter," he replied, entering the gym and gently closing the door behind him. Although the dim light rendered visibility nearly impossible, he navigated with ease, guided by his innate sense. "Oh, you're a few minutes early," Matt said, detaching his heavy bag from the stand. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he tossed it into a corner where several bags lay piled. "The light switch is about 2 meters to your left by the wall. You should go change into your workout clothes." Peter groped in the darkness for a moment and finally located the switch for the lights. In the next instant, the entire gymnasium was illuminated. Curiously, he surveyed his surroundings. This place was strikingly different from the school gym he was accustomed to. Although the equipment was relatively functional, it exuded an air of disrepair. The gym, which appeared to have been in existence for quite some time, spanned over 300 square meters. Yet, this space, which should have felt quite spacious, seemed rather cramped. Aside from the changing rooms and showers, the area was roughly divided into 2 sections. One side housed all the gym equipment, including a complete set of weight dumbbells, several treadmills, 2 rowing machines, and numerous punching bags. On the opposite side stood a boxing ring, accompanied by several scattered spectator chairs, suggesting that this venue served purposes beyond mere practice. Quickly donning his home workout attire, Peter felt a flush of embarrassment. The sportswear was 2 sizes larger than his usual fit, causing it to hang loosely on him. Having faced ridicule for this outfit on more than one occasion, he felt a twinge of shyness wearing it in front of a stranger. However, Matt said nothing, and it was only when Peter caught sight of his vacant gaze that he realized the other man was blind. He exhaled quietly, feeling somewhat relieved, yet a flicker of guilt emerged for having such thoughts. "All right," Matt nodded, seemingly unconcerned with Peter's inner turmoil. It was time to commence training. First up was the physical fitness test, which Peter loathed. For years throughout elementary and middle school, he had endured this dreaded assessment annually. Each time, he felt utterly exhausted, often finishing at the bottom of his class, despite his private vows to train diligently and at least avoid last place the following year. He invariably found himself languishing at the bottom of the rankings when the next test arrived. Even now, under the stipulation of refraining from using any powers, Peter found this test exceedingly grueling. 37. Matt's voice resonated from above, prompting Peter to take a deep breath and exert his arms, pushing his body up. A surge of energy coursed through his already aching limbs, alleviating some of the discomfort. However, the next moment, Matt put away his stopwatch, stood up, and declared the test over. "Did you just use your abilities again?" Matt inquired. His tone was gentle, yet Peter felt a pang of shame as he lowered his gaze. This was the final test, requiring Peter to maintain a pace of 2 seconds per push-up for as long as possible. Although this was a marked improvement from a year prior when he could barely complete a few before collapsing, Peter still felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Thompson, that fellow, could effortlessly sustain himself beyond 60, while Peter was nearing his limits in the 30s. Driven by the desire to achieve superior results, Peter resorted to utilizing the force once more at the critical moment, which was evidently a violation of the rules. Such occurrences had transpired twice in previous tests, each time detected by Matt. "How did you notice?" Peter finally inquired after catching his breath. "The application of the force," theoretically, should have been imperceptible, especially considering he had merely employed a fraction of it. When you harness your abilities, your breathing and heart rate slow down, akin to a state of slumber, Matt responded. Though the duration may be brief, it is easily observable. Your ability is rather extraordinary, Peter remarked, somewhat astounded. Who else can discern such nuances simply by listening? To clarify, it is not solely listening, Matt replied earnestly. It is a form of perception that amalgamates various senses. If I am not mistaken, you should have encountered this aspect as well. Well, somewhat, Peter nodded. But I cannot reach your level. He withheld much regarding his own abilities, having known Matt for merely 2 days and wishing to retain some advantage. Furthermore, Peter had yet to fully comprehend his powers. Although he believed his abilities mirrored those of the Force depicted in the Star Wars saga, he could not be certain of their origin. Acquiring powers akin to those in a film? Even if superhumans did exist in reality, it seemed rather far-fetched. You need training, Matt encouraged Peter. You already possess a natural talent in this regard. It merely requires more effort. In the beginning, I might not have even been as competent as you. Matt extended his hand, helping Peter to his feet. Well, the basic tests are concluded. I have a clearer understanding of your current capabilities. For your age group, your performance is commendable, but without your abilities, what you have accomplished in recent months would amount to a futile endeavor. Indeed, Peter nodded. Without the Force, he was merely an underachiever. What you must do is learn to control it. Based on what occurred the night before last, your abilities likely come with side effects. Do they not? Matt posed a question that had lingered in Peter's mind for days, to which Peter nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it can influence my emotions to some extent. After awakening that night, Peter sensed the Force returning to its original state, serene, tranquil, and radiating immense vitality. However, the connection to the other side of the Force has never been severed. The abyss-like ocean of the Force occasionally brushes against Peter's mental faculties, emanating a deadly allure. Peter finds it challenging to articulate the nature of their relationship. Fundamentally, they are indeed aligned, yet for reasons unknown, they manifest entirely opposite characteristics. The former resembles a craftsman's small boat gliding upon a tranquil sea, while the latter evokes the image of a small vessel adrift amidst tempestuous waves. This is the only metaphor Peter can conceive. The former may demand greater effort and progress at a slower pace, yet the latter has utterly lost control and direction. In other respects, I may be of little assistance. Matt's voice roused Peter from his reverie. What I can impart to you is likely limited to combat skills and how to harness your perceptual abilities. Nevertheless, I am confident you will glean a considerable amount of knowledge. Peter nodded in agreement, and Matt smiled with satisfaction, turning towards the boxing ring, grasping the ropes to ascend. Now, it is time to test your practical combat abilities. He wrapped strips of cloth around his fists, announcing the forthcoming training regimen. Chapter 3. Confession, Part 1. In the depths of the night, a series of dull thuds echoed through the Fogwell gym. Thud, thud, thud. Once more, Peter slammed his fists against the heavy bag, his force causing the 20-kilogram bag to rise slightly. Before it could descend, his next punch struck fiercely. 71, 72. The soreness in Peter's arms had undeniably transformed into a stinging sensation. His muscles stretched to their limits, each punch inflicting damage upon his muscle fibers. Any discerning onlooker would immediately note the unusual boxing gloves Peter wore, each affixed with 5-pound lead weights. For an ordinary person, merely wearing these gloves and maintaining their arms in a horizontal position would likely prove unbearable within minutes, let alone for someone like Peter to strike repeatedly with such intensity. This level of training was not suited for a novice like Peter. Even professional athletes would not risk injury by undertaking such a strenuous regimen in quick succession. 98, 99, 100. At last, he delivered his 100th punch, and having completed this set of exercises, Peter stepped back and collapsed onto the floor. His arms were now numb, nearly devoid of sensation. Even moving a pinky felt achingly weak, with waves of sharp discomfort coursing through his muscles. It appeared he had indeed strained his muscles. With great effort, Peter removed the gloves and positioned his arms comfortably to relax, closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. Gentle currents of the Force flowed into his arms, gradually nurturing and repairing the damage within his muscles. The tingling sensation gradually ascended from Peter's arms, accompanied by a rising warmth that enveloped his skin, imparting a searing heat to his touch. Within a mere 20 minutes, the discomfort had dissipated significantly, and his arms once again brimmed with vitality. He pinched his bicep, noting that aside from a lingering fatigue, he bore no substantial injuries. The words spoken by Matt that evening echoed once more in Peter's mind. Taekwondo, karate, Bajikwan, Muay Thai, Judo, and countless other martial arts techniques populate this world, all united by a singular purpose: to inflict maximum damage upon an adversary using one's own strength. Ultimately, the enhancement of one's overall prowess hinges upon two fundamental aspects: physical fitness and combat skills. The latter can only be accumulated through prolonged practice and real combat experience, whereas the former offers a shortcut. The regenerative abilities bestowed by one's capabilities allow for training without the fear of injury from excessive muscle strain, enabling simultaneous repair during workouts. This empowers one to train almost incessantly, employing weights that exceed their normal capacity, thus achieving results far superior to others. However, despite the ease with which muscle injuries could be mended, the fatigue and pain endured during training remained unrelenting. In the first couple of days, the grueling regimen nearly overwhelmed Peter, prompting thoughts of retreating to his previous routine. Yet, for reasons he could not articulate, he found himself unable to voice such sentiments whenever he glimpsed Matt's vacant gaze. If he could withstand the physical demands, surely his resolve could match. Rising once more, Peter donned the weighted gloves and approached the heavy bag. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he resumed his training, the resounding thuds of his strikes echoing within the gym. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Peter awoke promptly to the sound of his alarm. Extricating himself from the warmth of his bed, gazing out at the overcast sky, his spirits dampened slightly. "Please don't rain, please don't rain," he muttered under his breath while changing clothes. Yet the weather forecast displayed on his phone was far from reassuring. Today's high would be a mere 7 degrees, with rain expected in the afternoon and a possibility of thunderstorms after 10 o'clock. Peter rolled his eyes. This was utterly dismal. No matter. I should be indoors by then. It won't affect me too much, he encouraged himself, finding a slight reprieve in his thoughts. After donning his workout attire, he prepared for his unwavering morning run. Despite having engaged in weight training for over 2 hours the previous night at the Fogwell gym, he could not forego this essential aerobic exercise. Following Matt's suggestion, Peter altered his habitual slow jog, significantly increasing his pace. Under the relentless strain of 6 months of intense training, his physique had remarkably distinguished itself among his peers. Although he could not rival someone like Matt, who had sculpted his body to its utmost pinnacle, completing a 10-kilometer run at a brisk pace was well within his capabilities. The streets of New York were nearly devoid of pedestrians in the early morning. Shops and stalls did not open at such an hour, leaving only the convenience stores operating around the clock. Despite the frigid air hovering just above 0 degrees, Peter's body temperature rose swiftly with exertion, painting his cheeks with a vibrant flush. As he accelerated, his breath began to falter after covering roughly 2/3 of the distance. However, bolstered by the force, his pace remained unyielding. Each breath he took expelled a plume of white vapor, stretching over 2 feet in the air, creating an amusing spectacle from afar. Peter soon completed the slightly over 10-kilometer circuit. Exhausted yet invigorated, he glanced at his watch, and his spirits lifted considerably. He had finally managed to finish the 10 kilometers in under 45 minutes. Upon entering his home, drenched in sweat, Peter greeted Aunt May and Uncle Ben, who were just rising before rushing into the bathroom. After refreshing himself, he paused before the mirror to ensure his attire was neat and devoid of any residual dirt. After lingering for several minutes in front of the mirror, he descended the stairs to join Uncle Ben and Aunt May for breakfast. He retrieved the toasted bread from the toaster and added some sautéed bacon and mushrooms to his plate, which already contained a poached egg. After topping his toast with a spoonful of baked beans slathered in ketchup, he placed his plate on the dining table and sat down to indulge heartily. "Would you like some milk?" Aunt May inquired from beside the refrigerator. With his mouth full, Peter nodded in agreement. Uncle Ben, engrossed in a newspaper, set it aside and began to enjoy his breakfast as well. Noticing the mountainous pile of food on Peter's plate, Uncle Ben cast a puzzled glance in his direction. "Is it really wise to consume so much in the morning?" he asked, slicing open his poached egg and spreading the still runny yolk over his toast before taking a generous bite. After swallowing, he continued, "You've certainly been increasing your appetite lately. Be cautious of indigestion with such a large meal." "It's fine. I'm in a growth spurt," Peter replied, flexing the newly developed muscles in his arms. His table manners left much to be desired, as he spoke with his mouth full, rendering his words somewhat indistinct. Just then, Aunt May took a seat at the table, placing a glass of milk before Peter and coffee in front of herself and Uncle Ben. Displeased by Peter's unrefined demeanor, she gave his hand a gentle swat. "Do not speak while eating. Food particles tend to scatter everywhere." Peter swallowed the morsel in his mouth and quickly offered an apology, while Uncle Ben regarded him with a rather intriguing gaze. "So, which girl has caught your eye?" Peter, who had just taken a sip of milk, nearly choked. After a fit of coughing, he managed to respond, "What do you mean? Huh, you can't fool me, lad." A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Uncle Ben's eyes. An knowing smile crept onto his lips. "You've been quite attentive to your appearance lately, putting in considerable effort to build up those muscles. Confess, who is the object of your affection?" Hey. Aunt May, intrigued by the conversation, chimed in. "Which girl has captured your heart? Peter? Mary? But didn't she move away? Please stop it." Peter felt a slight flush of embarrassment. However, Aunt May relentlessly pursued her inquiries. Uncle Ben, on the other hand, waved his hand dismissively, as if losing interest in the matter. "Never mind, May. If this lad has made up his mind, there's nothing you can extract from him." He resumed his breakfast, teasing Peter in a tone that suggested he had been through this before. "Of course, Peter, you eventually must bring your girlfriend home, so we can vet her." Peter continued to eat, his gaze fixed on his plate, offering no response. Although Uncle Ben and Aunt May's deductions were misguided, their conclusion was surprisingly accurate. In recent weeks, a particular girl had indeed occupied his thoughts. Today, he had finally mustered the courage to make a decision. Today, Peter Parker would confess his feelings to Gwen Stacy. Chapter 4. The Confession, Part 2. As a healthy, soon-to-be 17-year-old, Peter was influenced by the surging testosterone coursing through his veins, just like any other boy his age. If his previous hesitance towards Mary stemmed from certain reservations, Gwen was devoid of such complications. She was intelligent, beautiful, and possessed an impeccable character, making her the epitome of perfection in every regard. More importantly, she likely harbored some affection for him as well. With their internship drawing to a close, Peter realized that he and Gwen did not attend the same high school. If he remained passive, he risked watching this exceptional girl fade from his life, gradually forgetting him. Peter was determined not to let that happen. Even though he struggled with interpersonal relationships, he was not without ambition. Should his confession succeed, he would be able to bask in a sense of psychological superiority before the nearly two-thirds of the school population that remained single. 2 days prior, he had arranged to meet Gwen for afternoon tea at the Jasmine Cafe after their internship concluded. The cafe was a serene and elegant venue, perfect for a heartfelt confession. As for the lines, Peter had long since prepared them, with 4 cue cards tucked away in his pocket, ready for any emergency. Before stepping out, he gazed up at the overcast sky and suddenly conceived a notion, hastily swapping his umbrella for a larger one from his backpack. Should it rain heavily, he could share this umbrella with her. The thought of strolling together under a single umbrella in the rain struck Peter as profoundly romantic, and at that moment, he found himself almost hoping for rain. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out his home. After alighting from the bus, Peter turned down a street and arrived at the Osborne building, where Gwen was waiting for him at the entrance as usual. "Good morning," Peter waved, and Gwen smiled in return, nodding her head. "Good morning," she replied. They entered the building through the revolving glass doors, joining the queue for security checks. It was peak commuting time, with nearly 1,000 employees arriving at the office simultaneously. Even with 6 lines open, the security checks were insufficient, causing the lines to gradually lengthen. The security personnel, however, did not compromise on the thoroughness of their checks. The Osborne building was the heart of the Osborne group, and there could be no risk concerning safety. They joined the shortest-looking line, yet still found themselves behind over 20 people. Peter glanced at his watch. "You arrived earlier than I did. We still have 24 minutes until the meeting. What time do you usually leave?" "That's not too early. By the time we get through security, there won't be much time left. Besides, if we come any later, the line will only get longer." "I certainly don't want to be late at a time like this," Gwen replied. At that moment, someone who had just joined their line greeted Gwen, and she politely returned the morning salutation. Watching this unfold, Peter felt a twinge of envy. He had barely conversed with any of the other interns, while Gwen seemed to have already become familiar with the regular employees of the Osborne group. "Do you know that person?" Peter inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "That's Dr. Clot. He was present during the fusion experiment we conducted last Tuesday. I asked him a few questions afterward, so he might remember me," Gwen explained, then waved to a few interns in another line. "Oh, I see. That's wonderful. Aside from you, I haven't found anyone else to chat with," Peter admitted. "Well, of course, if you don't take the initiative to converse with others, they won't make the effort to befriend you. No wonder you've remained single until now," Gwen teased. For some reason, her light-hearted jest caused Peter's face to flush crimson, leaving him momentarily speechless. Gwen cast a puzzled glance in his direction before shifting her gaze away. She had grown somewhat accustomed to her companion's occasional lapses into silence. A few minutes later, it was finally their turn for security checks. Peter placed his backpack into the luggage scanning machine and obediently allowed the security personnel to scan him with a variety of instruments. Once this procedure concluded, Peter hastily collected his belongings and briskly caught up with Gwen. It seemed that rain was on the horizon this afternoon. Would they still go for afternoon tea together? Peter asked somewhat awkwardly, with a hint of hesitation in his tone. Of course. Wasn't he that already agreed upon? Gwen replied with a casual demeanor. Upon hearing her response, Peter felt a surge of warmth within him, his stride noticeably lighter. However, it did not take long for Gwen to notice his unusual demeanor. What is going on with you today? You look like you've been injected with enthusiasm, she remarked, eyeing him with a hint of bewilderment. Has something good happened? It's nothing much. Peter was momentarily taken aback by the question, and Gwen's gaze grew increasingly skeptical. I don't believe you. A thought crossed Peter's mind, and he quickly concocted an excuse. Actually, it's about my long-distance running. This morning, I finally surpassed my goal of completing 10 kilometers in under 45 minutes. I thought it would take me another 2 or 3 months to achieve this. Well, sports and fitness were topics Gwen preferred to avoid, and she quickly lost interest in the conversation. Yet, she continued to regard Peter with a discerning eye, muttering under her breath. I have a feeling you're hiding something from me. Moments later, Peter and Gwen descended the crowded elevator. They navigated the familiar corridors with ease, turning a few corners before entering the conference room. The final week of their internship at the Osborne building had commenced, and for some reason, Peter felt a pang of nostalgia. Regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed learned a great deal during his time there. The magnitude of knowledge they confronted daily genuinely posed challenges for him. For the first time in his life, Peter recognized the limitations of his own knowledge, igniting a significant interest in the subject matter. They settled into the penultimate row of seats in the conference room. As per their usual routine, the interns would be reshuffled into new groups every Monday. The Osborne group had good reason to implement this practice. The internship was designed to attract the brightest students from New York, future geniuses, into their team. They aimed to assess each student's capabilities across various dimensions, including interpersonal skills. Naturally, poor Peter fell short in this regard. The group allocations for the week were soon announced, and as the first 3 groups were revealed without Peter or Gwen's names, both of their ears perked up in anticipation. The following is the 4th group: Frank Waits, James Sue, Peter Parker, Melissa Watkins, and Gwen Stacy. Upon hearing this, Gwen and Peter exchanged glances. Peter offered an awkward smile, while Gwen wore a peculiar expression. Although their teams were shuffled randomly every Monday, theoretically allowing them to encounter a different array of personalities each week. Inexplicably, throughout this entire 4-week internship, Gwen and Peter were consistently placed in the same group. How fortuitous, Peter remarked awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, while Gwen's lips twitched slightly. She glanced at the instructor who had just announced the names, then turned to Peter, her gaze distinctly odd. It felt strange. Once or twice could be deemed coincidence, but how could they be paired together for a 4th time without something amiss? Suspicion began to brew within Gwen, while Peter incessantly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Surely, there was nothing peculiar about it. After all, they had stated that the groupings were random. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of good luck? Peter hastily rationalized, yet an undeniable sense of guilt surged within him. After the 2nd week's group announcement, still reveling in the fact that he was once again teamed with Gwen, Peter was pulled aside by Harry, who slyly teased him with a knowing smirk. At that moment, Peter realized that Harry was likely orchestrating this curious situation, yet he feigned ignorance, tacitly accepting Harry's antics. The allure of backdoor dealings was indeed quite exhilarating. Having a wealthy friend was undeniably advantageous, Peter mused, secretly feeling pleased with his fortunate turn of events. Chapter 5. Confession, Part 2. Achoo. Harry sneezed again. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping his already reddened nose. For some reason, during the past few minutes, his nose had been particularly itchy, prompting a series of sneezes. Are you all right, Master Harry? Inquired a figure nearby, who resembled a butler. You've sneezed quite a few times. Are you coming down with a cold? I'm fine. Connolly, thank you for your concern. Despite nearly shedding tears, Harry maintained impeccable etiquette. It's merely a bit of itchiness, likely due to dust. After a long day of toil, the interns finally welcomed their moment of freedom. Just then the sky, which had been shrouded in clouds for much of the morning, began to release a gentle rain, which soon intensified. As they organized their backpacks and passed through security once more, the light drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, with raindrops as large as soybeans pelting against the windows, creating a cacophony of sound. A few interns who had forgotten their umbrellas emitted desperate groans, while Peter could not help but chuckle quietly. Peter, filled with confidence, proudly retrieved a large umbrella from his backpack and flashed a reassuring smile at Gwen, gesturing for her not to worry about getting wet. However, Gwen did not notice his gesture. Instead, she bent down and pulled out a small floral umbrella from her bag. Peter was momentarily taken aback. Damn it. She brought an umbrella too. How could she have thought to do that? Wait, isn't it odd that she wouldn't? The weather forecast had already predicted rain. Why did he think she hadn't checked before leaving? The first preparation of his ideal plan had already failed to come into play, leaving Peter feeling somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he did not allow this disappointment to show on his face. Both opened their umbrellas and stepped into the rain. A strong gust of wind swept through, causing Gwen to let out a startled scream as her umbrella nearly slipped from her grasp. Quick as a flash, Peter seized the handle, giving her the chance to regain her grip. Once she steadied the umbrella, she lowered her head, glancing despondently at her skirt, which was already soaked. "This is my favorite skirt," she murmured unhappily, and Peter, unsure how to comfort her, simply patted her shoulder. "It's all right. Just toss it in the dryer for a few minutes when we get back," he said clumsily, earning him an eye roll from Gwen, who said nothing in response. Their destination, the Jasmine Cafe, was not far from the Osborne building. The cafe was frequently visited by employees of the Osborne Group due to its well-known bagels. Peter and Gwen had been there 2 or 3 times before and held a favorable impression of the place. In the pouring rain, the less than 3-block distance felt exceedingly long. Meanwhile, pedestrians hurriedly quickened their pace toward their destinations, while Peter and Gwen strolled leisurely. If anyone were to look closely, they would notice the pensive expressions on their faces. Speaking of which, Gwen suddenly spoke up. "This is the last week of our internship, isn't it? School starts next week." "Yes, it does," Peter nodded. He was uncertain why Gwen had brought this up, but wisely refrained from saying much. "Well, we may become quite busy then. There probably won't be much time or opportunity for us to hang out and chat like this," she remarked, a hint of sadness creeping into her tone. "After all, we won't be attending the same school." "True," Peter replied, feeling a bit downcast. "You're at Granville Girls' School, and I'm at Midtown High. The 2 schools are separated by much of Manhattan." "Peter, you really have no talent for comforting girls," Gwen shot him another eye roll. "Now I'm even more upset. I've met so many new friends during this internship. I wonder how many of them I'll be able to keep in touch with afterward." "Well, as long as I can stay connected with you, I'm fine. You're the only new friend I've made," he responded. Peter spoke candidly, while Gwen responded with a smile and a playful grimace. "Should I feel immensely honored, Mr. Parker?" she teased. "I think pity might be more appropriate, Miss Stacy." Noticing the melancholy on Gwen's face dissipate slightly, Peter began to indulge in self-deprecation. As a recluse who had long been devoid of friends, he realized that he would surely succumb if he didn't allow his heart to open a little. At least now, he was able to find moments of joy amidst his misfortune, entertaining himself. They exchanged light-hearted banter and reached the entrance of the Jasmine Cafe, where Peter tucked his umbrella under the awning and placed his hand on the doorknob. To his astonishment, he discovered that the door was locked. "Peter, look at this." Gwen gestured toward a notice affixed to the glass structure beside the cafe's entrance. Peter leaned in, but after reading just a few lines, he felt his heart sink. "Due to equipment failure, we are closed for the day," he muttered absently, while Gwen furrowed her brow, gazing up at the rain, which continued to pour relentlessly. "If they're not open today, let us not worry about it. We can come back tomorrow," she suggested. "The rain is simply too heavy today, and the other decent places are a bit far from here. We should head home. I'm already going mad thinking about changing out of these wet clothes." She lifted a damp corner of her skirt. The discomfort of the soaked fabric clinging to her skin made worse by the chilling wind, causing her to shiver. Realizing that his plans had crumbled, Peter nodded heavily. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He removed his coat and draped it over Gwen's shoulders. Initially surprised, she instinctively moved to refuse, but before she could voice her objection, Peter interjected. "It's all right," he smiled, his thin shirt seeming inadequate against the tempest. "I'm not the type to feel cold. I can withstand this little bit of chill." Gwen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted his kindness, encouraged by his warm smile. After a brief farewell, they turned to depart in opposite directions, Peter hurrying to catch his bus, while Gwen's home was merely a 10-minute walk away. As Peter took a few steps, a heaviness settled in his chest. The buoyant mood he had awoken with felt shattered. He could only reassure himself, "Tomorrow. We agreed to come back, and it wouldn't be too late to confess then." Yet, despite this internal resolve, he felt an inexplicable reluctance. Clenching his teeth, he halted, seemingly making a decision. "Wait." He suddenly turned and hurried back towards Gwen. "Hold on a moment." Upon hearing his call, Gwen paused, turning her head to look at him with a hint of confusion on her face. "What is it?" "I like you, Gwen." Peter stammered for a brief moment, his mind a blank slate, before he unwittingly uttered the penultimate line from his script. Gwen appeared perplexed, her expression deepening in confusion. Peter, I like you." He pinched his thigh and took a deep breath, his hands nervously entwined, feeling as though his lips were on the verge of cracking from dryness. We have known each other for quite a while now, haven't we?" The The words tumbled from his lips without coherence, reminiscent of a line from his notes. Yet the sequence and logic had become utterly tangled in his mind. The notes. Yes, he needed notes. It's been a month, Gwen replied instinctively, still processing the situation. At that moment, Peter's hand delved into his pocket, desperately rummaging through its contents. You are truly kind. I mean, you know that everyone doesn't tea like me. Well, not exactly dislikes. At long last, Peter's fingers grazed the notes, and he swiftly pulled them out. It's just difficult to communicate with everyone. A silent prayer echoed in his heart. This confession had nearly devolved into a farce. Yet he still hoped for a chance to salvage it. However, in a moment of clumsiness, his fingers slipped and the notes scattered across the floor. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, he exclaimed, his head bowed in a flurry of apologies. He could scarcely bear to meet Gwen's gaze. He quickly knelt down, attempting to gather the scattered notes, but it was a futile endeavor. The ink had smudged beyond recognition. He blinked rapidly, fighting back tears. Everything had been ruined by his own foolishness, Peter lamented in despair. At that moment, he wished nothing more than to collide with a pillar, to escape it all. After a considerable pause, he clumsily rose to his feet, summoning a modicum of courage to glance at Gwen's face. To his surprise, there was no disdain or mockery. She regarded him with a rather peculiar expression. Is this your way of confessing? She inquired. Peter's cheeks flushed crimson, and he nodded vigorously. But, she said with a bemused smile, aren't we already in a relationship?